Currently the most powerful magic family in Hanguk is the Shin clan. Though the family had hundreds of geniuses, Shinhazu, the third young master, still stood out like the brightest gem. The head of the Shin family held great expectations for this son. He wanted him to graduate as valedictorian from Obelisk Academy, become a great mage, and lead the family. Because from a young age, Shinhazu's talent had far surpassed his siblings and everyone else. So it was no surprise that the family head hoped he would reach the pinnacle of magic. Time passed, and now Shinhazu was a sophomore at the prestigious Obelisk Academy of Magic. Unlike others, his method of casting spells was very lengthy and complicated. First, he had to focus his mana and go through 8 steps to form the magic formula. But before he could finish, he was already attacked by 2 simulation wolves charging at him. And as always, he became a laughingstock to the other students, especially that annoying Sahyuk. That man mocked him, asking if that was even called magic, and said an outdated mage who could not use AI should know his place. His voice was full of derision, saying magic was not suited for someone like him. Even though he was injured and bleeding, Shinhazu still persevered and did not give up. Because he exceeded the time limit of the monster suppression test, he failed. Shinhazu's mood at this moment was truly complicated and heavy. Saying he was not sad or angry would be lying to himself, but this time his casting speed had improved significantly. When he was deemed incompatible with AI, the head of the Shin family quickly gave up hope. He even gave him a potion that would destroy the mana circle in his heart, but he adamantly refused to give up his dream. The path he chose was outdated traditional magic, and he could only learn through ancient books. While others used electronic spellbooks, Shinhazu's room was piled high with ancient texts that nearly buried him alive. On a fine day, Shinhazu decided to clean up that massive stack of books. Suddenly, he spotted a strange book that even he did not remember buying. The book looked old but was very eye-catching and seemed expensive. Shinhazu curiously opened it to look inside. All the pages were filled with incomprehensible script. He only recognized a few words: Jebel Baitinio. That was the name of humanity's first archmage, the first emperor of the Magus Empire. Lord Jabal Baitinio was also the one who founded magic. Since childhood, Shinhazu had read many biographies of this mysterious figure. It had been a long time since he last encountered that name, and he casually flipped a few more pages. But right at that moment, something strange happened. The book suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, so brilliant that Shinhazu almost dropped the book from his hands. What was more frightening was that immediately after, he heard an ethereal voice echoing from the book. "O descendant who shares the same constitution and can hear my voice, this is the book left behind by Baitinio. This book is for you." Shinhazu's eyes widened in shock and astonishment. Until now, he never expected that being considered outdated would be a heaven-sent opportunity. Shinhazu had endured much humiliation, like failing practicals and having to take remedial classes amidst jeering laughter. For 2 years at the academy, he could only resign himself to helplessness. And he had never imagined he would one day encounter such a momentous opportunity. A day after finding the book of Jabal Baitinio, Shinhazu still went to class. Things were still normal. During lunch in the cafeteria, just as he found a corner to sit, he heard a familiar voice. "Eating alone again today?" Shinhazu looked up, not particularly surprised by the person who just arrived. "Yeah, you're here," he replied. The other person cheerfully sat down across from him. "Oh, the food in your bowl looks pretty good." He was named Ji Sun-chan, looked a bit goofy but was actually not. He ranked in the academy's top 10 and had reached the 3-circle mage milestone at age 18. It could be said Ji Sun-chan was a rather talented young mage. At the same time, he was the only person Shinhazu could call a friend in this oppressive environment. Ji Sun-chan was the only one who genuinely treated him well. His catchphrase was that if anyone bullied him, just say the word and he would handle it. After he finished chewing a piece of meat, Shinhazu told him about the strange book he found yesterday. It seemed to be about Jabal Baitinio, but from the 3rd page onward, all the pages were blank. It also emitted light and a voice, so he suspected someone was playing a trick. Oh, using projection magic too. Quite the investment. What was the content of that voice? Ji Sun-chan asked excitedly, still chewing nonstop. Something about leaving magic for a descendant. But if the constitution didn't match, the book couldn't be opened, Shinhazu replied. Shinhazu answered with a self-mocking tone. "Oh, interesting. Can I give it a try?" Sun-chan's voice rose, showing his interest in that book. However, Shinhazu's expression was very bad, because from the 3rd page onward the book was completely blank. But the last page wrote that to inherit the magic he had to enter the gate of death once. Specifically, he had to create a magic circle in the brain, not in the heart. Ji Sun-chan stopped chewing upon hearing that, his face turning serious. Leading it like this, creating a magic circle in the brain. That's as good as asking to die. Hey, let me see that book. That night, the two returned to the Obelisk Magic Academy dormitory. Shinhazu took out the strange book for Sun-chan to see. That voice said only those with the same constitution as Jabal Baitinio could open it. But Shinhazu suspected it was a malicious prank, so he handed it to Ji Sun-chan to try opening it. The result was that a muscular guy like him could not open the book. It did not budge, as if locked by magic. "I don't know, forget it, throw it away," Sun-chan said impatiently. "I'm too sleepy, I'm going back. Good night." After he ran off, Shinhazu opened that book again. Strangely, this time he opened it with ease. Then another strange thing happened. A page that was previously blank was now filled with ancient texts. At the same time, he heard the voice from yesterday coming from the book. Descendant, if I guess correctly, you are creating a magic circle in your heart to use magic, are you not? For ordinary people, this is nothing strange. For people like you and me, that is not the suitable way. Hit right on the sore spot, Shinhazu panicked. At that moment, the book also flew up, escaping from his palm. The room had no wind, but the pages flipped rapidly on their own. The voice continued evenly. If you accept my will, destroy the magic circle in your heart, then create a new magic circle in your brain. After that, open this book again. Shinhazu was so nervous that his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He still thought this was a malicious prank, because the voice kept urging him to create a circle in his brain. Magical power, the source of magic, is originally a potent toxin to the brain. If it invades, the mind will collapse, even resulting in brain death. This is basic knowledge every mage knows. So this afternoon, Shinhazu told Sun-chan that the last page of the book had a line teaching him to off himself. But Shinhazu could not think of who was behind this book. Even though there were many people in the academy who hated him, they probably only liked to taunt him, not go this far. Shinhazu tossed the book aside and went to sleep. But that night he tossed and turned and could not fall asleep. Early the next morning, Shinhazu brought the strange book. He went to an instructor and asked him to help check it. The instructor picked up the book and evaluated it for a while. The instructor only saw that it was quite old. What do you want me to check? Please, sir, just help me open it. And sir, can you see if it has a magic seal on it? A seal? The instructor's face showed confusion. Shinhazu did not want to give details, so he made up a story that there were strange rumors going around the academy about this book. Paying attention to rumors is not good for your studies. I will help you check it, but you must focus more on your studies. The instructor muttered, then concentrated on checking, but after a while he did not detect any trace of magic on the book. The instructor returned it to Shinhazu, not forgetting to remind him not to mind the gossip and to focus on his studies. Shinhazu carried the book back with a very complicated mood. He had hoped this was just a joke, but even Sun-chan, the student with the highest mana capacity, along with an instructor, could not open it, so it was highly possible that this book was real. That night, Shinhazu sat before the book again, silent for a very long time. Destroying the circle in the heart meant returning to square one, and creating a circle in the brain was extremely dangerous. But because the likelihood of this book being real was high, after much deliberation, he decided to take the risk. Shinhazu still kept the medicine his father had sent him before. Just by taking it, the magic circle in the heart would be destroyed. He still clearly remembered the words of the head of the Shin family at that time. Put magic aside and focus on studying mythology. His attitude was cold, full of disappointment, a stark contrast to the proud tone before Shinhazu enrolled in Obelix. He had no intention of giving up magic. Right now, holding the pill in his hand, Shinhazu also had no desire to give up. He just wanted to gamble, to follow the book's words. His hands trembled violently. He reassured himself that his life was now on the brink of an abyss. If he did not go, he would be stuck in the same place forever. Then he decisively put the handful of pills into his mouth. He had even mentally prepared for death today. The medicine worked very quickly. Shinhazu felt a pain spreading from his chest. The magic circle connected to his heart was shattering. This pain was like the death of a mage. Immediately after, Shinhazu continued to perform the forbidden challenge, circulating magic through the brain. As soon as he circulated mana through the brain, the pain in his heart disappeared, replaced by a splitting headache like being hit by a hammer. It hurt so much he wanted to be reincarnated right away. In the moment it seemed he was about to give up, someone whispered into his ear, "Listen to me, oh my future generation." This voice was formed from mana. Shinhazu heard it very clearly. He clearly felt the light and darkness, the sky and earth, the leaping and whispering mana spirits harmonizing with the mana flow in his body. The pain vanished, replaced by laughter echoing from somewhere. That song felt like a blessing bestowed upon him. Shinhazu woke up, finding himself sprawled on the floor, the strange book still pressing on his head. It was already morning, and he was still alive. Shinhazu quickly flipped the book open to look. A blank page from yesterday was now filled with ancient script. The voice echoed in his head again, clearer this time. "Congratulations on completing the first step. Adrath is the name of this book. Your legendary tale will begin from here. Through this book, pass down all magic to the one who comes after. No, I should say, pass down all magic to you, my disciple." Shinhazu burst into tears. His miserable life seemed to have closed to make way for a brighter new chapter. A few days later, Shinhazu still obediently attended class. But instead of listening to the lecture, he kept his eyes glued to the Idris book. Pristine white pages of the book gradually revealed countless new pieces of information. It was magic passed down by the mysterious master, vastly different from the current mage training curriculum. Initially, mana also had its own will. When mana enters the brain, it often causes collisions that destroy this organ. So for most people, mana is a deadly poison. It was different for Shinhazu. The strong will of his brain overcame the will of the mana, allowing him to master the magical power. That was also the reason he had a natural resistance to the AI chips interfering with the brain. Shinhazu's gaze was fixed on the book, and the instructor saw it. He didn't directly criticize, but chose to make a veiled remark. He mentioned the midterm evaluation for the second year and a new rule. From now on, students who don't meet the standard will be forced to drop out. When he said the words drop out, his eyes locked onto Shinhazu with a cruel smile. He also added that this rule was proposed by the head of the Shin family himself. The whole class buzzed with discussion. Tahyuk and some opposition figures looked gleeful, thinking it was time to eliminate the defective product. Shinhazu knew they meant him, but didn't care. His mind split in two. Half wondered why his father did that. The other half was busy thinking about the book. After class, he headed to a virtual reality training center. Shinhazu wanted to practice the new magic by himself. The rental fee for training centers in the city was really too expensive. Even the cheapest place cost 200,000 won per hour. Still, Shinhazu had to grit his teeth and pay. He rented a training room for 1 hour. The staff member handed him the room card. His gaze scrutinized, and he secretly thought, isn't this Shinhazu, the third retard of the Shin family? Noble son considered incompatible with AI. How unlikely. Shinhazu had already changed into his training gear. He began training. The first task was to subdue wolves. This time, instead of 2, he had to face a whole pack of wolves. Even though it was just virtual reality, their ferocity and attack power were real. Taking down 10 low-level wolves at once wasn't easy. The average completion time at the academy was 12 minutes and 33 seconds. Shinhazu practiced the knowledge from the Idrash book every day. It was the only way to improve. The first time, he tapped into the power from the new magic circle in his mind. That power far exceeded anything Shinhazu had ever imagined. Watching the water element magic surge endlessly, both his hands trembled with emotion. He murmured, "This is amazing. Is this my real power? I can't believe it." While other mages only circulated their magic circle through the heart to use AI, he used his brain to take command, circulating the magic circle throughout his body. Thanks to the infinite circle, the long-suppressed magical power was released. He unleashed his power to make up for 2 years of humiliation. Disciple, don't be surprised by this level. You still have a long way ahead. The infinite circle is just the foundation of Jebel Baitinio-style magic. That is controlling magic with images in the mind. This was the first book on Jebel Baitinio magic, and Shinhazu had grown accustomed to the voice from the book. He devoted himself entirely to following the instructions, understanding that the mind was the first step, and used his mind to circulate mana throughout his body, unleashing it as magic. An hour passed very quickly. Shinhazu left the training center. The center staff member entered the training room, cleaning up while curiously seeing how the genius Shinhazu had trained. As a result, the statistics displayed made that person freeze. Shinhazu had only taken 6 minutes and 37 seconds to complete the wolf subjugation exercise, a world-class record. How could someone incompatible with AI achieve this record? The machine must be broken, the staff member thought, annoyed, and kicked the equipment hard. Shinhazu was on his way back to the academy, walking and gleefully celebrating. He knew today's result was the beginning of a legend, and that legend was none other than him, Shinhazu. But the process of learning magic from Idret was not entirely smooth, because the records in it were vastly different from the magic he had studied before. For example, the analogy of mana being the arms and legs, the heart and mind moving as one wished. Shinhazu had to find the enlightenment himself through those vague words. There was a concept hidden behind a transparent veil, which he could touch but could not grasp. In magical research, this feeling was called the wall of enlightenment. When a mage reached their limit, they also hit that wall. This held true in any era. Therefore, Shinhazu decided to focus on circulating mana, to let mana flow throughout his body as the Idret book recorded. He regained focus. He realized he had been circulating mana for 10 hours. For an ordinary person, this would certainly lead to exhaustion. But strangely, Shinhazu did not feel tired. He circulated from night until morning and was still alert. Shinhazu went to class listlessly as usual. Just as he left the dormitory, he saw Sunchan smiling as he ran over. "Good morning, Shinhazu. Why do you look so strange? Are you okay?" Although he was basically fine, constantly being aware of mana circulation was truly not easy. He wanted to quickly get used to the magic circle, but this was too draining. At 12 years old, Shinhazu opened his second magic circle. People called him a prodigy, and the head of the Shin family also placed high expectations on him. But now, he was back at the starting line with the first circle, confused about what the path ahead was. Shinhazu understood that breaking the wall of enlightenment was essential to progress far in magic. His father had mentioned this many times when he still had hopes for him. Then suddenly Shinhazu remembered a saying. Perfection is just a chain, a lie born from arrogance. It was as if hundreds of light bulbs lit up in his head. Perfection? Shinhazu felt he had touched the key. Immediately after that day's class, he returned to the dormitory and began circulating mana. This time he did not perform it aimlessly, but began to feel. Mana is the arms and legs. The heart and mind move freely. Finally, his mind was liberated, and instant magic without incantation activated successfully. AI magic uses short spell phrases to form magic, the setup method consistency, but the recorded approach was to free the mind. But the magic Shinhazu suffered from mastering it now was different. It was magic that had substance, to freely change form, magic without a spell structure. After awakening this ability, Shinhazu felt exhausted but very excited. He could not believe he had just opened the first circle yet used this impossible magic. He was gradually breaking the wall of enlightenment to reach a higher level. Another night passed. The next morning, while Shinhazu was sitting in the lecture hall, there was a report. There was an announcement that a guest wanted to see him. If he was not mistaken, his father had arrived. Indeed, his guess was correct. Long time no see, father. He spoke first and in return received a freezing glare and an immensely distant one. The father and son sat facing each other on the sofa, the atmosphere tense enough to freeze. After a long while, the head of the Shin family finally spoke. You are still attending school. It seems you have not taken the medicine I sent. Yes, that is correct, Shinhazu replied. He did not want to reveal his Gajun body to Aedret, so he spoke evasively. But recently, my magic has progressed. His voice was very serious. But his father did not listen. From the day his son could not synchronize with the AI chip, he felt that his dream of becoming a skilled mage was just an illusion. This time was no exception. Shinhazu, you have wasted a year. It is time to face reality. No matter how diligent you become or what achievements you gain in the future, as long as you continue to reject AI magic, then you will forever be unable to become a true mage, Father Shinhazu said sternly. Even so, his son's unique talent had to be acknowledged. So this time he came personally to advise him to give up his futile efforts and return to studying orthodox magical theory. That way, even as an outlier, he could still utilize his talent. I have said it over and over again, that I will never give up magic. I don't want to live an ordinary life relying on the family's reputation. What I pursue is to become the next head of the Melosan family. Shinhazu's voice was firm. In the past, when he such things, his father would surely support him. But now, the head of the Shin family furrowed his brow tightly, looking at his son with difficulty. Becoming a grand mage or the head of the Madokan family requires more than just empty ambition. Father, don't worry. I will prove it. Hearing the word prove, the family head nearly laughed. Prove what? That you just barely passed the academy exams and aren't expelled? No, in this standard test, I will break into the top 10. If I fail, I will leave the academy and dedicate my life to researching magical theory as you wish. But if I succeed, you must acknowledge me as a talented mage and fully support me. Father Shinhazu did not understand where he got such confidence, but he said nothing more, only put on his cloak and stood up. It was as if he had tacitly agreed and accepted the wager with his son. A few days later, the instructor announced the format of this exam. It was a single elimination duel. This format was quite novel since students were used to slaying monsters. The exam would start in 3 days, and from the round of 16, corporations and members of the Magic Tower would come as spectators. Shinhazu could tell without looking that Bexahyuk and his ilk were mocking him. They were sure that if it was a duel, he would be eliminated in the first round. But this change fit Shinhazu's wishes perfectly. It was time to show everyone his true ability. During that break, the whole school buzzed about the midterm exam, which was only natural. Not to mention the new format. The arrival of the Magic Tower people was enough to excite them. That meant outstanding students would catch the media's attention. The Magic Tower was an organization of 12 global high-rank mages, wielding power equivalent to a nation. Joining the Magic Tower was every student's dream, and Shinhazu was no exception. Hey, you defective product, a grating voice rang out, pulling him from his thoughts about the exam. Shinhazu knew without looking it was Bexahyuk. That man, along with a few other unpleasant students, came to pick a fight with him. The man was the typical idle rich who caused trouble out of boredom. He was from an upper-class background but had a foul personality, liking nothing more than bullying classmates, especially Shinhazu. Defective product. How are you? I heard in the first match of the midterms I'm your opponent. You know you're gonna lose for sure, right? Shinhazu didn't want to make enemies, but that man's attitude was truly insolent. He kept bringing up his revenge from 5 years ago, causing Shinhazu to only sigh helplessly. 5 years ago was the time of the elementary magic tournament finals. Shinhazu had defeated Bexahyuk back then. He lost miserably and cried right on the arena, thus holding a grudge against him ever since. Ever since learning Shinhazu was incompatible with AI, Sahyuk constantly harassed him to vent his anger, but he wasn't angry, even finding him pathetically childish. Ignoring his silence, the man rambled on. Didn't the teacher say anyone who doesn't pass the midterm will be expelled? Should I beat you until you get expelled? Then what will you do? Cry and run home. As he spoke, he burst into gloating laughter. Shinhazu remained silent. If that man was his first opponent, he couldn't miss this golden opportunity. This was a perfect chance to showcase his skills. Isn't that what will happen to you? Shinhazu finally couldn't hold back his insolent mouth and let out a light sneer. Those words made Sahyuk recall his humiliating defeat years ago, and his face immediately darkened. Sahyuk seemed not to expect someone who couldn't even implant an AI chip like Shinhazu to dare say that. After a few seconds of stunned silence, he laughed maniacally. Is this idiot crazy? If you lost your mind, still don't understand the current situation. You stupid defective product. What are you hoping for? Sahyuk didn't mind humiliating him in front of everyone, but he didn't expect that he had changed. His confidence was completely grounded. Shinhazu didn't hesitate to deliver a fatal retort. Oh, 5 years ago you were just as loud and still lost miserably to me. 5 years later, you don't seem to have improved at all. Those words stabbed directly at his weak point, making Sahyuk tremble with rage. Shinhazu kept that provoking expression. He even called his opponent a weak mage, causing Sahyuk to fly into a rage and lunge at him. That man grabbed his collar, but Shinhazu remained extremely calm. After pushing his hand away and straightening his collar, he continued, someone living in the mud like you probably wouldn't understand, but only those standing at the top can temporarily fall. And once a genius, always a genius. I hope you remember that. After saying that, Shinhazu dusted off his hands and walked away, leaving Big Sahyuk fuming and grinding his teeth. He swore that in the 3-day exam, he would make Natsun Shinhazu suffer a miserable defeat. The next day, Shinhazu saw the first article about himself, the grand return of a genius. He immediately guessed that Sahyuk had hired someone to write this article to draw more attention to him. That man wanted to defeat him amidst that anticipation, but this time, Sahyuk would probably be disappointed. On the contrary, he had even helped attract media attention to Shinhazu. In this midterm evaluation, the more people expected, the more advantageous it was for him. Just then, Shinhazu's father called. He guessed right away that he wanted to mention that article. Yes, father, I have read it. Father, don't worry, Shinhazu spoke first. The person on the other end was silent for a few seconds. Did you arrange this? Yes, I provoked Sahyuk to attract attention. The head of the Shin family was somewhat speechless, unable to imagine where his son got such confidence. Due to the bet the previous day, his father agreed not out of trust, but because the family would not suffer a loss. In fact, he had never expected Shinhazu to win. That is why he made this call, because the article could bring disgrace. Public thinks you have been expelled from the family. Even if you bring shame, the impact on the family is very small. Shinhazu interrupted his father, but considering the benefits, I believe this is worth it. The person on the other end snorted. Benefits? If you win, what does the family gain? Me, Shinhazu answered, confidently. The greatest mage to come from the Shin family, the strongest family head in history. Father will have the greatest leader ever. Shinhazu did not hide his ambition in front of his father. Seeing his ambition surpassed even the master of the magic tower, he had nothing more to say. He only gave one warning before hanging up. If you talk so boldly and still bring disgrace, then prepare to face the consequences. 3 cold beeps sounded, but Shinhazu was not sad, nor was he feeling sorry for himself. The stage was set, and he believed that in just a few days, his father's attitude would completely change. After another day passed, the midterm evaluation exam was finally held. Just as Sahyuk had said, he was Shinhazu's first opponent in the one-on-one battle. As soon as they met, Sahyuk sneered mockingly. How is it, you defective product? Did you like the article I wrote? Called a prodigy since childhood, you're quite famous, huh? I can't stop laughing when I think of the sight of you losing because you can't cast a single incantation. Ignoring the other's attacks, Shinhazu was completely calm. Is that so? I think the one who will lose is you. As for the article, thank you. Thank you for always flailing around in front of me. But in truth, I don't care about someone like you. So I will finish this quickly, and don't you hold back either. Beak Sahyuk was speechless, then put on an incredulous expression. He thought Shinhazu had truly gone mad. As for Shinhazu, standing before all the observers at that moment, he boldly declared that he would defeat his opponent, using only first circle magic. The Obelix Academy arena was very large. Under the fighting stage, Sahyuk faced Shinhazu with bloodshot eyes. After Shinhazu's bold declaration, he even seemed to lose his reason. Therefore, after the referee blew the whistle to start the match, Sahyuk quickly launched a preemptive strike. However, just as he raised his hand, the new magical AI window appeared. 2 attacks were launched simultaneously. This was Sahyuk's signature magic. Its destructive power was undeniable. Shinhazu tilted his head and dodged smoothly. Shinhazu saw this. He had even activated his 3rd magic circle. It was still the same blasting magic, but the accumulated power was enough to blow away half the stands. Dust and smoke rose thickly. Everyone present was silent at that moment. Only Sahyuk's laughter echoed throughout the arena. Ha ha ha, this is the result of your arrogance, you stupid piece of trash. However, the scene that followed left him gaping in shock. Shinhazu was completely unharmed, not even a scratch on his body. His opponent's rage flared up again, along with 3 magic circles. Sahyuk had unleashed 3 attacks at the same time. This time they were stopped by a water element magic circle. Shinhazu neutralized them smoothly. Sahyuk was stunned, his eyes wide in shock at his special bombardment magic. Yet he was defeated that easily, wasn't he? Strange. At this moment, the observation deck, a young mage watching how Shinhazu acted, could not help but mutter. Even if it is only a first circle spell, casting it that fast is impressive. Why did you change your schedule at the Blue Tower to watch this match? The girl beside him asked. Could it be you know something about Shinhazu's magic? No, I only read an article about a prodigy's return. so I was just curious and came here. That person let out an oh, turns out he was also someone who liked gossip. But even so, if it was revealed that the master of the Blue Tower and an 8th Circle mage came to watch a South Sea Academy students match, there would definitely be an uproar. That's right, that young man was Kim Kang-in, the master of the Blue Magic Tower and 8th Circle mage. He knew he should not be seen, so he used the VIP room to observe in secret. As the two were talking, the VIP room door opened. Kim Kang-in turned around, a thrilled smile spreading on his face. Oh, you are here too. Meanwhile, down in the stands at this moment, Sahyuk's was beginning to waver. At first he was very confident, but after his magical bombardment was nullified, he started to worry. Shinhazu did not just defend with first circle spells, his incantation speed was also strangely fast. How could Sahyuk not be worried? What, curious about my casting speed? Shinhazu asked smugly. Attacked by him, Sahyuk grew even more flustered. As before, he attacked with all 3 circles of magic at once. His power even far surpassed what it was before, but it was still nullified. Shinhazu was unharmed. Dodging like that is enough. Shinhazu then unleashed a wind attribute attack. This time Sahyuk dodged it, but seeing his opponent proficiently using magic of both attributes simultaneously, dual element magic made him even more confused. You think just first circle magic can defeat me? Sahyuk stubbornly insisted. Yeah, of course, Shinhazu was not one to be outdone either. His nonchalant answer nearly made Sahyuk spit blood from anger. Sahyuk was furious enough to bleed. This time Shinhazu gathered a wind spear once more. Sahyuk managed to create a shield to block the strike. However, sans spellcasting speed, Shinhazu was so fast that the head of the first spear was dissolved. He immediately created a second wind spear to attack from behind, tearing Sahyuk's sleeve. He was pitifully panicked, while the stands were dead silent, holding their breath to watch. Damn bastard, what'd you do? Sahyuk shouted. Still don't understand? Want me to replay it for you to see again? That infuriating smile appeared on Sahyuk's face again. On his fingertips was a magic circle. Wind element spell was ready to be unleashed. What the hell is that? Is that really a wind spear? Wind spears do not have a double shot attribute. Watching Shinhazu attack fiercely, Sahyuk began to panic. Really shouldn't be like that, but I can do it. Take this move, this time it's 4 shots. That was why Shinhazu said he would defeat his opponent using only first circle magic. Because with first circle magic coming from so many directions like that, who could withstand it? Sahyuk still tried to struggle by creating a shield, but he only blocked 3 wind spears. The remaining one curved in its trajectory and stabbed straight into his back. Seeing his opponent's disheveled state, Shinhazu felt smug. The calculation was fine, but are you sure you just want to stand there and fret? After all, the match had only just begun. He gave his opponent no rest at all, continuously unleashing wind spears. Causing Sahyuk to be unable to react, he began to retreat to create distance. Because mana and mana range both had limits, Sahyuk believed that as long as he maintained a far enough distance, then the attacks, that troublesome guy would not be able to reach him. But unfortunately he miscalculated, because right after that Shinhazu converged his small attacks together, created a massive and powerful whirlwind of spear wind. Kim Kang-in in the VIP room watched this scene and could not help but admire. Oh, not only did he cast magic instantly, but their trajectories also changed and merged with each other. What kind of magic is this? Sahyuk. So, person who had just entered the VIP room was the head of the Shin family, the father of Shinhazu mage Sahyuk. As the head of the Madokan family, he was an 8th circle mage, his magical power not inferior to the masters of the magic towers. Sahyuk had been silent until now, but Kim Kang-in and that girl kept exclaiming over the bizarre magic Shinhazu used, which seemed to ignore all the rules of mist source magic. Let us talk about this thing called mist source magic. For example, the counterattack technique. The target was more than 38 meters away. The magic could not reach it. And once a trajectory was changed, it could not be altered again. In other words, mist source magic was only effective according to its fixed effects. Therefore, in modern magical duels, it was like a game of wits where each person tried to guess the opponent's move using known spells. And flexible reaction was the key to victory. But the Jebel Baitanio-style magic that Shinhazu used was completely different. It surpassed all limits of modern mist source magic, so powerful that the opponent had no way to retreat. At this moment, Sahyuk had been knocked down, sitting on the ground. He gasped for breath constantly, his face full of disbelief at being so hard-pressed by the opponent's first circle. He underestimated a one-circle mage too much, Sahyuk, did he not? Shinhazu slowly approached. Then he sat down to be at eye level with his opponent. Even if he exhausted himself with third circle magic, just one small move would be enough to take a life. What does he mean? Sahyuk felt his hair stand on end, but he had no strength left to escape. At this moment, Shinhazu summoned water magic again. Water spheres floated, looking harmless in the air, but then they wrapped around Sahyuk. They surrounded his head, making him unable to breathe. The scene was of Sahyuk about to drown on dry land. Stands grew even quieter, even though he was wearing the uniform. Academy matches were normally protected by a safety barrier spell, but at this moment it was useless, because Shinhazu's attack, though simple, targeted the head directly. The outcome of this match was already clear. The referee immediately blew the whistle to end it and declared Shinhazu the winner. Only then did he recall the magic. Sahyuk, unconscious, was helped inside. Shinhazu knew well that every gaze in the stands was fixed on him. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed this feeling, the feeling of once again becoming his true self. Being a true mage was truly wonderful. After the match, Kim Kang-in and his secretary also left. Indeed, the match just now was worthy of his expectations, and Shin Hazu had successfully aroused the curiosity of this young mage. Shin Hazu took a temporary break. Ji-sun-chan, looking excited as if he wanted to jump on him, approached. Even though he was his best friend, he had long been used to Shin Hazu's poor track record. He never expected to see him turn around so strongly like this. The magic just now was awesome. How did he train like that? He excitedly recounted, describing the match with his hands and feet. His spear wind flew back and forth. The magic merged and then separated. It was truly mystical. Did he want to know? But his magic was a secret. Shin Hazu replied playfully, because he felt he should not reveal to anyone the things he had learned in Idris. Shin Hazu took out his phone and opened the article ranked first on the front page with the headline, "The Return of the Genius." The article also included a video interview taken right after the match. In the video, the reporter asked him about the magic he had just used, why he could cast it so instantly. Speaking for the curiosity of many people, he was asking about changing or combining the trajectories of the spear wind, right? He would answer on behalf of everyone. Before Shin Hazu could say anything, another voice cut in. It was Kim Kang-in. He was so excited that he revealed himself before the crowd and appeared in the interview. Kim Kang-in stepped forward and put his arm around Shin Hazu's shoulder in a friendly manner. He had watched the match and was very excited. He believed he had used the fourth circle inscribed magic circle, correct? Shin Hazu did not reply while Kim Kang-in demonstrated that magic in front of all the reporters. The inscription spell allowed mages to prepare chants in advance to cast immediately when needed, making the instant execution of magic feasible. So why was such a useful spell not widely used? The reporter continued to ask. Oh, because imprinting has a drawback. It can only activate spells 3 rings lower than the user's level. Is that right, Shin Hazu? Yes, that is correct, Shin Hazu replied, even though Kim Kang-in was completely wrong. He did not know how to explain Jebel Bitinio's magic, and then that man appeared just in time. He just went with the flow. So, your current skill level is 4th circle magic, Shin Hazu? The reporter asked again. Of course, Kim Kang-in excitedly answered before Shina, and he did not argue. This news became a hot topic as young Shin Hazu had already opened his 4th magic circle. His skill was on par with the Tower Masters, and it was confirmed by the Master of Blue Tower. After that, everyone believed the prodigy Shin Hazu had reappeared with 4 magic circles. In reality, he only had one newly opened circle in his brain. After watching the interview video, Ji-sun-chan asked with disbelief, Shin Hazu, are you really a 4th circle mage? Shin Hazu did not answer yet because the interview was still ongoing. The reporter was also curious about how he bypassed the open source magic law, attacking beyond range and changing the direction of his strikes over 2 times. This time Kim Kang-in was stumped, seeing that he did not know how to explain. Shin Hazu stepped forward himself. Let me explain, bypassing the open source magic law is actually very simple. Improve the magic formula. Hearing this, Kim Kang-in opened his eyes wide in shock. Modifying a magic formula? He found this impossible. Improving a magic formula was like adding a flight function to a car. It was not easy to do, especially for a young man like Shin Hazu. So he thought he was lying. Right after that, Shin Hazu demonstrated that skill in front of everyone, making them gasp in amazement. Kim Kang-in was no exception. As the master of the Blue Magic Tower, he was extremely curious about this young man. He was not compatible with the AI, so no one knew what his future held. If the improvement was real, this would be a magic revolution. From today, the entire magic community would be shaken by this video. Jae-sun-chan, after hearing this, had a skeptical expression. Improving magic? Should I believe this? Well, believe it, Shin Hazu replied. Well, congratulations on winning anyway. I am going back to the dorm now. I need to adjust my condition a bit because tomorrow I will face a difficult opponent. The next day, Shin Hazu met his opponent. The tough opponent Ji-sun-chan had mentioned, that person was a talented mage, but when encountering this person, he struggled greatly and ultimately lost, because that person was Adela, a genius born between the Starret family of France and the mystic family of Hanggu. Adela's magic was very special. The main reason was the secret lunar mystic art of the mystic family. She fought against Jae-sun-chan was extremely relaxed. The match ended when Adela did not even break a single sweat. Shin Hazu sat in the stands. He intently watched her beautiful back with long blonde hair. Her power was a secret art combining light and darkness, creating a brilliant moonlight swirling in the night. This magic was not registered within the open source scope. The range, power, or magic properties were all big question marks. Therefore, he knew confronting her would be very difficult. Just then, Adela turned her head and looked straight toward the stands. That cold gaze made Shin Hazu wonder if she was looking at him or not. The match had ended. Shin Hazu then gave water to Ji-sun-chan, taking the opportunity to console him for encountering the female demon so early. While the two were happily teasing each other, suddenly she appeared behind him like a phantom. Shin Hazu, I heard you have returned recently. Become a true mage. The reason I enrolled in this academy. I hope you will help me remember it. Shinhazu was no stranger to this girl. They had known each other a long time before entering Obelix Academy. The Shin family and the Mystic family had a very good relationship. Therefore, he met Adela at many events. But if he had to describe their relationship in one word, it would be rivals. Adela even abandoned her studies in France to enroll in Obelix Academy just to surpass him. But ever since he was assessed as incompatible with AI, she was so disappointed that she refused to even talk to him anymore. Shinhazu being labeled as incompatible with AI was both a significant milestone and a huge shock to Adela, as it made her lose one of her rivals to strive against. Now that he had reappeared, her demeanor clearly showed this burning determination. Adela, I am not worthy of being your goal. Shinhazu scratched his head. Having not spoken for a long time, he felt quite awkward facing Adela. That will only be known when we compete. Adela replied coldly, then turned and walked away. But Sun Chan began to worry. Hey Shinhazu, are you sure you are ready? Ready for what? Shinhazu replied drowsily. You really do not know? Your next opponent is Adela. Shinhazu was stunned. Obelix Academy is ruthless, pitting him against the #1 seed in the very second match like this. Both of them had one day of rest. The next day, Adela stepped into the arena with a completely emotionless expression. As for Shinhazu, there was no sign of him anywhere. A few impatient people in the stands began to maliciously assume that he was too scared and had chickened out. His match data from yesterday was just a fluke. In the interview yesterday, he was just blabbering on about his transformed magic. He must have realized he could not beat Adela and backed out early. They chatted gleefully. On the arena, the referee impatiently glanced at the clock, just as he announced that the waiting time for the match was over, and Adela was about to win by default. That was when Shinhazu came rushing in breathlessly. Sorry, I am late, he said between ragged breaths, looking as if he had just overslept and sprinted all the way from the dormitory. The referee showed no leniency, not even bothering to listen to his reason for being late. He also did not give him time to catch his breath, and immediately blew the whistle to start, the punishment for his tardiness. As for Shinhazu, he quickly steadied his breathing and calmly faced Adela. However, she was very curious to know why he was late. Nothing important, just some preparations. Shinhazu replied and began to open his unranked magic circle. Because you are quite strong, Adela, so I had to prepare thoroughly to defeat you. You prepared that in just one day? Adela asked doubtfully, because she could sense that the Shinhazu before her now was completely different from yesterday. At the same time, Adela was also very expectant. She wondered if she would get to see the true power of the person before her. As the signal to start the match rang out, Adela charged forward just like Sahyuk. She wanted to gain the advantage by attacking first, but compared to that rookie, she was much calmer and more stable. Adela's magic created a 6-barreled firepower, all of it aimed at Shinhazu. In response, he used wind magic to block them. Adela did not panic. Next, she attacked using earth spikes. As she cast it, the ground cracked open. From beneath, sharp pillars rose up at a terrifying speed. Shinhazu used extreme speed magic to retreat. Then he performed a beautiful somersault in the air, dodging all the spikes. Adela continued to relentlessly attack from above. She was certain the opponent could not withstand this move. Seeing the aerial attack aimed at his mid-air state, Shinhazu could not help but admire this girl was truly versatile. Everyone thought he could not avoid it, but for him it was different. Shinhazu created a defensive barrier magic right in mid-air. To the astonishment of everyone, Adela was also left agape seeing Shinhazu. He flipped the shield sideways and used it as a foothold, with an arrogant, confident bearing and his unique, unparalleled way of using magic, truly worthy of the title of genius. His fighting attitude forced Adela to use the secret moon magic of the Mystic Sage family. She wanted to win at all costs. As for Shinhazu, he knew that to face her, he had to use everything, even pluck the sun. He stood high up with his back to the sun, and Adela was down below. She wanted to see her opponent clearly but was blinded by the light. At that moment, Adela realized an attack from Shinhazu was about to be initiated. She was forced to defend very tightly, so Adela immediately created a large magic shield. At that moment, Shinhazu swooped down from above. In his hand was a wind element sword. He then slashed hard at the opponent's shield, but it was all for naught, as the opponent had already cast a cautious level 3 defensive spell. The attack failed. Shinhazu stepped back temporarily to create distance. At this moment, Adela quickly seized the opportunity to counterattack, but as she prepared to strike, she realized her feet had been bound by Shinhazu at some point. Panic was clearly visible on her face. Unrestrained, she recalled what had just happened. When Shinhazu landed, his left hand had touched the ground. Could he have cast the foot-binding spell at that very moment? If so, his speed was so fast that Adela's eyes could not keep up with his movements. Unable to attack, she could only continue creating a large shield. But Shinhazu had no intention of attacking head-on. He circled around to the opponent's flank. Then, using water element magic, he formed an arrow. Without hesitation, he fired it straight at Adela. At that moment, she was still busy using magic to destroy the binds on her legs. Meanwhile, Shinhazu simultaneously created multiple waves of water arrows to attack. Fortunately, Adela managed to break the foot-binding spell and erected a shield to block the waves of water arrows. Though she was sweating from the effort, Adela still found Shinhazu easy to handle, because she had watched his interview yesterday and also believed that Shinhazu was a level 4 mage. If he used engraved magic to cast chants continuously, then he could only use level 1 spells for offense, and those spells could not take her down. Adela sank into triumphant thoughts and reinforced her shield. Suddenly, an arrow shot down from high above, right behind her back. Adela's eyes widened in horror. Had Shinhazu only created 3 water arrows? Then when had this wind lance been activated? Feeling the sunlight burning down her head, theory formed in Adela's mind. Could Shinhazu have hidden the wind lance within the sunlight? Like many years ago, Adela fell under the arrogant gaze of Shinhazu. Had he forgotten who he was facing? Adela started. Today, Kim Kang-in and his secretary had again come to the arena to watch the match, and his combat instincts surprised them. It seemed that from the moment he dodged Adela's earth spike, everything had been clearly calculated. By flipping in the air to avoid the attack, Shinhazu legitimized his high position by turning the shield into a platform, then hid himself within the sunlight, maximally limiting the opponent's vision, and set up multiple layers of the wind lance. After that, he landed to draw Adela's attention. Finally, after making Adela believe the real move was the binding spell, he released the precast wind lance, finishing the enemy. Everything proceeded precisely without error. Now Kim Kang-in understood why Shinhazu was promoted to level 1 Grand Mage, winning against a stronger opponent using only 1 magic circle and level 1 spells. With this performance, his father Shin Sahyuk was still not satisfied. In the end, they were still only level 1 spells. No matter how carefully calculated, or how well the position was utilized, he could not deliver the finishing blow. As he said, level 1 magic could not fully defeat Adela. And at this moment, she stood up once again. Shin Sahyuk's eyes were filled with disappointment. In front of an outsider like Kim Kang-in, he still bluntly criticized his own son. He cannot win because Adela has not used that magic. In the arena, Adela's mood was extremely complicated. Shinhazu's performance reminded her of the time before the AI compatibility milestone, when the two of them had tense duels. Therefore, she decided to use all her strength. Shinhazu did not seem surprised by the current situation. It has finally come, the ultimate moon element magic, the secret technique of the mystic family, the Radiant One. The ground beneath his feet began to crack. Adela summoned countless magic circles around her. Shinhazu was pushed back by the overwhelming force. Those circles emitted a blinding light. At the same time, in the room up high, Kang-in, Sua, and another person were watching the match. He asked Sahyuk, who had just stood up, where he was going. He calmly replied that the match was over, and there was no need to watch anymore. Suddenly, a loud noise from outside made both of them turn to look. Sua's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed that it was impossible. Kang-in looked down and gasped in astonishment, saying that was... The door to the room was pushed open by a panicked Sun Chan as he walked in. Adela in the arena was equally stunned. Before her was Shinhazu unharmed with a magic circle behind him. He raised his hand forward and slowly uttered, "Volcano." Adela looked at the fire rushing towards her in disbelief, asking if it was a tier 2 spell. Shinhazu confidently replied that he had said he was slow because he needed to prepare to defeat her. Adela responded that the limb of the imprint only went up to tier 1 spells. She frowned and asked if he had already broken through the 5th magic circle. Shinhazu did not answer, only looked straight at Adela and smiled. The memory rewound to the night before. At the Obelix Academy dormitory, Shinhazu sat cross-legged on his bed, intently staring at the book. He frowned in thought, realizing Adela could not be defeated with just tier 1 spells. He flipped open the book with a frustrated expression. Shinhazu read the content inside and then realized something. In the newest page of Adrace, if he could control the Deathless, he turned each page and saw the instructions for channeling energy into the magic circle. Following the guide, he turned to a page with a drawing of a spell and the words, "This circle will take you to a new level." Seeing this, he wondered if it was a kind of mechanism. Shinhazu extended his finger and made a decision. He would try without any more hesitation. The moment he touched the book, it emitted a blinding light, making Shinhazu cry out in surprise. Light grew stronger, and he had to pull his hand back and yell that it was glowing again. Shinhazu covered his eyes and shouted. When the light faded, he had vanished. Shinhazu winced and slowly opened his eyes again. He had now stepped into a space that looked like a library. Shinhazu looked up at the golden light above his head and asked where he was. A clear voice rang out, welcoming him to the first trial page. A girl in a black and white dress appeared and introduced herself as Alpha, the guide. Shinhazu asked about the first trial page. Alpha confirmed it. She waved her hand and explained this was the first trial page in the book Idret. Shinhazu was stunned upon hearing this. He thought to himself that he had not been teleported, but was actually inside the book. Shinhazu forced a smile, unable to believe it. Alpha began to explain that this trial would test whether his Deathless was complete. She pointed both hands toward him and said instructions would be given at the start. Alpha continued that if he passed, pages 18 and 31 would update with tier 2 spell information. Shinhazu mused that he had to pass to obtain the next magic circle. She asked if the explanation was done, and if they could start the trial. He clenched his fist firmly and said, "Of course, let us start immediately." Alpha placed her hand on her chest and bowed, acknowledging the command. In an instant, her entire body floated up high. Then the first trial would begin. Alpha closed her eyes, her entire form radiating golden light. Shin Hazu below tightly pressed his lips together in tension. He watched as her body slowly dissipated. He knew she was not human, but he did not expect her to be a magical entity. Then, a voice spoke out saying it would now explain the trial. Haru's eyes widened in disbelief. That was the professor's voice. A shimmering, colorful stone flew straight into his hand. This gem was called the Light Mana Crystal. It was an unfinished crystal with 4 unevenly mixed attributes. Shin Hazu stopped his hand and looked up. His task was to completely refine this gem. He lowered his head, his mind in a daze, murmuring to himself, "Completely refine." Shin Hazu intently observed the gem in his hand. Light Mana Crystal was an extremely fragile stone, requiring very careful mana control. Inside it were 4 types of mana. They existed chaotically, and now he had to refine them. It felt like separating salt, sugar, and pepper from a fine mixture. He analyzed that this was no simple task. Only someone proficient with mind intent could refine it. Shin Hazu smirked slightly, his eyes full of confidence. But this would definitely be interesting. Suddenly, a flash of blue light gleamed in his pupils. It was mind intent. Shin Hazu looked down at the gem with its chaotic mix of colors. In an instant, the patches of color began to separate from each other. Gem emitted a ring of light that surrounded it. He shut his eyes tightly, telling himself to concentrate. The boundary between the streams of light became increasingly distinct. Shin Hazu gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength into the stone. Immediately, the gem shone brilliantly. A powerful surge of energy erupted, throwing him back. Leaning against a book, he pondered. Even the slightest fluctuation in mana creates a shockwave. This was a warning signal. He took the book from above his head to shield himself, telling himself that even trying to separate the mana was difficult, as they were already deeply interwoven. Shin Hazu propped himself up on the floor, a mysterious smile on his face. "I have an idea. I'll keep trying no matter how long it takes." He recalled those endless experiments, unaware of how much time had passed. And so it went time and time again. With just the slightest mistake, he had to start over from the beginning. He had repeated this countless times. Finally, after a long while, he held in his hand the purified, flawless gem. A familiar voice once more. "Congratulations on passing the trial, oh here." Shin Hazu was drenched in sweat, joyfully looking at his palm. The voice continued, "You have mastered mind intent. I will update the information in the address book. With the second tier circle, the technique to create a resonance circle." A few seconds later, he was lying on his familiar bed. Shin Hazu's face was astonished. "Am I back?" The magic circle on the book had also vanished. He picked up the book, sighing in relief. "Finally, I get to learn the second tier magic circle method." Shin Hazu's expression turned serious before the next match. He thought, "I must definitely master the second tier magic circle," then glanced at the book. Next day at the match venue, Adela was waving her hand, deploying the light humans. Streams of light slowly descended to the ground from there. She swung her arm hard again, controlling her technique. The magic circle emitted a blinding light, shooting straight toward Shin Hazu. Sun-chan was watching the match and blurted out in worry, "Damn it, he's done for." Adela closed her eyes, calmly tossing her hair. "The match is over. I didn't expect him to get strong so fast." Adela's eyes slowly opened. She sank into thought, smiling faintly. "Who are you really? But it's over. The genius I once looked up to is no more." Suddenly, strange sounds came from behind Adela. She turned around in confusion. "What's that noise?" A glint of light flashed in Shin Hazu's pupils. Second tier circle, activate resonance. Behind him emerged a blazing red magic circle. Flames erupted from both his hands, and shadows dimmed his gaze. Shin Hazu raised the purple flames high, combining the 2 infinite magic circles. He clasped his hands together. Behind him appeared hands with sharp claws. Shin Hazu spread his hands in front of him, with a will of freedom. He widened his eyes, then said, "Be my hands and feet." Kangin and Sahyuk's expressions were standing from above. Both of them froze. Sun-chan and the host were both left slack-jawed. Adela was also astonished. What was happening? Before her eyes was Shin Hazu using both hands to block the beam of light she had created. He pointed forward, a mountain of flames. Seeing this, she retreated a few steps and chanted a defensive magic spell. Above Shin Hazu's head appeared a giant gun, the first resonance version. Witnessing this, Adela's eyes widened in shock. Seeing the fireballs firing in rapid succession, she knew she could not block them in time. Adela raised her hand, letting the beams of light crash into her body. She smiled gently, her eyes tender, declaring that he had returned. "That is precisely the goal I am aiming for." Shin Hazu's gun continuously fired rounds at her position. Dust from the arena floor rose up, forcing the spectators to cover their noses. The dust slowly cleared, and Adela still stood firm in her spot after the attack. Sahyuk and Kangin carefully watched the match. A few seconds passed, and she collapsed from exhaustion. Shin Hazu looked at her lying unconscious on the ground. He was also exhausted, unable to bear it any longer, so he slumped down to sit. The referee declared the match over and announced the winner's name. In the room, Kangin asked Sayuk if he was leaving right away. He replied in a low voice, I have another meeting. Kangin seemed to understand, chuckling lightly and saying, so that's it. Calmly put his hands in his pockets. My lord truly is not good at lying. Kangin's gaze swept over Shinhazu, who was happily celebrating his victory. Shortly after, the match ended, and everyone left one by one. He took off his jacket and groaned, I'm so tired. Then he described the second resonance of the infinite magic circle. It synchronized with the circle of will to amplify magic. Lunar magic was a hybrid type of magic. Shinhazu thought about combining the scope of light with the potential of darkness. By adjusting the intensity of darkness, he narrowed the scope and used shadow magic to counter moonlight. After all, the lunar system was the secret technique of the mystic master families. But by observing the magic structure, he managed to control the pure mana. The resonance circle allowed him to analyze magic in a unique way. The mana filtering process also honed his energy control ability. He raised his hand to his face. If not for these factors, it would have been difficult to defeat Adela. Shinhazu suddenly noticed that everyone was buzzing with conversation. Kangin was smiling as he walked over with great respect. He slowly approached where he was. Kangin stopped in front of him and spoke up. My god, Shinhazu. He looked up at him in a daze and responded with a sound. Shinhazu stood up in surprise, the master of magic law. Kangin looked straight ahead. I came to talk to you, Shinhazu. A short while later, the two sat in a private room. He politely apologized for the disturbance, then praised the excellent match. Shinhazu courteously replied with thanks. Kangin looked him straight in the eye and got straight to the point. Shinhazu, have you already reached the 5th level magic circle? Shinhazu was stunned upon hearing this. He thought it over. He had used 2nd level magic, so the tower master probably thought he had used inscription magic. If he could use 2nd level magic, then naturally he would be a 3rd level mage or higher. He would mistakenly think he had reached level 5. Shinhazu hurriedly waved his hands to explain it was not so. Hearing this, Kangin raised his voice with interest. I understand. So how did you use 2nd level magic? Shinhazu found his excited expression awkward. If he said it was visual magic, he probably would not believe it. Kangin rubbed his chin. If it is visual magic, meaning the magic variation you mentioned during the interview? In his mind, the image of Shinhazu confidently performing last time flashed by. He immediately agreed with Kang-in's thoughts. Yes, that was a magic mutation, Shinhazu thought to himself. Just leave it as is. He forced a smile. After all, reaching level 5 at the age of 18 was too unbelievable. This would shake the entire world. Later, when using level 3 magic, it would definitely cause trouble. Shinhazu told himself to keep this hidden for now. Kang-in was still curious. The technique was truly amazing. But what about level 2 magic? His gaze rested on him as if wanting to see through everything. Shinhazu was flustered by this unexpected question. I improved the tattooing spell. Hearing this, Kang-in exclaimed in surprise. Improved the tattooing spell. Then he immediately stood up. That was indeed the only way. Kang-in sighed in admiration as he walked forward and struck a cool pose. Truly remarkable. He suddenly blushed and then reached out his hand as if to attack the other party. Who would have thought he would do a complete 180, smiling warmly and placing his hand on Shinhazu's shoulder. I'm very impressed. I never expected you to also improve the weakness of the tattooing spell. His voice had a hint of embarrassment. Thank you. Shinhazu looked up and was stunned to realize red eyes. Kang-in's expression had now turned serious. His red eyes were fixed tightly on him. Shinhazu pursed his lips tightly, looking nervous as if afraid Kang-in would discover something. The entire room fell into silence and a suffocating atmosphere for a moment. Few seconds passed, the corner of his mouth curled up again. Red eyes. The hand pressing down on his shoulder also withdrew, definitely sure. Kang-in turned away, looking back over his shoulder to finish his sentence. There is no trace of mana from a level 5 mage. Now I am certain. He smiled as Mr. Shinhazu said, you have not reached level 5 yet. I will take my leave now. Kang-in raised his finger again to gently push up his glasses, accompanied by an announcement. I will explain to the press. The Crimson Jewel magic eyes have verified it. After hearing this, Shinhazu quickly stood up. He bowed to say farewell until the man's figure disappeared behind the door. Shinhazu remained in that posture and was silent for a long time. He straightened up and brushed his hair. Thank you. Please go safely. Shinhazu still found it hard to believe. He did not expect the Tower Master would use the Crimson Jewel magic eyes to verify. He thought the Crimson Jewel magic eyes of the Blue Tower Master, Kang-in's magic eyes, could see through the essence of mana, considered the strongest clairvoyant magic eyes in the world. Shinhazu wondered, did he escape because the Tower Master did not catch him? He thought to himself, the Jebel Bitenio-style magic was the biggest secret. He could not risk revealing it. The next day at the arena, the announcer shouted, the match is over. The result announcement sounded again. The winner, Shinhazu. His expression was completely calm, as if he had just passed the match easily. Shinhazu turned around to leave when a voice from behind suddenly spoke up. Not yet. He instinctively turned his head to look at Adela. Shinhazu asked curiously, I thought you had to go out for about 4 hours, but you are already back. He replied softly, I am fine. He put his hands on his hips. So what is the matter? Adela hesitated for a moment. Nothing major. I wanted you to comment on our match. Her cheeks flushed, and her gaze became evasive. Anyway, there is still the final match. If you are tired, we can talk later. Shinhazu happily agreed. No need, let's talk now. He continued, the comments are also useful for me. Follow me to the waiting room. Adela's eyes suddenly lit up upon receiving his agreement. She looked at the person walking ahead and mused. Just like the previous match, there was nothing much about tactics or magic usage to learn from. One day I too. Adela clenched her fist with determination. One day I want to be like that too. Shinhazu embarrassedly rubbed his head. I could feel the intense passion from behind. At the same time, in a skyscraper, inside an extremely large and luxurious room, the girl was observing Shinhazu's image on the screen and then said to herself, Shinhazu, I thought it was over. Turned around in irritation. Brother, are you just going to let Shinhazu be? Jihan sneered, if not, what can be done about it? Hearing this, she became even more panicked. What if they bring Shinhazu back to the family? Do you remember what happened a year ago? You know better than anyone. Sia's voice was filled with unwillingness. Must we taste being treated like that again? Han saw her intense reaction and sighed. Don't worry, Sia. Jihan looked at the screen showing Shinhazu receiving the trophy. He said with contempt, a year ago, that kid might have been a genius, but now, he is just a pile of trouble, only able to use level 2 magic in an actual match. Jihan smirked, glancing over at Sia beside him. You watched his match too. He brought up the data. But brother, everyone went crazy over how amazing he was afterwards. He approached and draped his arm over her shoulder. Listen carefully, Sia. Jihan began to reassure her. All his recent opponents were just around level 3 trainees. Against a level 4 mage, he could easily defeat them. But Shinhazu has a fatal weakness. He is incompatible with magic. He just barely manages to compensate by using tricks and low-level techniques. His eyes showed clear contempt. In the end, Shinhazu is still far inferior to an ordinary level 4 mage. After all, his skill level is too low. See, I also tried to believe those words. Is that really so? I think so too. Jihan was determined to put him down. No matter how hard he tries, he still has to crawl on the ground. He calmly picked up his glass and took a drink. Someone incompatible will be incompatible forever. She bit her nails with a hint of worry interwoven. What if by some chance he threatens the position of the next family head? Sia's words caused a flicker in Jihan's eyes. Coffee cup in his hand shattered instantly. His expression revealed clear danger. He said it was not too late to settle this later. The sky gradually dyed red. Dusk descended. The venue where the competition took place, a few people were still standing on the arena. One contestant collapsed to the ground and then lost consciousness. Seeing that, the referee immediately blew the whistle to end the match. The loudspeaker announced that the champion of the midterm exam of year 29 was Shinhazu. Right after, the entire audience erupted in praise of the genius returning. Truly wonderful. All eyes were fixed on Shinhazu. Truly the Shin family, it was astonishing. He smiled brightly, stood on the arena waving to the audience, enjoying the cheers. The forbidden arts far surpassed magic. Shinhazu was indeed a genius. Sun-chan quickly ran down below, praising you are so cool. He grabbed Shinhazu's shoulder and shook it vigorously, saying everyone acknowledged his skills and congratulated him. Shinhazu could not bear it, shouting, Sun-chan, calm down. A few meters away, some who were unwilling taunted, what is wrong with that guy? Without forbidden arts, he is nothing. Sun-chan happily went forward to congratulate. The homeroom teacher said he was very proud of Shinhazu. Sun-chan cheerfully asked, Teacher A, will you treat us to a celebration for Shinhazu's victory? He sighed helplessly, Sun-chan, please. The man laughed loudly, saying he had already planned to treat everyone, no need to ask. Upon hearing that, he immediately put his arm around Shinhazu's shoulder and jumped for joy. Great, let's go. Shinhazu spoke up. Wait, his expression was full of apology. Sorry, I really want to go, but there is an important meeting. Sun-chan stepped back in surprise. Oh man, come on. His voice was full of regret, saying what kind of party would it be without the guest of honor? Shinhazu waved goodbye. Sorry, it is really important. Next second, he hurriedly left. Sorry, Sun-chan. Shinhazu rushed to the main road, his mind only on a very important promise he had to keep. He kept a determined expression, looking straight ahead. Shinhazu went to the car parked nearby. The driver spoke up. We have been waiting for you, he said respectfully, young master. The driver slightly bowed, gesturing toward the inside of the car. The head of the family is waiting. I will escort you to the main house. The time the car reached the villa, it was already dark. Shinhazu stepped out of the car, standing before the massive door. He faced the house he had not entered for a whole year. Shinhazu recalled, ever since he was deemed incompatible with magic. After opposing that cold man and moving to the academy dormitory, he had never set foot in the house. He pushed the door open and entered the main hall. Shinhazu swept his eyes around. Nothing had changed. Everything was as before. He silently took step after step on the cold floor. Shinhazu suddenly stopped in front of a room. He thought of his father's distant expression. His hand clenched tightly, full of tension. But then he thought of his father. Shinhazu stared straight at the room. Finally, he had returned here. He raised his hand and gently knocked on the wooden door. Sahyuk was currently sitting at his desk. He frowned, his gaze still maintaining its sharp coldness. Sahyuk's cold voice came through. Come in. Shinhazu entered the room and then bowed. Long time no see. He slightly raised his head, meeting his eyes. Father. Sahyuk closed the book he was reading, saying, "Sit." His tone was indifferent. "I used to think you were just a useless person." Sahyuk spoke as he passed by Shinhazu, recounting how he'd cast spells 20 times slower, was prone to failure, and did not know multi-magic. He stopped behind him, at the time considering him a prime example of a worthless person unable to fight. Sahyuk placed his hand on the back of the chair, saying everyone still thought he would have a special talent. Therefore, he told him to switch to studying magic to maximize his potential. He did not look at Shinhazu, saying he had not expected much either, only considering it the last choice of a desperate man. He answered clearly, "I understand, father." Sahyuk recalled the recent news speaking of his return. Shinhazu was once a genius, but failed due to incompatibility. The midterm results stood him before the door of a comeback. The whole country was watching him, the youngest son of the Madashin family, once proficient in level 1 magic at age 5, dual casting at 7. He was once the family's pride, but he had failed, disappointing his father and the public. He turned his back, saying he had read the article from Biga News, seeing it as a chance to regain honor. However, Sahyuk's tone mixed with pride, praising him for exceeding all expectations, despite the incompatibility. In his mind, the image of him from the past appeared, creating transformational magic. Sahyuk extended his hand toward Shinhazu, emphasizing each word. "This time, you have won, Shinhazu." The corner of his mouth formed a smile far different from his usual coldness, saying he deserved to be called a true mage. Hearing that, Shinhazu's eyes widened, unable to believe such recognition from his father. Right after that, Shinhazu stood up abruptly. "Thank you, father." Sahyuk declared that from now on, the clan would devote all its resources to nurturing him. He continued to instruct, saying that if he needed anything, he just had to speak, and he would approve his return to the Madison family. Sahyuk pointed, his voice full of trust in him as the legitimate heir, saying, "Go bring honor to the family line." He smiled brightly, his eyes clearly showing determination. Sahyuk raised his index finger, "And I want to remind you of one thing." He warned that if he found he was only postponing training out of laziness. Sahyuk placed his hand on Shinhazu's forehead, his voice grave and terrifyingly oppressive, saying, "I will destroy your magic circle." He clenched his hands nervously. This was truly the aura of an 8-circle magician. It was frightening, but it was also his last chance. Hazuko remained calm and looked straight ahead, saying, "Yes, father." Sahyuk turned back to his chair and asked pensively, "What is your goal?" He asked back, "Father is asking about my goal." He repeated, "Yes, you once wanted to become the head of the Madashin clan, did you not?" Sahyuk's expression turned serious. "Jihar. Jinhaek Minji. Currently you are the weakest among your siblings." Shinhazu raised his hand to his chest and replied firmly, "I have said it, my only goal is to become the clan head, that is all. I will make everyone remember my name." He asked with curiosity, "How will you do it?" His hand touched the newspaper on the table, saying, "By participating in the World Academy Olympics. The competition takes place in 2 months, with contestants from all over the world gathering." He smiled confidently, saying, "And I will bring home the gold medal." Shinhazu thought to himself that the Magic Olympics for magicians under 20 took place annually, drawing global attention, on par with professional tournaments. Sahyuk suddenly spoke up, saying, "The best performer from our country, the Blue Magic Tower Master, only won a silver medal." He recalled the image of Kang in receiving the award that year. Sahyuk's voice was doubtful, saying, "You even intend to win gold? That sounds unrealistic." "You think so too, do you not?" Shinhazu replied, "Yes, so I want a condition." He asked with curiosity, "A condition?" He made the request, saying, "Yes, for the next 2 months. Please stop my siblings, do not let them hinder me." Sahyuk exclaimed, bold indeed. He thought to himself that using the impossible to trade for temporary protection would normally make him refuse, but this time he smiled a smile full of expectation. The next day, at the academy dormitory. In the room, books and papers were scattered all over the floor. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining on Shinhazu as he slept soundly. Woken by the rays of light, he rubbed his eyes and wondered to himself, "Did I fall asleep again?" Leaning against the bed, he mused to himself that after returning from his father's place, he had started looking at the criteria for the second test. He had passed the first test, but to reach the third magic circle, he had to pass the second test. Currently, he had no idea where to start. The only thing he knew was resonance. That meant he had to increase his compatibility with magic, the hardest stage of the second circle. Shinhazu flipped open the book to find a way to pass the test. He had to touch, hear, and control mana according to the principle of resonance. He touched the page filled with spell notation. A small trick was that he needed the judgment ring and resonance ring for the most effective connection. The handwriting was terrible. Shinhazu reached out to practice, saying, "Is it like this?" 2 magic rings were created by him in an instant. A few minutes passed and Shinhazu focused on studying again. He sighed and decided to take a walk to clear his head. While later in the city center, Shinhazu had changed into a different set of clothes and was leisurely strolling by the lake. Truly, walking once in a while was relaxing. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the fresh air. He felt he had a clearer understanding of resonance now. While relaxing, he suddenly heard a sharp scream, "Hey, watch out." On reflex, he turned his head toward the sound, but a white object was flying straight at him. Shinhazu was hit square in the face by a bag of feathers. That girl ran over to ask, "Are you alright?" He fell to the ground holding his face and groaned, "That hurt." Shinhazu lifted his freshly injured face, saying, "Hey you." He saw the girl looking worried in front of him and was surprised, Adela. A little while later, the two walked together. Shinhazu asked in confusion, "Why did that plastic ball fly toward me?" Adela hesitated, saying, "About that." She recalled what happened earlier, saying, "I was happily spinning it because I was about to drink banana milk. Then it flew away." He replied, "I see." Adela awkwardly bowed her head, saying, "I am sorry." Shinhazu shook the milk bottle he was holding a little, saying, "It is fine, thanks to you I got to drink banana milk too. But do you still only drink that?" He opened a plastic bag full of milk cartons for him to see, saying, "Of course, it is the best drink humans have ever created." Shinhazu saw that and found it hard to believe, saying, "A lot, that is way too much." This moment the sky was strangely clear and blue. Adela spoke up, saying she heard he had returned home. Shinhazu smiled, and Truth replied, "Yeah, I've been back at the magic tower since yesterday." Hearing this, her face lit up. "What a relief. Do you still want to be the master of the tower?" Shinhazu was slightly taken aback by the question. "Did I say that before?" She recalled their childhood. "Yeah, we once talked about that." He rubbed his chin. "No, I don't have that dream anymore." Adela was astonished by the refusal. "Why? Have you already accepted reality?" She seemed empathetic, mumbling about how being a tower master is hard because of many outstanding brothers. Shinhazu saw her talking to herself and asked, "Huh, what are you saying?" He smiled lightly, his voice full of resolve. "My dream is to become the greatest magic master in the entire world." A gleam of ambition shone in Shinhazu's eyes. "No, the entire magic tower." He emphasized that was his one and only goal. Adela sighed in admiration. A goal beyond imagination, truly formidable. She beamed, feeling intense sensation following him. At night, countless stars sparkled across the sky. Inside the vast magic tower, Sia kept biting her nails, her hands clenched until they trembled. Ah couldn't hold back and slammed the table, demanding of her brother, "Aren't you worried at all?" Jihan remained calm with his arms crossed, certain he had his reasons. Immediately after, he raised an eyebrow in thought. He never expected father to impose such a condition. Jihan recalled in the study he had asked Sahiya, "Father, is there something you called us here for, sir?" His expression was serious. "I know your dispositions well, so I command you both not to touch Shinhazu for the next 2 months." Jihan and Sia were stunned upon hearing this. I couldn't help yelling in defiance, "Father, why?" Contrary to that impatience, he calmly held Sia back, asking father to explain the reason. Sahyuk explained, "Shinhazu formally returned to the tower yesterday. He is still a minor and was away from home for a year, so I think we need to give him 2 months to adapt to the family." The other two were dissatisfied but dared not oppose. Sahyuk rubbed his temples. "Especially you two who will observe him closely to compete for the family head position." Jihan pressed his lips tightly, suppressing the flame burning inside him. He forced a gentle smile. "Yes, I understand, father. Is there anything else, sir?" The man turned to look out the window. "That's all. You two must be tired. Leave now." Back to the present, saw her brother silent and urged him, "Brother, why aren't you saying anything?" As if seeing something, her face quickly changed color, and the words caught in her throat. Veins bulged on Jihan's forehead, his expression fierce. Damn it, unacceptable. He analyzed that Jin Hyuk and Minji had no interest in competing for family head, so he understood why they weren't called. But leaving Shinhazu alone because he was away from home for a year. In the past, father would have told us to endure it. Saying a year away from home is a lack of qualification for inheritance. The protection for minors only lasts until age 17, and he's past that. He grimaced in anger. So why did father say that? Sia's face was panicked. Could it be? Father has. Jihan quickly dismissed it. No, Shinhazu hasn't proven enough. Sia wondered. Then what? He secretly thought perhaps father saw some kind of potential. Jihan judged. Either father is interested in Shinhazu's mysterious system, or they've made a deal. After hearing this, Sia grew even more anxious. What kind of deal would that be? Guided the thought. Right, father wouldn't make this kind of decision. How troublesome. Sia irritably asked if they should call back the surveillance. Jihan sighed, unless they believe they won't be caught by the Shadow Guard. He thought about the Shadow Guard, an intelligence unit directly under father, an elite team specializing in infiltration and information gathering. Jihan informed Sia that he had withdrawn all surveillance on Shinhazu. I asked softly, worry in her eyes, "Brother, what are you planning to do?" He looked at her without answering. "I'm stepping out." Jihan walked away, gritting his teeth, a sinister expression on his face. "Staying still for 2 months isn't my style. If Shinhazu has a deal with father, it's risky. I'll have to consult the Black Tower." A warm morning at Obelix Academy. Sun-chan proudly announced that the class did well on the midterms, honored to have the top scorer. Let's applaud. Under the encouragement, Shinhazu slowly stood up. The teacher approached to hand him a certificate of merit. "You achieved first place nationally. Congratulations." He bowed politely. "Thank you, sir." The man looked at him with affectionate eyes, advising, "You must maintain that position for the next 2 months and participate in the academy games." Shinhazu was unafraid, a decisive gleam in his eyes. "Yes, sir, I intend to as well." Shinhazu returned to his seat. A few people began to mock him, denying his achievement, claiming he only won thanks to tricks and was putting on airs. Those two moved closer and whispered venomously, saying things like he would drop in rank within a week. That's right, an outcast was only that capable. Shinhazu ignored all those gossiping words. He slowly sat down, trying to act calm as if nothing happened. Sun-chan stretched tiredly, finally done. He sighed in annoyance to Shinhazu. Why were there 8 periods of pure theory? Thankfully tomorrow was all practice. Sun-chan was about to complain more, but before he could finish, Shinhazu lightly punched him in the chest. "See, told you to exercise." Sun-chan lay sprawled on the ground. Shinhazu shook his head. "Are you really a magic user, you weakling?" Sun-chan's face at this moment was as black as a pot's bottom. He chased after intending to tease Shinhazu, but only received a cold wave of the hand. "Your magic is as weak. Now you can't touch me. If you're angry, then try to surpass me." Sun-chan gritted his teeth in fury. "Then I will become stronger than you and land a punch on you." Shinhazu quickly turned around with a faint smile. "Really? Then how about coming to the training room tonight for a change of pace?" Sun-chan froze, without any reaction. Hazulip glanced at him with an indifferent attitude. "What's with that attitude?" Sun-chan avoided that gaze, then hesitated. "I want to as well, but I can't right now." Shinhazu crossed his arms, his attitude a bit annoyed. "If you don't like it, then just say it." Sun-chan approached and placed a hand on Shinhazu's shoulder. "No, to be blunt, it's not that I hate training, I just hate training with you." The statement made Shinhazu freeze. Sun-chan lowered his head and sighed in discontent. "Actually, I feel a bit scared." His voice rang out in the open about the way people look at him. At the training grounds of Obelix Academy, Shinhazu came to train. Everyone stared at him with astonished eyes. As he trained, he cursed inwardly. "What the hell am I doing, Junho? You said training was more important." Everyone was stunned by his formidable physical strength. Could a human really lift that weight? Suddenly someone called Shinhazu's name, was at the top scorer of the midterm exam. He paid no heed to the chatter. Shinhazu calmly put down the barbell. Leaving the training room, his mind still wandered, thinking about the balance between magic and physical strength. Because he was too focused on mastering the Jabal Baitenio style, he had neglected physical training, almost embarrassing himself. Shinhazu took a sip of water, trying to recall the knowledge from the books. Even Adret's books recorded it clearly. The book wrote, "The infinite magic circuit flows throughout the body, connecting with the physique. A healthy body along with a strong magic circuit creates effective synchronization." After that, he moved on to other exercises like running, doing dumbbell curls. Each time he trained, he reminded himself to master both magic and physical strength, to love physical power. Returning to Obelix Academy, the ferocious Black Panther stared at Shinhazu as if he were prey. Shinhazu was facing a difficult real combat challenge. He was surrounded by 3 large Black Panthers. They snarled, then lunged at lightning speed. Shinhazu deftly retreated to evade the dangerous attacks. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Instantly, he used a spell to counterattack, but the pack of panthers coordinated nimbly, avoiding those strikes. In a moment of life and death, Shinhazu lowered his body, causing the 2 panthers to be unable to stop, crashing painfully into each other. Shinhazu channeled his energy. A volcanic fireball appeared in his hand. Flames quickly engulfed the 3rd Black Panther. The remaining one tried to flee but could not escape its fate. The match ended. The headmaster's voice announced Shinhazu had completed the training. Sun-chan slowly analyzed, inspected thoroughly, then nodded in satisfaction. Perfect, full marks. Shinhazu smiled contentedly, thanking the teacher. During the break, he stared intently at his hand. Shinhazu's thoughts wandered. Thanks to the infinite magic circuit, his physical strength improved by 1.5 times. He clenched his fist, silently calculating, if he reached the 3rd circuit, he would be even stronger. He must quickly strengthen his magic circuit. Shinhazu closed his eyes, slowly feeling the energy surrounding him. At that moment, he focused intensely. A powerful energy flow, the will circuit and the resonance circuit. Both types of mana circulated throughout his body. Shinhazu felt and controlled the energy circuits, adjusting the frequency, the rotation speed of each circuit to 12.25% and 4.63%. The will circuit and resonance circuit changed their angle, drawing closer together, increasing the mana purity of the will circuit by 8.9%. When the 2 circuits were about to touch, Shinhazu silently cheered himself on, but the process suddenly stopped. He panted, sweat beading on his forehead. His eyes were full of exhaustion and disappointment. A synchronization rate of 99%, yet repeating it 100,000 times still couldn't achieve that 1%. But then he quickly regained his spirit, clenched his fist. No matter what, he would succeed at all costs. The sky gradually turned to night. Clouds drifted along with the wind. As Shinhazu walked quietly, he suddenly sensed a faint murderous intent from behind. At first, he thought it was an illusion, but the feeling of being watched persisted repeatedly. So Shinhazu decided to act. He accelerated and charged forward. Dark figure ahead silently watched as the distance gradually closed. That man suddenly lunged forward. Throwing a vicious punch, Shinhazu reacted with lightning speed, sidestepping. His eyes flashed with doubt and caution. Who was that? Recognizing the familiar face, Shinhazu froze. You. He blurted out that person's name in surprise. Sahyuk. Sahyuk attacked without a word. Thanks to his sharp reflexes and composure, Shinhazu successfully dodged repeatedly. That agility enraged Sahyuk even more. You're good, just good at running like a rat. Fazed by the provocation, Shinhazu sat down, took off his earphones, and spoke softly. What is it? Aren't you going home this weekend? He looked up, his eyes hiding no pity. His voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Ah, so it's not that you won't go home, but that you can't, right? Each word stabbed into Sahyuk's heart, the one under restriction who couldn't go home. He trembled with rage. Shut up before I kill you. Shinhazu just sneered, keeping a calm, teasing expression. Haha, you used your family's power that much, and this is the result. Even if I weren't under restriction, I wouldn't go back. It's too embarrassing. That was Shinhazu's action at the time, exactly like his joking demeanor from before. Enraged to the point of madness, he launched an attack. Shut up, you useless bastard. Shinhazu couldn't believe he would dare. That bastard plans to attack me with that, using magic right on the street. Sahyuk lunged madly. You dog. With just a glance, Shinhazu grasped his attack trajectory. He quickly grabbed Sahyuk's arm, using his other hand to strike hard at his shoulder. Sahyuk's body immediately froze. Shinhazu let out a quiet toot. Then he spun and pinned Sahyuk to the ground. Shinhazu looked at him with a dangerously cold gaze. Even while pinned, Sahyuk kept cursing, "Let me go, you bastard." At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. This is an opportunity for me. Police quickly arrived at the scene. Sahyuk refused to comply, continuing to struggle. Let go. Today I'll kill that bastard. The police tried to restrain him. Calm down, settle this peacefully. Let me go. Shinhazu approached to report. I had to stop him because he attacked me with magic. Then he glanced at the surveillance camera on the wall. Shinhazu coughed lightly, feigning disbelief. I can't believe he used magic here. The police officer nodded. We'll discuss the details at the academy tomorrow. You go back to the dormitory. Sahyuk still refused to get into the car, arguing with the police. A thought surfaced in Shinhazu's mind. Beg Sahyuk, just keep doing that. The next morning at Obelix Academy, a large crowd gathered in front of the notice board in the hall. Everyone focused on Sahyuk's detention punishment. Did you know Sahyuk used magic on the street last weekend? It was chaotic. Detailed notice from the office. Sahyuk deducted 10 points for using magic outside the campus. They looked at each other in confusion. Only a 10-point deduction. That's it? Isn't that enough to get expelled? Shinhazu happened to pass by, hearing the gossip, and couldn't help but think. He thought to himself, Sahyuk caused such a big trouble and only got a 10-point deduction, just as expected. Sahyuk was famously a spoiled rich brat. Thanks to the timely intervention of the Beg family, this clan donated a large sum of money to the academy for a title, so they couldn't punish him too harshly. Shinhazu walked while thinking, maybe Sahyuk is getting an earful right now. Just as predicted, in a secluded corner, Sahyuk had barely picked up the phone when he was chewed out. Hey, you lunatic. He pleaded hoarsely, Father, I'm sorry. But the other side kept scolding. I told you to keep quiet until graduation, didn't I? The irritated voice still came from the line. Is it that hard? He struggled to control his anger. Ah, no. Scolding made Sahyuk lose patience, but he still endured it. If the family didn't have the title, it would be your fault, understand? Yes, I'm sorry. Sahyuk was about to say, I'll remember, when the other end hung up. He stared at the phone, gnashing his teeth. Damn it, Sahyuk roared as if losing control, then viciously threw the phone to the ground. After that, he gritted his teeth and called out Shinhazu's name. His eyes were full of resentment and fury. Shinhazu, his rage surged. Sahyuk stomped on the phone, incessantly cursing. He blamed everything on Shinhazu. It was all that bastard's fault. In his frenzy, Sahyuk had no idea someone was standing right behind him. Only when Smith's low voice rang out did he startle. Oh my, seems like you have a grudge against Shinhazu. Caught red-handed, he didn't hide his rudeness, Professor Smith. So what? Is that not allowed? The old man laughed with interest. Of course it's allowed. Liking or disliking someone is your right. But Sahyuk. Smith moved closer, his cold smile gradually appearing. Don't you want to get back at Shinhazu? Sahyuk was surprised by the question. But it was more than just a question. It was an invitation slowly creeping into his mind. It stirred the deep-seated desire for revenge within Sahyuk. Isn't that what you want? The area outside the dormitory was extremely quiet. In the clean and tidy room, Shinhazu was sitting contemplatively at his desk. He was lost in thought after Sahyuk's incident, able to resist yet also gain benefits from it. Shinhazu's phone suddenly showed a new message notification. The sender was his father, the content roughly stating that the negotiation with the bitch family had concluded. In exchange for silence, they received 3% of the mining rights. At the end of the letter, he praised Shinhazu and said if he wanted a reward, just name it. He chuckled softly, feeling a sense of satisfaction inside. He thought deeper. For the bitch family to have a title, they could not focus solely on the academy, but also had to maintain good relations with other titled families. In that case, they had to take special measures, and the Bick family was right to do so. After a rational analysis, he concluded that the victim this time was himself, the direct descendant of the family. Shinhazu scrolled through his phone, his thoughts churning. No matter the cost, the Bick family wanted to handle handle the mess, and these conditions emphasize the importance of the title. Title was a symbol of a family's status, like the sage of a sage family or the mystic of a mystic family. It defined the family's standing. Sahyuk's impulsive action came to mind. He had been expelled from the Big family, and with his skills, he would not be able to harm him. He picked up the book, breathing a sigh of relief. Everything was fine now. Forget playing Santa Claus. Focus on improving his cultivation techniques. Back at Obulik Academy, a bustling crowd moved through the campus. Shinhazu observed as he walked, wondering if instructor control had tightened due to the Sayuk incident. Suddenly, he heard someone call out, "Shinhazu." He turned around, forcing a smile, and greeted Teacher Smith. The old man grunted softly in acknowledgement. Then he narrowed his eyes dangerously at him. Shinhazu replied with a calm expression. Suddenly, Smith's attitude shifted to an oddly warm demeanor. He said he had noticed for a while that the student seemed to dislike him. Shinhazu politely responded, "Yes, that was right." No, he did not." Smith tilted his head, his eyes feigning understanding. He said he understood that he had spoken harshly before, but it was all sincere advice. The student should not misunderstand. Shinhazu maintained a relaxed smile, though inwardly alert. Why was the man suddenly acting like this? Smith's smile was a mask of deceit. He reached his hand toward Shinhazu. So from now on, they would start anew, right? He chuckled lightly, bluntly refusing. No, thank you, teacher." Suddenly, a strange feeling rose within him. Smith stood there, surrounded by an invisible dark energy aura. Shinhazu felt something was wrong. What was this uncomfortable feeling? The man was still smiling. His tone was sweet but disgustingly fake. "I wish you the best ranking in the midterm exams. I hope you find your own path." Shinhazu clenched his jaw, struggling against the invisible pressure weighing down on him. Mana was right, but Smith's entire body was shrouded in dark magic. The more he looked, the stronger Shinhazu's inner doubt became. The ominous dark magic and mana, along with the man's smile and probing, malevolent gaze. An answer suddenly surfaced in his mind. The Black Tower. Shinhazu's face paled, and he broke out in a cold sweat. The image of a towering black tower, dark and dangerous, instantly flashed in his mind. Unlike the 12 official towers, this tower followed the path of crime, established by a mage who called himself the King of Dark Mages. Shinhazu's face tensed as he cursed inwardly. Damn it, Teacher Smith was connected to the Black Tower. In his eyes, Smith was like a spider monster setting a trap. Tens of thousands of questions raced through his mind about the other mages in the school. Shinhazu looked at the man warily, then silently denied it. No, that was not important right now. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he made a silent decision. He needed to understand the magic formula to assess the situation. Immediately after, a series of different magic formulas suddenly appeared around the two of them. Shinhazu's eyes lit up as he realized in surprise that this magic formula looked very familiar. It was mind control magic. He frowned with anxiety. Wait, was mind control, but his brain resisted all external interference. Therefore, Teacher Smith's mind control magic was ineffective on him. Shinhazu breathed a sigh of relief. That meant he would survive this encounter. Looking at the people around him still chatting noisily, he narrowed his eyes in assessment. They had not noticed yet. What was the next step? Shinhazu closed his eyes and murmured, pretending to be affected by the spell to extract more information about the Black Tower. When he opened his eyes again, his once lively eyes instantly became vacant. Smith waved his hand back and forth to assess for a moment, then clicked his tongue in observation. Good. He raised his hand to stroke his chin contemptuously. An idiot with a broken AI chip whom I had to apologize to. Then Smith stepped close to him and whispered, "Shinhazu, listen carefully." He dropped a strange chip into the student's hand, ordering him to carry it from now on. No questions asked, that is all. Shinhazu, like a puppet, dully raised his head and replied yes. But in his heart he doubted, that was it. At that moment, Smith suddenly turned and smiled, ordering a question, "Explain your transformation magic." He was startled and terrified, unable to speak. Shinhazu immediately clutched his head tightly, feigning pain under the man's astonished gaze. He watched him writhe right before his eyes. Smith shook his head slightly as he commented. It seemed his unconscious desire to hide his magic was very strong. In the end, the old man could not help but order, "That is enough, stop now." Seeing this, Shinhazu immediately flashed a sly, triumphant smile. Even so, his mind was still constantly thinking about mind control magic. Interferes with the target's brain, evokes emotions, or controls them at will. It is the magic that represents the Black Tower. If a high-rank mage uses it, it can even cause the victim's mind to collapse, making it an extremely dangerous forbidden technique. Shinhazu lowered his head to ponder. If the affected person has a strong will with specific memories, extracting them would destroy their mind. Judging by how easily he gave up, it seemed this magic was not the old man's real target. Smith gritted his teeth in anger when he saw that scene. The old man rubbed his forehead in disgust, muttering that he possessed talent unworthy of his position, so he had tried to lower him. He could not let the mission fail. Smith snapped his fingers and said, "After the mission ends, I will revoke your visa." Shinhazu broke free from the magic and immediately feigned panic. The old man then called his name. Smith gave a gentle smile and asked, "Are you okay? You look tired. Teacher will not disturb you further. Good luck." He pretended to be dazed and replied, "Yes, I understand." Shinhazu watched the old man's back as he slowly walked away. His face immediately became more serious than ever. It was now the academy's lunch break. On the field, many groups of students were walking around, chatting and inviting each other for coffee. He passed by them with a heavy heart. In a quiet corner of the academy courtyard, Shinhazu sat in silence, looking at the object in his hand. He raised the chip to eye level with great suspicion. What is this? Shinhazu muttered. An illegal AI chip. A creative enhancement chip. Giving this to me means their target is, they want to frame me as an illegal AI user? Thinking about the possibility of being attacked, he took a deep breath and realized, finally, he would be drowned in their cruel smiles and scandals. Shinhazu propped his chin in confusion. They want to drag my image down. Teacher Smith has no reason to harm me, even if there was bad blood between us. He reasoned quietly, someone must have hired the Black Tower to do this. Having said that, Shinhazu narrowed his brow in calculation, so the scale of the situation can be roughly estimated. Remembering Sayuk's words, I will kill you, he thought to himself. This mess is too much for someone under house arrest, so it is probably due to one of the 2 older brothers or 2 older sisters. Shinhazu thought dejectedly. They want to tarnish my image and expel me from the race for hair. 4 people with clear motives. First, the eldest sister Minji is not actively competing, so she could not be the one who did this. The eldest brother Jinhaek is actively participating, but lacks the courage to do something so bold. Eliminating those 2, Shinhazu immediately thought of the remaining 2, either one of them or both. He clenched his fist and wondered, should I capture Teacher Smith to question him? Remembering the power behind the old man, he hesitated. The Black Tower is very sensitive. Teacher Smith probably does not know who the master is. Being caught at fault by them now would be very disadvantageous. He stood up, his gaze turning sharp. So then, a moment later, in the city center, at a high-rise building, Shinhazu stood silently behind the elevator doors. Kang-in did not turn around, speaking a greeting, hello. He turned around and questioned, so what do you want to tell me? Kang-in's narrow, long eyes narrowed as he secretly assessed the other party. On the other side, Shinhazu also quietly observed the master of the Blue Tower. He looked colder than usual. Looking at the confident man before him, Shinhazu silently made up his mind. Now is the time. Under that expectant gaze, Kang-in suddenly covered his face and hesitantly spoke. Hey, I told you not to think of yourself as a burden. Seeing that expression, the thoughts in Shinhazu's heart grew more determined. It is now or never. What are you researching that has you so worried? Shinhazu stepped forward and asked directly, are you researching something? Kang-in did not hide it. Pointing to the side, I am researching a strange magic stone, taking more time than I thought. Hearing this, he repeated suspiciously, a magic stone. While thinking, Shinhazu was attracted by something beside him. Looking at the shimmering rainbow-colored stone on the table, he was stunned. That is a primal manalai. Shinhazu let out an "oh," and then narrowed his eyes at the man before him with calculation. This is a rare opportunity indeed. Kang-in slumped into his chair, speaking calmly, we are both busy, let's get straight to it. He propped his hand on his head and appraised, what is the matter, Mr. Shinhazu wanted to discuss that is so important it cannot be delayed, that you wanted to tell me personally. Shinhazu showed a helpless look of thought. He is getting a bit agitated. He thought to himself, then negotiation it is. Shinhazu sat up straight, speaking seriously. Before we get to the main point, I have something to say. He did not hesitate. The stone the Tower Master is researching is a primal manalai. Kang-in was shocked by that information upon hearing it. He asked with a sharp gaze, how do you know the name that has never been revealed to the public, let alone its existence? Kang-in angrily questioned him, telling him to watch his words. Shinhazu frantically waved his hands to explain that he had not planted any spies or stolen any information from the Blue Tower. He narrowed his eyes and asked with suspicion, then how do you know? Shinhazu replied while rummaging through his pocket. The reason was very simple. Pulled out a sparkling manalai stone from his pocket. I also have one. Seeing it, Kang-in immediately stood up, shocked, and exclaimed, this is... Shinhazu held the stone high and confirmed in a deep voice. Exactly, this is a perfectly crafted elemental manalai stone. After hearing that, he could not believe it and stammered, Shinhazu, could it be, you crafted it yourself? At this point, Shinhazu did not hide anything and emphasized, yes, it was me. Kang-in was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, muttering how ridiculous. He frowned as he recalled the top magic engineer of the Red Tower, James Pillar, known as the world's best magic artificer. Even the elite artisans of the Blue Tower and even himself, someone in the top 3 craftsmen of the world. Looking at the sparkling manalai stone, Kang-in helplessly realized that even he himself could not craft this precious stone, so how could a high school student do it? He still did not believe it and pressed on Shinhazu. Or did you just happen to come into possession of this magic stone? Shinhazu gripped the stone tightly in his hand and calmly replied, as I discovered that the Blue Tower is the only place that can handle this stone. I just happened to bring it along. Kang-in swallowed his saliva and asked probingly, may I ask how you got it? He looked at the stone and said casually, I have nothing to tell. I just happened to see it and was lucky to craft it. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned in close, his eyes sparkling with joy. I told you, your luck is incredible, Shinhazu. He could only smile awkwardly in response. Kang-in slammed his hand on the table and declared, alright, mages have the right to keep their secrets. He put on a righteous expression and emphasized that he would not push further. Shin Hazu happily replied, "Thank you." Immediately after, Kang In took out his glasses and gloves and asked, "Can I take a closer look?" He did not hesitate and handed over the stone. Of course, he gently lifted the stone and examined it carefully. This is the only magic stone in the world that has all 4 elements. After examining it, Kang In returned it, not forgetting to ask, "So what is your purpose for bringing it here?" Shin Hazu did not hide anything and spoke frankly. "Alright, I want to use it to craft an item." He looked at him suspiciously and asked back, "An item? What kind of item do you want?" Then Kang In began listing clothes. "Accessories or weapons are fine." Shin Hazu nodded along and then stated his requirement: "As long as it enhances elemental magic performance, anything is fine." Looking at the glowing manalai stone, he mused, "I understand, but high-grade magic stones require high-grade materials. The crafting fee will be quite expensive. What do you think?" Hearing this, Shin Hazu's face showed an innocent, clueless expression. Seeing this, Kang In gave a fake smile and said, "Sorry, you are a descendant of a magic family. Surely your family can pay for it." However, Shin Hazu quickly denied it. No! He put his finger to his lips in a secretive gesture. "I want to keep this matter a secret from my family and everyone." He was amused by that. Shin Hazu, you are indeed clever. So what about the crafting fee? Kang In wrote down the amount he had to pay. It was probably around this much. He asked curiously, "Can you pay without your family?" Shin Hazu smiled and replied no, but in return, saying this, he gave an extremely confident smile and murmured, "I have another way." Shin Hazu excitedly explained his plan. "I will craft the elemental manalai right here, in front of the magic tower master." Kang In was equally excited. "So you will teach me the crafting method right now?" He excitedly tilted his head back and yelled, "Excellent. This is more than enough to cover the fee. We would even be making a profit." Next second, Shin Hazu hesitantly spoke up. "So, can I ask for one more favor?" At this moment, Kang In was satisfied and generously asked back, "What favor? Is it related to today's matters?" A moment later, when he had sat down, he hesitantly presented something. "This..." Kang In observed the chip in his hand and said thoughtfully, "This is a new generation upgrade chip, an illegal printed chip. Where did you get it?" Upon confirmation, Shin Hazu immediately tightened his hands placed on his lap. He recounted in a low voice, "A mage from the Black Tower at the Academy gave it to me. There is a Black Tower mage infiltrating Obelix Academy. Please help me deal with them." The conversation between the two lasted until the moon was full. Shin Hazu stood perfectly still in front of a white car. He leaned in to look through the window and gently reminded, "Be careful going inside. Take care." She just glanced over and replied, "We will meet again soon." He quietly watched the car leave. A moment later, on the empty hallway, returning to his room after showering and changing clothes, Shin Hazu comfortably fell onto the soft bed. Recalling today's events, he happily said to himself, "I met you. I never expected Kang In to be researching elemental manalai." Shin Hazu rested his arms behind his head and rejoiced inwardly. "Thanks to that, I can keep it a secret from father and still craft the item." Suddenly, Sahyuk's arrogant face appeared along with a scolding, "Shin Hazu, this brat, I cannot let him off." He remembered your analysis. Originally planned to offer only 3% of Bega's mining rights, now he can keep them. Too great! Thinking this, Shin Hazu's eyes gradually closed if everything went smoothly. On the other side, Kang In was still filled with doubt after receiving that series of information. "Unbelievable. I heard the security at Obelix Academy is extremely strict." He thought of the Black Tower and murmured, "Yet there is a Black Tower mage hiding there." Going back to the conversation this afternoon, Kang In held up the chip and said, "And the only evidence is this printed chip." Shin Hazu asked impatiently, "Is it that difficult?" He did not reply, only gave a meaningful smile. Kang In closed his eyes and confidently declared that the Blue Tower usually did not act solely on suspicion or vague clues, but this time a risky attempt could be made. Shin Hazu weaved through the crowd, talking on the phone as he walked. The person on the other end asked if he had arrived yet, and he replied that he would rely on that person to carry out the plan. Shin Hazu's strong silhouette, like that of a CEO, entered the elevator, and a comforting voice came from the phone. He did not need to worry. As long as the information was accurate, the Blue Magic Tower would not make a mistake. Shin Hazu answered firmly, saying he trusted that person, then promised to contact them later. After that, he entered the luxurious restaurant he had arranged for his brothers and sisters from the family. He spoke, saying he had arrived. Before him were the young lady and young master of the Sin family sitting and waiting. Shin Hazu greeted them respectfully. The second young lady, Minji, warmly welcomed her younger brother after his long absence. She exclaimed that it had been a while since she last saw Shin Hazu. She ran over to her brother. He complimented that she had not changed a bit. Minji asked with amusement if he was flattering her. He shamelessly replied that of course he was. Minji happily patted her younger brother's head. saying that he had grown a lot and would soon be taller than their brother Jin Hyuk. The second young master, Jin Hyuk, upon hearing this, quickly came over to smooth things over, telling Minji not to say such things. He patted his youngest brother on the shoulder, saying he was glad he was back, though honestly, it was hard to be completely happy, but still welcome back. He gave a forced smile and thanked his brother, thinking to himself that his big brother was still as blunt as ever. Minji frowned in anger, telling her brother why he always said unnecessary things. Jin Hyuk looked confused and asked what he said that was wrong. Jin Hazu stood there for a long time, looking at the remaining people, and finally managed to utter that it had been a long time. He looked at the two unpleasant people sitting at the corner of the table, brother Jihan and sister Seha. The eldest young master, Jihan, finally spoke, saying that his younger brother was no longer the chubby child but a man. The eldest young lady, Seha, met her youngest brother after all this time but still wore a sour expression, merely saying that the youngest brother had been away for a while. Despite this, Shinhazu still put on a social smile, thinking to himself that the two of them were smiling on the surface but clearly wanted to devour him alive. The culprit was indeed here. Jihan laughed perfunctorily, holding a glass of red wine and inviting him to sit down, eat, and chat, curious as to why the youngest brother had called everyone here. He looked at Shinhazu with half an eye, seeing nothing special about him. He politely responded to the probing question naturally, saying he just wanted to see his brothers and sisters after a long time, so he arranged this gathering. Seha immediately became irritated, asking why he called everyone here such a trivial matter. He was no pushover, so he immediately insinuated that even if he did not do it, brother Jihan or sister Seha would have right. With just one sentence, she was instantly provoked. She slammed the table and shouted that she could not stand this brat. Seha pointed a finger at Shinhazu's face and scolded him, telling him to just spit out what his plan was. Shinhazu, taking advantage of the situation, pretended to be foolish and asked back what plan she meant. She flew into a rage, shouting at him not to play dumb, asking if he intended to participate in the succession contest. Shinhazu, itching for a fight, let out a provocation, asking if she would believe him if he said he was not interested. After hearing that, Seiya became agitated, saying who would believe that. He further provoked her by asking why she asked then. She flew into a violent rage, cursing him as an unpleasant little brat. Jihan, sitting nearby, gently reminded Seiya not to say that, saying that regarding this matter words were not enough, one must prove it through actions. He put on a fake concerned tone to probe, asking Shinhazu if he heard that he had just achieved an impressive vision technique called magic transformation, and if he could share it with the family. He was startled by the man's scrutiny. Shinhazu carefully analyzed the hidden implication. If he shared the vision technique, it would prove he was abandoning the succession contest. He looked at Seha, who was praising Jihan, and thought it over, but it was not something to be deceived by. Shinhazu stood up abruptly, intending to speak. He put on a pitiful face and called out softly, telling his brother and sister that this vision technique was his only hope. His eyes were full of determination, acting his role in the play, saying that for someone unfit to be a mage, it was his only chance to survive. He could not share it, and this had nothing to do with the succession race. Minji saw the tears welling up in her younger brother's eyes and was moved, telling him it was okay. He did not need to say more, as it was the youngest brother's only hope. Even Seha and Jin Hyuk had to give up and stop, defeated by the performance of these two siblings. Minji took a handkerchief to wipe Shinhazu's crocodile tears, while he whispered his thanks to his sister for understanding him. Brother Jin Hyuk watched the act and stiffened, quickly intervening to break up the comedy, suggesting they forget the meaningless contest and just chat and relax a bit. Minji turned to have a private conversation with him, saying she just wanted to hear more from Shinhazu. Even the pastries on the table were ignored by them, left uneaten. Jihan then separated himself to have a private conversation. As for the other three, Shinhazu and the others continued to laugh and chat happily as if nothing had happened. Time passed, and the young ladies and young masters of the Sin family ended their meal together, filled with awkwardness. Suddenly, he looked around for a moment and then thought that he probably should. At that moment, someone's phone announced an urgent message. Everyone stood up in panic and confusion. They could only stare blankly at each other's faces. Minji asked in a panic what was going on. Jin Hyuk was also stunned, saying this was an emergency alert message. Seha held her phone, drenched in cold sweat, unable to believe the reality unfolding right now. The eldest young master, Jihan, bit his lip as he looked at the emergency message on his phone. His face was as wrinkled as a monkey's backside, his eyes glued to the phone. The message content read, urgent. An Olik Academy staff member has been identified as a criminal mage connected to the Black Tower. The second son of the Smith family in France has been arrested. The executors are a level 6 mage and the secretary of Kang In from the Blue Tower. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jihan, who sat calmly at the head of the table. Shinhazu smiled triumphantly. Got you, brother. He recalled the man's unpleasant expression when he hit the nail on the head. Then he looked straight at the face, trying to appear calm. Jihan, it was you, right? The night finally fell, the moonlight shining brightly on the pitch-black sky. Shinhazu, wearing his earphones, was pondering over the afternoon message when a voice rang out. Shinhazu guessed right. He did not take his eyes off the urgent message. At 10:31 p.m., Level 6 Mage Suan Kang's assistant from the Blue Tower spotted a suspicious Lang Smith at the supply room of Obelix Academy. Smith was accused of tampering with the survival test materials. If Sua had not happened to drop by, the consequences would have been dire. The Hanguk government and mage associations declared they would not let it slide. Suddenly Shinhazu paused, but then Kang In, standing beside him, quickly asked, "How did you know Smith would get his hands on the supplies?" Shinhazu calmly replied, "I merely deduced it based on the intelligence I obtained." He recounted how Smith had broken into the Black Tower, the image of the old man's mysterious smile appearing. Considering that Professor Smith had already infiltrated the academy, there was a high chance he would act right on the campus grounds. Every piece of evidence Shinhazu presented was convincing. Remembering when he was under the mind control spell, he had deduced the class schedule for this week and the day the man could act. He, like a detective, uttered a firm statement Friday, the day of the survival test. Shinhazu's deductions grew sharper. If he wanted to uncover something in the test, he had to tamper with the training materials. The supply check was usually done in the afternoon before the test, so the only time to interfere without being noticed was. He recounted how Sua had unexpectedly discovered Old Man Smith. Shinhazu stated firmly, "Tonight, Thursday night." He recounted the process of investigation from when Smith was discovered to convening the meeting to expose the ringleader. The Blue Tower had been monitoring the supply room. They just needed to gather everyone to also find the mastermind behind the Black Tower. Sure enough, Shinhazu concluded with certainty, "We have caught Professor Smith, confirming there is a Black Tower spy at Obelix Academy, and that is Professor Lang Smith." He recalled that man's evasive attitude before leaving. He had also suspected a connection between Jihan and the Black Tower. He had completed a perfect plan, gathering information without revealing himself. Shinhazu felt smug. It was a flawless journey. He pondered deeply. The only regret was the relationship between Jihan and Professor Smith. There was no decisive evidence, but if he dug deeper, he would eventually find it. Kang In slumped in his chair, showing a desire to help. "Hadu, this time I intended to help you but ended up receiving your help instead. The Blue Tower's reputation has soared because of this incident." Shinhazu smiled gently. "I will definitely return this favor. I won't refuse." He kept talking incessantly, then a call from the tower head came for Shinhazu. "I like your honesty, alright, I will wrap things up." He took off his earphones and replied politely, "Yes, thank you. Take care." Suddenly, Shinhazu was ambushed. He startled and looked over. Before him was a blurry figure repeatedly calling his name. "Shinhazu, Shinhazu, Shinhazu." It turned out to be that crazy Sayuk, hugging him tightly and roaring, "Die, die, you failure." He panicked. Shinhazu was so scared that sweat poured down in streams. That insane man frantically conjured terrifying magic, attacking him relentlessly. Shinhazu could not react in time, too fast, and he quickly activated his own flow of magic. He manipulated the surging magical flow before him, hardening and resonating it, causing the water. Shinhazu gritted his teeth. Being pushed into a disadvantage made him anxious, too strong. At this rate the water would not hold. Shinhazu used his right hand to restrain his hasty left arm, then commanded in his mind, "Adjust the water flow." He panicked and dodged the attack, his slip causing that magical water stream to strike its master. Shinhazu's magic exploded, shaking heaven and earth. He was also thrown far away. Shinhazu stared at his burning red hand. Indeed, he could not avoid it all. Sahyuk was also kicked several meters away, but was completely unharmed. This is the gap between our abilities. That lunatic drooled like a wild beast, struggling to crawl even though he was just useless trash. Look at reality. Shinhazu sat crouched at the corner of a lamppost, warily watching Sahyuk. He noticed something unusual about that lunatic. Wait, he had something very strange. His eyes were bloodshot. He stuck out his tongue like a bloodthirsty beast. Shinhazu analyzed the opponent's every move. His skin was also completely red. This reaction was due to the illegal stimulant, Ancient Man. He dissected the weaknesses of this drug one by one. Its characteristic was forcing a mana burst loop, causing blood vessels to burst. It transformed the user's appearance into a blood rage warrior, and more importantly, the user would fight to the death. Shinhazu screamed in fear, "Are you insane?" Sahyuk rushed forward with the speed of a wind prince. "Am I insane? No, I am perfectly fine." He struggled to get up and chanted a spell, red mana, third circle spell, Fire Strike. In that moment between life and death, Sahyuk grabbed hold of his hands. He was terrified, widened his eyes and cursed, "You madman." That man drooled in streams, constantly denying it. "I told you I am normal." Actually, I became normal again. Sahyuk laughed loudly, his voice full of malice, "You are about to die." Then he brutally suppressed him with magic Fire Strike. Cloud of dust and smoke erupted violently from the park where they stood. Sahyuk gleefully watched Shinhazu be taken down. Look at this bastard. He clutched his face in pain, his voice threatening, you are still alive? Sahyuk held his face and screamed, you have blocked my magic twice. He cursed at Shinhazu sprawled on the ground, scum like you. How dare you? Suddenly Sahyuk roared like a dog off its leash. Then he flipped his face like a spinning top, let out a breath. It is nothing. Shinhazu tried to sit up, thinking to himself, just as he guessed, the erratic mood swings were definitely the ancient man. He fixed his gaze on Sahyuk standing before him, but there was something illogical. Shinhazu recalled the backfiring magic flow from earlier, and that surge of magical power. No matter how many drugs and herbs he consumed, he could not be this strong. Shinhazu hesitated in forming the spell, unsure if he should test it. He hunched over like a zombie and taunted, where are you looking, you little brat? He released a wind sphere. He stood dumbfounded, watching the dove-shaped magical energy diving down, cursing non-stop. After cursing his fill, Sahyuk counterattacked with hellfire. How dare you use that crude magic down there? Shinhazu said calmly, I should have used it more carefully. He quickly escaped downward to restrain his leg, intending to kick it away, but unexpectedly fell into this situation. Sahyuk, ambushed, could only panic while floating high above. It is right below. Shinhazu calmly created a stream of spiritual energy, an airstrike. The light from the spiritual energy stream terrified him out of his wits. His face was taut as a bowstring hit. Sahyuk suddenly generated a powerful hellfire, shouting flame gun. Shinhazu at this moment could only stare wide-eyed. Sahyuk continued cursing, drop dead. He managed to dodge, analyzing that the flame gun had strong firepower at close range but a range of only 7 meters. He looked up to see his opponent laughing gleefully in the air, unable to believe his eyes. He unleashed a flurry of attacks, but none of the spheres landed a hit. Shinhazu became wary. Do you hate me enough to use an implant chip? Sahyuk dared not admit to such a dirty trick, only laughed it off. What nonsense are you spouting about an implant chip? Shinhazu said leisurely. It is only natural you do not remember. He heard this and blurted out shamelessly, while the implant chip was attached right behind his neck. If you are going to spout more nonsense, then go and die. Shinhazu easily dodged each bolt of magical energy, analyzing the chip effect as body and mana enhancement. Sahyuk, having been seen through, could only roar, so what you bastard? Shinhazu calmly explained, you have also been studying the structural changes of spell circles and mana. Thanks to that, he was very sensitive to magical changes, not knowing if it was luck or misfortune. He screamed, what the hell are you talking about, you bastard? Shinhazu shouted, I do not feel grateful to you. Resolution is only a matter of time. Resonance. Shinhazu broke down the issue. Anyone who reaches this level will surpass the current realm. But for the past few days, he had been thinking while reading the Idris book. This was what gave him a headache. The problem was the increasing penalty when combining spell circles. Kaijiang standing as both a sovereign and a master of death energy made Shinhazu more imposing. If he placed a second-tier spell circle and used resonance, the time limit was 3 minutes. After that, the mana circuit could not move for 12 hours. He had to think carefully before using it. Sahyuk saw Shinhazu stand still without attacking and sneered. The idiot is alone. Are you scared? He closed his eyes and muttered to himself. The resonance time is 3 minutes. Just then his power awakened. His eyes flashed with 2 streams of magic twisting behind him. Earth Tremor. The Earth Tremor cracked the ground wide open, the aftershock spreading endlessly. He was struck directly in the thigh, roaring out in agony. Sahyuk was dazed, saliva dripping. Is this third-tier magic that a piece of trash like you can use? Shinhazu saw his panic and put on an act. How can I use it? His rage reached its peak. He cursed wildly along with his magic. Die, you little brat. Shinhazu created a shimmering butterfly wing, calmly taunting. You cannot even form a proper pronunciation. Then he lowered his head and chanted a divine incantation that caused water. It instantly formed a solid defensive layer that blocked the enemy's attack. Sahyuk flew into a rage, cursing. Just now you could not block it either. Shinhazu proved he was no easy target, creating a whirlwind along with a wind node to extinguish the hellfire. Sahyuk did not expect Shinhazu to be this strong, and immediately fell into extreme panic. He controlled the magic flying around, demanding that one should understand before opening one's mouth. Your magic can no longer touch me. Suddenly his face darkened, his clothes were tattered, his body trembled as he struggled to stand, shouting Shinhazu. Like a starved wild beast, Sahyuk charged forward in a torrent of water and saliva to attack. He rushed straight in to deliver a blow, then I understood. Why are you strong now? You are using a stimulant, is that it? He softly declared it was over. From where he stood a magic whirlpool appeared, it was all due to him. Shinhazu was like a daisy dancing on a bee, and that shadow slowly expanded and spread into the distance, dark and hazy. He was terrified, not knowing what this was. He had given you a chance if he hesitated when he meant to kill me. Then things would not have turned out like this. Now Shinhazu's face was surrounded by those mystical magic currents. Sahyuk walked and shouted loudly, come out here, stop hiding, Shinhazu, stop hiding, target me, Shinhazu. He chanted a magic spell binding tightly, unable to escape. Shinhazu was determined not to give the opponent a chance to react. He was instantly bound tightly by those chains of his in this constricting magic. Even the skinny legs of an addict like Sahyuk could not escape those chains. Shin Hazu coldly uttered his final words to prepare a one-way ticket for him out of the match. Too late, the only mercy I can give you is to send you off peacefully. He screamed, "Stop talking nonsense, it's not over yet. If you hadn't appeared, my life would have." Shin Hazu, standing nearby, calmly replied, "Do you think your life would have changed? I don't think so. Back then, you would probably have just blamed someone else." This guy was controlled by the chip in his body, only capable of raving and shouting, "Where are you? Where are you, you bastard?" Shin Hazu glanced back and asked, "By the way, do you know why people don't use illegal AI aside from the side effects on the body?" Being caught off guard, he screamed, "What are you talking about?" Shin Hazu kept a cool head and immediately used magic to suppress the chip. It was located behind Sayuk's neck, causing him to scream in pain. Shin Hazu enjoyed pulling his hand back and taunting, "Just now I transferred mana into your hot chip frequency. How was it? Even with the pain reduction effect, it still hurts, right?" He was in so much pain he had no saliva left to shed, and had to open his mouth to beg, "Stop it." Shin Hazu was delighted to see this madman lose his composure. He only flicked him lightly, but the opponent still fell forward. The AI and his body had exceeded their limit of endurance, and could collapse at any moment from the slightest touch. Then Shin Hazu opened his eyes wide and said his final words, "Finally, I will say thank you." Shin Hazu looked down at the distant scene with contempt for your foolish actions. "And do you people still think you will get anything good from Biggin?" Shin Hazu's words cut like a knife into his heart. The scale this time cannot compare to before. 30% of the magic stone mining rights. Ah no, maybe 40%. He was writhing in pain from that blow and enraged by the taunting words. "You." Shin Hazu mocked Sayuk's physical torment. "Goodbye, Sayuk, thank you for being so generous." He suppressed the magic on the chip behind his neck. This caused Sayuk immense agony, each wave of Shin Hazu's magic energy piercing into his body, sending him off the world map. In just a moment he had easily taken down this madman. Then Shin Hazu picked up his phone from the ground. Seeing a call from his father, he answered immediately. Shin Hazu happily chatted, "Father, it's me, Shin Hazu." Sayuk worriedly asked his youngest son, "Yes, why are you calling so late?" He lowered his voice, "I know everything." Figure was secretly listening to the entire conversation from the bushes. No matter how late it was very unusual for no students or police to show up when such a big incident happened at the dormitory. Shin Hazu spoke frankly with his father without noticing his surroundings. The students must have all been evacuated by now. Sayuk warned his son, "You cannot conclude it was me just because I could stop the police." He calmly replied, "Many people can stop the police, but only you would watch until the end of the match. If it were someone else, they would jump into the middle of the fight, or even stab you in the back." Shin Hazu subtly reminded his father about the two young ladies, and the young master of their clan. "Because of guardianship issues, even my siblings cannot supervise me." Finally, Sahyuk had to agree with his son. "You are right," he continued, "for me." Shin Hazu suddenly stopped because he had detected something in the distant bushes. The sound of someone's footsteps suddenly approached. A man wearing a demon mask and armor stood there with a mysterious smile, but he was not flustered. "Father sent Seohyon to follow you." That group of people in black masks moved closer to the unconscious distant figure to check on him. Sayuk on the other end of the line found it hard to understand and asked, "You know I have been watching you, so why did not you ask me for help?" Shin Hazu glanced at him and answered clearly, "I wanted to show you third-tier magic." He did not believe in the strength he had shown before. "I did not think you had achieved it in such a short time, meaning you have hidden the fact that you can use third-tier magic." Shin Hazu's face did not change color as he answered the question. "Yes, that is right." He thought to himself, "Of course that is a lie. Actually, I only used the resonance effect from a second-tier mage." But as narcissistic as he was, Shin Hazu was still very humble when comparing himself to the cunning Si-Ah and Ji-Han. "I am still not strong enough. If they find out I used third-tier magic," he winked and hinted, "then it would be hard to imagine the interference from other siblings." Here, Seohyon was using soundproofing magic and illusion magic to shield the surroundings. Sahyuk also had to acknowledge the talent of this narcissistic son. Not bad. I will send a car over, come home, and stay the night." As he finished his words, he decisively hung up the phone. "Yes, thank you, father. I will see you when I return." Sahyuk suddenly smiled. Then he burst into even louder laughter. "I do not know what you have been doing this past year, but your confidence is truly astonishing." Shin Hazu happily greeted "Long time no see, Seohyon." He finally smiled and took off that eerie demon mask. Behind the mask was a fierce, battle-hungry face. Seohyon solemnly said, "Long time no see, young master Shin Hazu. Please allow me a moment." He stood up and gently used healing magic on him. "Your wound is not light." And Seohyon gently placed his hand on the wound. "I will use basic first aid. The rest will be handled by the family's private doctor." Shin Hazu shyly said, "Yes, thank you." He walked to the car and said calmly, "Then I will leave it to you." Seohyon received the order from the young master and immediately put on the mask. "I will not let this leak out." The night fell, dotted with a few sparkling stars. The headquarters of of the Sahyuk family stood towering against the mystical night sky. Jihan cursed angrily. Damn it. He took heavy steps to the desk, wondering why this happened. Jihan froze when he saw Turkish sitting leisurely on the sofa. The other party calmly spoke. Finally done with the work. Thought I would have to wait forever, but I really like this sofa. He suspected you came from the Black Tower. Turkish gave a mysterious smile, setting that aside. You are quite unlucky. The people from the Blue Tower ruined everything. There is nothing more to say, because you have been caught. Jihan was hit right where it hurt. He yelled angrily. Is this the time to laugh? Didn't you boast that you never fail? He said through gritted teeth. What else do you want from me now? Turkish laughed it off as if nothing happened. Sorry for laughing so much. The mission failed, so I will refund the fee and handle the aftermath. He stepped closer to Jihan, pretending to be kind. You are a VIP client, so you don't need to worry about information regarding Langsmith leaking. Turkish was as firm as a nail. That man will not live past tomorrow morning. Jihan dismissed Smith's issue. That man's life is none of my business. Using that title, Sahyuk charged at Shinhazu with an implant chip and a berserker. How do you plan to handle it? He replied firmly, don't worry, that brat is already brain dead. Jihan was surprised to hear that. What do you mean brain dead? Turkish recounted that during the crazy night fight, Sahyuk seemed unconscious. It looked like he only attacked Shinhazu. He was gleeful about Sahyuk's downfall. Now that kid is dying from the side effects. Jihan broke out in a cold sweat. Guijang only cares about the youngest son of the family. I don't care. So what about Shinhazu? Turkish said he was injured but has already left. Jihan grew angry. Are you playing word games with me? The other replied calmly, no, I am just telling you what I saw. He was unwilling, grinding his teeth. So did Shinhazu defeat Sahyuk, who used the implant chip and berserker? Turkish burst out laughing. That's right, but not entirely accurate. When Hyoyus attacked, it was unclear if he was protecting or monitoring Shinhazu. Seo Hyun was there. He set up soundproofing and barrier magic. His reaction was very fast. Couldn't watch the fight to the end, but it was very interesting. Jihan wondered. The shadow guard Seo Hyun started tailing Shinhazu. Since when? Turkish didn't dare to confirm. I only saw Seo Hyun after Shinhazu parted ways with the VIP client, so I don't know the exact details. Jihan grimaced. Seo Hyun, the leader of the Shadow Guard team, takes orders from father. Why was he there? Why? He lowered his head cautiously. If the Shadow Guard acts, I have to be careful. For now, I won't touch Shinhazu. Jihan calmed down and asked Turkish, what are you going to do with the implant chip Shinhazu is holding? He firmly refused. You don't need to worry. The implant chip I gave Shinhazu has an independent self-destruct code. It will be destroyed. Turkish piqued his curiosity. Any other questions? Jihan maintained his pride and answered curtly, no. The conversation ended. Turkish left and he excused himself, needing to deal with Langsmith. He leaped down to the family headquarters like a shadow in the night and said, Dear client, I am off. Jihan watched that figure leave, standing silent and speechless. He went into the room to plan the removal of traces so Seo Hyun could not track him. Breaking the magical security system was easy. Turkish urged himself on as he flew. He had to hurry. A few days later, Shinhazu's luxury building shone in the morning sun. He decisively closed the address book in his room. Then he stretched wearily. Shinhazu recalled stunned expression upon seeing Smith lying on the ground. On the floor, the old man's mouth was still foaming. Today, the tower master of the Blue Tower spoke up. He pondered. Langsmith had died holding his chest while being transported. Shinhazu frowned. He had hoped for it, but things happened helplessly. Seo Hyun handled the Sahyuk incident. The sound of a notification rang out, breaking his train of thought. Shinhazu saw Sahyuk's message. The negotiation with Biga was complete, receiving 43% of the magic stone mining rights. Well done, there was no financial shortage. Think carefully if you want anything. He felt pleased. His father sent everything in one go. He must be very satisfied. Shinhazu felt proud of himself. After all, he was happy that everything went smoothly. He moved on to other matters because there were still things left to do. Shinhazu watched the news about the Grand Mage match, the Academy Olympiad, after 53 days. The prestigious competition where the world's strongest students gathered to compete. This year it was starting. After reading, he lifted his head and curled his lips in triumph. The only thing left was the Academy Olympiad. Suddenly, a surge of magic surrounded him, causing him to freeze. Shinhazu clenched his hand and broke the magical surge, thinking to himself the 12-hour resonance penalty was over. He closed his eyes, steadied himself to absorb the magical essence from the Iderate book, the third-class magic circle of doing too little. Shinhazu silently commanded the book act in two parts. An ice and fire magical surge pierced through his body, flipping the pages to take the test. The Iderate book emitted a powerful surge of spiritual energy. Shinhazu was dazzled and cried out in discomfort. He suddenly appeared in a monochrome world. Bewildered, what was this? A white void? Was it another world within the book? Shinhazu was startled and turned around when he saw a figure behind him. Beta, in an enchanting blue-black outfit, spoke in a deep voice. Welcome to test number 2. Kotu smiled and introduced herself. I am Beta, the examiner of this test. Shinhazu wondered if the second test would be the same as the last time. He stared wide-eyed at Beta floating in midair. He still wondered in his mind if it would be like last time, crafting elemental manalai stones. She explained the procedure of the test. The successor would be assessed on their ability to handle spell circles. Ida looked straight into Shinhazu's face, saying the details would be announced later. If he passed, pages 32 to 81 on third-tier spell circles would be unlocked. Hearing the difficult challenge, his heart nearly dropped out. He thought this was insane, but luckily thanks to his delusion of power, he managed to calm his panic. Unlocking that many pages, he thought he would only get 10 more pages. He was still wary, but third-tier spell circles were probably on a different level, perhaps a tier above smoothness and resonance. He was half eager, half hesitant. A stream of transparent spiritual energy emanated from Beta. Then she softly announced the start of the test right now. Then she vanished into thin air, leaving him too stunned to react. A voice rang out, the voice of his master, announcing the content of the second test. Shinhazu replied politely. A magic circle slowly appeared. The voice continued, 100 spell circles will appear one after another. Activate them all. He quickly extended his hand forward to control the magic circle. The magic circle was suppressed by his magic, flying thousands of meters away. But the fat lady had not sung yet. The circle emitted a massive spiritual energy and changed its shape. Once it merged, it would activate on its own. He panicked and yelled out, why did it change? The spell circle reverted to its original shape. The voice warned that the activation time for each circle was 3 seconds. If he failed, he would have to start over. Shinhazu was smug, so he just needed to memorize them. Seeing this, the voice reminded him that the order of the spell circles changed every time, so do not learn them by rote. He immediately dismissed that arrogant thought. He closed his eyes with determination. Alright. Then he raised his hand to control the magic circle. A look of iron was shining in his eyes. Let's just try it. Blue sky, white clouds, golden sunshine, the sunlight filtering through each house. The residential area where he lived was silent. Only his house was making noise. The Aderate book was abandoned by him on the table. After the time casting the magic circle, his whole body was exhausted. Shinhazu helplessly propped his hands on the table. In 8 hours, he had only managed to activate a maximum of 10. He picked up the book. The good news was that he was gradually understanding, but relying only on a few tips would make it hard to complete. He had to find more clues. He left the unfinished test to calmly sit and read a book. He spun a pen in his hand, his face full of deliberation. Suddenly, his master's voice rang out, the book I wrote is not just about Aderate. If you encounter obstacles, go find and read other books. Shinhazu was shocked, so Aderate's book was not the only one, and he would definitely have to find the other book at some point, but he had no idea about its name or location. The sky was a clear blue, with clouds interweaving over the high-rise buildings, creating a refreshing scene. Shinhazu dropped what he was doing midway and ran to the convenience store to get some air, needing a change of atmosphere. He unexpectedly ran into Adela, and both of them stood frozen for a long time, ignoring the cashier calling for payment. Shinhazu was stunned, and Adela, her eyes also widened as she looked back. Shinhazu. After buying their items, the two of them sat together to chat on the sidewalk. He smiled and asked, we sure do run into each other often, huh? Shinhazu looked at the dark circles under her eyes and teased, you look like you pulled an all-nighter. She immediately denied it, you are no different. Adela changed the subject by introducing the book, I am reading this thesis. It is really good. She named the book, On the Hypothesis of Spatial Transposition Magic, and he pointed then teased, it looks like some shady material. Adela's eyes lit up as she looked at him, insisting, I know, but just give it a try. Shinhazu listened to his friend and also opened this book. His face darkened as he forced himself to read, but when he turned to Adela, she was happily drinking her milk. Shinhazu looked at his own milk carton and noticed one was missing. A moment later, he finished reading the book and returned it to Adela, who asked delightedly, good, right? Both said in unison, but it does not have a conclusion. Shinhazu suddenly froze. He stared intensely at the author's name. This thesis is based on the book by Jebel Biter, which I analyzed myself. His expression changed, confusing Adela sitting beside him. What is wrong? He traced each line on the book and blurted out, I knew it. The structure of this one is a bit different, but Shinhazu compared the details between the two books. It still had Baitner's style, many parts similar to the basic theory, quite shallow and cliché. He asked, suddenly catching her off guard, Adela, who is the author of this book? She hesitated and answered, Go Sung-jun. He immediately went home and jumped onto his computer desk to search. Shinhazu pondered over the mysterious identity of Go Sung-jun, a magic researcher not affiliated with any organization. With both age and gender being unknown, the only material he had ever published was what he had just seen. He had probably suffered heavy criticism and disappeared. He really could not believe he only found so little. Could it be that a normal student only knew up to this level? Shinhazu gently picked up his phone, his mind filled with tangled thoughts. The other end answered, and he greeted, hello, hello, Blue Tower Master. Shinhazu reminded himself that he was no ordinary student. The blue magic tower loomed like a colossal iceberg piercing the sky. Kang entirely reached for the ringing phone on the table. His voice rang out, hello, this is Shinhazu. He had just relaxed after a night of research and asked irritably what was going on. Shinhazu smirked and made an offer. This is a mutual mutually beneficial deal. Hearing that, Kang-in was fully awake. He said, seriously, can you help me find someone? The scene shifted, and the Obelix Academy appeared majestic in the morning sunlight. Hadu was already at the training ground. He swung his arm and unleashed a powerful magic attack. Sun Chan reacted too slowly, only able to use his shield to protect himself. Shinhazu controlled the magic, striking the opponent directly. The foolish guy screamed before even being hit, "You Shinhazu, you are cheating." Shinhazu glared provocatively. Cheating how? What is it? It is just a first-level spell, is there a problem? Sun Chan barely dodged a few attacks, only able to curse, "You heartless bastard, where is the fairness? It is just a level 1 spell." He suddenly looked up and saw a magic ray about to hit him right in the face. At this point, Sun Chan could only grit his teeth and bear it. Shinhazu immediately stood with his hands on his hips and laughed heartily. He watched Sun Chan struggling to use his defense layer to temporarily block the magic attacks. Shinhazu said gleefully, "See? Can you block all the attacks?" Sun Chan was out of breath. "I almost died." But he was still determined. "Alright, let us fight hand to hand. What do you say?" Shinhazu eagerly agreed, immediately approved. "But do you think you can beat me in close combat?" Sun Chan heard that and cheered with delight. The time has come. With the speed of the Wind Prince, he lunged forward and grabbed the opponent by the collar in an instant. Shinhazu pushed him to the ground and easily took him down. That strike made the entire floor shake violently. Shinhazu wore a triumphant smile, so? He looked at his friend rolling on the floor, limbs out of sync, but he meant no real harm. Shinhazu winked suggestively, and then put on a lecturing face. He said the magical advantage was over, and it was just a smart strategy, a level 2 circle fighting a level 3 circle. Sun Chan was furious, saying whether he was praising or insulting him, it was truly unfair. The two entered the changing room. He took off his shirt to reveal a perfect back. Sun Chan had to acknowledge Shinhazu's talent. His mana was top-notch. His close combat was also excellent, but Sun Chan still felt bitter inside, calling him a dirty playing warrior. Shinhazu gleefully slapped a pain relief patch heart onto his back, telling him to quit if he did not like it. Sun Chan changed the subject, asking Shinhazu if he had any plans yet. Shinhazu was surprised by the question. He smiled brightly and said, "Your goal is to win the Academy Olympics, right?" Shinhazu was startled and leaned back, asking how he knew. Sun Chan grinned slyly, saying he knew him too well, he could not hide it. "Earlier you just went crazy on the Mana Stone Shield test, right?" Sun Chan recalled the moment. Shinhazu dodged attacks nimbly. Normal students block 27 stones, but he blocked 74. He felt proud of his friend, saying with tests and training like this, he had to be number 1 in every category. Sun Chan gave a meaningful glance, saying if he wanted to fight the seniors, that might be the best choice for now. But he still reminded him with his current physique, it would be very difficult to win the Olympic championship. Sun Chan looked delighted, saying, "Right, I knew it." After saying that, he suddenly fell silent. The most popular person this year is a level 5 mage, and with your level 2 magic, it is impossible. Shinhazu heard those wise words and was immediately shaken. Sun Chan was right about winning the Olympics. Using resonance still gives level 3 magic, but it is not much different. To face them, he must reach at least level 4. He was determined to find the author of that book, and to do that, he must find Go Sung-jun. The scene shifted. Shinhazu quickly followed the map Kang-in sent. The map led him to a strange place, and Shinhazu asked in confusion where this was. Kang-in sat calmly on the sofa, saying sorry it took a while. He said he never expected finding one person would take a whole week. This was also a first for him. His words carried all of Shinhazu hope. To the main point, the current location of Go Sang-jun is. He was surprised. Isn't that the very used bookstore he frequented? He is here? Shinhazu was skeptical. Who would imagine this person was at a store right near the academy? He recalled his process of exploring ancient magic books. After finding AI unsuitable, he still kept searching through magic books and old books. He was still curious where Idret cipher came from, but could it have originated from this place? Following the address, he quickly stepped into the bookstore where Sang-jun was and spoke up. Big-hun was busy repairing something when Shinhazu's call interrupted him. He picked up the book from the shelf, then stepped forward to greet Shinhazu. "Long time no see." You politely asked about his health. Big-hun nodded calmly. "He heard you now know how to use magic. He praised that you look much healthier." You happily replied it was all thanks to him. Big-hun modestly said he only sold books to you. Shinhazu expressed gratitude to the person who helped him get to where he is today through those books. Big-hun joked, praising as if it were real, then asked why you came here today. Shinhazu firmly expressed his wish, asking to meet his son, Sung-jun. Big-hun asked doubtfully how he knew Sung-jun. You replied that you had read his thesis and had something to ask. Shinhazu said shyly that he heard he was here, apologizing if it was a bit nosy. Big-hun scratched his head, recalling that thesis was indeed real. He still gently agreed, saying he would let you meet him. Shinhazu excitedly bowed his head in endless thanks. Big-hun stopped him but continued speaking. His words felt like a cut to your heart. Even if you meet him, you won't have the answer. Shinhazu was stunned and asked again, so what does that mean? Big Hun immediately led him to the man's room, telling him to follow me. Sungjun is in here. He gently opened the room door. Big Hun said coldly, "Go in, this is his room." Looking at the person in the room made him freeze, going numb. He lay weakly on the hospital bed, only a ventilator sustaining his life. His skinny arms were connected by dangling chains. Sungjun had no movement left beyond his motionless posture on the bed. His eyes were shut tight, no longer willing to open. Shinhazu was dumbfounded. Big Hun said sadly, "My son, Sungjun, is hanging by a thread." The space gradually fell silent. Both stood still staring at him. You hesitantly asked what happened. Big Hun replied indifferently, "Yes." He looked at his unfortunate son who no longer reacted, sadly recounting that Sungjun had broken the greatest taboo of a mage. Hun's gaze began to grow heavy. Shinhazu wondered what the taboo was. He explained it was circulating mana into one's own brain. He was startled upon hearing that. Memories flooded back. He remembered he had also accidentally committed this taboo, circulating mana into the brain. Shinhazu clenched his fist and pressed to ask why he did that. Big Hun's eyes shut tightly in pain, saying it was necessary. He calmly explained Sungjun's argument. He said there was no other way but to circulate mana into the brain. He stood still in regret. He should have stopped him at all costs. Hearing this, Shinhazu fixed his eyes on him and asked curiously how close he had gotten to high-level magic. Hun politely declined, apologizing he couldn't satisfy curiosity. Sungjun would be very happy to chat. He could only bow his head to avoid his gaze, apologizing for bringing up unpleasant matters. Seeing this, Big Hun patted his shoulder to comfort him, telling him not to worry because he knew you were diligent and cared about books. He treasured the moment seeing you as his own son. Mentioning Sungjun made him very happy. A few hours later, the moonlight descended. Golden clouds drifted quietly like his stream of thoughts. Shinhazu prepared to leave but still had one wish unfulfilled. He asked permission to look at the book his son had used for research. Big Hun closed his eyes and accepted, saying it was better for the book to reach the hands of someone who needed it than to rot away. He made an offer with two conditions. He requested that if he read the book and wrote a paper on space magic, he should include Sungjun's name. Shinhazu nodded in immediate agreement. He wasn't finished, saying good. Second is, Big Hun warned not to circulate mana into the brain under any circumstances, which made him agree with a jolt to his heart. He immediately led him to the study. This is the book Sungjun researched. Kun quickly found the book he needed for him. Shinhazu noticed the red book on the shelf, wondering what was with it. The book suddenly separated from the row of books on the shelf, then unexpectedly fell to the floor, to his surprise. Its shape reminded him of the Idrit book. He quickly picked it up and asked. Big Hun calmly replied that was Sangjun's book. He said that was the book Sangjun always carried like a precious item, then advised him to read it. He said the things he was curious about were probably all in there. Shinhazu politely replied yes. Just after flipping through the first few pages, he complained about how bad the handwriting was. Suddenly Shinhazu was startled to realize it was his master's handwriting. Recognizing his master's handwriting, his eyes glistened as he asked for permission to take the book home to read. He easily agreed, even saying if he needed other books, he could just take them freely. Shinhazu clutched the book tightly, thanking him profusely. Greed bears a bitter fruit. He insisted on draining Big Hun of all magic books. Is there any other book written like this? The old man hesitated after hearing it. He was also unsure. Shinhazu still persisted in asking all his questions. Have you ever seen an expensive-looking red-covered book? Those questions gave Big Hun a headache. He could not remember seeing such a book rare in a small bookshop. He began to hesitate. How in the world did Sangjun get that book? Clearly Shinhazu had no answer after a whole day of searching. But now he finally let Big Hun go. He understood. Thank you, sir. Shinhazu pondered over and over about the origin of the Idrit book. If so, what the hell happened? How did that book end up in his bag? After the long day, he finally returned home. It was late at night, but Shinhazu had not slept, sitting in silence thinking about the magic books. He had looked for Sangjun's research, but only found one Idrit book. He was still half-heartedly optimistic, but it was still better than finding nothing. Suddenly, the two books began to show magical threads connecting to each other. Shinhazu widened his eyes in shock. What is this? Both books were glowing. The book he got from Big Hun this afternoon suddenly shot out rose petals straight into his face. Then his master's voice rang out. I left this book for the rightful heir of the Idrit book. Those objects pulled Shinhazu inside. He had no time to react. He was being pulled in again. His master spoke again. This book is called the Book of Mimia. Hearing his master's voice, he dared not make a single sound. His master's voice. He was being pulled into the book again. His master advised him to enjoy the blessing wholeheartedly. In just a few seconds, he had completely moved into the world inside the book, leaving only gentle streams of light in the air. Shinhazu lay sprawled in a strange room. He looked around in a daze and wondered, where was he? The owner of the book was busy scribbling by the bookshelf. She poked lightly at Shinhazu, who was sitting in a daze in the corner of the room. He suddenly turned around sharply. The playful girl pointed at his face. Found you, welcome to the Book of Mimia. Shinhazu was shocked to see the unfamiliar girl talking to him. Who was she? Mimia calmly puffed out her chest and declared her name loudly. I am Mimia. Then she spread her arms wide, proud of her library. The manager of this place, the Well of Mimia. She took the initiative to get to know Shinhazu. Nice to meet you, secretary. Shinhazu stood up and looked around the well of Mimiya. She immediately explained that was the name of this library. Mimiya raised her head high to introduce herself. This is the Belby Tanner Library, prepared for the future secretary. Hearing these words, Shinhazu stood frozen as if his soul had left his body. A library dedicated to the successor of Tanner. He quietly observed the room. Calling it a library seemed a bit small. Mimiya immediately retorted, "That is because your achievements are still few. The scale of the well of Mimiya changes, according to the level of the successor." She guessed from his expression. "Seeing this size, you probably have not passed the second trial." He was right, was he not? Shinhazu answered honestly, "That is right." A few exchanges back and forth made Mimiya step back. "May I ask, can we talk normally now?" He was surprised by her question. Huh? Even though she was half Shinhazu's height, she still acted like a senior, putting him in his place. "Since we will meet often, it would be weird if we were too formal. Let us be comfortable with each other." He gently agreed. "Fine, let us do that." Mimiya looked up with admiration. "Cool, this successor is quite talented. He has already set the second circle and found me so fast." Even Shinhazu had to admit defeat at her over-the-top self-confidence. He did not understand why finding her was a good thing. Mimiya laughed loudly. "Because it means you can progress smoothly all the way to the 5th grade without any issues." That statement made Shinhazu recoil. 5th grade, how is that possible? Without keeping him waiting long, Mimiya immediately unleashed the first magical move. The exclusive book of this manager separated from the row of books on the shelf. She controlled the flow of magic, making the book float in mid-air. Then Mimiya handed the book to Shinhazu. "Read it and you will understand." Shinhazu stammered as he flipped through the first few pages. "This is Detailed Theory of Resonance." She gently explained that this place contained information not found in the Idrit cipher, just like the book he was reading. Shinhazu casually asked why this book was not in the cipher. Mimiya was pleased with that question. "Good question." She explained the overload from the trial pages. There was too much content needed to verify the successor. For many reasons, only essential information was placed in the Idrit book. Hence, the supplementary well of Mimiya was created. Shinhazu stared at the mysterious book. So his master had written more detailed content in the well of Mimiya. She answered, "Exactly. If Idrit was a summary guide, then this place was the textbook or reference book." Shinhazu finally understood. He understood. He looked around the study and wondered. So all the books here contain such dense information, and when there are more achievements, the number of books also increases. Mimiya said playfully. "Exactly. Now what? Do you already know how to achieve the 5th circle?" Shinhazu was once again delusional about his power. "Of course, with this, I can easily pass the second trial." As soon as he finished speaking, he was pulled into that book again. Shinhazu lay floating in the air, panting heavily. Before he could fully open his eyes, he rushed to assess the test of 79 circles. At the same time, a magic array flew out. Shinhazu thought to himself that synchronizing 100 magic circles in the second trial was the first. It took 8 hours to finish. Thinking of that made him quite confident. But since encountering the well of Mimiya, he could handle 79 circles in one go. Shinhazu sat down in contemplation. Lately, everything he had done was really very difficult. After those struggles, he finally had enough determination to complete the test. At this moment, he was confident he'd complete 100 laps, earliest tonight or latest tomorrow. Shinhazu felt grateful for this coincidence. Having the Mimiya book before the Olympic exam was truly fortunate. The afternoon quietly gave way to night, and he returned to reality. At the Jin family, he was already inside the family castle. As he walked, Shinhazu wondered, why was his father summoning him? Perhaps to reward him for the last incident? Shinhazu began to feel annoyed by the interruption to his work. He had planned to spend the entire day in the Mimiya well after school. The maid reported to Sahyuk, "Master, Shinhazu has arrived." He said coldly, "Come in." He bowed politely, "Greetings, father." Before Shinhazu was his father's displeased expression, Sahyuk said gruffly, "Sit down, I will get straight to the point." He first acknowledged his son. "This time you contributed more than half the effort. Combined with the last time, your share of the mana stone mining rights is 26%. He still obediently sat listening to his father speak. Sahyuk appreciated his son's attitude. "You have brought great profits, so you deserve a reward." Though his face was rough, he still spoke gently. "Do you want anything?" He replied, "Yes, I do." Then he clearly stated what he wanted. "I want the ancient relic stored in the family vault." Sahyuk found the request as easy as eating a meal. "Fine, you don't believe in those fanciful tales about secrets and ancient relics, do you? They are just antiques." Shinhazu replied firmly, "I do not think so. Even legends hold truth." He saw his son's decisiveness and gave up. "You are too young to believe in such nonsense." Sahyuk was helpless but accepted. "That is your choice, I respect it. But you can only take one item." He had achieved his goal and said with a smile, "Yes, thank you, father." He still asked with a frown, "So which relic do you want?" Shinhazu answered without hesitation, "The one stored in the family treasure vault." Shinhazu wanted his father to give him the magic robe kept sealed in a glass cabinet. He stated firmly, "Tanner's bell robe." Without a moment's hesitation, the father and son moved to the treasure vault. They had arrived at the mage's family treasure vault. The butler arranged the robe as requested and handed it to him in front of Shinhazu. He handed the box containing the treasure to his son and then advised, "I hope you do not regret this." He took the box with a decisive look. Yes, thank you, father. Sahyuk was still worried about his son's inexperience. You truly are still too young. He repeated, train hard so you have no regrets later. Shin Hazu smiled lightly. It is fine. His car sped down the road after leaving the family estate. Shin Hazu was absolutely certain most of the family's ancient relics were genuine. He stared intently at the treasure he had just received, Tanner's bell robe. But he still doubted, was this truly his teacher's robe? He felt something was off. Shin Hazu immediately opened the box to check. What if it was a fake? The light radiating from the robe startled him. Shin Hazu was stunned. He held the robe in his hand, stupefied. Was this not pure mana thread? Perhaps the theories on mana thread. A mage like him understood clearly. Mana thread was an advanced technique where mana stones were drawn into threads through crafting technology. Across the entire world, less than 30 artisans could handle mana thread. Shin Hazu was floored. This was not an item using only a portion of mana thread. Instead, the entire robe was made entirely of mana thread. How could such advanced technology exist in that era? Compared to this, recent mana thread relics were nothing. The robe had left him speechless until now. A short while later, Shin Hazu had returned to his house. He sat on the bed, dazedly admiring the robe, unable to put it down. Shin Hazu suddenly noticed the handwriting on the robe, this signature and these terribly ugly strokes. He was certain this was his teacher's. He saw it every day and had grown used to it. Shin Hazu, if he wanted to find something out, he would find it out. He held the robe up and asked, but what is this? He noticed the luminescent layer inside the robe, where the inner and outer layers reversed. Shin Hazu deduced like a detective. Mana thread was difficult to process because the layers had to be different. The inner layer enhanced mana conduction and efficiency. The outer layer blocked mana conduction to reduce damage, but this robe's structure was completely opposite. The outer layer enhanced mana efficiency, the inner layer prevented loss. Of course, that deduction was absurd. He did not believe his teacher would make such a mistake. Shin Hazu accepted it, so it was designed to be worn inside out. He spread the robe out completely, sitting on the bed to examine it carefully. He stared at the luminescent layer for a long time, but saw no difference. Even reversed, the structure was the same. He deliberated for a long time, so it was deliberately designed. But for what purpose? Shin Hazu was full of suspicion. Was this truly an ancient relic? Now he understood why his father let it rot in storage. Suddenly, he was pulled back into the Mimia book. He was calmly sitting reading a book. Then Hazululu appeared before her and called out loudly, Minya. She smiled. Oh, disciple, you are here. Mimia was stunned when she saw the robe in Shin Hazu's hands. That is, and she quickly ran over to take a look. Isn't that the robe of the string? Her eyes lit up. Disciple, you found this thing, how fortunate. Shin Hazu was skeptical, but this robe seemed strange. He gave the robe to Mimia. She hesitated for a long time. What is it? Suddenly Mimia shouted loudly, startling Shin Hazu standing opposite her. She recalled the question from their first meeting. Disciple, you are still on the second circle, right? Shin Hazu was confused. Yeah, that is right. Mimia taunted. Then it is normal you do not know. Do not dwell on it, so how will she use this? She heard the question and put on a mysterious air. Sorry, disciple, but I cannot explain anything about this robe. Shin Hazu was surprised. Why? She immediately returned the robe. No, I will give it back. Then Mimia crossed her arms and explained, Baitner-style magic has a special chant. Suddenly her face turned pale, her words got jumbled. Shin Hazu heard a clue and pressed further. A special chant? Mimia held her head in panic. On second thought, I cannot mention its name, forget it. She had to clear up the confusion. Let me rephrase, Banner-style magic possesses a chant called the True Art. Shin Hazu stammered in confusion. True Art. Mimia rested her hands on her hips and affirmed, that is right, unlike the magic you use, this is the real True Art. He was skeptical, so the magic I use is not real? She was calm. Well, unfortunately that is exactly the case. Regarding this True Art, I cannot reveal it until you are a disciple. You need to reach a certain level, but Shin Hazu still asked if there was a restriction. Mimia did not mind explaining, yes, this robe is a magic support relic. Shin Hazu let out a breath, so I also cannot explain anything about it, that is all. She was delighted, so cool, exactly, you catch on fast, disciple. He looked down then wondered, what level do I need to reach to get an explanation about this robe? Mimia began to hesitate, that is. Then she looked up at Shin Hazu and answered clearly, the fifth magic circle. Upon hearing that, he stood frozen on the spot. She explained in detail, you must master the fifth magic circle and pass the trial, because the true Baitler art starts from there. Shin Hazu started practicing the second test. He tried to change the magic formation, 98. Finally, he completely broke the magic formation, 99-100. He let out a proud breath, finally successful. Suddenly a voice came from above, congratulations. Shin Hazu startled and turned around. This voice, Master. Master encouraged him, you worked very hard to pass the second test, you did well. Now I will teach you how to move the third magic circle. Shin Hazu had not recovered from the shock of the earlier magic circle. Now he had to get ready to fight again. The third magic circle, shimmering circles began to appear. The third level of Baitner-style magic, the third infinity circle, interference. He was stunned, the magic circle, interference. Turning to the present, Shin Hazu had finished studying Mimia's book. He sat quietly thinking to himself, I have mastered the second test. Then he encouraged himself. Now is the time to practice the interference magic circle. Shinhazu held 2 power books and smiled. Without Mimiya's robe and book, the test would have taken much longer. The night before, Mimiya's words at the well were etched into his mind. He could only use it when he masters the 5th circle and passes the 5th test in the Battler art. The true art only appears after that. Since he just mastered the 2nd circle, Shinhazu had to accept it. There was no other way. He considered when he reached the 5th level, he would have to put this robe away temporarily. Seeing him make that decision, Mimiya panicked. Wait, disciple, why waste such a precious item? Shinhazu had a brain freeze. Then what should I use it for? The inner and outer mana layer is reversed. Mimiya angrily snatched the robe, then give it to me. Her expression flipped quickly. This robe can retain mana inside, preventing it from leaking out, helping you achieve a state of mana saturation. That explanation successfully enlightened Shinhazu. He switched to big brain mode. When mana is saturated, the infinity circle spins faster, and the mana transferred to the brain also increases. Right. In other words, your brain inherits this excess mana, helping mental recovery faster, like fatigue building up in the body. Shinhazu realized the use. I understand. If I wear this robe, I can reduce my sleep time, right? Mimiya returned the robe, sneering as she did. And you say you understand? She narrowed her eyes and emphasized, wearing this robe, you no longer need to sleep. Shinhazu gripped the robe in shock. No need to sleep at all. Mimiya was confident. That is right, just wear it for about 5 hours a day to maintain peak condition. She noted this is just a side effect, telling the disciple is fine, because this is not the robe's true power. Shinhazu saw the robe's value and grew impatient. I want to quickly practice the 4th magic circle. Mimiya warned that this thing only works for him. For others it is poison, so do not lend it to anyone. Shinhazu happily replied that he knew that well, and this item would make the upcoming test easier. 2 days later, he always wore the robe from the moment he understood its value. Shinhazu still stared wide-eyed, having not found an explanation for the interference spell. Pondered for a long time, thinking that he had tried many times but was still missing something, feeling like he was about to understand the interference spell but had not yet. Shinhazu kept his eyes glued to Mimiya's book, not looking away, thinking about interference. Lines of text on the page contain content about a level 3 spell in the Beitner magic style. This spell possessed the power to dominate another person's mana. It required 100% synchronization with that person's mana. He found it hard to understand, unclear how the interference spell could affect another's mana. Shinhazu was intrigued by that idea. Afterwards, he felt rather indifferent about the test, musing to himself that he did not expect much, having never thought the 2nd test was just a stepping stone for the interference spell. He continued reading the notes in the magic book. To get a level 3 spell, one must resonate and synchronize with the surrounding mana. Shinhazu's eyes lit up with hope when he saw that by continuing to resonate, a level 3 spell would form. He was filled with determination. This time he would surely succeed. Shinhazu closed his eyes to control the surging mana flow within his body. He merged all the mana surging in the space with the mana saturated in his body. The magic streams began to shift into his body, the feeling like building a new house. Shinhazu focused on creating small threads of mana encircling him, playful mana forms running in rings around the magic circle. He realized he was building a house inside his body, the mana being absorbed gradually. The sound of mana affected his senses. He heard a call as if inviting him to play together. Shinhazu praised inwardly, truly amazing. He began to sink into enjoyment with the mana flow, feeling warm and unwilling to leave. Shinhazu trembled all over from the novelty. If he had reached this point, he would soon master it. He told them to play a new game, and they immediately asked back. Mana forms twisted into a dance, creating a playground, joining hands in a circle, singing, dancing, and merging into one. Shinhazu's body began to sweat like a flood due to the intense heat. Even with just a 1% difference in the mana amplification rate, his body still could not absorb it. But he was capable enough to control the mana flow by managing that 1%. The mana stabilized and he reduced the amplification rate to 0.01%. Mana gradually formed the spell silently, unnoticed by anyone. The night gave way to dawn. Shinhazu finally completed controlling the mana after a long night. He was exhausted and instinctively stared wide-eyed, bathing in a pool of sweat all night. He finally felt relieved it was done. Began to cast magic, the level 1 spell Calm Mind. This time, Shinhazu excellently controlled 2 interlocking spells, the level 2 spell Resonance. And now he clenched his fist, ready for this decision. Shinhazu shouted loudly the 3rd infinity spell. He felt satisfied after so much effort, finally completing the 3rd spell, the Interruption spell. The flame of determination in his heart billowed smoke. He needed to become stronger as quickly as possible to reach the level of a 5-spell master. Clear sunlight stretched across the lush green forest and filtered through each canopy of leaves. Shinhazu lay on a tree stump, calmly thinking about the test. He crossed his legs and lay fully stretched out. A survival combat test, The system from the watch displayed information. A large-scale test at the training area on Gangwon Mountain, lasting 32 hours. All students equipped with special creations. The system provided detailed data, a simple test where you just need to survive as long as possible in a gradually shrinking area for 32 hours. Shinhazu's face remained indifferent. Time to move. This test was tougher because you not only had to survive against monsters, but also deal with other students of course needing to survive while earning points. Some brown birds suddenly flew past, signaling the test challenge. Dai, along with several white walls, suddenly ambushed from under the tree stump, having crept behind him. Dai Shinhazu. But he was not one to be easily taken down. In the blink of an eye he swiftly dodged. Shinhazu leaped to the ground, taunting Dai. That man challenged, good at dodging, huh, but I've got your temperature now. He did not hesitate, punching him straight in the face. But this coward used the white wall defensive layer. You idiot, what can 5 punches do? Shinhazu was now calmer than ever. He immediately used the 3 spells he had just attained, interruption to break Za's white wall. In an instant, a crack began to appear on the white wall. He was scared and panicked. What? The pieces of Za's old wall were initially being destroyed by Shinhazu's attack, the wall barrier. He, along with the debris, was knocked face first into the ground. Dihei looked down at his opponent with bullet-like eyes, his white wall losing to something like Earth Needle. Shinhazu finished him off and dropped a taunt. You idiot, what's there to be proud of for ambushing? He was annoyed, and he even yelled loudly when attacking. Shinhazu tightened his lotus-woven spell circle, a victorious smile spreading across his face. This was the power of the latter disruption. He recalled the moment Hai Huang weakened the magical core of the 2 barrier circles before using an Earth Needle to pierce one and break through. ZH was sent flying over 1,000 meters away after being disrupted by Shinhazu. He lay unconscious on the ground, and at that moment a notification rang out. Student Zihak eliminated. Shinhazu left leisurely, his lack of vigilance allowing him to act naturally and flawlessly. The system announced that Shinhazu had received 10 points. This victory made him even more narcissistic. What a smooth start. Shinhazu thought to himself that he had grasped the disruption technique. At this rate, it could be effective even against 3-circle magic. Suddenly, a strange figure tore through the wind and flew past Shinhazu's back. He glanced sideways at the breeze brushing past his cheek with heightened caution. Suddenly, the forest behind him burst into raging flames, a fireball catching him before he could react. Shinhazu was completely stunned by the fire. A pack of bloodclaw wolves stepped out from the flames, advancing straight toward him. He felt like a bloodthirsty beast in the wild. Bloodclaw wolves, he was surrounded. Shinhazu remained calm, thinking they were likely attracted by the sounds of the previous battle. He stretched a few times, loosening his hands while taunting them. If he were an ordinary student, he would have sighed at having to fight continuously. Shinhazu was arrogant, but for someone who needed to dominate the rankings brilliantly, he was immensely grateful for this situation. The alpha wolf howled, signaling the entire pack to act. Seeing them pounce, Shinhazu immediately used his disruption technique and taunted. Come on, rush in, you mangy mutts. In the real world, Xiaohe was intently watching him fight. He called out the names of Shinhazu's friends. Adela Sun-chan. After smiling proudly, she said, Kang-su Zihak, these students are truly outstanding. He-han acknowledged the talent of him, saying if things continued this way, they would easily enter the top 10. Red-haired Park Jun still reluctantly muttered a few words, but lasting to the end wouldn't be easy. Xiaohe calmly spoke in passing. Seemingly no one doubted Shinhazu's skills anymore. On the screen, he still held the upper hand. No longer doubting Shinhazu's skills, on the screen he still held the upper hand. He turned to ask the man who was invited to watch the match, the instructor Sun-chan. He smiled and said, yes indeed. Uncle Yan, who was eagerly sitting nearby, chimed in. He clearly doesn't seem like someone evaluated as lacking competitiveness. Xiaohe retorted, lacking? He excels at the top of every previous exercise. She showed him the ranking board, where he was currently leading with a dominant point gap. Xiaohe pondered Shinhazu's abilities, amazed at how he knew the habits of the Bloodclaw wolves, deliberately not killing one until the entire pack was summoned. It was extraordinary, a Bloodclaw wolf howling to call its pack from 5 kilometers away, using that habit to rack up elimination points. Bakai Hun switched back to his patronizing tone. At this rate, we can hope for victory in the Olympiad. Meanwhile, in the forest, Shinhazu was fighting 7 Bloodclaw wolves. He was starting to feel exhausted after the long, drawn-out battle with this group when Shinhazu smugly checked the system, ignoring the pack of wolves now lying defeated. He must have scored around 60 points, right? Suddenly, his whole body shook and he had no time to react. Shinhazu was thrown into the air by an ice block rising from below. What was this? An earthquake? No, the ground was moving. He was in a state of extreme panic. This thing was... Shinhazu now stood on a massive block of ice, beneath which was a body as large as an elephant with an emerald on its back. The small ice block he stood on was actually an emerald turtle, its tongue as long as a whip. An emerald turtle! This time Shinhazu was a bit intimidated. How could such a rare monster be here? Shinhazu quickly regained his composure, landing safely on the ground. He was wary of the beast with its terrifying size. This was his first time seeing one in person. Shinhazu assumed a ready stance. Well, shall we fight? Back in reality, at Obelix Academy, the outdoor training grounds evaluation tower, Siohai felt worried. Shinhazu and the Emerald Turtle. Lihen gently explained the battle's process. Initially, it was about escaping danger. The purpose was to expand options like cooperation between students. It is a rare monster brought into the main training ground. She grew restless, as no matter how talented Shinhazu was, facing such a thing alone would be difficult. Shinhazu strained his mind analyzing the turtle's psychology. Emerald Turtle, an ancient reptile monster, equivalent to grade C Class 4, characterized by its strong defense, it was a natural enemy of mages. The Emerald Turtle roared, its long slimy tongue flinging saliva everywhere. It angrily stomped the ground toward him, causing the earth to sink into a pit. The small Shinhazu was sent flying far away. Even amidst life and death, he still harbored a vain wish. If I catch this monster, I'll get a huge amount of elimination points. The turtle struck with its claw at the back of Shinhazu's head. He flinched, quickly using a defensive barrier wall. Shinhazu's barrier wall remained intact for the moment. But of course, that barrier was like a shrimp before the turtle's claw. The claw shattered the wall, knocking him off the map. Xiaohe still believed in Shinhazu's strength. He dodged the attack by using the barrier as a stepping stone. Park Yun's face was taut as a bowstring, but the barrier wasn't sturdy enough. The Emerald Turtle was not an easy opponent, even for a Class 6 mage. He had no choice but to use magic to set it ablaze. Mountain fire! He then landed quickly on the ground, his eyes fixed on the cloud of smoke before him. In the absolute silence, Shinhazu cheerfully asked if it had worked. The Emerald Turtle was also of a high rank, standing majestically and imposingly. Amidst the thick smoke, it remained completely unharmed by his attack. Shinhazu was in shock, utterly unable to believe it. He had no choice but to flee for his life, because even a 5th level mage could not defeat this monster alone. Seeing its opponent running for its life, the turtle gave chase, and Shinhazu panickedly thought that perhaps thanks to its mana, it was faster than he had imagined. It was that unconscious thought that made him freeze for a few seconds. Wait a moment, did it have mana inside its body? But Shinhazu bravely turned back to face it, thinking he had something he needed to try. He knelt down, channeling mana into his legs to increase their strength. Before he could finish channeling, Shinhazu was sent flying by the turtle. He could only keep his head down and run. If he took a hit strong enough to fell a giant tree, he would not be able to recover. The Emerald Turtle attacked continuously, and Shinhazu shouted in panic that if he kept running like this, he would not win. He had to fight back. The turtle prepared to unleash its final blow to finish him off. Shinhazu suddenly used his defense to control its power, a barrier. The monster's massive foot still pinned him in a difficult position. What kind of strength was this? Shinhazu put all his effort into strengthening the barrier. He had underestimated it. He could not even block this attack, resonance. He gritted his teeth, struggling to hold his ground. The Emerald Turtle lost its composure and roared ferociously, but right after the attack, it could not move until it recovered its strength. Shinhazu took this chance to cast magic immediately wind. The barrier vanished, and he quickly ran underneath the turtle's shell. Shinhazu used his memory, recalling having read in a picture book that the Emerald Turtle's double attack puts immense pressure on its joints. Right after it attacks, when it cannot move to let its joints recover, is the optimal time. He flew up into the air, preparing to strike the turtle's body. Shinhazu used magic to create a sword of ice and stabbed straight down. This was the chance Ice Lance. Everyone at Obelix Academy was stunned, their mouths wide open. They stood frozen, staring at Shinhazu as he cast his magic. The Ice Lance plunged straight into the Emerald Turtle's back, blood spurting from its mouth, interrupting its activation. Though in pain, blood still flowed from the turtle's mouth. This reptilian monster was taken down by Shinhazu. He had not yet recovered from his classic victory. He had won. The system on his watch appeared, announcing that Shinhazu had received 1,000 points. This made him feel extremely pleased. Sunlight shone through the rings of trees. At the same time, at the mansion of the magic god, the head of the Sin family and Seo Hyon were intently watching Shinhazu fight on the TV. Sahyuk smiled a satisfied smile. He said smugly, even though the Emerald Turtle is weak against the ice element, I still do not understand how he did it with a 3rd level spell, do you? He was also stumped by the question. Seo Hyon apologized. I do not know either. But Seo Hyon still clearly stated his understanding. It seems so, and there was resistance. The food source is very important in a survival test. He made a good judgment. Sahyuk said narcissistically, I did not raise it to become weak, that is indeed true. At the same time, Shinhazu returned carrying a few pounds of emerald turtle meat. Seo Hyon hesitantly asked, Family head, may I ask something, what is it? He wondered, why is young master Shinhazu acting so bold? It is obvious. If you think about the monitoring actions of Jihan and Xia, you will see they are very malicious. Sahyuk affirmed firmly without hesitation that it was all intentional, and Seo Hyon respectfully agreed. He proudly looked at his youngest son grilling the meat, recounting that Shinhazu had been eliminated from the clan war, and his status was now quite pitiful. Then Sahyuk declared grandly, but now it is different. Even he himself did not understand his son's power. Shinhazu had received powerful strength and progressed in magic. Sahyuk spoke about 2 months before the Olympics, when Shinhazu requested protection from harassment by his siblings. The story made Seo Hyun's eyes widen. He tried to stand out to do something extraordinary. He planned to attract the world's attention, raise his status in the clan, and build his power as quickly as possible. Seo Hyun was impressed after those 2 months of protection. He was sure the surveillance by Ji-han and Xia was no longer a concern, and Shinhazu happily cooked the 4th-level meat, truly a decisive person. In the quiet night surrounded by mountains and forests, bright moonlight shone down. Shinhazu sat on a fallen tree trunk, next to which was a piece of meat over a crackling fire. On the first day of the survival training course, from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., all confrontations were forbidden. He held the cooked piece of meat in his hand, thinking to himself that he knew this rule was for safety reasons. If he made things too easy for the trainees like this, it would go against the initial rules, and their skills would hardly improve. Shinhazu's gaze turned serious. In many countries, outdoor training camps had stricter rules than academies, and that needed to change. He glanced, pulled his robe, and laughed, this time being allowed to bring magical tools. It is good to be able to recover energy thanks to my master's robe. Without thinking further, Shinhazu turned back to focus on his dinner. Alright, that was settled. A moment later, he happily rubbed his belly, holding a clean bone. I am so full. Suddenly sensing something, he whipped his head around alert. Behind the bushes, Sun-chan was slightly surprised, and beside him was Adela. Shinhazu was also surprised. Sun-chan and Adela? The three sat around the fire, and he asked, how did the two of you come out of the forest together? Adela smiled and replied, we fought until past 11 in the morning. We did not argue at all. I was defeated overwhelmingly. Shinhazu looked at Sun-chan with teary eyes. The match stopped at 11, so you must have followed the smell back. Sun-chan snapped his fingers in approval. You are right. Both were drooling, eyes full of longing. Sun-chan quickly asked, it smells so good, when will you give us some? Shinhazu was helpless. Adela, are you not going? After that, he reminded them, that is my meat. The two of them simultaneously put on sparkling eyes. Hey, what is yours is ours, is it not? Not at all. He closed his eyes, unwilling to look at those two whining faces. Shinhazu replied helplessly, yeah, I will throw it away. Perhaps you should try some too. Hearing this, the two jumped up in joy and cheered. Sutrang held the whole huge piece of meat up in front of him, eager. The smell is truly enticing. Adela happily held a smaller piece of meat on a leaf. Thank you for this meal. Sutrang's eyes crinkled into smiles as he took a big bite. She also severed it leisurely and deliciously. Shinhazu asked softly, is it not very tasty? Praise sounded, yes, it is truly very tasty. Being praised, he folded his arms and raised his chin with pride. Suddenly, Adela noticed the piece of meat in her hand and asked suspiciously, is this not honey bear meat? Honey bears are bear-type monsters living in the forest, and their meat tastes delicious when grilled. He was a bit surprised but replied very quickly, huh? No. Adela stared straight at him and made her deduction. There are only two types of edible monsters in this training area. She frowned seriously, honey bears and emerald turtles. The rest are either poisonous or tasteless and cannot be eaten. Adela looked at the person before her with suspicion. No way. Did you hunt an emerald turtle? Shinhazu pointed frankly and answered in a loud voice. Yeah, during the day in the west. Sun-chan chewed with puffed cheeks, his eyes wide with amazement. Really? I have only seen emerald turtles online. How did you hunt it? He leaned aside to avoid it, reminding, hey, do not talk while eating. Sun-chan still ate enthusiastically. As expected, you are amazing. Only Adela remained silent. Her voice turned a few degrees colder. I have never heard of this. A mage under 5 circles going to hunt an emerald turtle. Still answered with a light smile. It is. But very quickly Shinhazu raised his hand high and shouted, explode fire. Instantly a red-hot gust of wind shot straight up into the silent middle of the forest. Both of them were startled by the gust. Adela exclaimed in amazement, 3-circle magic. Red gust gradually disappeared, and the wind also slowly died down. She widened her eyes and shouted in disbelief, no way, a 6-circle transformation spell. Shinhazu's expression did not change. He calmly withdrew his hand and then glanced around. He turned his head to avoid their admiring gazes. Oh, truly amazing, it really is edible. Shinhazu thought to himself, with the master's magic, even if it is only 3 circles. But both of them excitedly moved closer. Sun-chan wondered, I have no choice but to keep it a secret. How did you win? Did you aim for the emerald turtle's head? Shinhazu said softly, no, I pierced through it from the top of its shell. He moved in close to interrogate. Is that even reasonable? Shinhazu folded his arms and forced a smile. That is what happened. His voice rang out. It is being broadcast live from the Academy's drones. You can watch the replay after it ends. Shinhazu wished to excuse himself. No, I think I will watch it first, right? Suchander looked clueless, while Adela beside him seemed very intrigued. He raised an eyebrow at them. Tomorrow, we will fight fair and square. Sun-chan cheered excitedly. Oh my god, we cannot beat you. Adela only smiled faintly. Good, then good luck. She was confident, her hair flowing in the wind. I also have something I want to show you. A barrier flickered around the forest. Very soon, the second day of the survival test arrived. In the large room, the group observed the situation. Someone spoke up. 2 hours remain, the survival circle has shrunk, and only 4 people are left. Who would be the one standing at the top of this survival battle? A new day arrived, a beautiful morning with gentle sunlight shining on the mountains. Shinhazu walked leisurely through the forest with his hands in his pockets. Suddenly, a surge of mana rushed towards him. He sensed the danger and glanced towards the source of that energy surge. Shinhazu swung his hand, immediately releasing a constant stream of mana. The two great sources of power collided, creating a large explosion in midair. The corner of his mouth curled up, and his voice rang out calmly. "So, have we returned to the supernova phase already?" In an instant, he leaped over a tree trunk, jumping lightly. Then he jumped down from above, aiming straight for Shinhazu below. He stepped back to evade the lethal strike falling from above. Shinhazu was startled as he saw something flash past his face at an extremely fast speed. He quickly leaned back to evade a sweeping kick from his opponent. Shinhazu planted his feet on the ground, gritting his teeth as he stared at the man before him. He realized with unease that this was only the beginning. Close quarters combat was what he dreaded most, especially kicks as fast and powerful as that one. Sanguk stood with the sun at his back, his eyes brimming with confidence as he declared, "Shinhazu, meeting me here is your bad luck." Shinhazu thought to himself, a close combat mage like Sanguk, then he smiled back with interest, "Sorry, but I think it's luck. Let's rewind time to earlier at a large academy." Back then, Sanguk turned and walked away, leaving a defeated man groaning in pain sprawled on the ground. He stood behind several girls who were going crazy over him. Truly, body enhancement magic was the strongest. His gaze met Shinhazu's, the only person in the past 2 years considered the best martial artist at this academy. Returning to the present, facing Sanguk directly made him sigh. As expected, his body enhancement magic is very strong. He changed his expression, looking seriously at the man full of excitement. He was not an opponent who could be easily defeated. Shinhazu clenched his hands into fists, summoning a powerful surge of mana. "If that's the case, I will too." He stepped back, swinging his arm in preparation for a punch, enhancing his body and deciding to fight him in close combat. Seeing this, Sanguk immediately summoned mana as well, laughing with delight. "A direct and fair fight? Go ahead and try." At this moment, at the outdoor training ground of Obelix Academy, in the evaluation room, Seohai looked up at the large screen and assessed. It seems Shinhazu and Sanguk have both chosen to fight using body enhancement magic. Lihan rested his chin on his hand, speaking with slight doubt. This fight clearly favors Sanguk. Over the past 2 years, that man's combat ability has always been top-notch, even winning the International Youth Body Enhancement Championship. Hangsu continued in a serious tone, but considering yesterday's Emerald Turtle match, Shinhazu's abilities are immeasurable. He nimbly dodged another punch from Sanguk. Shinhazu widened his eyes, silently activating his ability Demon Eye. Instantly, he calculated on his own, seeing the flow of his mana, which was concentrating to enhance his fist. He suddenly sensed something was wrong, even while lowering his head to glance at the incoming kick. No, the mana was moving down to his knees. He quickly created a shield to block the kick, so it was a breaking kick technique. Shinhazu pursed his lips, looking at the shield which had already developed a few cracks as expected. That kick was strong. If I use a magic shield, I can push him back. Sanguk stepped back slightly, surprised to see the shield in front of him shatter. He paused, silently marveling. He even destroyed the shield. Sanguk looked in surprise at his opponent who was summoning mana. "I've never seen this magic before. Is this truly the return of the genius mage?" He bared his teeth in an excited grin. "So the rumors aren't just hearsay." Sanguk leaned back lightly to evade Shinhazu's attack. "Interesting, but I have my pride too." He bared his teeth in a confident manner. "I won't lose in a close-quarters fight." Sensing that the moment he had been waiting for had arrived, Shinhazu swung his arm high, gathering a powerful source of mana. "Now is my chance." An overwhelming punch from him shot forward rapidly. Sanguk's eyes widened as he raised his hand to block that powerful punch. He exclaimed in disbelief, "What?" In the evaluation room, Seohai and Li Han jumped up in shock, exclaiming in unison, "No way he blocked that punch." Shinhazu performed a backflip, avoiding a kick from Sanguk. He frowned sternly, carefully observing the man before him. Did he see that technique coming? His combat instincts aren't bad, even excellent. If I pretend to attack with a fire-type magic, even if he uses defensive magic, his hands will be hard-pressed to avoid getting hurt. In a flash, the image of Sanguk with his 2 arms burned appeared in his mind. Thinking this, Shinhazu stepped back to gain momentum and then shot forward. Sanguk was startled, preparing himself as he watched him continue his attack. Too fast? He immediately intended to block the attack with his hands like before. Shinhazu raised an eyebrow, laughing mockingly. "Ha, you're planning to defend again?" Swung his leg hard, kicking straight at Sanguk. He yelled out a loud reminder, "There's an opening at your side." He gritted his teeth, frowning in pain. So the enhancement magic on the hands was just a feint. The real attack was a kick. Sanguk looked in disbelief at Shinhazu, who was smirking. When did he use body enhancement magic on his legs so quickly? He held his side where the kick had landed, feeling an excruciating pain. Damn it, it feels like my ribs are broken. But Sanguk showed no sign of worry, instead baring his teeth with delight. Drenched in sweat, but he was a warrior, he could endure this pain. Let go and trust my instincts. Quickly returned to a fighting stance and began his attack, because attacking was a warrior's instinct. Seeing this, Shinhazu only coldly warned, if you keep relying too much on your strength, your body will shatter. Sanguk paid him no heed, leaping high and then delivering a straight kick at him. But with a single counter-attack, he was sent flying backward. Aren't you being too aggressive? Sanguk angrily ground his teeth, struggling to keep his body from falling. His foot had just managed to plant itself on the ground. He suddenly felt a massive force charging straight at him. Shinhazu threw a straight punch to his chin, sending the opponent staggering backward. Losing gravity, he fell heavily to the ground. He shook his hand while glancing toward the corner sign. Lying there, eyes rolled back on the ground. Earlier, in that instant, he had concentrated all his magic power into his chin to minimize the injury. He lay motionless, letting out a few small groans, taking the full force of the punch that left his eye socket red and smoking. Shinhazu laughed, pulling his shirt to wipe a few drops of sweat. Just as expected, his combat instincts were truly outstanding. He glanced at the notification on his watch. Both in offense and defense, this opponent was truly troublesome. The late afternoon sky was a gentle golden orange, then gradually shifted toward dusk. The barrier surrounding the forest flickered to life before slowly shrinking. Shinhazu touched his watch, deep in thought. Now there were only 3 people left. His expression immediately turned wary. No, it should be said there were only 2 people left. Before him stood Adela with a gentle smile, her long hair flowing in the wind. She said, "Good evening, a beautiful night, is it not?" In an instant, her expression turned serious as she faced him. In the city, on a beautiful morning, sunlight shone down on a luxurious high-rise. In the dark room, the large screen replayed the scene of Shinhazu skillfully using his magic power while confronting Sanguk. Sia couldn't hide her astonishment. Unbelievable, in a national academic broadcast exam, someone like him was the last one standing. Acid clenched his hand and roared, "We cannot touch him, but he is spiraling out of control." Sia bit her nails in anxiety. Like this, Shinhazu would become the successor candidate again. That is unforgivable, isn't it, brother? Person beside her remained silent, refusing to answer her. Receiving no reply, Sia glanced over with a fading voice. "Brother, say something." He personally took down the emerald turtle already. Thinking of the sight of the emerald turtle being defeated, she felt unwilling. How did he defeat the emerald turtle? The live stream test, not just the internet, but father has also watched everything. Sia angrily slammed the table. "Our entire family has seen it." Jihan, sitting nearby, sighed and finally spoke. "Sia, calm down." She held her sweat-drenched face, expression shifting as she yelled, No, how can I be calm in this situation?" Suddenly, Sia stopped, her brows tightly knitted. Jihan leaned his head on his hand, his voice low and threatening. "I dislike saying things twice." She seemed to touch a trauma, trembling. "I am sorry, brother. I will be quiet. Please don't punish me." He smirked coldly punish. Jihan smiled gently, patting Sia's head with a caring expression. "What are you saying?" Her face turned pale, drenched in cold sweat. "How could I ever punish you?" He revealed a terrifyingly sinister smile. "We are siblings." Sia, as if granted mercy, knelt down and spoke with a trembling voice. "Thank you, brother." Jihan turned around, lowering his voice. "Shinhazu, that guy is always strong, stealing all the good opportunities." He covered his face with his hand, laughing maliciously. "We are siblings, but if he keeps stirring things up, I cannot stay idle." A massive explosion suddenly erupted in the forest. Adela summoned magical power and fired a light orb. "This time I won't fall for the trap, because I have watched your match hundreds of times." She recalled their previous duel and thought, that battle back then, you pulled the sun to your side, didn't you? But tonight, it is a night battle. Under the pale blue moonlight, the entire forest lit up with an ethereal glow. Adela pointed her finger to create a small magic circle and firmly asserted, "I won't give you a chance to counterattack." Quickly, her magic circle blocked the massive mana from the explosion. Shinhazu leaned agilely to evade the arrows. He glanced at the arrow grazing his bleeding shoulder, recognizing it as the continuous moonlight calamity. The number of shots was completely different from the midterm evaluation. Shinhazu thought helplessly that dodging everything was impossible. Adela, while casting magic, said, "Magic users are weak against long-range attacks." Adela's gaze was sharp and full of confidence. She stretched out her hand and yelled, "This is your weakness. I will surpass you in skill, effort, everything." Another massive explosion erupted from Shinhazu's position. He gritted his teeth and furrowed his brows amidst the dust. Shinhazu, while creating a barrier to block mana, charged forward. Weakness or what? His eyes lit up, a slight smirk forming on his lips. "This is just using brute force to drive me into my weakness. So what decision did you deduce?" Adela raised an eyebrow and laughed with pride. Shinhazu, still fending off the relentless attacks, silently commended. "Of course, throwing all your resources into this match is truly impressive. That is something not everyone can do. The secretary of the prestigious Sinbihui family is indeed different." And this Shinhazu raised his hand to ask Adela, "Since when did you reach the 4th magic circle?" The hand hidden behind his back had already summoned mana, condensing it into ice needles. She stopped attacking, her hair flying in the smoke. As expected, you noticed immediately. Shin Hazu silently released his mana, calculating in his mind he needed to conceal his attack with fire smoke. The mana source slowly moved behind Adela. She calmly explained, I reached the 4th circle 4 days ago. Not only that, Adela slowly closed her eyes, her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxing. She spread her arms to feel the air, her hair blown wildly by the wind. Behind her, mana arrows flashed like moonlight. Adela slowly stepped forward and then, without even opening her eyes, she casually waved her hand. I won't fall for that obvious trick anymore. With those words, she gently tilted her body to dodge, destroying that magic source. Adela snapped her eyes open, her pupils slightly shifting. Shin Hazu was astonished. Was that Mind Eye? Not only the 4th circle but also mastering Mind Eye. Is this going too far? Mind Eye is a secret magic of the prestigious Stetter family on Adela's mother's side in France. It is a detection-type mystic eye, similar to the ruby eye of Kang in Master of the Blue Tower. Adela now combines the strength and agility of Sinbihui with the explosive capability of Stetter, making her incredibly formidable. Shin Hazu covered his mouth in the smoke, silently admiring, this is truly a monster in human form. Adela immediately summoned her magic circles. Now, I will fight with everything I have. She swept her sharp gaze with determination. I am not foolish enough to hold back against you. Adela cast magic and launched an attack. The magic you used to bring down the emerald turtle. When will you use it? Shin Hazu looked up at the large spots of light in the sky. Frankly raised an eyebrow in challenge. I was planning to use it now. His eyes flashed a gleam within his deep red pupils. It was the god's eye. Adela's moonbeams had light mana 2774, shadow mana 7133, and water mana 93. She cast 12 consecutive turns using the Lin and Bi formula, focusing through the spiral shape of the Ferdani equation. Shin Hazu covered his face with one hand and swung the other forward, interrupting the attack. The power from that strike sent all the arrows flying in many directions. Adela's eyes widened in shock. The projectiles and their trajectories all missed before hitting the target. What did he do? What the hell? Shin Hazu just gave a faint smile. From your perspective, what do you think I did? Can you see it with your mind's eye? That evening under the bright moonlight, the Mage Council mansion was lit up all around. A man holding a glass asked in panic Sahyuk, what kind of magic was that? He stood up in disbelief. What exactly was that kind of magic that disrupted spells so absurdly? The one who spoke in shock was Sang Qian, the head of the Mage Council, Adela's father. Both of them watched her match against Shin Hazu on the large screen. Sahyuk responded in a low voice, I don't know either. The other asked suspiciously, didn't Shin Hazu tell you anything? Sahyuk closed his eyes calmly. He didn't say anything at all. Sang Qian slowly sat back down, surprised. Even Shin Hazu is hiding things from you. He smiled faintly but rested his head on his hand. For over a year now, he has started to fear nothing. Looking at the large screen, he said, Tieske, he is hiding many secrets from Sang Qian was briefly silent, then replied softly, I understand. He must have changed a lot after all those years or from home. Sahyuk kept his eyes closed, troubled. He has changed a lot. The other placed his hand on the table and asked, doesn't a man need to travel more to grow up? Then rubbing his chin and thought, to be honest, I thought he just got lucky in the midterm evaluation. Seeing Sahyuk's sharp, knife-like gaze, Sang Qian gave an awkward laugh. Saying this in front of you is a bit embarrassing, but I thought Shin Hazu would shine for a bit then fizzle out. He slowly rolled his eyes. You are not wrong, I understand. In the end, Shin Hazu is still an AI child. Sang Qian watched Adela channeling her magical power on the screen. Before, she didn't win because of stronger magic power, but because of her unique strategy and technique. He observed him launching a counterattack. Sooner or later, people will dissect information about him. Once they find his weakness, he will lose his edge. Sahyuk agreed, especially since Adela is a master analyst. Hearing praise for his daughter, Sang Qian proudly said, my child's skill is the pinnacle of pinnacles. Then he lowered his head and sighed. However, on the screen she heavily dodged the counterattack. He said, coming from Shin Hazu, I underestimated the boy. Sang Qian softly called the name of the person next to him, Sahyuk. His eyes grew serious. I have always been grateful to Shin Hazu. When my daughter first lost her direction regarding her goal, her eyes were empty and lifeless, but now, her eyes are sparkling more than ever. Sang Qian smiled gently. I am grateful that Shin Hazu came back. Adela has regained her motivation. Sahyuk just silently observed him, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face as he replied, well, that is also something to cherish. Under today's bright moonlight, an announcement rang out. The survival match has ended. Survivors must cease fighting immediately. Shin Hazu stood dumbfounded in the swirling, thick smoke. He raised a hand to avoid the dust, his gaze full of caution. The surroundings cleared to reveal the opponent's figure and the cracks on the ground. Adela rested on one leg, breathing lightly. Shin Hazu raised an eyebrow confidently, embarrassed. If there were more time, I would have won. He refused to admit defeat and replied arrogantly, no way. No matter how you look at it, I had the upper hand. The two stared at each other silently, full of fighting spirit. Trangsu hurried over with a laugh to mediate. Alright, that's enough, you two calm down. Under the moonlight, the scene returned to calm. He spoke with enthusiasm, let's head back together. The next day, a beautiful morning at the academy. Della firmly asserted to the person in front of her. Yesterday I was the victor. Shinhazu crossed his arms in disagreement. Bullshit. As per usual I would win. She asked back, as per usual since when? Adela remained steadfast. Bit by bit I've figured out your tactics. 5 minutes is enough. Shinhazu shot back. 5 minutes is enough for you to have your spirit drained. You would lose. Sun-chan sat in the middle, silently listening to the endless argument between the two. He spoke helplessly. For real, huh? Go argue in your rooms. It's annoying. But immediately both turned their heads and shouted in unison. What do you know? Butting in. Shut it, you 26th place elimination. Sun-chan felt like crying as he pointed at the recording tape. But this is my room. I just wanted to watch the survival match replay together. Very quickly, they cheered at the pile of food on the table. Let's have a feast. I even prepared yogurt, pizza, potatoes, and drinks. He laughed and cried enthusiastically. It's all reserved for you guys, of course. Both of them briefly sat up straight in their chairs. Shinhazu crossed his arms and complained, Sun-chan, you're blocking the entire screen. He froze, deeply wounded. The sound of playful banter echoed throughout the room. The room was immersed in a noisy, happy atmosphere. Hurry up, where do we start watching from? Geez, it's a whole 14 hours long. That's ridiculous. 14 hours later, night had fallen. Faint light shone down on the brightly lit high-rises, creating a beautiful night scene. In the room, Shinhazu and Adela still sat upright in their chairs. Only Sun-chan lay exhausted on the floor, muttering a few drowsy words, information analyzing monsters. In the quiet space, she softly chuckled. Shinhazu looked over in confusion. Adela quietly tiptoed closer to the sleeping Sun-chan. She laughed at the ridiculous sight. She turned and sat back down in her chair, preparing to watch an analysis video that was 14 hours long. Shinhazu also laughed helplessly, admitting that scene was indeed hard to handle. Looking at Sun-chan sleeping soundly, he said honestly that he had thought he would give up halfway. Adela smiled gently, saying that he had a really good friend. Shinhazu rested his chin on his hand and replied proudly, to him that was the best friend in the world. Her eyes lowered slightly, her voice soft as she spoke an apology. He asked back, a bit surprised, why was she suddenly like this? Adela replied that for 5 whole years she had pretended not to know him, wanting to keep a distance while also wanting to hold on. Now she felt all her previous decisions were wrong and apologized once more. He smiled softly to comfort her, telling her there was no need to apologize, because he was the one who rejected the signals. Shinhazu softened his voice, looking down at the floor. He was the one who chose to keep distance. Initially it was the same with Sun-chan. Sun-chan sat up in shock and asked, is what he said true? Adela asked with a start, are you awake? Shinhazu sighed and answered for him, he woke up a while ago, it is fine. Closing his eyes and rubbing his wrist, he said he was no longer like he was a year ago. He now had new power. Both of them were frozen for a moment, their eyes wide with confusion. He clenched his fist and held it up, saying he had trustworthy friends and wanted to show them this thing. Having said that, in an instant Shinhazu summoned a surging amount of mana. Adela gasped in awe, that was it indeed. Sun-chan was utterly speechless. He smiled proudly at the powerful source of magical energy in his hand. It was lunar radiance ammo. Sun-chan approached in disbelief and asked, meaning you can target the opponent's magic formula. He casually pointed to his eye and replied, that is right. Now he can see the magic formula too. Both were shocked. Adela covered her mouth and frowned. The eye of God, so that was how he knew her secret technique. Shinhazu adjusted the magical power in his hand, calmly explaining that it was something he analyzed and deployed himself. He tested the magic again and shrugged. He had to observe it many times up close to see how it worked. Adela hesitated and asked further, then how did you pierce the turtle shell during the storm? Shinhazu pointed seriously, it was also magic manipulation, interfering with the shell to reduce its durability, because it was created from magic. Sun-chan cheered in excitement, indeed you are a monster. Beside him, Adela still thoughtfully observed Shinhazu. He lazily rubbed his chin. There was no need to explain how to bend the trajectory of light projectiles again. Right. Adela finally spoke, if the condition for interference is understanding the opponent's magic perfectly, then it was not that you did not use it from the start, but that you could not. Shinhazu nodded, chuckling in praise. Exactly, you are quick to understand. In this match, he focused completely on using lunar radiance ammo. Thanks to that I could analyze the mana. If you had used other spells mixed in, I would have been troubled. She crossed her arms and sighed, not realizing that using lunar radiance ammo was lethally dangerous. As if thinking of something, Adela quickly asked, does that magic have any other weaknesses? Shinhazu put his hands on his hips and replied, the mana analysis calculation formula is quite complex. He extended his hand to control a small amount of mana, so I can only interfere with spells right in front of me. In actual combat, there is not enough calculation time, just a slight trajectory change. Adela looked at the small mana stream leading into his body and asked, then what about turning the opponent's magic 180 degrees to throw it back? Shinhazu closed his eyes and shrugged. There is not enough time, so that is impossible. Upon hearing that, she seemed a bit dejected. Really, that is a shame. If you could reverse it, the effect would be extremely amazing. She touched her chin. Currently it is still too powerful a magic. Behind them, Sun-chan raised his hand and said loudly, wait. He stomped over, grabbed Shinhazu's shoulders and yelled, you sit still and listen to me. Why are are you so comfortable revealing all these extremely powerful magics? Shinhazu asked in surprise. Do you not understand? Adela continued. Do you not know? Bombarded with questions. Sun Chan was dumbfounded and asked back, huh? What are you guys talking about? I do not understand anything. Both of them seriously said in unison. The Olympic Games. Su Chang gasped in astonishment. Shinhazu seriously placed his hand on his chest. I will take you guys to the Olympics. Please help me. Sun Chan was moved to tears, calling out his name, Heian. Suddenly he raised his hand wanting to stop him, but Shinhazu seeing this pointed at him. Oh Sun-chan, speak. Sun-chan rubbed his neck awkwardly and opened his mouth. Adela, I can still understand. But I do not have the skills to participate in a big tournament. Even Academy 53 is joining. He worriedly held up 3 fingers. I mean, second-year students might still be possible, but there are 7 classes of 5th year, 3rd year, so getting a spot with me is a bit difficult. Shinhazu frowned in agreement, then replied, do not worry, it will be fine. He smiled eerily, asserting in a low voice, no matter what happens, I will ensure you get to participate. Sun Chan was startled and stepped back in fear. Adela looked at the two of them, smiling softly. There are many restrictions, but the interference spell will be like a wild card. She thought to herself if in a match this spell could be used, it would be a match to decide victory or defeat, protecting one's magic gem while bombarding the opponent's gem with Grand North, attacking the opponent's base and capturing the flag, the siege battle. Shinhazu turned with his arms crossed and replied, that is right in those matches. This magic is nearly cheating. Adela was slightly surprised. That unique? If so, do you have any other hidden cards? A cryptic smile curled at the corner of his lips. He replied with a confident tone, of course. Under the moonlight, every room in the academy was lit. Shinhazu stood in his room, moonlight streaming through the window, wearing a magic circle robe, flipping through a book as he announced it was done. He channeled mana into the page he had just found and said, let us go. Shinhazu quickly vanished from the room, leaving only a few rose petals dancing in the wind. Mimiya was lounging on a reading chair, and upon seeing him she said, oh, specialist, as he slowly removed his hat. There you are, Mimiya. Mimiya looked up and pointed a teasing finger at him, saying he was later than she thought, hoping he did not end up not getting first place. Shinhazu replied confidently, of course it was first place. The score from the fight with the green emerald turtle was decisive. He put his hands on his hips and cheerfully asked if she remembered he had to win a gold medal in the competition, to which she replied yes. Was it the Olympics? Shinhazu nodded. That was right, he had also told her about that, and about the intervention spell. Mimiya thought for a moment and then asked doubtfully, really? But he had said he should master the intervention spell before talking, so he was a bit early to mention it. Shinhazu crossed his arms and bluntly said no. He said it at the right time, making Mimiya jump up in shock. Impossible. Thinking of the scene of Shinhazu controlling magic so lightly, she asked in disbelief if he had already mastered the intervention spell. But very quickly she transitioned into an excited expression. Specialist, you really are amazing. As if waiting for the opportunity, he immediately turned and said, well, so then... Shinhazu reached his hand forward and requested she find him a few books on the field of destruction. He clenched his fist, his gaze firm. The time had come to step into the field of destruction, to upgrade the B-rank circle. The phone rang from the blue towerlet. It was dawn outside and Shinhazu returned to his room, one hand on his hip and the other picking up the phone. Yes, Tower Master. The voice on the other end cheerfully said he had seen his exam video. It was truly surprising. He never expected him to defeat the green emerald turtle on his own. Shinhazu humbly replied it was just luck. Seeing his humility, Kangin reminded him, think about it, he was on par with Adela. A B rank? So how did he break through the green emerald turtle shell? He let out a hearty laugh. Oh right, he also saw Adela lunar bullet deviate from its trajectory. Shinhazu helplessly looked at the person on the phone and said with a proud tone, he thought it was a mana distortion field, but it actually was not. He gave an awkward, embarrassed smile and answered, Tower Master. He sincerely apologized, but he could not share his magic. Kangin laughed for a long while. He got too excited. His fault. He did not need to answer. Mages had the right to keep secrets. Upon hearing that, Shinhazu's expression shifted slightly. Kangin turned serious again and said in a soft voice, his magic was truly impressive. He would find out on his own. Standing and waiting for the research room door to open, he suddenly remembered something. Oh, by the way, he contacted him about the magical elemental items he had requested earlier. Shinhazu was silent for a moment before asking, good news or bad news? Kang's voice remained steady, of course. The door slowly opened, revealing the magical elemental items neatly placed by the researchers in the large space inside. He proudly said it was good news, everything was ready. Now to get serious. Seeing the scene on the other side, Shinhazu quickly asked Han, really, was everyone overworking themselves? It was fine to take their time. Kangin winked and smiled reassuringly. Not at all. They were all dedicated craftsmen who could not resist a new mana stone. He pursed his lips and thought to himself, just as expected, they were probably exhausting themselves. He spread his arms and directed the phone towards himself, telling him not to worry about the creations. Shinhazu's voice rang out thanking him. He was very much looking forward to it. Kang In was satisfied and was about to hang up. Alright, see you next time. When he suddenly stopped him. Oh wait. He quickly stated his intention. I have a request. Kang In remembered Smith's sinister smile and then asked, a request. Is it about the compensation for the incident with Old Man Lang Smith? Shinhazu replied in a serious tone, no, that matter is up to the Tower Master discretion. Hearing that, he became interested as he walked deeper inside and continued speaking. Is that so? How interesting. Tell me your proposal. He looked straight at the phone and seriously proposed. For this year Olympic exams, he needed craftsmen from the Blue Tower to be assigned as engineers for the national team. Mimiya stared wide-mouthed in astonishment and exclaimed, what, you will fight a B-rank mage? Shinhazu flipped the book in his hand and sighed in frustration. That was the Tower Master condition. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes to reconsider. Had he underestimated this matter? Returning to the conversation after Shinhazu's proposal, Kang In asked in a steady voice, you want our craftsmen to become official engineers for the Olympics? Shinhazu firmly replied yes. He smiled brightly but cruelly. I refuse. He raised an eyebrow, helplessly listening to the laughter from the phone. Indeed, this was not an easy request to accept. Kang In returned to a calm expression, the corner of his mouth curling up. I wanted to say that, but then, he still smiled but bluntly set the condition. If Mr. Shinhazu won a one-on-one match against a B-rank mage, then they could continue talking. Shinhazu was briefly surprised but immediately agreed. Okay. His voice came from the other side. You know, among the students participating in this year's Olympics, there are 2 B-rank mages. It is not that I doubt your ability, but Kang In eyes sharpened when speaking about interests. Deploying craftsmen required a massive sum of money. It was a bit difficult to shoulder such a big commitment just for honor. He listened to Kang In silence with his hands on his hips. Show us solid proof that you can win a gold medal at the Olympics. Mimiya crossed her arms and looked at him, asking if he had a plan yet, because no matter how he thought about it, as a current successor, defeating a B-rank mage was impossible. Shinhazu closed the book in his hands, shifting his gaze so now he had about 10 more days of grace. Mimiya raised an eyebrow in question. Are you planning to master a countermeasure and resolve the match within that many days? He nodded in reply. Yeah, if there is a way to counter it, then somehow it is feasible. She put her hands on her hips teasingly. Mastering it in 10 days is no easy feat, her voice carrying a hint of confusion. But do you really need to do that just to drive away the Tower Mage engineer? Shinhazu rummaged through the pile of books on the floor, while calmly replying, of course, otherwise there would be no point. Shinhazu let out a soft chuckle, turning his eyes, the only person in the country who can adjust and customize artifacts approved by the Olympiad. He hugged the stack of books in his arms. It belongs to the Blue Tower. Mimiya raised her head to continue. That place is truly impressive. Shinhazu gently explained, artifacts crafted by ordinary artisans only achieve 10% efficiency, compared to those made by professional craftsmen. Moreover, the only person currently capable of adjusting light element artifacts is someone from the Blue Tower. Mimiya pointed a finger and smiled, her eyes sparkling with interest. So the artifact efficiency determines the win rate in the competition. We really need their support. Shinhazu moved to another pile of books on the floor and continued searching. We must have them join in. This book and this one too. Mimiya hurried over, lifting the hem of his robe to ask when we would go to the third trial. Shouldn't we hurry? He stood up holding the stack of books in his arms and replied, I intend to read all the books you prepared before leaving. She put her hands on her hips and smiled lightly. Really? Oh, that is some impressive thinking. Mimiya closed her eyes as if accepting. Alright, when you enter the third training chamber, send my regards and tell him I am fine. Shinhazu looked puzzled at Mimiya's retreating back. Your regards, do you know someone there? Mimiya did not turn around, only left 2 words before carrying her plush bunny away. Secret. She hugged the plush bunny in her arms, smiling gently. Ignorance is bliss. Night had fallen, the high-rise city was brightly lit. On a banner imprinted with the Mado Corporation logo, the MC's voice echoed, Today, to all attendees of the celebration, enjoy this wonderful event. Inside the banquet hall, the guests all raised their glasses in social gestures, a voice tinged with praise, truly the chairman. The young man spoke with a respectful tone. At this point it could be said the chairman is almost certain to become the head of the Mado family. Jihan smiled politely, feigning humility and replying, You are too kind, I am just lucky. He put on a reverent expression. Everything I have is thanks to all of you. The guests raised their glasses in unison to toast. The future of Mado is certainly very bright. Suddenly, a harsh voice rose from behind, causing the young man who had been praising to freeze in shock. Certainly, moreover, the young master is building his reputation. Jihan turned cold, his gaze filled with killing intent. That man raised his voice. Everyone saw it. Right, who'd have thought he would personally defeat an Emerald curdle. Once a genius, always a genius, right? Jihan slightly tightened the glass in his hand. Did everyone see him fighting Adela, who has already reached the 4th rank? Facing the secret lunar magic of the Sacred Guard family and holding his own alone, truly astonishing. The man's voice continued after witnessing that, who still dares to call him unworthy of anyone. If his face were covered, everyone would think it was a real magic duel between adults. The people around murmured in low voices. They began to take an interest in the person named Shinhazu. I am very much looking forward to his participation in the Olympiad. Jihan seemed to have been forgotten, only able to silently listen to the name being repeated endlessly. The family head was also extremely satisfied with Shinhazu's performance. Shinhazu, is that Shinhazu? His face darkened, his eyes full of murderous intent. In this situation, the hair position could be taken by his younger brother. His mind kept screaming. So noisy. Jihan recalled moments from the past. That guy, they just blabber on as they please. He did not like it one bit. Shinhazu's joyful smile when he managed to control magic power. The thing I hate the most is you. Shinhazu thought he had thrown you down, but now you have come back. Suddenly, someone looked around in confusion and asked, where did the chairman go? He had vanished at some point. No one knew, only the shattered glass that had long since fallen lay on the floor. He led his attendants, walking quickly towards the large door. Jihan, irritated, reached up to loosen his tie. Not good, impossible. He stood on the windy rooftop, gritting his teeth in anger. That guy, that damn guy. But then Jihan covered his mouth with his hand, his gaze dropped, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his lips. He must die. In the spacious room, Shinhazu sat in the middle on a chair, intently reading a book, surrounded by towering stacks of books piled high. He leisurely turned each page with great concentration. The space in the room was extremely quiet, only the rustling sound of pages could be heard. After a while, Shinhazu slammed the book in his hand shut and exclaimed, done. Mimiya, who had been sitting on the floor drawing something, heard the noise and turned to ask if he had finished reading. He quickly replied, yes, if this is everything, I think I am done. Mimiya stood up and spread her arms wide before the towering piles of books. So you have read all the books on destruction magic. So, specialist, do you understand destruction magic better now? Shinhazu answered decisively but bluntly, not at all, not even a little. Of course I still do not understand. She sighed helplessly. At least you have gotten past the superficial understanding stage, right? He thought for a moment, fiddling with the book in his hands. I can grasp some of the structure. Mimiya happily held up her drawing, comforting him. It is fine if you do not understand. If you tell a person without wings to flap them and fly, they cannot understand, right? She seriously instructed, currently, because the conditions are not met. You cannot possibly understand destruction magic. Shinhazu widened his eyes at her cute drawing. The drawing is a bit ugly, but I can understand it. Mimiya pouted at the criticism, showing displeasure. It is a masterpiece. He grew serious again, lightly touching his chin and thought, those conditions, to meet them I have no choice but to enter the 3rd trial. Mimiya spread her arms again to praise his deduction. That is right. All the answers lie within the 3rd page. Shinhazu stood up, propped his hands on his hips, and looked at her in confusion. But the person you asked me to send regards to, is that the one teaching destruction magic? Mimiya crossed her arms and rolled her eyes, deliberately evading. Well, if you are curious, go see for yourself. You have read all the books anyway. He tried to probe, so tell me this. Is there a restriction preventing you from talking about the 3rd trial? Mimiya curled her lips into a faint smile. It was not a restriction. She closed her eyes, reminiscing about her old friend from years past. A promise. They had once shared a private promise between them. From the book, countless lovely pink items came pouring out one after another. Shinhazu stepped closer to the table, puzzled as he asked what promise she made that prevented her from speaking of the 3rd trial. He picked up a book from the table. Ah, so that was the reason for it. The book was activated by magic, slowly opening and emitting a powerful glow. On the page of the 3rd trial, strange characters gradually began to sprout small branches. They grew quickly and enlarged, reaching out toward Shinhazu. Shinhazu panicked as the branches wrapped tightly around him, but he knew he would understand once he heard it out. He squeezed his eyes shut to sense the transformation of the space around him. Shinhazu's eyes flew open in astonishment at the scene before him. This place is... He looked in confusion at himself standing in the middle of a vast forest, surrounded by lush treetops. He looked around dazedly. This was no ordinary forest. All the trees were absurdly huge. Where in the world was this? Shinhazu placed his hands on his hips, covering his mouth in disbelief. He thought he would be lost in a strange space like last time. Shinhazu stood alone in the middle of the dreamy, verdant forest. He decisively began to walk. Could this entire forest be a trial page? Shinhazu stood on a cliff edge, observing the distant sky from above. The sky was a pristine blue with a brilliant sun. Below were vast treetops. Forest this vast, he clenched his fists, stepping forward with excitement. His master's magic was truly absurd. Shinhazu looked at the hazy forest. No matter how far he went, he could not see the end. Soon, he had ventured deep into the forest, arriving by a small river. What kind of test was this supposed to be? Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation, sensing a massive tremor around him. Shin Hazu worriedly wondered, an earthquake? No, this was… Shin Hazu became still as he found himself overshadowed by a colossal figure. Something was staring at him intently. He remained motionless, slowly turning his head to look back. Before Shin Hazu stood a gigantic monster staring at him intently. It gently flicked its tail, slowly moving closer to the tiny human. Shin Hazu was momentarily terrified, his eyes wide with disbelief. This was utterly absurd. He watched it approach and then let out a loud roar, yet he had not sensed it at all. Shin Hazu stumbled back in panic, unfortunately slipping and falling into the cold water. Soaking wet, he surfaced, too horrified to speak. This thing. He carefully observed each feature on the monster's body. Its eyes were straight, the characteristics of a reptile. Then the thick scales on its back like armor, hard as a crocodile's. Shin Hazu sat on the ground watching the massive thing slowly stride forward, its claws and fangs sharp as swords, no doubt about it. That was a disaster class and unranked drake. Shin Hazu looked up, unable to believe it. He thought it was only a mythical creature. Defeating this thing was the test. He looked at those piercing cold eyes. He had to bring it down. His body could not help but freeze. It was impossible. He could not move. Shin Hazu felt helpless. Even a single light breath caused the mana in the air to vibrate. This was a completely different level. This thing saw him as nothing more than a block of mana, a tasty morsel. He frowned, gritting his teeth as he wondered if he could escape. His hand, placed under the water, struggled to move but still did not budge. The monster's gaze was sharp, as if it had already locked onto the plump, juicy prey. Shin Hazu looked up in despair at the massive shadow. Even with speed, he could not outrun a drake, and his body could not move an inch. Shin Hazu was tense, not daring to let his guard down for a second. If that thing charged, he was finished. Suddenly he noticed something unusual. Wait, that monster. It had no intention of coming closer. It just stood there staring. Why was it not approaching? He swallowed his saliva, voicing his doubt. Was something stopping it? Suddenly a gentle voice sounded, quite impressive. Shin Hazu spun around warily. The person approached, stepping lightly across the clear lake surface. Pale green hair fluttered in the wind. Praising voice said, even when facing a beast beyond his level, he did not abandon hope. His will was very strong. The elf's hands were faintly visible behind her long hair. Even a pressing situation, he remained calm and composed. Shin Hazu stared blankly at the girl approaching from behind. He had passed. He could move now. Shin Hazu snapped back to himself, surprised as he hastily asked, "Who are you?" She smiled gently, placing a hand on her chest as she introduced herself. Her name was Alinal Greenwood, once the guardian spirit of the forest, a grand mage, and an old friend of the string. Shin Hazu was momentarily stunned. Could it be? He looked in astonishment at the graceful figure behind him. Was that a deity? Elena gently turned her head to look over. Let me deal with this thing first. Shin Hazu looked up, carefully watching the person before him. She spread her arms, revealing the barrier she had already set up, not forgetting to offer praise. When tempted, you did not set foot into my domain. That is commendable. Elena gently waved her hand, seeing that you bore no malice, even though you had destroyed the garden. Her voice was gentle, unhurried. I will still forgive you. She blew the mighty man on her hand into a gentle breeze. Be silent and return to where you belong, remnants of a fallen lineage. Mana swept through the leaves, creating a rustling, refreshing sound. Shin Hazu noticed the surrounding scenery was changing, as if the entire forest was resonating. He could not hide his admiration. Elena was one with nature, as if it revered her as its master. She extended her hand toward the monster. If you do not understand words, return to dust. Elena slightly raised her eyelids, revealing a completely indifferent gaze. Immediately after, the monster roared in agony as if suffering torture. Shin Hazu gaped in horror. Where did those wounds come from? He was stunned by the unbelievable sight. The creature no longer made a sound. He only saw slashing streaks, as if something incredibly fast had been swung out. Shin Hazu paled, eyes wide. What the hell did she just do? The dragon's body was now covered in a crisscross of large and small wounds. But very quickly, its wounds began to heal. The monster bowed low before Elena, as if expressing gratitude. She closed her eyes and spoke softly. That was the final warning. Leave. The moment she finished speaking, the monster wisely turned and left. Shin Hazu raised an eyebrow at the series of surprises. The wounds healed instantly. He looked at Elena, unable to help but admire. That was a disaster-class creature, yet she dealt with it so easily. Elena briefly glanced at the person who had been silent until now. She turned and asked, "Are you alright?" Shin immediately replied, "Yes, I am fine, thank you." She unhurriedly raised her hand toward him. "I can see you are surprised." Smiling softly, emitting a warm spiritual energy. "Now follow me, successor." Golden sunlight filtered through the canopy, shining on the treehouse, creating a poetic scene. A steaming cup of tea was placed on the table. Elena introduced gently, "Try it. This is the type Jay really likes." She added, "Drinking it will make you feel calmer." Shin took the tea and thanked her. He closed his eyes, raised the cup, and slowly took a small sip. Suddenly, Shin opened his eyes wide in astonishment, as if he had just found the love of his life. He was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "This tea helped me clear my mind instantly." Elena happily laughed, watching Shin enjoy his tea. Seeing the cup was empty, Elena spoke up to ask, "How do you find it?" She tilted her head slightly. "Does it suit your taste?" Shin clutched his chest. chest, exhilarated and admired. This is the best tea I have ever drunk. Elena said kindly, it is good that you like it. Do you feel calmer now? He hesitated a little. I apologize for my rude behavior. She smiled gently. There is nothing to be ashamed of. Elena reassured him in a gentle voice. The fact that you did not give up before the dragon was very impressive. Shin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. So it really is a dragon. I could not have escaped anyway. She explained calmly. Even though it is the strongest creature in the forest, it would not dare come near my territory. Lena lifted her chin with a gentle smile, but perhaps it was attracted just now. He tilted his head in confusion, asking, attracted by what? She pointed at him, the dense pure mana within your body. Lena propped her chin and sighed. In its eyes you were like a nutritious meal. Hunger overcame fear. Seeing Shin silent, she asked further, do you have any more questions? He spoke his doubt seriously. Is this place really inside the Idrath book? Shin silently marveled, a place so unbelievably real. It took 15 minutes to reach Miss Elena's house. The vast forest was completely different from the previous trials, but the question still echoed. Elena lowered her voice, looking seriously at the person opposite. He gently explained, spanning from page 214 to 232, the third trial page. Shin Hazu widened his eyes in shock, so then, he stood up abruptly, unable to contain his surprise. Was that dragon an illusion created by magic? Elena tilted her head thoughtfully. Who knows? It is not real, nor is it fake. Shinhazu was dumbfounded. What do you mean? Elena answered immediately. This space recreates objects from the past. The world within Idrath recreates the greenwood forest that once existed. She raised her hand and described calmly. You can understand it as a copy of the original world. Shinhazu frowned in doubt. So they built this world according to the past. He still found it hard to accept and placed it inside the book. But how? She just smiled lightly and replied, I am not sure either. The only ones who understand and can do it are him and his hair. That is you. When you reach his level, you will understand how it operates. Shinhaizu wondered. So what is the reason you created this space? Elena gently answered. Because I want to impart a special type of magic to you. Hearing this, Shinhazu began to be stunned. What kind of magic? Elena did not rush to explain immediately, only answered briefly yes. Then her eyes suddenly turned serious. He noticed the change in the other's expression and felt a little uneasy. Elena spoke to explain the secret realm of a third circle master mage according to Jebel Baitino, the essential magic to comprehend destruction, eyes that see through the essence of magic. At this moment her eyes finally shone brightly, eyes that seemed to see through all things, the golden eyes. Shinhazu heard this and froze for a few seconds. That is the Jebel Baitino style eye ability, the clear eyes. Elena gently pointed at her sacred eyes. That is right, but my holy eyes are not yet perfect. The only ones who fully control it are him and you. Here, seeing Shinhazu still standing there dumbfounded, she enlightened him. I was entrusted by him with the task of awakening that magic, and thus I exist, even if only as a preserved memory. At the same time, in the city where the clan requested to stay, the car carrying Sahyuk was slowly rolling. He sat in the car, giving orders to the head of the vehicle. Tell Seo Hyon to report. Executive Lich Heap, I will report on the issue you mentioned earlier. Seo Hyon seriously mentioned the situation among the clan's children, young master Jinhak and young lady Minji, showing little interest in young master Shinhazu. He delved into the core issue regarding this formidable older sister, and surprisingly young lady Si also showed little interest. Seo Hyon glanced at Sahyuk. It seems your orders have had a significant effect. Indeed, Si has softened a little, but I do not think she will simply abandon Shinhazu. Perhaps she is just being cautious knowing that your shadows are watching him. His face began to darken. And what about Jihan? Of course, the Hollywood actor facade of this famous and fierce young master fooled Seo Hyon. Young master Jihan also seemed cautious. But it stopped there. Even the previous party showed no suspicious signs. Sahyuk heard these words with skepticism. Is that so? His voice became gentler. It seems both have learned to separate personal feelings and common interests. However, Sahyuk remained vigilant. Regardless, do not lower your guard until the protection period ends. Watch closely. The scarred-faced Seo Hyon did not dare to slack. Yes, I understand. And he paused in silence. There is top-secret information. So I will encrypt it first. Sahyuk agreed with the suggestion. Alright. Seo Hyon's face was like a brick wall again. This is the report on whether anyone in the clan is colluding with the Black Tower. He clearly stated among the elders dissatisfied with Shinhazu's return, along with the high-ranking officials from each branch. We investigated a total of 32 people. Hearing just this much, Sahyuk's face was taut as a bowstring. Seo Hyon continued, regarding the Black Tower, they are clean. He began to ponder. That means if it is not related to the Black Tower, they are not necessarily innocent. He then showed Sahyuk the individuals on the suspect list. That is correct. Among the 32 people, there are 5 extremely suspicious individuals. If things become tense, the spirit seekers can sniff them out. He looked carefully for a while, then hesitated about these people. Then, with a stern face, he declared, I will handle them personally. Back to where Elena and Shinhazu were casting magic. Her voice was gentle. Then from now on, both of them got into a ready stance. We will begin the training process to master the holy eyes. Although a bit scared, he was still decisive. Yes, please do what you think is best. Elena looked at Shinhazu affectionately. Just as expected from his hair, you are exactly like him in this regard. Then she covered his eyes and whispered, now close your eyes. Shinhazu felt puzzled. Elena kindly, yes, that is right. From now on I will transfer my mana into you, the hair. She began to activate her magical power, making it flow into Shinhazu's body. Slowly, gently, and I will explain about the clear eyes. Elena explained in detail as she worked. Normally information about the clear eyes can only be obtained after reaching the fourth circle. You can find it in another book. Shinhazu was stunned. From the fourth circle, he began to think back to the magic books that had helped him. Even though he had read the destruction books in the Idris and Mimir archives, there was no information about the clear eyes at all. So does that mean unless one reaches the fourth circle, they cannot see that information? Shinhazu pressed on. Perhaps the other book Miss Elena mentioned is the Mimia archive. Elena showed surprise. Oh my, you know about the Mimia archive? Shinhazu seized the opportunity and became overly confident. That is right, I also have a message from Mimia. Elena remembered Mimia's instructions. If you go to the third trial page, he asked me to pass a message to you. I am fine, that must be a private promise between the two. But this conversation distracted her. Shinhazu had to remind her. Miss Elena, she hurriedly apologized. I apologize. He felt something was off in the words. For a moment Miss Elena's magical power wavered. Did I say something I should not have? A moment later, she finally completed the process of transferring mana into Shinhazu. At this point, Elena finally breathed a sigh of relief. I am sorry, so you have met Mimia. That is great, but then she smoothly transitioned to the main topic. We will talk about Mimia at a more comfortable time. Now let us return to the topic of the holy eyes. Elena politely explained that the reason the holy eyes are revealed at the fourth circle is not that important. That is also the reason I am on the third trial page of the Idrit archive. Even Shinhazu himself could not believe what he heard. Miss Elena. Her voice was somber indeed, because Jay had left us here, so he tasked me with explaining everything. She helplessly recounted that the book could not record all the information. Truly, he knew how to make others work until exhaustion. He sat listening and felt dizzy from the sheer volume of information recorded. Mimia said the same. Shinhazu analyzed. Just adding the trial pages and the magic formula to confirm the inheritor required an enormous amount of mana, exceeding the capacity of a regular magic tome. Idrash's tome only contained necessary information. The rest was collected into a separate book, Mimia's tome. Her eyes grew sad as she recounted the story between her and Jay. Then she continued channeling mana into him to complete the process of mastering the sacred eye. Elena encouraged Shinhazu. Everything is ready. Open your eyes, inheritor. He was startled by the eerily perfect similarity between the two streams of mana. Elena's mana was completely synchronized with his infinite circle. He could not distinguish whose mana was whose. The strangely bright gaze made Shinhazu break into a sweat. Lady Elena, something is very strange. She replied softly, indeed, it is a bit strange, is it not? I have sealed your optic nerves with mana. Shinhazu was so shocked his mind reeled. You sealed my optic nerves? She gently calmed his spirit. It is too early to be surprised. The sacred eye is a sixth sense, completely separate from the five ordinary senses. Elena advised to train the sixth sense. The other senses are just unnecessary distractions. She placed her hand on Shinhazu's shoulder, making him jump. Touch, smell, and taste gradually faded, and finally even hearing disappeared. Shinhazu was unused to the bizarre power of the sacred eye. Indeed, I have begun to no longer feel anything. Suddenly he went limp and collapsed to the floor. Elena stood upright, calmly saying, Inheritor, I now invite you to step into the world of death. He lay sprawled on the floor without moving, then began to infer about a world where the five senses had vanished. Without sight there is nothing to see, without hearing there is nothing to hear. Shinhazu imagined the state of losing all five senses. Without touch he did not know if he was standing or sitting. He overthought, losing smell and taste, his body became numb to any external stimulation. Shinhazu made a mountain out of a molehill. Is my body still functioning normally? No. From the very beginning, am I even alive? The more he exaggerated his thoughts, the more he began to fear. Shinhazu imagined using shadow magic to fight Sahyuk. I am afraid, terrified, completely different from just having darkness cover my eyes. It is like being drowned in solitude, unable to feel anything in the infinite night. This very thought tormented him. Indeed, this is hell. Suddenly Shinhazu tightly gripped his trembling arm. He sighed, this is just training. Then recalled her words from before. The mind's eye is the ability to see magical power, a sixth sense unrelated to the five senses. At this moment Shinhazu's mind began to recover. He snapped out of the terrifying nightmare. Next, he closed his eyes to examine the mind's eye. That means I can still see mana in the darkness. Look at the mana. Shinhazu forced both his mind and body, concentrating intensely. The house the two were in suddenly lit up with streams of spiritual energy. Elena stared dumbfounded at him. How? She could not take her eyes off Shinhazu, who was focused on examining his mind's eye. Clearly so. An experienced person like Elena knew how others would despair when losing their five senses. No one kept calm after having all of them sealed for more than a minute. They would start going mad after 2 minutes. think of death after 3 minutes, then take their own lives. That was the fate of those imprisoned by the sense-sealing spell. She began to feel remorse for what she had done. She understood the terror of this magic better than anyone. She had planned to let him taste a little, and then lift it immediately. Elena recalled her own starting point. How she had obtained this magic was by going through it step by step, getting used to it slowly. But the inheritor had all 5 of his senses sealed for over 3 minutes. She stared in astonishment at Shinhazu, who was lying motionless on the floor, yet he was still completely normal. Elena calmly analyzed. No, on the contrary, this forest is resonating with his mana. If so, we continue as planned. The streams of spiritual energy surrounding the house became increasingly brilliant. From that moment until now, she was still amazed, truly incredible. After that, Elena used magical power to check Shinhazu's physical condition. His breathing was very steady, his magic circle had stabilized, perfect condition. His body having no abnormalities only made her more uneasy. This is the inheritor chosen by Idrash's library, Jay knew beforehand. Elena was worried about Shinhazu's ability to endure the sealing spell. He suddenly called out, "Hey Elena, are you listening?" This made her jump, nearly falling. Shinhazu's eyes were wide open. "Can you lift the sense seal?" Elena was scared out of her wits, and quickly lifted it. "Okay, let me do it." He immediately returned to normal, then sat up and sighed in relief. "I can finally breathe again." Seeing Shinhazu move, she ran over with a concerned expression. "Are you okay, moving suddenly like that?" Elena was still in shock about that miraculous power, so she asked in detail, "How did you overcome the seal? It must have been unimaginable horror." Shinhazu calmly recounted the nightmare, a world where all 5 senses were sealed. The mere thought of it was horrifying. He squeezed his eyes shut and described the process of calming himself down. "I kept telling myself this is just a safe training exercise. I desperately brainwashed myself." Shinhazu confided, "I suppressed the fear and focused on seeing mana." Elena was surprised. "Just that is not something you overcome just by brainwashing yourself." He admitted, "You are right, actually I almost gave up." The nightmare haunted Shinhazu more than ever, even knowing it was training. If the body does not accept it, reason is useless. Though it was just a brief moment, the darkness stretched like eternity. A hell named solitude, yet he still came to his senses and overcame the obsession when his concentration was about to collapse. Suddenly, a thought crossed my mind. Shinhazu said it was still better than a year ago. He somberly recounted his past failure when he realized he was not suited for AI magic. Shinhazu recalled the painful fall when the path of a mage closed before him. Then he was heartlessly expelled from the clan, and his father abandoned him. That was why this current despair was nothing. Back then he lived in hell. Light of the real world illuminated the entire forest. Elena was still puzzled by the sensory seal. She asked if it was better, and he nodded. Shinhazu insisted firmly that the sensory seal was merely a trial for him to move forward. His decisiveness left her speechless. He had to go through it. Now he felt much more at ease, everything was fine. He touched his own pupils and cheered joyfully because it was all in the past. "I am grateful that I found my own special path." Seeing Shinhazu so innocent like that, Elena shed tears. This scene reminded her of her friend Jay. She instinctively gave a light punch. He turned around with a radiant smile and thanked Elena. Elena was surprised. Shinhazu explained that in the darkness he could see her mana. He was genuinely grateful. Her mana was very gentle, making him feel at peace. Shinhazu asked hesitantly if she was affected because of him. Elena pondered his compliment. "Gentle, huh?" Those words reminded her of a familiar friend. The nostalgia made her shy, as she never expected to hear those words again. The light faded, giving way to the mystical night that reigned. In the small house, Elena and Shinhazu trained for the Archmage match. During break time, he drank tea and told stories about Mimia. Hearing that an acquaintance was safe, she felt relieved. Knowing Mimia was well was enough. Elena thanked him for bringing good news, and he humbly said he only relayed the message. Mimia was also at ease when she received the good news. Elena asked if he had met Mimia. He must have heard about her and the Greenwood Forest. Shinhazu knew nothing about the forest. She said she had to keep her promise. Elena felt guilty because Mimia still remembered the promise, but she could no longer keep it. He sat opposite her, looking bewildered as he addressed Lady Elena. Seeing his dazed expression, she apologized for making the atmosphere heavy. Shinhazu quickly comforted her, saying it was fine. Elena took the chance to ask about one matter. She hinted, making him freeze. Mimia seemed to really like him. Her characteristically sad gaze helped Elena complete her act. She asked if she was wrong. Shinhazu was flustered by that gaze. He scratched his head and changed the subject. So what was the promise? He politely declined to reveal it. It was a secret. Elena kept her lips sealed because the vow was known only to them. She could not tell. Shinhazu was determined to pry for information. He asserted that Mimia made the promise with her, so Mimia must have been real in the past. Elena awkwardly evaded. Had she not told him yet, she could not reveal Mimia's secret. Shinhazu relented, no longer insisting on asking. If it was a vow, then it could not be broken. Elena was grateful for his tolerance. She thanked the junior for understanding them. Darkness returned, bringing with it the full moon. Shinhazu trusted Elena. He went back first. From now on, everything was in her hands. Elena pledged to train until he mastered the Holy Eye. Before leaving, he asked one more question. She affectionately nodded. Shinhazu asked what the relationship was between Lady Elena and Mimir. She answered without hesitation they were friends. She talked about the bond connecting the three of them through the Jebel by Tenio magic. Even though they were far apart, they always had a connection. At the same time, Mimiya's book pulled Shinhazu back inside. He laughed out loud. I am going back now. The girl on the floor was surprised. What, that fast? Shinhazu explained he had school tomorrow, so he left early. Mimiya shouted, asking if he trained properly. He puffed out his chest confidently, of course. Suddenly Shinhazu's eyes lit up clear and sharp. In his eyes now, there was only Mimiya and the mana flowing around her. Seeing the mana floating, I guessed she had also trained very hard. Mimiya was confused and understood nothing. Shinhazu sat down in the middle of the room, saying he was just joking. It seemed not very stable yet, but he was sure he was training correctly. Mimiya felt something was wrong. Normally after training, he should not be this refreshed. The moment he touched her cheek, Shinhazu could feel Mimiya's mana flow. Amazing, her actual mana was both cold and stable. Hearing that, Mimiya was delighted, really. Actually, I am a very cold person. After a while, the two sat down at the banquet table and chatted. She worriedly asked him if he was still fine after undergoing the 5-sense seal training. Shinhazu calmly said it was nothing. Mimiya teased him, saying Elena went easy on him because she was too soft-hearted. Suddenly, she pointed at his face, or maybe it was the forest's magic. Shinhazu had never heard of it, so he blankly asked what forest magic was. Seeing his naive question, Mimiya was surprised. Have you never received cycle trauma healing? Shinhazu replied nonchalantly, what trauma? She could not believe her ears. Something was very strange. Then she suddenly yelled, you trained in crazy magic without suffering trauma. You must have used some trick, right? Mimiya's barrage of questions made him sigh. What method did you use? Tell me now. Then Shinhazu immediately recounted the entire incident from a year ago that he had once told Elena. After listening, Mimiya was stunned, unable to close her mouth. What? That really happened. Those bastards. If it were me, I would have… Shinhazu had not finished yet, so until a year ago I was still lost. There is more. He recounted how difficult his life was in the magic tower. Because everyone placed expectations on me, their reactions were even harsher. And then I lived in the shadow of despair. Now I see it as magic training, making my abilities stronger. Even with the senses sealed, it is not a big problem. Mimiya finally understood. The reason she always felt dark energy within him was because he had become accustomed to it. Then she empathized, so that is it. Shinhazu was a bit confused. He thought Mimiya would dismiss it, but no, her expression was very serious. He remembered Elena whispering earlier, allowing him to understand us and for us to understand him as well. Just thinking of her for a few seconds, Shinhazu started rambling nonsense in front of Mimiya. Hard, Lady Elena. Nah, just a bit. Seeing him muttering, she felt suspicious. Is this guy crazy? Then she quickly changed the topic. Anyway, you said the training went smoothly. Do you think you can finish in time? Shinhazu confidently asserted, yes, of course I will do it. He was burning with determination, unable to believe that those days of despair had helped him realize how lucky he was to be a mage. There was no more time to hesitate. As a master of legend, I cannot stay stuck in place. Not long after, Shinhazu returned to the Obelix Academy dormitory. He carefully placed 2 magic books on the table. Then he lay sprawled on the bed, thinking about the earlier conversation and Lady Elena's words. He vividly remembered her mystical eyes. The clear eye was a demon eye that evolved with the infinite spell circle. Then he began to analyze with the first level spell circle. He could see the color of mana. The second level spell circle, clear eye would recognize the structural gap in the magic formula. Shinhazu hesitated, touching his face. The third level spell circle would see through the essence of magic. When fully mastered, I will see mana whenever I want. He immediately cast magic right in the room, meaning he had to use the clear eye more freely. But Shinhazu still hesitated. I can do it, right? Then he took out his phone to check the news. Today there was news from the master of the Blue Magic Tower. He sent an information sheet about Hanguk. Shinhazu, the 5th rank mage he was about to face, had been designated, along with their profiles, hoping to see a good match. He thought, so that is my opponent, a 5th rank mage, it was decided. Shinhazu carefully studied the face of the senior he was about to compete against. He was shocked. This is in the indoor magic training ground. Sun Chan had trained all day and was exhausted. Are they even human? Della decisively unleashed several terrifying magic spells. Her magic sphere shot straight at Shinhazu standing there. He was not easy to take down. He immediately cast a barrier to counter Adela's attack. She wondered, so in the Blue Tower Master's message, did they also send strategy guides? Taking advantage of the opponent's distraction, Shinhazu unleashed several spell circles. Luckily, Adela managed to block them in time. He emphasized again, I told you, that is not a profile but a strategy guide. As he spoke, Shinhazu launched attacks, forcing her to dodge continuously. If so, this strategic data. Adela looked up at the sky and saw a bird. His magic bird was about to attack her. Could it be? She closed her eyes, ready to take the hit. But that bird did not attack Adela. It flew around the training room instead. This made her freeze for a few seconds. The bird flew behind Shinhazu, and he spoke. I wanted to talk about this. I also do not understand their intentions. Shinhazu reached out to help her up. Adela, what do you think? He politely asked, may I see that profile? He did not hesitate, sure. A moment later, Adela looked at the phone with a confused expression. It is true, this looks more like a strategy guide than a profile. Shinhazu nodded, and Sun-chan came running from somewhere to eavesdrop, wanting to watch as well. Reading the strategic guide, she had to marvel at how perfect the data analysis was. Adela hesitated over Kang In's purpose instead of focusing on the analysis. You should train your skills. Hearing that, Shinhazu got cocky, thinking they were favoring him a bit because he was at a disadvantage. Sun-chan was naive, but it was good news after all. We barely have time to practice, he half-heartedly agreed. Shinhazu beat around the bush again, but training was better than making assumptions. Adela went along with it. He complained, break time is already over? I haven't even caught my breath yet. Let's rest another 5 minutes, pretty please, Shinhazu ordered like a father scolding his child. You have to train under these conditions to build up your stamina. Alright, Sun-chan, 1 hour of running then. He fumed and cursed under his breath. Shinhazu, you sly bastard. Suddenly an explosion rang out right behind him, freezing Sun-chan in place. He yelled toward the two of them, you idiots are inside the building. Cowardly Sun-chan's face darkened as he saw a large hole blasted into the training ground. Why do they always use magic in the practice yard? It seemed the time had come for the shift change at Obolus Academy. The student dormitory, Adela had also returned to her room by now. She lay sprawled on the bed after a tiring day of magic training. Adela said weakly, you still have to change clothes before sleeping. Good night. She closed her eyes exhausted. Shinhazu's moonlight orbs lingered in her mind. They were faster and stronger than hers. Thinking this, Adela jolted awake. Wait, hold on. She must be really jealous of Shinhazu, how irritating. She worked so hard yet still couldn't catch up. Adela suddenly sat up. I can't go on like this, I have to try harder. Her competitive nature only made her more stubborn. Having come this far with scrying, she couldn't lose to Shinhazu's lunar magic at the very least. Adela wrestled with her own thoughts. I can't sleep now, I need to take a cold shower to wake up and review today's training materials. The forest where he often went to train was also submerged in the late night. Shinhazu closed his eyes to find peace of mind after the long day. He couldn't believe he no longer needed the 5 senses sealing spell already. Elena softly walked up beside him. Lady Elena. She happily pointed at her mystic eye. It seems you've completely mastered seeing through mana. Shinhazu said calmly, yes. If I look too long my head still hurts, but now I can use it whenever I want. Elena was thrilled. Then let's practice a new magic. This time you will use the mystic eye to observe my magic circle. She analyzed more meticulously as she observed. We'll understand the essence of magic and see a gap to break the incantation. Shinhazu was confused. A gap? Elena affirmed, yes, every incantation has a weakness. She calmly looked at him, use that gap to close and erase the magic circle, and quickly cast this new type of magic, that is the destruction magic Pegger. Shinhazu's jaw dropped, erase an entire magic circle. Elena calmly explained its power and function. Yes, Pegger means, open your mystic eye wide to neutralize magic. She said fondly, try it, you'll surely understand right away. Elena gently pushed the magic circle. The Pegger circle before him advanced toward him. Shinhazu moved his hand closer to the magic circle. The mystic eye began to glow brightly, stunning him. What is this? Even though he had secretly grasped it well, Shinhazu felt helpless against the Pegger magic circle. Its mana carried an aura that was both strong and warm. No matter how he searched, he could not find any gap in the circle. He was determined to find a gap in this magic circle. Elena stared as if trying to hypnotize him. Activate the mystic eye. Analyze the structure of the magic circle. Shinhazu obeyed the lady. Yes, mystic eye. At that moment, he was very alert, recalling everything he had accumulated. In magic theory, there is no such thing as a perfect formula. Shinhazu searched his memory for Mimiya's book, which had a passage on magic neutralization. He began to analyze the psychology of the magic circle. With Pegger, since no incantation is perfect, a gap was bound to appear. Shinhazu used logic to dissect the problem, see through the essence of magic, listen to the sound of mana to find the gap. He remained motionless for a long time, and then Lady Elena kept casting the Pegger circle. Shinhazu quickly manipulated this magic circle, seizing control. From then on, magic was no longer magic, destruction, breaking, and neutralizing. The mighty arena loomed beneath the azure sky. The presiding chairperson solemnly declared the conclusion of the preliminary strategy meeting for the Olympiad. Sahyuk lowered his head, deep in thought for a long time. As soon as he left the conference room, Kang In called out loudly from behind, Lord Sahyuk. He smiled and said he never expected the leader of the mysterious divine race to attend the meeting in person. Sahyuk's voice was harsh, his expression fierce. I should be the one saying that, Blue Tower Lord. Kang In calmly replied that he was only participating as a sponsor, which surprised Sahyuk. The corner of his mouth curled slightly, his gaze suddenly turning deep, more precisely a potential sponsor. Sahyuk frowned. It seems the Blue Tower is planning to dispatch artisans. Kang calmly replied that he was still considering it. As I said, I am only a potential sponsor. Sahyuk did not even bother to look at him. The mere fact that you are considering this is surprising enough. He suddenly turned and questioned, but the Blue Tower probably cannot mobilize craftsmen at this time. Kang also glanced at the other man. Fortunately, everything is going well. He believed this Olympiad was worth the effort. Sahyuk asked if the value was really that great. Kang proudly said that the Hanguk team, led by Shin Hazu, could achieve a miracle. Hearing this, Sahyuk muttered the name Shin Hazu softly. Kang flashed a cunning smile. I am looking forward to it too, and so are you. Sahyuk lowered his head, realizing that Shin Hazu had also made a similar proposal to him. Kang was delighted, his eyes narrowing into slits. I recognized it immediately. Sahyuk spoke again with suspicion. So what exactly did he propose to you? Hearing this, the corner of Kang's mouth curled up enigmatically. He recounted that Shin Hazu was confident he would win the gold medal and requested him to dispatch engineers. Sahyuk was skeptical. He also said he would win and asked me to give full support. He noted the boy was more arrogant than before, completely changed from a year ago. Kang slightly pursed his lips and asked if he had accepted the unconditional proposal. Sahyuk calmly replied yes, support is not difficult, but are you really going to send artisans because of a child's promise? Kang secretly smiled, like father like son, truly overwhelming. He puffed out his chest and replied, if Shin Hazu meets the condition, I am willing to invest. Sahyuk shot him a sidelong glance and asked what that condition was. Kang said that he must defeat a Circle 5 mage in a solo match. Sahyuk gave him a sharp look, not bad. Kang cheerfully asked if he planned to come watch. Sahyuk politely asked in return if he would be allowed to come. Kang joyfully replied that he was most welcome. Scene shift, a lush forest brimming with sparkling spiritual energy appeared before Shin Hazu's eyes. After struggling all day, he lay sprawled on the ground and sighed, I am exhausted. Elena stood beside him, holding a cup of tea, gently encouraging him, well done, successor. She walked over to a small table in the forest and said that the entire training session was complete. Shin Hazu sat up with difficulty and grunted in response. He expressed his gratitude, saying Elena was the one who worked hard and he owed his current state to her. Elena looked at him with affectionate eyes, hoping she had not pushed him too hard in the final session. Shin Hazu stood up, flashing a bright grin like his master, and said he could still handle it. Elena poured him some tea. Drink this, it will help relieve your fatigue. Shin Hazu politely thanked her and enjoyed it. Elena remarked he was completely different from that other person, as that man truly hated anything requiring physical exertion. Madame Tu smiled and said the master solved everything with magic, and would complain whenever strength was needed. Shin Hazu held his teacup, half asleep like an old man listening to gossip, and guessed that it was understandable for a mage that caliber. Elena's voice rang out as light pierced through the canopy of the ancient trees. Thank you for keeping up. This is the end of our training. She stepped closer and confided, teaching you has been an interesting experience. I am both relieved and sad. She hung her head gloomily. Since waiting for you, I knew the day of parting would eventually come. Shin Hazu stared in dumbfounded shock. Ah, you mean... Elena waved her hand, creating a powerful surge of life force that swept up leaves and the shimmering light of heaven and earth. When my role is fulfilled, the page on destruction disappears. Time to leave. Elena whispered tenderly. I will disappear along with the forest. That was my promise to the master. Hearing the farewell, Shin Hazu was stunned, staring wide-eyed at her for several seconds. Elena spoke softly, please do not be sad. Like the world quietly fading away, this is farewell, successor. Shin Hazu cried out in panic. Without you, I would never have dreamed of mastering the destruction skill. Elena placed her hand over her left chest, closed her eyes, and spoke her final proud words. I am very glad you are a worthy successor. Tears welled in her eyes. It is a pity I cannot watch you grow further. Shin Hazu ran forward in vain, desperately trying to hold on to Elena. She was helpless and sad, only able to hold his hand and whisper a final petulant plea. No matter what happens in the future, never give up. Elena's hand gradually blurred like smoke before his eyes. She closed her eyes and choked out a command. Take good care of Mimia. She gets lonely easily, and is a little troublesome. Shin Hazu's throat tightened. He squeezed her hand and nodded, yes, of course. The life force that once seemed like vitality was now only a farewell. He tremblingly spoke his final goodbye. He felt something he had never felt before, a true pain, an indescribable ache, an unavoidable sorrow. Elena used a loving gaze, sobbing as she congratulated him. She told him he was now a third ring master, then vanished in a sparkle of life force. Only the radiant idress remained, floating in the void. Shin Hazu teleported to his room, picked up the aidret and told himself he would open it immediately, but the page on destruction had completely disappeared. His tears fell with his sobs. Elena's image now only a memory. Thank you, Lady Elena. Shin Hazu recalled the events like a dream, reminding himself of the days of training in that forest. He would engrave this final farewell in his heart to keep moving forward as the life force slowly dissipated. The training tower captain stood towering like a castle in the middle of the city. Kang-in stood inside with a mysterious smile. The match between Shin Hazu and the fifth ring mage was about to begin. Sun Chan, sitting nearby, suddenly broke into a sweat as if something was stuck in his throat. Sahyuk was present, his face tense as he asked, "What do you think his chances of winning are?" Sun Chan answered in panic, "Why is this crazy guy always so over the top? Am I going to get dragged into this?" He looked down at the arena, wishing Adela were there, but she was below supporting Shin Hazu. Sun Chan urged him, "Hurry up and go, what are you waiting for?" Finally, the incredibly handsome Shin Hazu appeared after days of rigorous training with Elena. Sahyuk asked Kang-in, "Do you think he has a chance to win?" He waved his hand, a mocking smile on his face, his tone contemptuous. "I'd say about 10%. Hanguk stood in the arena with a triumphant smile. Hanguk, sitting up high, turned to Kang-in. "My perspective is a bit different." The latter laughed loudly and asked, "Then what percentage would you give my lord?" Sahyuk answered for him, "At most 2%. Kang-in pulled Sun Chan into the conversation and asked, "That's a harsh assessment. What about you, Sun Chan?" The boy stammered naively, "Huh, you mean me?" Kang-in glanced at him and replied, "That's right, setting aside your friendship and being objective. How high do you rate Shin Hazu's chances of winning?" The question made Sun Chan sweat profusely. He looked down at Shin Hazu to avoid Kang-in's gaze. "I think..." Then Sun Chan spoke louder to hide his fear. "I still think the chance is about 50%. Kang-in was not satisfied. He leaned in and asked, 50%, what's the reason? This time he answered without hesitation, "The reason. Actually, there's nothing specific, it's just that if Shin Hazu goes all out, the match will be evenly matched." Every word Sun Chan spoke was filled with pride for his friend. He's growing at an astounding rate and hasn't revealed all his strength yet. Kang-in pressed the question, "You mean Shin Hazu hasn't fought seriously until now?" Sua below signaled for preparations. All barriers were checked. The match was about to begin. Della hurriedly urged Shin Hazu, "Let's go." He hesitated. Nguk looked down and smiled. She stepped into the auditorium with a heavy heart. Seeing her arrival, Sun Chan ran over as if saved. "I'm rescued, Adela, great job," she asked in alarm. "What's wrong?" Only Shin Hazu and Hanguk remained in the arena, his eyes burning with fierce determination. The man opposite him still wore a triumphant smile. Referee Sua shouted, "Now both of you take your positions." Hanguk remained arrogantly proud. Taunted him, "I never thought I'd face the genius of the Divine Arts clan." Sua gave the ready signal. Shin Hazu stepped forward humbly. "Please go easy on me, senior." As he finished speaking, his eyes narrowed, carrying a cold aura. She raised her hand and shouted, "Begin." Hanguk's voice was condescending. "I'll let you make the first move, junior." Shin Hazu did not stand on ceremony. "Then I'll gladly accept your kindness." He chanted divine will, and a magic circle appeared before him. Next came Wind Blade and Fireball. Shin Hazu was smug that he had been allowed the first move, so he poured all his power into his opening strike. He looked up to the sky. "So that's the adaptive magic I've heard rumors about. How interesting." Seeing that smug face of his, he warned him, "Don't you think you're being a bit too relaxed?" Hanguk replied as if victory was assured, "Because I can afford to be relaxed." Shin Hazu lowered his head and threatened, "That confidence of yours." He used his spiritual energy to unleash a palm strike at his opponent to see how long he could last, opening fire. The brilliant streams of ice and fire life energy intertwined, flying chaotically towards him. Hanguk stood with his hands on his hips, looking at Ungdung, truly amazed. These magics crystallized from the fusion of ice and fire, looking as if they were of the same type, but a few streams swirled slightly on their own unique trajectories, different yet harmonious, becoming unstoppable. He slowly controlled the magic, thinking that if a level 5 magic flew at him like that, it would be horrifying. Then Hanguk's hand created a series of He looked straight at the opponent's face with half an eye. The magic streams of Shin Hazu attacked Hanguk head-on, a level 5 non-attribute defensive magic, but he was not easily bullied, quickly creating a strong defense to protect himself from the elemental force. In just a moment, his magic dissipated. Shin Hazu moved quickly, thinking that even a level 5 magic was blocked by the magic barrier. But the weakness of the magic barrier was that it completely isolated the caster. Currently, Hanguk could not stop him from getting close. Realizing the weakness, he shot forward, with the speed of light, leaving him no time to be stunned. Hanguk only then became alert, seeing his own opening, thinking to himself that his plan was to charge straight after I used the magic barrier. Shin Hazu was arrogant, even knowing that he could not change anything. He quickly moved in to control the magic barrier. Shin Hazu still acted superior. "Are you sure?" Shin Hazu gently placed his hand on his magic barrier. In just a few seconds, that fragile magic barrier could not withstand the pressure from him. Intervening, Hanguk was caught off guard and fell backward. Sun Chan, sitting in the stands, was also excited. A crack in a level 5 barrier. That stream of life energy just enveloped Hanguk, causing the crack to spread wider and wider. Seeing this, Kang-in was startled. Impossible. Meanwhile, Sahyuk still kept an ice-cold baffled expression from the start of the match until now. He knew he would win, so he smugly taunted the opponent too late. I had already predicted the moment you would interfere with the magic and set it to release a magic speed sphere right after. The two overlapping trajectories of wind and fire merged into one. They struck down the magic barrier like a missile. Firestorm Shinhazu's magic had shattered the magic barrier in seconds. Della stood up abruptly, startled. The magic barrier. Sun-chan was also stunned, his mouth hanging open. It broke. He smiled a contemptuous smile and said sarcastically, "If only Senior had been a little more careless. How wonderful that would have been." Suddenly Hanguk's voice rang out from within the firestorm. Right when your magic streams were churning, it's okay to relax, but don't lose your vigilance. As soon as the barrier broke, he created a new one, and then being overly confident. That is what the Tower Master taught me. Shinhazu stood aside dumbfounded, creating a new barrier right when the old one shattered. Is this the level of a level 5 mage? Hanguk stood behind the magic barrier, looking at him with sharp eyes. He threatened the opponent while creating a powerful magic stream. Alright, Junior, this time I will make the first move. Surrounding the arena now was all white smoke and a tense atmosphere. Seeing him about to act, Shinhazu thought, just as expected. Those lines of information appeared in his mind, completely matching the data the Tower Master sent. Shinhazu kept a calm mindset, recalling and thinking of a counter move. A moment later, he looked up at Hanguk and guessed. The next move is his signature technique, fire magic and melee body enhancement. Shinhazu had just finished thinking when he saw Hanguk holding a fire elemental sword charging forward ready to attack. He clenched his hand, simultaneously forming a fist to counterattack. He is interested in his magic. Shinhazu moved while carefully analyzing. He is not aiming for a vital point. Hanguk would not attack lightly for such a small matter, but he would not hold back if he struck. There is only one answer. It was definitely a right punch, and it all fell within his prediction. Shinhazu reacted nimbly, lowering his center of gravity to dodge. But unfortunately, Hanguk's speed was too fast, causing his upper arm to be grazed by the sword's edge. Shinhazu did not have much time to think, deciding to go for a quick victory. He clenched his fist tightly, then used all his strength to apply pressure on it. After that, he decisively struck him with a punch right in the stomach. Hanguk's face showed clear pain as if he was about to curse. He frowned, then quickly retreated away to avoid the blow. Hanguk rubbed his stomach, forcing a wry smile. You can react well even at this speed? Shinhazu heard this and honestly replied, I have trained quite a bit in close combat. He sheathed his fire elemental sword, then began to gather the flame in his hand. You are right. He observed every gesture, thinking, even though melee is his forte, he still analyzes the opponent's strength and adjusts his posture. He truly is no ordinary man. At this moment, Hanguk spoke, cutting off his thoughts. The future is truly terrifying. A third circle mage with this level of close combat skill. He stepped slowly, accumulating fire energy in his hand. From now on, I will too. Hanguk immediately stirred up his magic, and then declared proudly, I will fight seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, the flame in his hand burst forth, fire rain. At this moment, it was a supreme privilege only obtainable by a 5th circle mage. It was a wide area destruction spell that no 3rd circle mage could withstand. Hanguk knew this well and taunted, how are you going to stop it? Torrents of fire rained heavily upon the arena. Shinhazu felt no fear, only a resolute determination that this match would end with this one spell. Confident of victory, he began to summon his own magic. He slowly resonated with them, feeling this type of power. Having felt enough, Shinhazu shouted loudly for a water shield to avoid the rain of fire. Seeing him dodge a 5th circle magic spell, Hanguk was stunned. A 3rd circle spell could not possibly do that. It was not just him. The audience could not believe it either. Was that adaptive magic? Adela exclaimed excitedly. The fire rain and the water shield had already clashed. Sutrang beside her was also overexcited. I cannot see anything. What is happening? Seeing its immense power, Kang-in was puzzled. A water shield should be a 3rd circle spell, but it felt like it was above the 4th circle. Sahyuk watched this scene and fell silent for a moment. A thick layer of bone encased the arena floor, making it hard for Hanguk to pinpoint his opponent. Damn it. He calmly analyzed, within this bone screen. He cannot see anything either, so where is he planning to strike from? Now Shinhazu was activating his Eye of Truth, opening it. With the bones this thick, he knew he could not see anything. Even if he could not see, mana would tell him. The thought had just flashed by when Shinhazu located his opponent through the red mana of the fire sword. Having thought it through, he quickly charged forward to attack. Hanguk sensed the sound and turned to look. Then he swung his arm in a cutting motion, catching him. However, what he slashed was merely air. At the same time, Shinhazu behind him unleashed a common lightning magic. Seeing him right behind, Hanguk was flustered. When did he get this close? Hurry, absolute shield. No, it had been broken already. Too reckless. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. Then, he unleashed a new technique, and Shinhazu keenly noticed it immediately. It was yellow mana. He was gathering elements to create a powerful barrier. and slammed his hands to the ground and poured all his power into an earth shield. Seeing this, he immediately thought of a plan to stop him before he could erect the wall. Instantly, a torrent of thunder crashed down, and the unfinished earth shield was shattered. Hanguk, standing right there, was also affected by this source of energy. Without time to rest, Shinhazu was already executing his next technique. He summoned fire element magic to envelop his fists. Watching the moves just now, he thought worriedly, he is too fast. Seeing the magic source on Hanguk's hand, Shinhazu's eyes turned sharp, shaping mana. He quickly dodged the blow but was unfortunately grazed, water-light pillar. Though injured, Shinhazu did not retreat and continued charging forward with a massive explosive strike. Very quickly the shockwave and the water shield clashed. The aftermath passed, leaving behind a hazy cloud of bone dust. He began to think irritably, damn it, my vision is blocked again. Facing the thick bone screen, Hanguk found it troublesome. This is getting annoying. A second later, he used a new magic. Your petty tricks end here. Shinhazu watched seriously to see what Hanguk was going to do. After a moment, he gave a meaningful smile. With the eye of truth, he could see through the essence of magic, listen to the sound of mana and grasp the flaw within the magic. At that moment, magic would no longer be mere magic. Shinhazu stepped forward, reaching out his hand to summon his own magic. Hanguk's magic command lines instantly evaporated, startling him. My magic is gone. As he slowly lost consciousness, Hanguk still tried to hold on to the dragon's nest, and at the same time he spoke. The moment you are certain of victory is when you are in the most danger. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinhazu immediately unleashed Chaos Dance with Wind. Victory and defeat were already crystal clear. Sua stood up abruptly and announced in a loud voice, the winner of the match is... She took a long breath and shouted loudly, Shinhazu. The battle was over, leaving the arena in severe disrepair. At this moment in the waiting room of the Blue Magic Tower training facility, Shinhazu was feeling tired. I am so exhausted. He walked over to the changing area when suddenly Kangin spoke up. Shinhazu, truly a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering duel. He didn't want to say more, so he slammed the door shut. Half a second later, he opened the door wide with excitement. For that entire time, I couldn't believe my eyes. Kangin started dancing, and I wondered why he did that. But thinking back, it was preparation for the final move to nullify the magic. It felt like watching a perfect chess game, and recalling it still sent chills down my spine. He casually put his arm around Shinhazu's shoulder and asked, so what was that last move? The final storm load? That's level 4 magic. How did you get past the memory limit? Shinhazu put on a harmless expression and asked back, if I said I modified the memory using transformation magic, would you believe me? Kangin answered decisively, of course not. If it were level 3, I could still understand it. But level 4 is a different story. You didn't just overcome it, you completely erased the memory's weakness. He laughed, pointing at Shinhazu, asserting that it was a complete contradiction. After hearing that, he fell silent, offering no rebuttal. Kangin continued his analysis. The activation speed was nearly instantaneous, and the improvised magic broke every rule. His eyes deepened. You also neutralized the opponent's magic. But what kind of magic are you really using, Hazu? Seeing Kangin so clear about it, he fell into deep thought for a moment. After a while, meeting his gaze, Shinhazu hesitantly opened his mouth. Sometime later, at the Green Magic Tower headquarters, inside Kangin's office, Sua turned to report, tomorrow, I will handle the engineer deployment for the Cloud Summit Association. He heard that and smiled, all right, coordinate with the contractor so it doesn't affect the other projects. Suddenly, Kangin put his coffee cup down on the table. Then he spoke with a meaningful tone, Sua, what do you think? She frowned and asked back, what do you mean? He said with interest, do you think we can win the gold medal at this holy assembly? Sua did not hesitate. I don't think it's completely impossible. Kangin immediately said, oh, yesterday you said even a bronze medal was a distant dream. Sua was startled. The situation has changed since yesterday, hasn't it? He hinted, is that so? You also found it astonishing, didn't you? As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of Sua's keyboard typing also stopped. She understood what Kangin was implying and admitted, yeah, it was indeed very impressive. He suddenly laughed. You were so engrossed that you forgot you were a judge. Sua said awkwardly, please don't tease me anymore. The next second, Kangin became serious. By the way, what kind of magic does Shinhazu use? Sua did not answer directly. Didn't you watch the whole match with your ruby eye? He admitted, I did watch. Recalling that scene, Kangin was still troubled. Even though I saw it, I still can't explain it. Moreover, using steam to blind the ruby eye, and even hiding the trick to conceal the magic. Truly frightening. And of course, I understand he broke the formula for hell magic. But how exactly? I have no idea how he did it. Sua thought to herself, even the ruby eye, one of the most powerful reconnaissance demon eyes, could not capture it. He stroked his chin. This thing bothers me. I asked him directly in the waiting room. Thinking back to that moment, Shinhazu calmly asked back, and then? And I said, do you remember what you said? A mage has the right to keep his magic a secret. Then he gave a compromising smile. I can't reveal it to you. Kangin recalled with boredom. Yeah, he refused, said it was a secret, that I should find out for myself. Sua suddenly flashed a hint of suspicion. Is there a chance he did something illegal? He immediately cut off that thought. No. The purity and structure of his man are too clean. Kangin picked up the tablet. The only thing I could recognize. He hesitated, recalling Shin Hazu's words. If I said I modified the memory using transformation magic, would you believe me? Kangin thought the magic he used was not transformation. Not letting curiosity take over, he stood up. Anyway, this year's Cloud Summit Association is definitely worth watching. Kangin suddenly became cheerful. Do you want to go get something to eat? Sua helplessly followed. She said jokingly, will you pay me overtime? Next day at the Obelix Academy dormitory. In Shinhazu's room, the sound of an alarm clock rang out. He looked at the clock, feeling his whole body sore and itching. Shinhazu sat up and guessed. I slept about 8 hours. Probably because I used resonance and dissipation, so I'm more tired than usual. When using resonance, I can't use mana. Even the master's robe is useless. That's a real problem. I need to be more careful. After thinking it over, Shinhazu didn't know what to do, just sitting on the bed. He tiredly rubbed his temples a few times. Suddenly, his phone showed a notification with a message from his father, who gave him some advice. You overexerted yourself a bit in yesterday's match. I have arranged for you to take medical leave. Spend the whole day resting. Seeing these messages, Shinhazu paused slightly. He thought to himself, after yesterday's match, his father had left without a word, making him worry about what might be troubling him. But now Shinhazu was somewhat relieved, so that was good. He sank into thought, wondering if he had regained any of his father's trust. Not yet. Not at all. The truly important part was only just beginning. There wasn't much time left until the World Cloud gathering. A moment later, at the library, Mimiya walked over to greet him. Specialist, you're here. How was the match? Shinhazu forced a smile and replied, of course I won. It was too easy. Mimiya probed, are you sure? Your face looks like you're about to faint. Shinhazu sighed and told the truth. Honestly, it wasn't easy at all. One small mistake and I would have lost. Thanks to the information from the owner of the Green Tower, I was in a favorable position, so even though I won, I don't feel satisfied. His complexion improved, and he requested Mimiya, bring me a book about the fourth circle of infinity, specifically the expansion circle. Hearing this, she immediately summoned magic. The fourth infinite magic circle expanded. Very quickly, the books he needed appeared. I have collected many spell books for you, specialist. Shinhazu looked at the massive pile of books in astonishment, hearing Mimiya instruct, so please read them all. A moment later, as a gentle breeze blew through every corner, in some area of Obelix Academy, a class was in session. The teacher's voice rang out in the class. Now, chapters 5 through 10 have been assigned. Write about the magical attributes and the answers to the questions. If you review the materials carefully, you will find it not difficult. Hearing this, Shinhazu picked up his pen and wrote a few words. Suddenly he stopped, pondering deeply. The expansion magic circle. Seeming to have an idea, he picked up his pen and drew a few lines. The expansion magic circle was importantly different from the previous ones. He had drawn some peculiar circles, the balance circle, the resonance circle, the interference circle, and Shinhazu drew the final stroke, made of layered structures like flower petals. He stared intently for a moment, then analyzed. The expansion circle was surrounded by 3 magic circles rotating on a stable axis, causing the entire magic circle to stabilize, increasing magical efficiency. When the magic circle stabilized, the weaknesses of the magic decreased, while the absorption of energy increased. Of course, the number of resonances and the resonance time also increased. The adverse effects from the magical resonance also decreased. Additionally, the burden when using the dispersed chant also decreased. Thinking this far, Shinhazu smiled. It was the same for the Eye of Insight. However, he knew it had a dark side, but because this was a completely novel circle compared to the previous ones, it was not easy to create. Recalling what he had read earlier, Shinhazu became more certain. Yes, that was the biggest problem based on the book he had read in Mimiya's, and it would take at least a year to create the expansion circle. Just thinking about it was enough to give him a headache. The more magic circles, the harder to create. Shinhazu's eyes wandered into the distance, but this was really too much. Now, he couldn't even estimate the time to create the magic circle. A long while later, inside the training grounds of Obelix Academy, he focused on the clock and then said, 5 minutes left. Sun-chan was panting heavily from jogging for a while. Adela beside him was also starting to tire, but she knew how to regulate her breathing more evenly. Just as he saw enough time had passed, Shinhazu shouted, alright, 10-minute break. Hearing this, Sun-chan immediately lay down and complained, I think I'm gonna die. Seeing this, Adela walked over and asked, are you okay? A look of determination shone in her eyes, then she gently encouraged, hang in there. Sun-chan's head was now of question marks. Adela continued to reassure him, didn't we say we would try even harder? Seeing her action, he felt awkward, remembering something. It was on the night of the battle with Hanguk, when Shinhazu had said, everyone, I just finished a match and am very tired, can we do it another time? Sun Chan reacted strongly upon hearing this. What the hell? No matter how tired you are, you said the evaluation had to be done on the same day. That was what you said. Adela standing nearby was also worried. But I think today is a bit much. Can we rest and do it tomorrow? But he still insisted on his decision. No. Sun Chan began to reason training while tired is the most important thing. Skipping it is like skipping 30% of the training. Then he boldly stepped forward, shaking his friend's shoulder. That's what our teacher Shin Hazu always said. You haven't forgotten that, have you? Shin Hazu's face darkened at this moment, wanting nothing more than to punch the other party in the face. Suddenly, he smiled brightly and said, "That's right, I've been too lazy. I shouldn't forget my initial intention to prepare for the full training tomorrow. I'm really looking forward to it." Sun Chan felt something was wrong, his face turning pale. "I think you'd better rest today." Shin Hazu dragged him away while suppressing his anger. "Alright, let's start with the first exercise, taking it step by step." Sun Chan sensed the situation was not good and began to appeal to Adela. Adela only pretended not to notice, replying congratulations. A moment later, at the familiar Obelix 24 convenience store, Sun Chan walked while sighing. Even if he is my friend, objectively speaking, a genius is still a genius. Adela agreed, "That's right, he's really amazing." Then Sun Chan added, "He is truly insane." Just because his opponent skipped the first step, he completely changed his strategy, creating something new on the spot. Hearing these words, she paused for a moment, then slowly spoke, "Is that so?" Without thinking much, he turned around and asked, "Was Shin Hazu like that when he was a kid?" Adela took a sip of milk, and then calmly replied, "Well, he was a bit younger than he is now." Sun Chan was puzzled. "You mean his mind, he has never matured?" She did not deny it, "That's right." Suddenly Adela's memories came flooding back. "At that time, I thought he was too enthusiastic about training, as if he was overestimating his own abilities." At that time, she stood from a distance and looked toward Shin Hazu. "Of course, I also tried harder to keep up with him." Shaking off those wondering thoughts, Adela immediately smiled. "But now, following his footsteps, I have come to understand many things, to be honest. I like it even more. I must say Shin Hazu's magic suits you very well. I think I am even more interested in his magic now than before." Sun Chan suddenly thought of something and leaned down to ask, "Wait, that man, the master of perfection, had such a time?" Adela answered frankly, "Yes, at least before he joined Obelix." Sun Chan silently affirmed, "So is the judgment that Shin Hazu's magic incompatibility is not a curse but a blessing correct?" Just as he finished speaking, Sun Chan turned to look at her with a puzzled expression. Seeing that expression on Adela, he immediately became flustered. "Do not misunderstand me, I have no ill intent. Do you know in stories or movies, geniuses often have a unique kind of pride?" Sun Chan expressed his thoughts. "I think that pride caused him to develop slowly. But Shin Hazu always kept moving forward, learning and understanding, changing and perfecting himself more and more." She seemed to understand the other's meaning. "In other words, because he had experienced failure, he became as perfect as he is now. Is that what you mean?" Sun Chan walked and firmly affirmed, "That is exactly my view. Shin Hazu might get angry if he hears this." Sun Chan suddenly stopped, took a long breath, and then said cheerfully, "Well, he has found his own path. That is something we can call him doing many things well." Adela, hearing these words, was stunned for a moment. He turned around and said elatedly, "Adela, let us do our best." Sun Chan added, "We have to show him that we are on the same path of growth as him." Then Sun Chan raised his hand with determination. "Let us try our best and prepare for the Olympiad." Finally, she understood all of his words. Let us do our best." Back to reality, at the training grounds of Obelix Academy, Sun Chan was lost in the past, unconsciously blurting out that was all that happened. Shin Hazu stepped forward, snapping him out of it. "Huh?" He handed a water bottle to Sun Chan and said at the same time, "You did well." His face flushed red, he smiled wryly and could not help teasing, "You made me sick, are you giving me medicine now?" Shin Hazu handed over the water while retorting, "Hey, when did I ever make you sick? I gave you a dose of medicine with instructions on it." Sun Chan took the water bottle. "Yes, thank you. Truly a talented doctor." Adela stood there witnessing this scene, and flowers suddenly bloomed in her heart. Suddenly, he raised his voice, cutting through her thoughts. "Adela, it is time for special training?" She ran over and answered, "Okay." At Obelix Academy, training time had passed. In the indoor training ground, Sun Chan and Adela were resting. Then Haru suddenly called out, "Adela, sorry to interrupt your rest. Can we talk for a moment?" Hearing this, she turned her head to look at him with a puzzled expression. "Talk?" The two of them began behind the training ground to talk. Shin Hazu spoke first. "Now that the Olympiad team is confirmed, I am thinking of adjusting the training schedule." Then he announced, "Starting tomorrow, we are officially allowed to skip the regular classes." Adela quickly responded, "Yes, that is right." Shin Hazu hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Although the academy has its own training program for the Olympiad, I think 8 hours is not enough." He picked up the tablet, slowly raised it, and simultaneously extended his hand. "So from now on," Shin Hazu gave the instruction, "we will study tactical battle strategies in the mornings." She immediately questioned, "Study tactical strategies?" He seriously explained that yes, we would analyze each Olympiad event. Shin Hazu weighed and examined this year's new rules to find the path to victory. Adela wondered, that sounds good, but why are you telling only me? Shinhazu smiled wryly. The physical training area made Sun-chan struggle, now he would not even be able to listen. She thought that was true. Shinhazu reported that the analysis of players from other countries was being handled by Sua at the Blue Magic Tower. A few minutes later he concluded, we start tomorrow, just remember that. Adela called him back. Wait, she asked worriedly, making your own strategy is fine, but will the third-year students actually follow it? Shinhazu heard that and broke into a confident smile. He looked at Adela, then hinted there was a way to solve that problem. Next day, all three gathered at the Obelix outer field. Shinhazu and Adela were calm. Sun-chan awkwardly asked why they were not worried. Hearing that, he said, you are even calmer, is there a reason to worry? Sun-chan sweated as he explained, everyone thinks we are third years, that awful feeling of deception. Shinhazu mused, that senior title does give that feeling. Adela chimed in, not really for me. His head exploded, what, why? Then she crossed her arms and declared firmly, because I will defeat them. As Adela finished, a voice rang out, wow, the little girl is even more arrogant than I heard. The three of them looked in one direction simultaneously. Standing there was a guy with light blue hair named Shin Woo. Next was a less friendly guy named Jin Seok. Finally, the girl who had just argued named Hee-yeon. Stepped forward to provoke, hey juniors, repeat what the kid just said. Adela played dumb, what did I just say? Hee-yeon repeated word for word, you said you would defeat us when we face off. Say it again. She retorted, if you want to hear it again, currently no third-year student can defeat me. Sun-chan nearly fainted upon hearing that. This classmate is too rude, I am truly sorry. He turned and scolded Adela. Are you crazy? What is good about making enemies of seniors? She shrugged. I am just stating the truth. Sun-chan quickly covered Adela's mouth, reminding Shinhazu not to interfere. Shinhazu replied, of course I am not doing that. And he put on a harmless expression, seniors, I have been waiting for you all. Shinhazu paused for a moment then said, excuse me, but what do you all think about having a match between second and third years today? Sun-chan froze, hey. He observed, thinking it was really unfortunate for the seniors, but to completely take command of the team. Shinhazu was serious. I need to subdue these seniors first. Shin Woo found it interesting, smiling as he asked, you mean 52 against 53, right? He said in a mocking tone, 3 second years against the three of us. Hee-yeon cut in, let me go, those unruly sprouts need to be trimmed cleanly. Seeing they misunderstood, he shook his head, no, I mean, Shinhazu explained coldly, all second-year students against all third-year students. Meaning 3 against 7, all third-year students were stunned. Sun-chan at this point seemed to have his soul leave his body, unable to hear a single word. Shin Woo got straight to the point, what is your purpose? Shinhazu muttered, my purpose, huh? He implied with your personality you would not come to Gajun to provoke for no reason. You must have a purpose. Shinhazu stared intently. Shin Woo, the second son of the Sinmu family. I met him a few times when I was young. His calm nature and caution have not changed. After a moment he said casually, what ulterior motive could I have? I just think competing is the best way to evaluate skills. Suddenly Jin Seok lunged forward like the wind shouting, you arrogant brat. He understood Shinhazu wanted to crush them with skill to seize control of the Olympiad team. Hee-yeon was in shock. Shin Woo found it reasonable. Your purpose is to overwhelm us to take command of the team. Hee-yeon was in shock. Jin Seok slowly stepped forward with a sneer. Is that right? Am I wrong? Shinhazu, having been seen through, fell silent for a moment. Suddenly Hee-yeon raised her voice. Your arrogant attitude is over the line, junior. Patience has its limits. Hee-yeon waved her hand. Fine, I know you and Adela have skill, but disrespecting seniors has limits. Erupted in rage. Right, if it were one-on-one, you might win through skill. Hee-yeon found it ridiculous. 3 against 7. Are you kidding me? No matter how strong you are. She pointed at Sun-chan. You cannot win against double the manpower with a useless person on your side, right? Sun-chan heard that, his expression darkened. Useless. Adela's eyes were firm, giving Hee-yeon a cold stare. Shinhazu felt the same as her, pausing for a moment. Suddenly offered a deal. I will say this nicely one last time. If you apologize, we will let it go. Shin Woo nodded along and reminded, that is right, junior. This time you have gone too far. Every word reaching his ears made him feel foolish. Shinhazu deliberately provoked, truly. Listening to this constant nagging is really troublesome. He smiled a knowing smile upon hearing that. Sun-chan, standing next to Jun, was trembling. Shinhazu, you're truly insane. He looked at them and said boldly, the useless ones here are you, so shut up and fight. A challenging smile briefly appeared on Shinhazu's face aimed at his respected seniors. The atmosphere immediately became stifling because of his attitude. Jin Seok frowned and spoke, I tried to mediate, but that guy is really getting on my nerves. He turned back to look at him with a worried gaze, are you okay? He was lost in thought when suddenly asked, so he just gave a dry, in reply. Jin Seok stepped forward arrogantly in front of Shinhazu, fine, 3 against 7, but playing straight is boring. He set the condition, if you win, we'll follow your strategy. Before Jin Seok could finish, Shinhazu cut him off, heard that, just do it that way. He was annoyed by his decisiveness, but Shinhazu only smiled and said he could have anything he wanted. He confidently said if you told me to give up I would, but that won't happen. Hearing this, the third-year trainees all got headaches. Hee-yeon, on the other hand, was going crazy over that bastard. Shin Haezu didn't care, walked over to Sun Chan and Adela, and added another condition. He pointed at her and said, if we win. Hee-yeon froze when she saw Shin Haezu looking in her direction. He pointed directly at her with a deep, meaningful smile, apologized for calling Sun Chan useless. A while later, at the field of the White Goose of Obelisk Academy. Inside the academy, a nighttime mountain backdrop was being set up. Shin Haezu stretched his limbs for a moment before asking, ready? Adela quickly replied, yeah, I'm fine. On the third-year trainees' side, as they were discussing strategy, an announcement rang out, 5 minutes until the match starts. The 3-on-7 was a condensed siege battle. Each team had to capture the flag at a designated point. His gaze landed on the flag. We should end this here. Sun Chan now wore a harmless expression as he looked at the opponent. Seeing his strange expression, Shin Haezu asked, what's wrong? Sun Chan said worriedly, did you have to go this far? Shin Haezu was confused. What do you mean? Sun Chan stood up and confessed honestly. Did you deliberately provoke them to turn this into an emotional war? He hesitated. Even without all this, everyone was already ready to follow you. Shin Haezu's eyes flashed with determination. Just listening to words isn't enough. They need to obey my commands. He remained calm. You understand better than anyone the battle I'm about to lead, Sun Chan. He timidly asked, if you push too hard, what if they end up resenting you? After saying this, even Sun Chan himself felt anxious. Shin Haezu saw the sweat on his face, understood, and comforted him. It's fine, there's a way. He enthusiastically picked up the flag. If we win with overwhelming strength, no one will dare to resent us. Sun Chan was helpless. I'm really an idiot for asking that question. Hee-yeon's rage exploded. Shin Haezu is so annoying. He can say whatever he wants because he doesn't think he'll lose, right? Shin Woo saw this and called out, calm down. Hee-yeon, only 5 minutes left. Here comes the chant, 5 minutes. Hee-yeon tried to stay calm but couldn't take it anymore. I can't apologize for calling him useless. Jin Seok said, this is insane. Why apologize for calling a useless person useless? He sighed, wanting to calm them down, but there was no time left. Suddenly he muttered under his breath, that's right. Jin Seok mused, even I can't control my anger. It was wrong from the start. Well, I'll just use this anger then. He cracked his knuckles. Anger filled with power is the best performance enhancer. 5 minutes passed. The announcement rang out. The battle begins. The countdown sound echoed everywhere, carrying Hee-yeon and Sun Chan's anxiety. Shin Woo and Adela were the complete opposite. Their eyes were calm. The final countdown sounded. The bloody battle officially began. Jin Seok looked expectant. As the sound rang, the game starts. Shin Haezu immediately entered a serious state. The group of third-year trainees began to split up. Hee-yeon shouted fiercely, forward, let's fight. He looked at Sun Chan with trusting eyes. I'm counting on you, who replied with an Despite his outward appearance, Sun Chan was still worried inside. It was getting darker and darker. 5 minutes had passed quickly. Who is currently on the tree observing the enemy position? Hee-yeon connected with an ally. I've found their flag. Jin Seok exclaimed, excellent, who's guarding it? He sneered, only one person, that useless guy going alone. He didn't believe it and asked again, was he guarding alone? Was anyone hiding nearby? Hee-yeon said softly, I'm not sure, I don't see any movement. Jin Seok warned, don't let your guard down. He was full of suspicion. Maybe they were using him as bait in a trap. I replied, got it, I will attack carefully. Just as he finished speaking, Hee-yeon jumped down from the tree in front of Sun Chan. Are you on guard duty alone? I looked at him with contempt, useless. Sun Chan was stunned for a moment before saying, yes, it just turned out this way. Hearing that, Hee-yeon asked directly, so you know I was the first one to appear? He was very straightforward and immediately assumed a defensive stance. I slowly walked over after hearing this. How do you know? His voice dropped. Shin Haezu said the gorilla would come. He recalled what Shin Haezu said. Senior Hee-yeon would attack right at the start. I couldn't take it anymore. His face twisted in anger. Then he added, because she has a temper, they gave her the attack mission instead of defense. Hee-yeon raised her voice. So you deliberately provoked me because of that. Her face darkened, knowing I was coming. They only left you to defend. Hee-yeon stopped, her face full of calculation. Those arrogant brats. Without another word, I immediately cast a fire magic support circle. Fire archer. Flames quickly shot towards Sun Chan. This fire magic shone brilliantly in the desolate mountains. Hee-yeon was confident. Fire archer is level 4. Something an idiot like you can't block, you useless fool. As soon as she finished speaking, she was immediately stunned by the scene. In the heat of the moment, Sun Chan's memories flooded back. He knew his role was the most important in this battle. Right, was he planning to run away after being belittled? Sun Chan cast a magic support circle to counterattack. Of course not. Now that you've said that, I can't hold back. Seeing her magic blocked, Hee-yeon was astonished. Blocked it? What, how? Going back to the training ground, Shin Haezu firmly said, Sun Chan, you think you are a damage dealer, but you absolutely are not. You are a damage dealer through attacks. Then Shin Haezu emphasized, a born tank. Sun Chan was stunned, me a tank. He continued, you know mages have main elemental attributes, right? Blue Tower Master Kangin possesses water. Moreover, the gem filler of the Red Tower Master mainly uses fire magic. Hee-yeon also specializes in fire magic, using a matching attribute reduces mana, increases power, and spell efficiency. After speaking, Shin Haezu affirmed, Sun Chan, In my opinion, your attribute is no attribute. He paused, speaking specifically about defense. His train of thought stopped. He practiced his defensive technique, and that woman's fire magic couldn't penetrate that defensive technique. He-yeon got angry. Tishish, you just stay quiet with Shinhazu and Adela. Taunted Sun-chan. I think you misunderstand the issue. Compared to those two, you're just a third-rate sidekick. Hearing that, his self-esteem dropped. Here we go again, useless. I know well, compared to them, I am nothing. Suddenly Sun-chan's expression changed. He had complete faith in his magic. If that is your attack limit, I can still hold firm. Words reached Hee-yeon's ears and enraged her. You brat. Suddenly, two more people appeared from the bushes behind. They simultaneously supported Hee-yeon. A, who was already frustrated, shouted, "Stop acting tough, you useless trash." Hee-yeon jumped high to attack the shield. "I will shut your mouth forever, crush you into pieces." I approached the shield and unleashed a move. Take this, milk suction strike. Sun-chan was using all his strength to protect the flag. His face was covered in sweat, trying hard to complete the mission. Hee-yeon changed her attack stance, attacking consecutively. One more hit. I kicked and hit for a while before realizing something was wrong. What the hell? Why is this shield so hard? Hee-yeon glanced around, analyzing. It looks like a three-ring magic, but I've never seen this type before. A thought to himself based on numbers, but there are three of us. If we attack together, he can't defend. Hee-yeon smiled confidently. This battle, victory is ours. Su-chang was silent for a long time before suddenly muttering. He was blocking three attacks simultaneously but remained calm. Immediately, a flash of light appeared in the gap between the trees. Tixik felt it and turned his head to look. Before he could do anything, he held a had been scared by the birds made of wind. They scattered across the night sky. Looking at the floating birds, a guessed wind blades. Where did it come from? Where? Sun-chan saw this and was not surprised. 1677. Hee-yeon seemed to realize something and spoke up to warn Shinhazu. Everyone be careful. Her heart was boiling with rage. That arrogant Shinhazu is hiding nearby. He started searching around with T-Sik and Hannah, but while they were off guard, he monologued for a bit. Turin, right after she was suddenly attacked from behind. At this moment, Hee-yeon's expression could not hide her panic. This is... I crept cautiously, then belatedly realized it was Adela's moonlight radiant spear. Seeing the situation turn, Hee-yeon frantically called for Jin-seok. All three are here, send reinforcements. Receiving the warning signal, he was suspicious. Hee-yeon, don't joke, then who are the people here? In front of Jin-seok right now were Shinhazu and Adela. He frowned at them with full vigilance, always in a defensive stance. Jin-seok felt everything was wrong. Damn it, because of that noise, we sent two people, including Shinwoo, to support Hee-yeon. Things are all messed up. Shinhazu looked up at the chaotic battle. It seemed Sun-chan was holding on. Just then, she swept everything up. Jin-seok, hurry up, they are all here. T-Sik was also stunned. I cannot read the magic trajectory. What the hell? He immediately went on the defensive to guard against a surprise attack. Jin-woo was equally bewildered. Jin-seok, where exactly is Shinhazu? Where should we go? The person beside said to just go back. He answered anxiously, Shinhazu and Adela are right in front of me. Hee-yeon retorted, you idiot. They are here, I am being attacked. Jin-seok yelled, Shinhazu, what the hell did you do? He looked at the act and sneered. No need to stall, things will be over soon anyway. And gritted his teeth. Damn it, I have completely fallen into a trap. If it were just Shinhazu, I could hold on. Jin-seok's eyes glanced at the girl, thinking with difficulty. But Adela is also here. A tense atmosphere enveloped him. Jin-seok carefully assessed the situation. This situation is like. Directly facing two sharp eyes made him furious. Being hunted by two fierce beasts, a dragon and a fox. Not letting Jin-seok think, Shinhazu immediately summoned a magic array. Adela beside him also quickly entered a supportive stance. He stood before the enemy flag and declared clearly, victory belongs to us. Shinwoo hurried over, but it was too late. Jin-seok. He was knocked down by Shinhazu, sitting while holding his face. Damn it. Recognizing the situation, the third-year trainees seemed unable to believe they had lost. Jin-seok raised his hands, his voice urgent, I feel like such a fool, we surrender. The flag of the second-year trainee team was almost completely intact. Hee-yeon was defeated, lying on the ground panting heavily. Damn it. At the same time, the system on Sun-chan's side announced the group had won. He jumped up excitedly in joy. Victory. After the friendly match ended, with the victory belonging to the second-year trainees, everyone gathered in the conference room of Obelix Academy. All three coldly looked at the seniors under invisible pressure. The atmosphere was tense. Shinwoo along with Jin-seok and Hee-yeon sat below with complex feelings. With his hot temper, he immediately started flailing his arms and legs. Then the blood rushed to his head, so annoying. Hey Jin-seok, what the hell did you do? You just handed over the flag like that? He heard that and got annoyed. Then why don't you try guarding the flag against those two people? Hee-yeon retorted. You should have held on until Shinwoo got back anyway. Jin-seok reasoned, if you had not mistaken Shinhazu and Adela, this would not have happened. He calmed down and thought it over. That was indeed an attack from Shinhazu and Adela. Shinwoo, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. You two stop, no need for pointless arguing. This incident is not your fault. He looked at the three people standing above, implicitly affirming it was just that the opponents did well. And he said that the third-year team's flag was also temporarily at a loss for words. Both T-Sik and Hana were equally shocked. On this side, GCO also had to acknowledge that. Yoon kept getting angry just thinking about her team losing. Jin Seok was deflated by Shin Woo's words becoming rigid. He looked up and asked seriously, Shin Hazu, Adela, what trick did you pull? Shin Hazu quickly answered, I will first explain what you are most curious about. He stated firmly, the person guarding our team's flag was only Sun-chan. Ah, Jolt as if understanding, so you mean Sun-chan used that strange wind slash or light flash? Shin Hazu slowly denied, no of course not, all the magic that trapped the seniors was indeed cast by me. He could not believe it. What did you say? Weren't you right in front of me? Are you saying you cast spells from our battlefield to yours? Shin Hazu stirred up his magic source to explain, roughly that is it. All of them stared at the magic in astonishment. In his hand was the moonlight missile. Ian slammed the table and stood up. That is a secret technique of the Mystic Arts Society. Adela, do not tell me you have broken that taboo. Shin Hazu calmly explained, I say this to avoid misunderstanding. This is not a leak of a secret technique, but my own analysis. Shin Woo questioned, analyze a secret technique? Do you think that is feasible? Shin Hazu confidently replied, I possess eyes that can read magic formulas. He was stunned, eyes of a god. Jin Seok spoke in disbelief, that is absurd. He warned everyone not to be surprised too quickly. Shin Hazu began to cast. I have analyzed the moonlight missile and fixed it onto the wind slashes everywhere when the match started. He paused, then turned to look at the person beside him and Sun-chan. Began counting strange numbers, 1, 2. Instantly the magic effect spread over a wide area. He and Hee-yeon witnessed that scene and could not help but be astonished. He closed his eyes, calming his mind to think about something. Shin Hazu's magic transformed into streams of blue light floating in the air. He withdrew his magic and then explained, I used the amount of magic released into the air to cast a long-range spell. Shin Hazu thought to himself, this is an improved version of the spell used when fighting Hanguk. Old man asked cautiously, then how did you aim accurately? Tasik also agreed, right, your spells all flew straight towards us. Sun-chan spoke up to answer, that is thanks to the numbers I just mentioned. Shin Woo deduced and then understood coordinates. He nodded, something like that. The first number is the identifier, the latter is the trajectory angle. Shin Hazu meticulously analyzed each question, then fell into thought. I have explained the spells I shared with Adela and Sun-chan. People sitting below listened, falling silent, unable to speak. Shin Hazu thought, of course I have not revealed the Jubal Bitinio magic. After a moment he concluded, that is the entire secret of my magic. Shin Hazu calculated, now the third-year students also know my abilities like Adela and Sun-chan. Since everyone is on the same Olympic ship, this will be convenient and useful for persuading them. He emphasized in a serious tone, I repeat, my goal is victory, meaning the gold medal. As soon as he finished speaking, the air in the room instantly froze. Shin Hazu expressed his determination. To achieve that I need the cooperation of my seniors. The previous match proved how useful my strategy is. He suddenly lowered his voice, sorry for being rude so. Shin Hazu unexpectedly bowed his head, please follow my lead. He looked on and no longer knew what to add. His gaze coldly declared, in return I will bring victory to everyone. Every word Shin Hazu uttered plunged Shin Woo into contemplation. Hee-eun heard this and felt a headache coming on. He finally accepted, fine, I don't like it but I will listen to you. Hannah saw Hee-eun's decision and was shocked, sister are you crazy? He turned and asked, why are you so surprised? Ngok stopped answering, you really shocked me. Hee-eun said boldly, I lost the bet so I have to follow that kid's orders. Otherwise I have to quit the national team. Suddenly she stepped forward to stand in front of Su-chan and the others. Hee-eun raised her hand and sighed, sorry for calling you a loser, your defensive magic is quite solid. He heard her and his heart bloomed. Sun-chan happily shook hands, senior's fire magic is also really formidable. Conversation gradually passed, returning to Obelix Academy. When mealtime came they went down together to the academy's dining area. Shin Hazu carried his tray and pulled out a chair to sit, praising everyone. The third-year seniors look great. He sat down and said, before planning the Olympics, I want to ask everyone for a favor. Adela wondered, a favor. Sun-chan also asked along, what is it? He scooped a spoonful of rice and replied, regarding the evening training, you all can continue without me for a while. I have something I want to do alone. She held a milk carton and asked, alone, are you planning to train mana? He said vaguely, yeah, right, I vaguely see the wall of enlightenment, but in his heart, he thought this was just an excuse. Chang was amazed, the wall of enlightenment. Adela was stunned. Don't tell me it's the 5th rank wall. Shin Hazu did not answer immediately. I cannot talk about the bite earner magic. Even though earlier it was announced as a variant, its power is on par with 4th rank magic. He hesitated even so, claiming to have reached the 5th rank. After careful consideration, he realized he needed more time to construct a Jabal Bitinio-style 4th-tier magic structure, so he had to use the Wall of Enlightenment as an excuse to buy time. Sun-chan was suspicious at this moment. Reaching tier 5 at 18 years old? Adela, he is talking nonsense, right? She spoke softly. If he could do it, he would be the youngest person in the world. Then, with sparkling eyes full of absolute trust, she looked towards Shin Hazu. That would be truly wonderful. He was a bit embarrassed upon seeing that. Well, anyway, I think I won't be able to attend the evening training for a while. Sorry, I hope you guys understand. Adela smiled. If that's the reason, I can understand. If you want, you can take a complete break from the evening session. Sun-chan also exchanged a glance with Shin Hazu. That's right, don't come starting tomorrow. I permit it. His throat suddenly went dry. You guys, by some means, they seemed happy about this. Then Shinhatsu said, don't worry, I will regularly take attendance for you on the balanced physique test. Su Chang was unwilling. What plus deep calculation through that? Sometime later, the sky at this moment had also turned dark. At the building of the leading family in the mage world, Dahyuk muttered while looking at the tablet. Octagonal Beast Horn, Calamity Heart, and Leviathan Eye. Indeed, all extremely expensive materials. Looked up and asked, exactly what do you intend to use them for? He answered seriously, they are very necessary for me to achieve my own magical accomplishment. Shinhazu remembered when reading books in the library, he had received a hint for achieving 4th tier magic from Mimia Spring. He sat flipping through the pages of a book, rested a bit, then thought for a long time before raising his voice to ask Mimia, isn't there any book that explains perfect amplification so the reader understands immediately? She obviously closed her eyes and then answered curtly, there isn't. Shinhazu looked at Mimia's self-willed attitude and thought, is she even planning to help me? Then try buying me another book. The stacks of seemingly tall books had lessened. He was about to take the next book when he suddenly froze. Shinhazu frowned and stared intently at the book. Then he peered around that book, Magic Potion. He silently evaluated, this book must be quite old, Mimia. You keep piling books here. There's enough space over there. Shinhazu turned the pages of the book and suddenly discovered it. Here it is. She heard the commotion and was startled. Hey, what the heck? He smiled brightly at her. Indeed, it is Mimia. With this method, everything becomes possible. The starry sky was bright, and the clouds gradually dispersed. Shinhazu thought, the formula for creating a magic potion capable of absorbing a massive amount of mana. If he had this magic potion, perhaps it would shorten the time to achieve perfect amplification. Returning to reality, he said a sentence that gradually turned green. Now I am standing before the wall of enlightenment. Sahyuk was surprised. Then that means you are about to reach tier 5 soon. Shinhazu confirmed further, yes, those materials are very necessary for my magical breakthrough. He knew he couldn't collect everything needed alone. I can gather almost all the materials myself, but for the rare items not available on the market, I have to rely on father's influence. The depths of his eyes were calm, his whole being pensive as he looked at Shinhazu. He faced Sahyuk with a determined expression. Seeing this, he immediately compromised. It doesn't look like you are lying. So then, these materials are definitely for making a magic potion? Shinhazu quickly answered yes, that is correct. Sahyuk asked further, where did you get the information about that magic potion? I have never seen this formula before. He answered honestly, I got the information from an ancient book. Very quickly after that, he completely believed Shinhazu's words, an ancient magic potion. Alright, if what you are saying is true, I will collect them for you. His face could not hide his joy. I thank you very much, father. Sahyuk did not reply but gave an instruction. First you get an ancient robe, now an ancient magic potion. He added, I don't know what you are trying to do, but you must be extremely lucky. Shinhazu felt this statement contained a different implication and his whole body froze. He hesitated, unable to utter a word, about that, and then his father began questioning him about magic, about the incantation in the duel with Hanguk, and also about the owner of the Blue Magic Tower. He asked one question after another, and of course he said he couldn't answer. He was probably suspicious too. Just as he expected, Shinhazu realized, well I mean, that robe and then the divine potion in the ancient book. It would be strange not to be suspicious. In the silent darkness, only Shinhazu's heart remained. If this continues, I will probably have to tell my father about my magic soon. The next day, at the ancient magic potion area, the people inside were extremely lively. Shinhazu, dressed simply, swept his gaze around once. This must be it. Monster Material Street. A shop owner suddenly called out, hey you student, we have red slim material here. Shinhazu was cautious. I have to be careful when buying things here. The man kept calling out, come in, super cheap. A nearby shop owner also extended an invitation at the same time, young man, Jacob Loth freshly skinned today. Amidst tempting offers like today only buy one get one free, come in, we have high-grade leather here. Shinhazu remained persistent in his mind. If I weren't an experienced person, it would be very difficult to distinguish the real from the fake, and there are many fraudulent merchants. Shinhazu was walking through each stall when suddenly someone called him back. Oh my god, it's you, that student. Want to buy some platin spider silk? She stopped to look at the item in her hand for a moment, listening as the woman said these were rare goods. Shinhazu sneered, wondering when a one-horned spider silk had become three-horned spider silk like this. The shop owner, accused, reacted fiercely, telling him not to tar everyone with the same brush, insisting it was the real deal. He pointed at the threads of light around it and calmly replied. It gave off a very unique glow. She said smugly, see, look, you can see the sparkle, right? Shinhazu bluntly exposed, yes, it sparkled just like that luminescent powder she had applied earlier. He intentionally provoked, saying making that powder must have been troublesome. The angry shop owner chased him away. Shinhazu walked away, calculating that he had to look like an easy mark wandering alone. His eyes darted around. He had memorized 40,000 mantras. With a list like an open-source library, he couldn't mistake real from fake submaterials. Suddenly Shinhazu got angry. Don't underestimate my intelligence. After walking for a bit, he suddenly heard a voice calling out. An old man spoke up, hey there, young student. The old man smiled benevolently and praised, for a young one, you have sharp eyes. He turned around, a puzzled expression on his face. The old man offered to help, saying those people were all swindlers. He really wanted to help him. He hesitated, saying that shop had a protection racket, and apologized to him. Shinhazu replied it was fine. He added honestly, only a fool would fall for that trick. The old man heard this and chuckled, saying he was quite funny. Then he said he would give him a good price, asking if he wanted to visit his own shop. Shinhazu asked back yes, but by any chance do you have black ox horn? He led him towards the shop, saying the goods had just arrived yesterday. After a moment he introduced this as his shop. Wait for me to bring out the black ox horn. Having said that, he rummaged through the back cabinet searching. While Shinhazu stood waiting, looking back and forth, he finally brought out the item, saying here it is. The old man added information, an S-grade material, flawless, purity over 90%, a manometer can't be wrong about it. Shinhazu picked up the manometer and saw the screen displayed a purity of 94%. He fell into deep thought for a while, seemingly pondering something. He handed the black ox horn to him, saying it must be fate. He would give it to him for 27 million won. He reasoned, these high-grade submaterials usually go for over 30 million, you're lucky today. His expression darkened, questioning since when did African ox horns become black ox horns. The old man, seeing the intense killing intent radiating from Shinhazu, broke out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, no wonder he had wondered why that first place was selling fakes so blatantly. Pausing for a moment, he concluded, now it made sense. You people planned a chain scam, you're involved too, aren't you? Forget it. Shinhazu exposed him directly. Those tricks are useless, stop wasting time, show me the real stuff. He thought to himself, that is, if he actually had the real thing here. Being caught red-handed caught him a bit off guard. Finally, he stopped pretending altogether, throwing his cane to the ground. Suddenly, he looked up into the distance as if holding back emotion. A thoughtful gleam shone in Shinhazu's eyes. The old man chuckled and guessed, you're not just an ordinary kid. Having said that, he spread his arms in apology, then invited him inside. Later that evening, on a bustling highway running between city towers brilliant with lights, Seo Hyun was currently focused on the statistical data for the fluid submaterial ingredients he usually drove. He watched for a moment, then spoke up calling, sir. The young master's card just made a large payment. Tahyuk heard this and didn't react much, saying he was probably buying submaterials. Let it be, that card was given for his free use. Seo Hyun was puzzled, asking why the young master suddenly bought monstrous materials. What did he plan to do? He replied, he said he wanted to craft an ancient spirit potion. He wasn't surprised, saying he was up to his usual strange but rather expensive hobbies. I'll check the quality. Sahyuk refused seriously, no need. That boy became proficient in all kinds of monster submaterials from the age of 5. He completely trusted Shinhazu, asserting that his upbringing wasn't so poor that he couldn't distinguish real goods from fakes. Then Sahyuk suddenly asked, more importantly, is there any problem with the Octagon Monster Forest? Seo Hyun replied the preliminary contract was done, currently renegotiating the price. Hearing this, he calculated silently. According to the import schedule, it would take about a week. Sahyuk casually generated a source of energy, turning to ask about the internal investigation. He immediately replied, we are carefully investigating. It seems certain someone has colluded with the Black Magic Tower. And Seo Hyun reported further, I have personally leaked part of a report related to the Black Tower and discovered signs of forgery. He paused for a moment, then expressed they still hadn't found the culprit, apologizing to him. Seo Hyun stated, for now, suspects are narrowed down to high-ranking members who can edit the family report, but interrogations showed no suspicious signs. Finally, he concluded solemnly, they are all clean, not a single trace. He heard this and murmured, no suspicious signs and too clean. Well then that very cleanliness might itself be the evidence. Seo Yuhan understood what Sahyuk was implying. He laughed, if they were clean, investigating further was useless. So the only option was to wait for the traitor to contact the Dark Magic Tower. Only Sahyuk's low voice echoed in the room, prepare to go. The same time at Mimia's White Tier Library, Shinhazu hugged a pile of items and complained, so tired. She stood beside him and praised, specialist is really good. He still managed to bring everything back. Mimia counted each type and said, now only 3 more ingredients are needed to make the elixir. This type of mana enhancement elixir, when used, will strengthen synchronization, allowing the body to absorb more mana than normal. Thinking about this, he got excited. With it at least he would have more mana to control the expansion ring. Mimia stared at him and asked, when will that ingredient arrive? He replied, I have informed my father. He said it will take about a week. Mimia mused, a week just in time for the competition. Shinhazu saw the difficulty. Even if the elixir is finished, it seems we cannot use it immediately. He leaned down and pointed at the book. It says in the book, to maximize the effectiveness of the elixir, it must be used in a place with high mana concentration, and then activate the mana circuit to unleash its full effect. She looked up at him and asked, I suppose you already have a place in mind, right? Shinhazu happily replied, that is right, I have a location. Mimia was curious, where? quickly reported the location of Beniyon Island. Research shows this island has a high mana concentration, the highest in the country, and recently the mana concentration has been increasing. She heard this and rejoiced inwardly. Great, then when do we go? Shinhazu grinned slyly, his eyes glinting with mischief. I have this. The next day at Obelix Academy, a shout rang out. Really? The second year and third year students all gathered here. After hearing his strategy, they laughed endlessly. Shinhazu gave a friendly smile. The training camp on Beniyon Island, they exclaimed in unison. Are we going on a training camp on Beniyon Island in 1 week? He raised his hand to confirm. Yes, 5 days 6 nights of special training on Beniyon Island. I specially asked the Blue Tower Master for permission to go. I have given detailed instructions, so everyone prepare your minds carefully. Hyun suddenly stepped forward and put an arm around Adela's shoulder. Wonderful. This is so fun, isn't it, Adela? She stammered a reply. Yes, yes. Shin Woo began to calculate. We must prepare a lot of things. Sun Chan wondered, why, sir? Isn't it just a comfortable trip? He looked at him with a strange gaze. What are you saying? Didn't you just hear? The Blue Tower Master has also prepared training exercises. Jin Seok chimed in. It's just a comfortable trip. Sun Chan hesitated, but Shinhazu witnessed this scene and thought to himself, the atmosphere is under control. Seeing everyone so lively, he was overjoyed. The conflict between the second and third years has also been resolved. After that friendly match, Shinhazu took over managing the training schedule. Thanks to the support of the Blue Tower Master, trust began to form. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly remembered, that's right, speaking of which. Shinhazu gave an order. We must go to the Blue Tower to check our mana right now. Everyone, get ready. Hearing this, everyone complained one after another. Huh? Really? This is so troublesome. The Blue Tower headquarters is located right in the city center. In the hall, Sua was the one receiving them. Everyone is here. I am Sua of the Blue Tower. Before her were the outstanding students of Obelix Academy. Sua instructed, those who need a mana check, please follow me. Having said that, she turned to report to Shinhazu. As for you, the Tower Master told me to tell you to meet him privately. In the long corridor of the Blue Tower headquarters, in Kangen's office, he held a coffee cup and looked up at the door. You're here? Is the training going well? He stood there and replied politely, yes, everything is going very well. Kangen asked any discord or problems in the team. Shinhazu quickly answered, none at all, though they are still a bit shy from having just joined. Everyone is quickly getting closer. He felt somewhat relieved hearing that. That is good, no trouble, just continue like this. He placed his hand over his heart to express sincerity. Thank you, sir, and also thank you for the matter of Beniyon Island. Kangen said bluntly it was nothing. Just that little renting that island is no big deal. With a hint of a smile, he looked at Shinhazu and got straight to the point. The reason I called you here today, I suppose you have already guessed it, right? He hesitated. Is it about the sacred artifact? Kangen immediately nodded. That is right. I want you to prepare to engrave mana onto that sacred artifact. Speaking of mana engraving, it is the process of engraving a personal mana code onto the artifact to optimize it to suit the mana of its owner. And at the same time, the check the members were conducting was precisely to prepare for this magic engraving process. You requested it, and I also want to complete your magic check before the concentrated training. Shinhazu replied without hesitation. Yes, then after 8 p.m. is fine. Then he suddenly became serious. You mentioned the magic engraving, so you must already have a picture of the completed Holy Relic's appearance, right? Kangen smiled and replied, yes, fast is half a month, slow is 3 weeks. Either way, we will complete it in time for the Olympiad. Turning to the castle with that mysterious air from before, right in the Grand Library of Mimia, Shinhazu was engrossed in exploring and contemplating every word. After finishing, he looked up and asked, Mimia, I've finished reading this one. Is there a next one? She immediately summoned magic without making him wait long. The ancient books quickly fell in front of him. Shinhazu reached out to take one, while simultaneously casting a spell. Mimia smiled as she received it. Here's the next one, so how is it? Preparations going smoothly? He asked back, preparations for what? The expansion ring? Or the Olympiad? She replied, but Shinhazu rubbed his chin and replied, the Olympiad is no problem. The expansion ring is the same, no further progress. Hearing this, Mimia wondered if connecting the expansion ring was truly that difficult. He sighed, on the contrary, I have complete mastery over the theory. The problem is the lack of magic power in my body. He looked at the floating magic potion and guessed, so in the end, you still need the blessed mana potion, right? Shinhazu said nothing, only tacitly confirming. He also followed her gaze. Yeah, but luckily the materials will arrive sooner than expected. I heard the law has been relaxed. Saying this, Shinhazu suddenly grew suspicious. Wait, could the law revision be due to Cha's intervention? Mimia sighed in admiration. That secretary truly has good luck. He, who knew the matter well, could only smile wryly. Is that so? Probably. Time passed quickly, until the following night at the Blue Tower headquarters. Shinhazu was was panting. Phew. Suddenly Kang-in approached from behind. Good work. He asked Han, this is your first time doing this kind of magic check, right? How does it feel? He hesitated for a moment then honestly replied, the check itself is easy and stable, but it lasted too long so it's a bit tiring. Kang-in, on the contrary, felt it was very good, haha. But Shinhazu was already very fast. It only took an hour. Normally it takes about 8 hours. As soon as he finished speaking, Shinhazu seemed unable to believe his ears. Kang-in took the tablet and put it away. You said this test was easy, that's quite impressive too. He was very unconvinced by this achievement even though it was just a continuous mana movement test. But fixing mana within an 0.3% error margin is absolutely not easy. Shinhazu thought to himself, these tests are a piece of cake for someone who passed the second trial. Kang-in observed the data sheet. Good results, so no worries about the Holy Relic's completion. At this rate we can aim for a masterpiece. Upon hearing this, he rubbed his head sheepishly. Isn't that a bit much? He suddenly mentioned the precious S-Rank level 4 Holy Relic in the Blue Tower, the diadem. And he calculated, of course, considering individual attributes alone, it cannot achieve the same effect as the diadem. But Shinhazu's Holy Relic is made from elemental magic stones. It will be a Holy Relic that enhances all 4 attributes comprehensively. Thinking this, Kang-in said if considering versatility, it is completely on par with the diadem, and he seemed to understand. You mean? Shinhazu's eyes became full of vitality. My Holy Relic will be at least S-Rank level 4. He looked at his expression, surprised. I think this is the first time I've seen Shinhazu so excited. Hearing this, he reacted strongly. Of course, being comparable to a royal relic is no small thing. A moment later, Shinhazu suddenly remembered, has the creation been named yet? He was about to say more when a notification bell rang. I'm sorry, wait a moment. Shinhazu took out his phone from his pocket. Looking at the screen, he saw a message from his father. Sahyuk informed him that the materials he needed would arrive, while also confirming that Seo Hyon would deliver the materials right at the end of his training session. After reading it, his face showed extreme excitement and enthusiasm. All the materials for the concoction had been fully gathered. The following evening at 8 p.m. in Mimia's library, she and he were thrilled about this batch of goods. They gazed thoughtfully at the exquisite materials before them. Mimia observed each item, unable to help but exclaim, they are all good, all top-grade selections, perfect size. Her face was full of determination, giving a thumbs up. With these we can start the concoction immediately. First, let's prepare the materials. A moment later, Mimia observed, then instructed to avoid waste. We should prepare extra materials to get a feel for them. Shinhazu murmured cautiously. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately made a mistake. Oh no, was that wrong? Shinhazu began trimming more carefully. That part is still usable. Save a bit more and try again. Suddenly, many tentacles appeared in the magic flask, startling her. Handle it quickly, it's escaping. He quickly took a knife and dealt with each tentacle one by one, finally succeeding. After that, Shinhazu picked up another material. This material is sensitive to light. He gently peeled the shell, dividing one fruit into 3 portions of material in the darkness. Next, Shinhazu began to become obsessed with this task. He finally finished processing all the ingredients. That was it. Shinhazu stared at the unprocessed ingredients. Mimia asked softly, take a break. He heard that and agreed, okay. What remained was the forest of the 8 mountain deer, its antlers, the heart of the great calamity, and the eye of the water monster. Shinhazu thought they were extremely expensive. He would probably never find such high quality again. It was time to rest and have some tea. He enjoyed the cup of tea contentedly. It was delicious. After a while, Shinhazu regained his energy. She stood beside him to help. Let's begin. She opened the ingredient packaging. First, the 8 mountain deer forest. Shinhazu cast magic on the knife. He transferred as much mana as possible into the small blade. When it was charged with enough mana, he carefully picked up the deer antler and gently scraped off the bark. The sharp blade glided over the rough surface of the deer antler. Shinhazu's state at this moment was extremely tense. After scraping off the bark, Mimia handed him another ingredient. The heart of the great calamity had to be soaked in water mixed with fairy wing powder to draw out the blood. Shinhazu quickly prepared a basin of water and monitored the temperature. This delicate process required monitoring for 6 hours. Next, he picked up the water monster's eye. She instructed him to gently wrap the eye with mana. Mimia warned that if he didn't, it would explode when heated. Shinhazu seriously followed her instructions. He looked at the mixture in the pot and reported, it's done. She did not reply but slowly turned the pages of a book. The next step is, soak and stir continuously for 10 hours. Shinhazu used all his strength to stir. 10 long hours passed and the sun rose. Light began to seep through each window frame. It also illuminated an entire vast library. His place now only echoed with his heavy breathing. She slowly approached Shinhazu. She praised him, well done, secretary. Finally, it was completed safely. Each drop of magic essence was carefully stored in a test tube. The result of Shinhazu's 10 hours of effort was the blessing of mana. At that moment, a large ship was moving across the azure blue sea. Sunchan's face couldn't hide his excitement. Finally, we get to go on a group camping trip. Suddenly, his gaze met the person beside him. Shinhazu silently looked at the sea surface. The weather was great. Preparations were complete. Sunchan rushed over and put his arm around his shoulder. Anyone would think he was a model. He suggested taking a photo. Sunchan took out his phone and opened the camera. He saw the sky and the sea merge into one, a perfect backdrop. Sunchan finished taking the photo and looked at it, feeling something was missing. He reluctantly said, "If you want to take one, go ahead." He suddenly knew what that missing feeling was. Sunchan quickly turned to Adela and called out, "Hey Adela." He smiled brightly and said, "Come take a picture together." She walked over while wondering, taking a picture? Adela was quickly pulled by Sunchan into the center of the frame. Not taking a picture of this scene would be a crime. She didn't understand yet. On the ship, he was the most energetic one. That's right, it is a crime. Okay, smile now. And so a photo was born. The image was filled with memories of the three of them. Sunchan admired the masterpiece. A group picture has to be like this to be beautiful. I'll post it in the group chat. He ran around cheerfully on the deck. He said to Shinhazu and Adela, "I'm going to take pictures with the upperclassmen." She saw Sunchan's mood and smiled. He was always full of energy, especially hyper today. He casually replied, "It's because he feels like he's going on a trip." Adela hesitated, "But it's not, it's training." Shinhazu sighed. "Let him be. When training starts, he won't be so hyper anymore." She guessed, "You're secretly excited too." He was stunned for a moment. "Why would you think that?" Adela chuckled softly. "You always look so serious. By the way, the man on Beni-Eon Island has been denser lately." Shinhazu shifted his gaze to the distant horizon. "We'll get to see it soon." "Adela, have you ever been to this island before?" She quickly replied, 5 years ago. "As far as I remember, it's a perfect place for training." Hearing Adela say that, he felt anticipation in his heart. "I'm really looking forward to it now." The ship slowly headed towards Beni-Eon Island. Another long day passed. The trainees gathered on the island for training. Sunchan looked around at the majestic scenery, his heart filled with joy. "We have set foot on Beni-Eon." As they disembarked, what greeted their eyes was a modern Harkton resort. Shinhazu spoke up. "This is the resting place that the Blue Tower prepared." Hearing that, he and Heian burst into happiness. This place was truly too wonderful. Inside the rest area, a food conveyor belt began to appear. Sunchan was as happy as a child, exclaiming that there were even lobsters. He thought to himself that he had once prepared a similar seafood meal, only different in size. On the other side, she sipped a piece of cake, then turned to say, "Adela, try this dish, it is very delicious." Shin Woo and Jin Seok also seemed to be immersed in enjoying the cuisine here. After getting their food, everyone immediately moved to the dining table. Shinhazu picked up the tablet and announced that after eating, everyone would rest for 30 minutes. Then gather at Benny Young's magic training ground at 3:30. Everyone answered in unison. The rest time passed quickly, and now they were present at Benny Eon's magic training ground. "Is everyone ready? Before we start, we have something to do first." Shinhazu projected an image of Benny Eon Island, analyzing that this place had a much higher density of magical power. He lowered his voice. Everyone might feel uncomfortable absorbing magical power through their own circles. Then, he seriously gave the instruction, "Try circulating your magical power once." As soon as Shinhazu finished speaking, the air suddenly became strangely silent. Everyone, without any hesitation, immediately closed their eyes. They slowly sensed and simultaneously circulated the magical power within their circles. Shinhazu's eyes were sharp, observing everyone without a ripple. He suddenly spoke, "For Senior Shin Woo and Adela, I have no special advice, just continue as normal." The two people heard this and nodded in response, understood. Shinhazu walked up to him. "Senior Jin Seok, reduce the magical output of your circle by about 20%. Turning to instruct the next person, Senior Hee Yun, you do the opposite, increase the output by 15% compared to now." Shinhazu swept his eyes over the remaining people, seeing that their postures were not correct, so he gave a signal. Sunchan was still in the process of circulating magical power, looking quite troubled. He immediately moved forward, reaching out to touch the back of his back, gently guiding Sunchan. "Reduce the output to 50% and adjust your posture." He was dazed and did not understand, However, Sunchan's entire body still unconsciously followed his words. As if feeling something, he turned back with a radiant smile. "Oh, it feels much more comfortable." Shinhazu asked back, "Right?" He flashed a sly smile. "All right, now maintain this state for 1 hour." Sunchan was stunned. "Heavens, you might as well kill me." Shinhazu insisted, "Start now." He was furious. "You devil, do not smile like that." 1 hour had passed since the start of the magical power circulation practice. He pressed the timer to end it, signaling that it was done. Immediately, everyone collapsed onto the ground. Heian panted and complained, "Who circulates magical power for a whole hour?" Shin Woo beside him also chimed in, "It really is too exhausting." The old witch looked at the person before him and insinuated, "If even he is like this, who can endure it?" Adela unexpectedly picked up a water bottle and walked over to Jin Seok. She handed it to him and said, "Have some water." Jin Seok was startled for a moment, then received it, nodding slightly to thank Adela. Sensing movement, Shinhazu immediately swept his eyes over. Observing Adela, he silently assessed that she looked completely fine. The level of an arcane master was indeed different. Without thinking much, Shinhazu returned to his initial state, asking if everyone had grasped the basic points. Then he asked if anyone still had questions, but the only thing that answered him was a gloomy atmosphere. Shinhazu's expression became mysterious. All right, now we will begin the main training content, which is... He paused for a moment, then emphasized each word, self-practice. Shin Seok looked at him with confusion. Self-practice. He calmly replied, that is correct. Everyone should practice at their own pace. Not only that, he also added, I have conveyed all the advice. Throughout the training camp, evaluate and proceed independently. Hee-yeon suddenly wondered, then what will you do during that time? He replied softly, I also need to adjust my training. Shinhazu thought to himself, first he must get used to the magical density at Beni-Eon. Suddenly, she remembered something, turned and said to Hana, you said this is your first time at Beni-Eon, right? She smiled, yes. I thought you had come many times already. Hana thought, the magical density here is thicker than I thought. I wonder if this place is really that wonderful. At this moment, Shinhazu announced, all right, the joint training session today ends here. He thought to himself, incidentally, he must take advantage of this environment to activate the expansion magic circle. Ending the training, Shinhazu urgently searched for a new magic source. It must be around here somewhere. Suddenly, he sensed magic flickering in and out of existence. In an instant, Shinhazu immediately followed the trace. Finally, he reached the place emitting the signal, found it. For him was the legendary spiritual energy vein. Put simply, in areas with high natural magical density like Beni-Eon, there will be points where magical power is concentrated even more strongly. These points are commonly called nexus nodes. He took off his backpack, silently calculating. It is close to the dormitory and the magical density here is 5% higher than in other places. Shinhazu took a test tube from his backpack, starting by using one of the 5 auxiliaries. It was the elixir, the blessing of mana. He could not hide his joy, finally able to test its effects. Without thinking much, Shinhazu decisively drank the elixir in gulps. Alright, let it begin. Just after drinking, the aftertaste in his mouth sent a chill through him. The flavor was truly awful. Shinhazu stood upright, ignoring the unpleasant taste to see if it would take effect. He began to absorb it, and soon magical circles appeared on his body. Shinhazu felt his body become light, the Jebel Baitanio-style infinite circle, unfolding 3 rings. Not long after, a sudden pain arrived. The amount of mana flowing into his body was several times greater than normal. He had to concentrate deeply. He realized the magical circles were spinning intensely. If he did not precisely control the circulation, the mana would go berserk. His face paled as he tried to suppress the pain. He had to endure just 1 more hour. Shinhazu reminded himself to activate the whisker opening ring. He needed to increase his current mana by at least 20%. 30 minutes had passed since the wave of pain arrived. He persevered in controlling the magical circle. It was stabilizing now if he kept going. After a while, Shinhazu's entire body suddenly convulsed, and he coughed violently. His gaze stopped on his palm, horrified. Damn, what is this? 11 o'clock at night in a luxury hotel within the city. Jihan stood thoughtfully, looking at the phone in his hand. The voice on the other end immediately spoke, wanting to deal with Hazua. After hearing it, he asked for an opinion. Yeah, is it possible? I smiled far too oddly, of course, anytime. However, he paused for a moment, then continued, to avoid the eyes and ears of the guard unit led by Seo Hyon. There is that condition. Suddenly, Jihan became urgent. What else? Avoid them by all means. Turkish reminded, that will be difficult. As I said, acting while they are watching is unwise. He bluntly implied our Black Tower, saying this because we do not want our VIP guests to disappear. The space around Turkish was filled with scurrying rats. They bared their fangs and squeaked incessantly. Rat moved leisurely. Simultaneously, Turkish's voice rang out. Temporarily hold your forces when the target is alone. That will be the time we attack. As soon as he finished speaking, the rats began to tear into each other. Jihan disagreed with the other strategy. No, that will miss the opportunity. His expression grew darker and darker. Do it now, we must act regardless. Turkish laughed and asked back, why must we act immediately? Jihan's mood was very complicated at this moment. Seo Hyon is trying to support Shinhazu. The person on the other end was immediately stunned. You mean the current right-hand man of the Daepabab family? He analyzed if Seo Hyon is on Shinhazu's side. I am not the only one in trouble. Turkish agreed, correct. He began to sweet talk. We also hope you become the new head of the Daepabab family. Jihan sat down on the sofa listening to Turkish continue speaking. But I said killing Shinhazu while facing Seo Hyon is nearly impossible. He replied, I know. Jihan's gaze gradually became unreadable, however. Just because it is difficult does not mean there is no way. Laughter rang out from the other end immediately. Indeed, different as a VIP guest. You are perceptive. Turkish quickly praised, that is right. There is a very good way as you suggested. Then he spoke, it is quite a coincidence that the target is also in Beni-Eon, so there is a way that might work. Jihan did not beat around the bush, directly asking what way. Turkish tapped on the armrest of the chair, pondering. That way is. He calmly laid out the plan, causing a mana eruption disaster at Beni-Eon. Turkish continued to envision and fabricate it as an accident. Hearing this, Jihan immediately grew suspicious. you mean create a man-made man eruption disaster. Is that feasible? Suddenly Turkish stood up and affirmed, of course it is. With the current situation of Beni Eon, it is feasible. Jihan seemed to have guessed, you mean increase the density of mana, correct? Then he heard the other confirm, yes, correct. I should not be saying this, it is classified information. He gave a fierce laugh, but since you are a VIP guest, I will make an exception. At Benijiang, Shinhazu was sitting next to Venus, thinking to himself, mana overflow, and it is not ordinary mana overflow. He trembled, clutching his chest. Just now it felt like absorbing mana, now every pore is like a black hole. Shinhazu's entire body became strange. Of course he also realized that he was absorbing mana. Shinhazu began to calmly assess. The rate of mana depletion was too fast. He cried out in pain and doubt. It should not be releasing this much mana. Shinhazu's hand clenched tightly over his fur, standing on end, and reminded himself, calm down, must focus. His complexion grew increasingly pale. The pain was making him lose consciousness. Suddenly, Shinhazu remembered what Mimiya once said: the successor, if the divine potion caused mana to go out of control, he absolutely must not faint, endure it if he did not. She brought the divine potion in front of him and slowly spoke, if he did not he would die. Back to the present, his body was in extremely terrible state. Shinhazu gritted his teeth and endured, telling himself he had to hold on until dawn, endure to the very end. Time passed by very quickly in a flash. Currently he was lying flat next to the mana vein. Shinhazu slowly opened his eyes. His limbs had no strength. He could not even sense the mana within his body. He forced himself to turn over, thinking that having endured this far it was worth it. Shinhazu jumped up, happy to be alive. It must be thanks to practicing mana circulation every day and Mimiya's advice. He stared blankly at the mana vein stream, wondering why the mana had suddenly disappeared. Now he could not feel any mana from the mana vein at all. Shinhazu sank into thought. He had never heard of a mana vein losing its power before. Suddenly, before he could think further, a magical source appeared. It was 2 long excruciating days had passed currently on Beni Eon Island in the special room of the training facility. Sun-chan defended for a while, then hesitantly said, please go easy on me. Shinhazu energetically warmed up, saying, yeah, I will try. Sun-chan retorted, saying, with a face like that you say try. Adela was appointed as the match referee and shouted, begin. Immediately he cast an attack spell onto Sun-chan's shield. The first level was Simu Mind and Willpower. Sun-chan put force into his hands to resist, yelling, you madmen, control your power. Shinhazu used maximum magic power while commenting Simu had stabilized, mana output was increased and consumed less mental stamina. What about the resonances? Saying that he immediately put on the resonances thanks to the reduced mental where the usage limit was improved, efficiency and power both increased by nearly half a level. Shinhazu raised his hand and blew on it lightly, saying he had not used the resonance, so he was not sure, but Sun-chan was angry, thinking he was trying to kill him. Shinhazu ignored him and continued casting spells. Certainly both stamina and power had increased. Alright, level 3 disruption. Instantly a sound of binding limbs echoed within the training facility. Sun-chan was blasted away, lying powerless, groaning that he really hated this. Adela witnessed this type of magic for the first time and could not help but exclaim in awe, saying it was amazing. Shinhazu rotated his wrist, mumbling that it felt good. He stared intently at the ring, thinking this item was truly useful, the ring of expansion. In a flash, the sky over Beni Eon Island had already turned pitch black. A series of rooms in the resting area still had their lights on. In Shinhazu's private room, a quiet and warm atmosphere enveloped the space. Just as he had stepped out of the bathroom, Shinhazu plopped down onto the bed, his gaze fixed on observing his own hand. He clenched his palm. The chaotic magic circle had been stabilized, the pressure was reduced, the influence range of his spells had expanded. Shinhazu relaxed his body, wishing he had not used the destruction spell during training. Now he could apply magic more stably in combat. He began to close his eyes, preparing to cast a spell. Shinhazu indifferently opened his bright shining eyes. His eyes widened. The divine eye had fully developed alongside the magic circle. It had evolved powerfully. Shinhazu stood up and walked to the hallway. With increased power came a longer duration. He could clearly perceive the colors, formulas, and essence of spells. His eyes were glued to the scenery, but setting that aside, there were also many unstable things. Shinhazu put on his shirt, muttering that the bad mana flow at Bik Neong was getting denser day by day. He calculated carefully, no matter from which angle he looked at it, the development speed was too fast. If this situation continued, it might affect training. Everyone would have to spend all their time just adapting. Suddenly, Shinhazu turned around, remembering something, and exclaimed, oh. He took out his phone to search for information. It seemed the center of Bik Neong Island had a magic research center. Shinhazu looked for a while longer, then decided he would go there tomorrow to investigate. At the Bik Neong Trahin Central Research Center, an eerie sound echoed from deep within. It is almost time. Following the stairs, one could get closer to where the sound came from. Time was running out. Turkish placed his hand on the central system, needing only to turn this core mana axis slightly. He stood before the giant magic-containing test tube, waving his hand, shouting bomb. Turkish's evil face could not hide anything, all for the sake of the Black Tower. The next day, Shinhazu's voice rang out from a distance saying, "Today we stop here." He looked at everyone who had left, quickly encouraged them, saying they had done very well. Shinhazu put on his coat, turned around, and announced that he had to go somewhere. Adela did not understand what was going on and asked, "What is wrong?" Shinwoo was also curious and asked where he was going in such a hurry. Sun-chan revealed roughly that he seemed to have said something about the Mana Research Center. He pondered. He went to the Magic Research Center, and Jin Seok, standing opposite, also found it strange. The magic density on the island was developing too quickly, which was odd. He then comforted him. Even so, it might not be anything serious, he shouldn't worry. At the Bikneong Research Center, an observation station for the island's current magic development. This place was also a research facility for the source of magic surging across the island. Shinhazu looked up at the research building, the only place he could inquire about the abnormal magic fluctuations in Bikneong. Indeed, this was the place he had arrived at the research center in a flash. Stepping inside, Shinhazu was immediately greeted by Jessie. "Hello, Shinhazu." He awkwardly apologized for being late. She gently replied, "It is fine, we were the ones who scheduled you for this time." Jessie sighed and then spoke seriously. Because the situation was urgent, they had to call him in a hurry. Shinhazu asked back, "Is this related to the abnormal magic phenomenon? Did your side find the cause yet?" She immediately reported that the current situation still had no significant progress. Jessie paused for a moment before adding, "The leading hypothesis was that the spirit vein intensity had increased." She held a stack of documents in her hand and signaled, "The director will explain in detail. Please wait here for a moment." He walked over and sat in the guest waiting room. Suddenly, at that moment, a powerful surge of dark energy appeared. Turkish's long, slender legs slowly came into view. He approached the waiting room where Shinhazu was waiting. "Sorry to keep you waiting." The sound made his blood run cold. Turkish gave a gentle smile. "Haha, sorry for being late." Shinhazu stood up abruptly, staring at him. Turkish began to feign embarrassment. "Is there something on my face?" He was startled. No, it is just that he looks younger than I thought." He said politely, "Haha, thank you. Would you like some tea?" That was of course a lie. The director of the Bikneong laboratory was very young. He had known this from before. Shinhazu did not take his eyes off him. But this feeling of unease, this person claiming to be the director, must at least have reached the 7th magic circle. He cautiously deduced the 7th circle was the level of a grand mage. Shinhazu looked at Turkish's back with great suspicion. There were less than 10 such people in the country. Would someone like that be the director here? Suddenly turned, cutting off his train of thought. "Do you drink coffee?" Shinhazu replied, "Yes, thank you." A series of questions surfaced in his mind. Was he hiding his power, or was he an imposter director? He calmed himself and sat down on the sofa. No matter what, he would find out the truth. Immediately, Shinhazu cast the Divine Eye spell. At the same time, the source of dark energy he had sensed earlier gradually appeared. Through the Divine Eye, Shinhazu saw this stream of dark energy surrounding Turkish. Suddenly witnessing this scene startled him a little. Shinhazu was lost in thought. This is strange. Before he could finish thinking, he suddenly called out to him. Turkish sighed. "I heard you had a training session in Bikneong, right? You have worked hard, now you have to deal with this." He forced a smile. "Yes, the island is great for practicing magic, but the training was already very stressful." He looked at the data on the tablet and instructed, "The magic density over the past few days was a rare variable. Since it is unpredictable, you should pause your heavy exercises." Shinhazu was no longer listening. An attribute-less illusion spell of the 6th circle, false illusion, a special spell for concealing identity. He opened his eyes wide, seeing through to the truth. This laboratory director was a fake. And this suspicious dark magic energy, Shinhazu remembered it very clearly. It was exactly the same as the magic surrounding Instructor Smith. He was certain this person was a mage from the Black Tower. Shinhazu felt extreme tension in his heart. He suddenly realized that meant this was a den of darkness. Shinhazu took a deep breath to regain his composure, looking at Turkish, who was leisurely drinking tea. "I need to calm down." Thinking of his friends, his heart hesitated again. If they discovered he knew the truth, not only would he be in danger, but his friends would also be implicated. Turkish narrowed his dangerous eyes, silently observing Shinhazu. He slowly put down his teacup and said politely, "So if you want to discuss the recent fluctuation of magic levels in Bikneong." Shinhazu nodded cautiously. "Yes, that is right, I need to continue my training here, but the fluctuating magic density makes adjustments very difficult." Turkish picked up a notebook and smiled at him. "So that is it. You must have faced many challenges." As for the magic levels in Bikneong, the official discussion began. The two of them delved deep into the simulation models and detailed analysis. Then followed a long process of questions and answers. Time passed, the conversation stretched on until the night sky sparkled with stars. The space outside the laboratory became more silent. After a period of exchange, Shinhazu walked to the door. "Goodbye, sorry for disturbing you at this hour." Turkish gently waved his hand as if it was nothing. "Not at all, I was very happy to talk with you." He slowly turned and left. Turkish and Jessie were still smiling as they watched Shinhazu's retreating figure. But But as soon as his figure disappeared, their smiles vanished, replaced by cold, sinister expressions. Jessie waved her hand to create a barrier. Thank you for your time. Now, should we send someone to monitor that target? Turkish pulled his coat as he replied, no need, my shadow is already tailing him. Any further interference would be redundant and leave trace. His face returned to its usual dark and cruel expression. After all, he would not live much longer. Jessie tugged lightly at her hood and nodded. I understand. She placed a hand on her chest and bowed her head respectfully. Everything will proceed as you say, superior. Tokus curled his lips into a sneer. He was surrounded by a stream of pitch-black energy. So shall we head down to the basement now and continue the mission? Jessie walked slowly behind him, but superior, she could not help voicing a doubt. Why did you come directly to this laboratory? Do you think the target has discovered our scheme? Turkish pushed the door open and strode in casually. That is not worth worrying about. Even if he knows, it is already too late. He looked at the massive machine operating powerfully. He could not contain his rage. The magic core has reached maximum limit. By tomorrow afternoon, this entire island will explode. All of them will disappear. The magic core continued to absorb energy, strange black rays swirling into its center. Turkish's face showed clear stubbornness. No matter what power they use, they cannot resist the majesty of nature. The world will soon sink into darkness. He curled his lips into a sinister smile. Everything is proceeding exactly as the Black Tower planned. At the same time, hurried footsteps echoed from the main road outside. Shinhazu ran while racking his brain in frustration. Damn it, what is happening? Why are Black Tower agents appearing at the Magical Research Center? He glanced back suspiciously. Am I not being followed now? The image of Turkish slowly surfaced in Shinhazu's mind. That director, if he has a 7-circle magic array, that means he is a high-ranking leader of the Black Tower. Why would a figure of such power be on this remote island? A sense of unease filled his heart. Could he have come here to eliminate me on Jihan's orders? Shinhazu tried to speed up, his mind a constant stream of deductions. They definitely know I am being watched by the shadow. Could they dare to expose their identity here so recklessly? His face showed clear tension. Or is their real target not me? Could it be some event? Shinhazu recalled the desolate image of the island, the continuous surge in magical energy on Beta Nyongdo Island. Then he remembered the laboratory and the image of Turkish. The director being a Black Tower leader suggests they are plotting something secret and dangerous. Then he remembered the summoning order he had received. Right at that time, Jihan's order arrived, coincidentally making this very place the training site. A sharp deduction flashed in his mind. If the Black Tower caused the magic surge and spirit vein chaos, then this is the perfect opportunity to kill me without leaving a clue. The more he thought, the faster he tried to run. But I still have no clear evidence of that. Finally, Shinhazu found the key point. The most important key still lies in the island's laboratory. After some deliberation, he decided to pull out his phone to seek help. First, he needed to ask Uncle Sok-hyun to investigate the director. Regardless, he had to get everyone off the island safely. Before long, it was the next morning. Shinhazu exclaimed in shock. The ship cannot depart from the island. A station man complained quietly. I told you the weather today is too bad. No ships can operate at this time. Shinhazu could not help clinging to hope. What about magic-powered ships? Only normal ships are affected by the weather. The old man shook his head gently. Magic ships cannot run either. The local magical density has fluctuated too much and is unstable. Just trying to start the engine overloads it and causes an explosion. Person beside him added, there are no magic ship maintenance engineers here either, so we are out of options. Shinhazu grit his teeth in anger. Has the Black Tower prepared this thoroughly for this situation? Sun Chan asked slowly. What, the ship cannot leave the island? Shinhazu nodded. That is right, I think we have to request a magic ship from Incheon port to come here. Shin Wu's face showed a hint of disappointment. In such harsh weather, helicopters are useless too. Jin Seok immediately asked, should we go back to the training area and wait there? Shinhazu thought for a moment and then made a suggestion. Let us head back to the dormitory for now. His heart was still uneasy, not daring to say anything for fear of causing panic. So they all returned together. Everything was indeed turning out too strange. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrated. Shinhazu opened it and saw a message from Seo Hyon, saying the laboratory director's whereabouts could not be found anywhere on the island. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. A Black Tower leader vanished without a trace. Why right at this time? A huge question mark arose in Shinhazu's heart. What the hell are they planning? Right at that moment it began to pour rain. He ran to stand in front of Seo Hyon, his voice urgent. Uncle, what is the situation? He gently waved his hand to set up a protective barrier. First, let me create a barrier to block the rain. Shinhazu got straight to the point. Thank you, Uncle. What is the situation now? Seok-hyun replied. After receiving your message, I immediately infiltrated and checked the laboratory. He recalled the moment he and his team went to investigate. The laboratory was empty. All important data had been wiped clean. We searched the entire island since last night, but did not find that man. Hearing this, he frowned slightly and thought, strange, did he achieve his goal here or leave due to an urgent matter? Either way, his disappearance from this island was too quick. Seo Hyun continued his report. Young master, that laboratory clearly has something abnormal about it. Shin Hazu looked at him with a serious expression. You think so too, right, uncle? He began to sink into deep thought. Naturally, this strange rain might also be caused by the magical energy overflow. I cannot conclude yet that the Black Tower withdrew because their goal was achieved. After thinking for a moment, his eyes showed clear determination. I must personally investigate the laboratory again. Seo Hyun immediately reacted, but we have already checked there. Then he paused as he remembered Sahyuk, inwardly praising him. You always want to do everything yourself. You are truly just like your father. Seo Hyun bowed his head to accept the order. Understood, young master, we will accompany you. Shin Hazu smiled happily. Thank you, uncle. Suddenly he screamed in pain. Damn it! Seeing this, Seo Hyun could not help but worry. Young master? The rain continued to pour without stop while Shin Hazu was still writhing in agony. What was that sound? Seeing that he was not okay, Seo Hyun immediately rushed over to activate his spiritual power. But the strange sound still echoed in Shin Hazu's ears. A spiritual power fluctuation completely different from his own endless reincarnation formation. Those sounds seemed to be tearing and torturing his mind, like conflicting spiritual powers growling against each other. An extremely loud sound came from the direction of the laboratory. Seo Hyun patted Shin Hazu's back gently and asked, Young master, are you okay? Shin Hazu held his head and replied, I am fine, but don't you hear the noise? He looked outside in confusion. A noise. I only hear the sound of the wind and rain. He could still sense the confrontation of spiritual powers, silently questioning, am I the only one who hears this groaning? What are they warning about? Unable to wait any longer, Shin Hazu suddenly activated his ability. His gaze was fixed straight on the research building wrapped in magic on the opposite side. Astonishment was evident in his heart. What is this? Shin Hazu speculated. Is this the formation surrounding the laboratory? It is filled with unstable spiritual power, ready to explode at the slightest touch. He recalled what he had observed, the dense spiritual power in the air. Seeing the chaotic movement, Shin Hazu worried, a massive amount of spiritual power sufficient to destroy the protective barrier. Only then did he realize something was wrong. There is no mistake, this is a spiritual power disaster. It is a sign heralding a spiritual power explosion. He angrily cursed himself, damn it, why did I not realize it sooner? Without hesitation he dashed into the rain. Uncle Seo, I will go to the laboratory right now. Seo Hyun immediately followed. We will go with you too. A moment later, the group had gathered in front of the laboratory building. Looking at the scene before him, Seo Hyun frowned slightly. What the hell is going on here? The subordinate reported there is a solid defensive formation surrounding it, which was not there before. They warily watched the formation. This is a high-level defense from 720 formulas. Even if one or two are neutralized, the others immediately restore it. Calculating for a moment, Seo Hyun turned back to speak with Shin Hazu. Young master, it will take at least 10 hours to break it. This is completely abnormal. He looked deeply at Shin Hazu. Young master, do you truly suspect there is something inside? Shin Hazu immediately replied, yes, although I am not certain yet, but certainty was clear in his eyes. I suspect there are explosives inside, enough to level the entire Baek Nayu island. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, their eyes showing clear confusion. Shin Hazu gently raised his hand to gather power. When the power was sufficient, he began to act. First, I will destroy this formation. Electric sparks crackled loudly. A stream of immense energy shot straight into the formation, creating earth-shattering explosions. The subordinate looked on worriedly. The formation still has 719 formulas remaining. The magic circle transformed, the spiritual power inside expanding extremely rapidly and about to overflow. Shin Hazu turned around and ordered, please step back a little. He remembered Elena's teachings and began to focus. Every formation has a weakness. That is right, just by breaking one formula, the energy will exceed its self-recovery capability, and it will collapse like a chain reaction. Elena's teachings were deeply ingrained, helping Shin Hazu find the flaw and dismantle the formation. The next attack was more powerful and violent. That was the formation dismantling. Everyone was surprised. What? That is impossible for the formation. Under their astonished gazes, Shin Hazu stood firm. It has disappeared. Seo Hyun stammered in disbelief. Young master, I heard you just reached the 5th circle, but... A subordinate nodded in acknowledgement. I am a 5th circle mage. The young master Shin Hazu's magic. They hesitated but felt deep respect inwardly, recognizing a completely different level. Shin Hazu paid no attention. Let us go inside. Sometime later, it was still raining heavily outside. The group quickly entered inside. As predicted, the laboratory appeared to be abandoned. He led the group this way. Seeing a wall dotted with spiritual power, Shin Hazu raised an eyebrow slightly. Dense spiritual power is compressing. This wall is strange. He immediately used his power to check, touching it lightly. A passage suddenly appeared before Shin Hazu. This is, looking at the endless staircase, he silently speculated, the entrance to a secret basement. Seo Hyun stepped forward to take responsibility. We will go in first, young master, please follow behind. Shin Hazu nodded slightly. Okay. They slowly entered the cold basement filled with demonic energy. When they reached the bottom, Seo Hyon froze. Young master, this place. He immediately confirmed, that is right. They stared intently at the giant machine before them. The source of the spiritual power disaster on Bakneu Island was an uncontrolled mass of spiritual power. What concerned them the most was the spirit core stone at the center of the machine, a high-density source of spiritual power energy. Usually formed where spiritual power concentrates, spirit core stones lie deep underground and release spiritual power through earth dragon veins. The spiritual power outlets are called spiritual power veins, which escape onto the surface layer of the ground. Spiritual energy dispersed in many places. Where multiple spirit veins converged, the density would be exceptionally high. A vague doubt welled up in Shinhatsu's heart. What in the world were they planning to do? Seo Hyon racked his brain, unable to believe they were digging and researching spirit stones. A henchman continued speaking, saying they were truly insane, clearly in illegal possession of a spirit stone. He only slightly furrowed his brows, his eyes still fixed on the machine. Shinhazu immediately thought of Turkish. They were definitely the Black Tower's pawns, but the identity of the director remained a mystery. Looking at the massive machine before him, he began to form a plan, needing to handle the current situation first. Seokyin spoke slowly, saying a country had once experimented with a spirit stone, and the result was an explosion that wiped out half its territory. Seeing the enormous machinery, his voice dropped low, even if they evacuated right now. Given this violent reaction, he did not know how much time they had left. Shinhazu replied calmly, "Let me take a look." He began to activate his divine sense. Very quickly, Shinhazu was drawn into a myriad of piled-up strange characters and formations. The sheer volume of information left him dazed and overwhelmed. Even using his divine sense, he could not process it all, but he was certain of one thing. An alarm bell rang in his mind. There was only 1 hour before the island exploded. After finishing the inspection, Shinhazu's body suddenly grew weak, and everyone worriedly gathered around asking if he was all right. He brushed everyone aside, his voice firm, "I am fine. What matters is that the spirit stone will erupt within the next 60 minutes. Everyone was stunned, their eyes clearly showing terror. Only 1 hour? Seo Hyon stepped forward to reassure them. Now is not the time to be afraid. Shinhazu nodded in agreement. The time was too tight. He looked at the machine and said, "The only solution is..." He understood the hint and continued, "That is right." Shinhatsu's eyes showed clear determination. "We are forced to stabilize the spirit stone." Looking at that stone, his heart grew worried again. How could they control it when there was no precedent for stopping a spirit stone riot? Shinhazu closed his eyes to concentrate. "First, let us analyze the spirit stone." Knowledge came flooding back, recalling that Mimiya's notebook stated that accurately pinpointing a spirit stone's location was nearly impossible. The reason was that they were buried deep beneath the mantle in the Earth's core. But difficulties arose even when they were close to the surface. The range of emitted magical power was extremely wide, making it impossible to determine the exact location. Once excavated, the spirit stone's energy would decline because the geological structure had changed, no longer as stable as before. But the spirit stone inside this machine was still operating completely normally. Shinhazu angrily ground his teeth. What had those Black Tower bastards done to this thing? He said through clenched teeth, utterly damnable. Helplessly lifting his eyes to the machine, "We have far too little information." While lost in thought, a hand gently landed on his shoulder. Shinhazu turned around in surprise. "Uncle Seokyin?" He smiled. "The young master does not need to bear all the responsibility alone." Shinhazu was stunned as Seokyin continued, "All of us are journeying together with the young master." He gently reassured himself. "Yes, uncle is right, I truly thank you." But the will in his eyes had not faded at all. Shinhazu immediately gave an order. "The data we have is far too insufficient. Gather all materials related to the spirit stone." Seokyin quickly turned around. "I will go report to the master." He replied politely, "Yes, sorry for the trouble." It seemed all the hatred in his heart had vanished. He thought to himself. At this moment, he had no time left to blame his father or the Green Tower Master. Only 1 hour remained. He had to find a way to stop the magical disaster. At the main headquarters of the Grand Mage clan, Sahyuk stood by the window, listening thoughtfully on the phone. Understood. Only 1 hour before the spirit stone erupts. He quietly ended the call. It is too late. A dangerous gleam flashed in Sahyuk's eyes, but if his son was about to face death, he could not just sit idly by. Putting on his coat and leaving, he instructed his guard, "It is me. Mobilize all magical ships for immediate departure." Sahyuk's voice was extremely cold. "Deploy all mages from the 7th circle and above." At the same time, while Shinhazu was still searching, useful information suddenly appeared. A subordinate ran up, panting, "Young master, I have found the research journal." He hurriedly replied, "Good, let me see it." The screen below immediately displayed the necessary data. But what startled him were the numbers counting down. Shinhazu's voice was angry. "Damn it, the data is mountainous, and it is counting down every second." Layers of data kept appearing as time passed. A thought flashed through his mind. This is a self-destruct system for data after access. No matter who found this material, they will only be left to writhe in despair and then meet death. Shinhazu immediately turned around and asked if there was a backup. Subordinate reported that all the data had been encrypted and required more time to decode. While he was deep in thought, the subordinate suddenly spoke up to call the young master. Shinhazu replied in a very annoyed tone, I will analyze all this data right here. He suddenly thought of the dark forces, not expecting to find traces of the Dark Tower here. The connection between the Dark Tower and Jihan was still just a hypothesis. Dark thoughts constantly besieged Shinhazu, wondering if he would die in this place. Jihan's contemptuous smile seemed to be etched into his mind, and would everyone also die because of him? How ridiculous. Jihan, I will survive and drag you down to hell with my own hands. Haru began muttering about veins and spirit stones. He lost patience and shouted that yes, that was it. But then Shinhazu fell into thought. How could they disperse the energy when they were short on manpower? Slowly made up his mind, there was no other choice. Shinhazu immediately turned around and ordered, call the entire team here right now. It was still raining nonstop outside, and also my bag at the dormitory. A moment later, Shinhazu's friends had arrived. It was the spirit stone and it would explode within 40 minutes. He slowly spoke, that's right. I saw it with my own eyes. If we want to survive, we have to control this thing. Shin Woo slightly furrowed his brows. So this was the cause of the abnormal weather recently. Hee-yeon also couldn't hide her surprise. Damn it, if we don't act we only have 40 minutes to live. Jin Hee-jun glanced around in confusion and asked what he meant by not acting. You already have a plan, right? Shinhazu said while accepting an item from a subordinate. Of course I have a plan. He looked at everyone with a determined gaze. I gathered everyone to deal with the spirit stone's wrath. Shinhazu opened the box, which contained 4 small vials. These are the grace of magic power, only effective for mages below the 5th circle. He picked it up and explained it increases the absorption rate of magic power. Sun Chan curiously asked why he brought this, and if it was safe. Shinhazu calmly replied that he had concocted and tested it himself. It was not poison, surprising Shingu and Sun-chan with his ability. Shinhazu held the 4 vials and said there are still 4 bottles left. With them we can release the energy from the spirit stone through the magic veins. Shinhazu's eyes flashed with a glint of light. This is the detailed plan. He analyzed in detail the spirit stone at Bik Nyong was losing control and the magic veins releasing the energy were very unstable. When using the grace fluid, the body will undergo changes in reaction. On those unstable veins, the medicine will be absorbed and receive magical energy. Shinhazu's friends will go out to act. The massive energy from the spirit stone will be released through the magic channels, causing these channels to fall into chaos. They survey the surrounding area, the mana energy is spontaneously released, and the spirit stone gradually stabilizes. Shinhazu suddenly paused, his voice dropping. But there is one problem. Someone must drink the medicine and guide the energy transfer on the magic circuit. His friends split into teams for the task. A terrifying amount of energy surged into their bodies, exceeding all previous experiences. In the worst-case scenario, the one who drank the medicine would lose control. Shinhazu's angry words still echoed in Hana's ears, making her extremely worried. Della did not hesitate and drank that vial of medicine. Every word from Shinhazu urged her on. They could risk their lives. Adela began to act immediately. Shinhazu stayed behind to watch the machine but was full of anxiety. He had to stay in this position until the end to control the spirit stone. Adela had already begun to act. Shin Woo held the medicine vial in his hand but still had a hesitant expression. Magin Siyus had already drunk that vial of medicine. Senior Jin Hee-jun gripped the medicine vial tightly, his eyes clearly showing determination. Everyone had a burning resolve. Shinhazu took a deep breath and announced that he would transfer the energy into everyone. The rain on the island showed no signs of stopping. Hee-jun's group had arrived at the location and reported that they had advanced to Magic Circuit number 4. Shinhazu's eyes were full of concern. Senior Jin Hee-jun, please be ready. Hee-yun said nothing, only lightly glancing at the vial in her hand. After a moment of thought, she decided to speak up and ask Shinhazu if the core to solving the problem was the ability control power, not the rank of the magic circle, right? Shinhazu on the other side of the screen did not hesitate to nod, confirming that this was absolutely correct. Hearing that, Hee-yun immediately changed her mind. It would be better to let Sun-chan take over this task instead of her. Sun-chan was slightly startled in surprise, asking if he was the one. There was no wavering in her eyes. She said Shinhazu understood too. Sun-chan controls magic power better than her. Shinhazu felt a moment of hesitation in his heart. Hee-yun's voice still echoed that in such a serious situation, the more capable person should step up to bear the burden. Sun-chan trembled slightly and called out senior. She continued to encourage him. You have tried harder than anyone. Now help us, Jisoo-chan. He slowly took the vial of medicine. Su-cha looked at him for a moment but said nothing. A moment later, Sun decided to muster all his courage and accept the job. Alright, I will do it. I can handle the pressure. Su-chang turned to look at Shinhazu. Are you really sure about this decision, Shinhazu? He did not answer immediately, only let out a soft sigh. But then a confident smile spread across Shinhazu's lips. I am sure, Jisoo-chan. The rain was still falling heavily at this moment. Turkish gently picked up the phone. He watched and laughed with amusement. Things are starting. He stepped out to the pool with a relaxed demeanor. Today will be a special day. His gaze turned toward the gloomy horizon, his voice laced with humor. It's time to enjoy this luxurious presidential suite. Suddenly his phone rang. Turkish cheerfully answered the call, greeting the distinguished guest. Immediately Jihan's furious voice rang out. My father has discovered that the spirit stone is malfunctioning. He roared angrily, what are we supposed to do now? Turkish, unafraid, replied flippantly, I won't do anything in this situation. The furious roar from the other end of the line sounded. What? Jihan screamed frantically, what are you saying? Do you know how much money you've wasted of mine? Turkish's face remained calm. That statement seemed a bit harsh. It's not that I'm doing nothing. He looked up at the sky and gave a dark smile. It's that I don't need to do anything now. At this moment, water whirlpools had swirled around the island. Bepnyayong Island was now completely isolated. Turkish lay stretched out on the sun longer. Even if the clan leader intervenes with the 8th magic circle, by the time he arrives, that island will be nothing but ashes. Looking at the whirlpools, he grew even more pleased. Whether we act or not, Shinhazu will die. So just relax and watch the show, dear God. Jihan frowned. What? You just got lucky because the storm made everything convenient. Aren't you being too complacent now? Tokus glanced at the screen with sharp eyes. It seems there is a misunderstanding here. His voice became frantic. Do you really think everything is just a coincidence? A storm arriving at such a critical moment? This shocked Jihan once again. What? Turkish analyzed slowly. Right before the spirit stone exploded, the magic power streams collapsed. The magic circles completely disappeared. The storm arrived, all shipping ports were blocked. He raised his hand to control the currents. This storm will absorb magic power from the spirit stone. Even flight or teleportation magic cannot be used. Turkish's eyes narrowed dangerously. Do you still think it's all just random? Jihan realized with a start. You mean everything was set up and planned from the beginning? Tukis Ungdung continued. The explosion will occur at Bikni Ongdu in 1 hour. The assassination plan for Shinhazu will be completed. Jihan still did not believe it. What if he survives? A sinister smile appeared on Turkish's face. If a miracle helps him survive, then I will finish him off myself. He waved his hand dismissively. So stop wasting your efforts, prepare a feast for me. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Jihan was about to say more. Wait, hey. Turkish hung up the call without hesitation. The smile on his lips grew more twisted and sinister. Turkish remained seated calmly, watching everything. Suddenly, his eyes widened in extreme astonishment. A pillar of light appeared from the archipelago, piercing straight through the clouds. Turkish jumped up in shock. Light? He stared tremblingly at the archipelago. Impossible. He gritted his teeth, his voice full of fury. Damn it. Shinhazu, his eyes were bloodshot. You truly are outstanding. At this moment, Adela was still focused on the action. Magic Power Stream number 1 had started transmitting magic power. Adela poured all her strength into coordination, sweat rolling down her forehead. Shingu was also concentrating completely. Magic Power Stream number 2 had also started its transmission. Jin Seok did not let up for a single moment. Magic Power Stream number 3 also began transmitting. Sun Chan drank all his medicine in one gulp. Magic Power Stream number 4 had switched to transmission state. After that, he immediately entered a state of highest concentration. Shinhazu looked at everyone trying hard, silently thinking, I place all my hope in you all. Spirit Stone Block was still in constant motion. The magic currents swirling inside it began to dissipate and become more balanced. Seo Hyon came in to report the connection to each stream has stabilized. Another subordinate added, the connection equipment is not affected by the weather. The images of his teammates appeared clearly before his eyes. We will transmit the images via hologram. Suddenly, a notification appeared causing Shinhazu to worry. Magic power surge at stream number 1. Adela coughed up a mouthful of blood. He immediately ordered, quickly get Adela out of that magic power stream. The support personnel quickly helped her away. The main goal of the plan is to create a magic power explosion. There is no need to transmit to streams that have already exploded. The next notification arrived. Lady Adela is safe and receiving emergency treatment. Next came news from Kang Senyu's position. Circuit number 2 erupted again, and he received timely first aid. Shinhazu quietly observed the machine. The energy within the Spirit Stone was clearly depleting. Next surge occurred at circuit number 3. The support personnel quickly surrounded and encouraged him. Shinhazu anxiously looked at the control panel. Now only circuit number 4 remained. What was the status of this circuit? At circuit number 4, the air was tense to the point of suffocation. Hyun softly called out Sunchan's name. He did not reply, only muttered a few pained words. Seeing Sunchan's condition, Shinhazu became extremely tense. Sunchan's mana transport process was malfunctioning, risking an explosion at circuit number 4 before he could manage it. Su Trang said that he would die right before their eyes. The torrential rain brought countless pillars of energy crashing down to the ground. Urgent notifications rang out repeatedly. The first circuit had been flooded with mystical energy. An overload condition also appeared at circuit 21. The third circuit also began to be inundated with magical power. Shinhazu looked at the spirit stone before him, pondering because the energy within it was severely diminished. Realizing only the fourth circuit remained, Shinhazu was extremely worried about its condition. On this side, Hyun also shouted out Sunchan's name in unison. Sunchan was now clutching his chest in pain. Shinhazu quickly warned that his mystical power flow was having issues. If it fully overloaded, he would not be able to hold on to his life. That woman lost her composure and rushed forward demanding to take his place, but T-Sik immediately stopped her. Gritting her teeth in worry, she wondered how to handle this. Sun-chan clutched his chest in pain, groaning as his internal organs were about to explode. Shin-hazu quickly spoke through the screen, asking if he could hear. Sun-chan gradually regained awareness upon recognizing the voice. The elite member of the darkness handed him the phone so he could speak with Sun-chan. Sun-chan. Shin-hazu spoke sternly, telling him to listen carefully. He assessed the energy core, noticing that among the 3 streams flowing toward the mana core, one was spiraling out of control. Shin-hazu's lit up as if he had realized something. That was the energy stream always directed towards him. That energy stream was pouring into Sun-chan, and he was forcing it beyond the allowed limit. Master Lian spoke sternly, saying he would temporarily block that energy stream. In the meantime, he should regulate his breathing. Shin-hazu extended his hand toward the energy core. Immediately, a powerful source of energy radiated from his hand. Blood flowed from his mouth, but he still gritted his teeth and endured. Zeke suddenly announced the circuit was gradually stabilizing, and He-yun quickly instructed Sun-chan to take deep breaths. Then she suddenly made the problem seem grave, asking what if he could not do it. All of us will perish. He-yun encouraged him seriously, saying she believed in him and his abilities. If he fell, she would personally finish him off. That woman lost patience and shouted, "Are you listening to me?" Sun-chan replied weakly, "You are speaking too loudly." Promised in a low voice. He heard her very clearly and absolutely had to do well this time. Despite saying that, Sun-chan's body was exhausted, his entire body aching as if torn apart. Had everyone endured this before? He reassured himself. No, Shin-hazu was sharing the pressure with him. He could not end like this. Shin-hazu shouted, "Sun-chan, breathe deeply and stay calm." Sun-chan clenched his fist, refusing to submit. He could do it, could he not? Everyone nervously watched him and the pool of water before them. Immediately after, both of them cheered in joy. Sun-chan. Sun-chan had succeeded. Sun-chan gritted his teeth, trying to channel the power. The elite member of the darkness calmly announced the status of the 4th circuit. The magical power surge was confirmed, and shortly after he collapsed from exhaustion. He-yun and T-sik quickly Sun-chan. After seeing that the situation on the screen had stabilized, Shin-hazu collapsed from exhaustion, but was fortunately caught by Seo-hyun, who said he was exceeding his limits. He forced a smile to reassure her, saying it was fine, he was okay because he had trusted Sun-chan. Hearing this, the man hesitated before replying. That was true, his team members were indeed exceptional mages. Shin-hazu agreed. He could not have accomplished it alone. Everyone had trusted him and chosen to follow him. They had staked their lives on those words, and it was not over yet. The entire island was shaking violently due to the mana core. The explosion was only a matter of time. Looking at the energy orb, Shin-hazu knew it was time to act. He stood still, silently observing it. Shin-hazu gently rubbed his wrist, his expression full of gravity. A glint of golden power flashed in his eyes. Shin-hazu was inwardly relieved. He could see the spirit stone's structure and the flow within its veins. Without saying much, he raised his hand to cast the second resonance circle of the Jebel by Tenio style. Shin-hazu thought of those who had sacrificed to reduce the energy with the remaining mystic force here. He confidently affirmed that he could completely control it. Shin-hazu's power emitted a blinding light, interfering with everything. Hingoin gritted his teeth and poured in all his strength, and now, Seo-hyun stood behind him, feeling anxious. Shin-hazu powerfully unleashed the formation. Right after, a pillar of energy from the sky shot straight down into the building. The energy orb immediately shone again as before. Finally, it shot up into the sky, dragging a violent explosion behind it. The entire building was engulfed in thick dust and smoke. Dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed, revealing the blazing sunlight. He-yun kept shaking and calling out to Sun-chan, who was slowly losing consciousness. Sun-chan opened his eyes hazily, wondering if this was the end. Shouted loudly, telling that idiot not to die, to look up at the sky. He also roared that Shin-hazu had done it. He-yun anxiously called out to Ji-sun-chan, but he still passed out. He thought the sky was beautiful. Even if this was the end, it was not bad. The next day, Sun-chan woke up with a start. Seeing this, Adela smiled and announced that he had woken up. He asked in a daze where this place was, and why everyone was still alive. She answered slowly, telling him he was in the hospital. Jin-seok grinned brightly, holding his phone, and announced that Baekryong Island and its residents were safe. While he was comatose, the news and social media had been in chaos. He held up his phone to the published news. "Look at this!" Sun-chan said blankly that he was on every news page. Jin-woo calmly crossed his arms, saying that he had returned to the academy to clean up the news before he could rest. Adela sighed softly in admiration, saying it was truly enviable. A man asked if the report was only that, and Seo-hyun replied yes. He reported that he had discovered the Berserk Spirit Stone using Divine Sight, and used a technique never seen before. To resolve the event deviation and save everyone, I verified everything myself. That man furrowed his brow, expressing doubt that it was very strange. Shin-hazu was caught up in it, and he managed on his own to control everything. The man ordered in a deep voice that they must investigate further with the Blue Tower. A disaster like this must absolutely not be repeated. On a vast and desolate island. In the book, countless adorable objects suddenly flew out. Mimiya seriously pressed her face close to Shinhazu. He asked awkwardly, Mimiya, is there a problem? Mimiya kept the same posture, staring intently at Shinhazu. Then she smiled gently. After that, her smile became radiant. In the room, Mimiya was happily floating in the air. He could only smile wryly, saying nothing. Shinhazu hesitated. Wait, I have something I want to ask. She quickly replied, go ahead, what is it? He calmly voiced his doubt. There is no information here about dark magic power. Do you know anything? Mimiya calmly guided him. Dark magic power, if it is the dark attribute, it is over there. Shinhazu shook his head awkwardly. It is not that. The type of magic power corroded by darkness, you understand? Hearing that, her expression darkened. He was frightened. Mimiya faltered as she spoke. She lost her composure and shouted, asking him where he learned about that corroded energy. Shinhazu suddenly realized he had not told her about the Black Tower. How was he going to explain this now? He crossed his arms and said slowly, all right, this is how it is. After a while, Mimiya learned the truth. So he has been constantly threatened by the Black Tower? Shinhazu seriously recounted his encounters with Turkish and Smith, the former being a teacher at the academy, and the latter the director of magical research on Baekryong Island. He slowly voiced his feeling that both times he was in contact with them, he had been enveloped by that same corrupted dark force. It sent a chill down his spine, as if a current ran along his back, similar to the sensation of danger approaching from the Black Tower. Hearing this, she angrily shouted, Secretary, why are you only telling me this now? Shinhazu awkwardly apologized, explaining that after meeting her, he had nothing more to do with the Black Tower. Mimiya still did not forgive him, but he quickly argued that he was telling her about it right now. She turned around angrily and argued, are you mocking me? I will tell you something extremely important, so listen carefully. Mimiya then took out a book. You know that all current magic originates from primordial magic, right? Shinhazu quickly replied, of course. She slowly explained, the infinite magic circle is a system based on natural primordial magic power. Mimiya asked, do you think the source of the dark magic the Black Tower uses also originates from that? Shinhazu thought and answered, no, it is completely different. It carries an aura entirely distinct from ordinary dark magic. She answered firmly, that is correct. Its origin is merely basic dark magic. It is completely different from the magic of the primordial. This is a distinct branch or an entirely separate magic system. He darkened his face and asked back, you mean there is another founder who created dark magic? Mimiya immediately replied exactly. Without hiding it, she revealed a calamity of the world, one whose existence erodes magic power and taints the world. The origin of dark magic, the destroyer of the structure of all current magic power. His name is Velastone. At Jihan's penthouse, Jihan was going on a rampage, kicking things around. Turkish. He questioned loudly. What did you just say? Didn't you say Shinhazu would definitely die on Baekryong Island? Because of the mess you caused, he has now become the hero who saved the entire island. Now, there are many more factions within the family supporting him. Jihan lost his composure and lunged to grab Turkish by the collar. What do you plan to do now? Suddenly, a hint of fear flickered across his face. Turkish lowered his voice and demanded, let go of me. He put on his hood and gently explained, I apologize, I do not like revealing my true face. Turkish calmly assured him, I will take responsibility for this. This is my fault. Jihan asked curiously, take responsibility. What do you mean? He lowered his head and chuckled lightly. His reputation rises, he gains support, and he is even nominated as family head. But if he dies, everything becomes meaningless, right? Jihan quickly asked, you mean you will personally kill Shinhazu? How? Turkish slowly laid out the plan. During the Olympiad, as long as the target is within this land, he cannot escape the sight of the shadows and those in power. But when he goes abroad, that will be the opportunity. He smirked sinisterly and affirmed, in the name of the Black Tower and the gods of the night, I will personally finish him off to erase the disgrace. Time passed until evening at a spacious house. Shinhazu lay on the bed thinking. The information about Velastone was only unlocked upon reaching a fifth circle mage. He recalled Mimiya's words. Everything she said was that the Black Tower was his enemy, and he had to become stronger to confront it. Shinhazu frowned and muttered, I still feel uneasy. Even knowing the true name and power of the one behind the Black Tower and the magic coat, it was only partially revealed and could only be used from the 5th level onwards. True magic, the power of the magic coat, and information about Velastone and black magic. He placed his hand on his forehead. It is all linked to reaching the 5th circle mage level. Regardless, I have to get stronger to participate in the upcoming Olympiad. The next morning at a radiant tower, the Blue Tower headquarters. Shinhazu was amazed, his mouth agape. Kang-in proudly introduced the invention in the room. This is a creation we are proud of. That machine has not been announced yet, right Shinhazu? He spoke seriously. The incident on Baekryong Island was beyond our expectations, but we feel responsible and are committed to supporting your team more as a sponsor. He politely replied, thank you Tower Master. Kang-in said enthusiastically, now there is something you must see Shinhazu. Looking at the machinery before him, Shinhazu could not help but be curious. What is this? He tilted his head and asked, I have never seen this type of machine. Kang-in smugly replied, of course not. He smiled and revealed with a gesture, this machine was custom built to create an artifact just for you, Shinhazu. Shinhazu was surprised and quickly turned his head. What? Building an entire machine just to make one artifact? Kangin answered, that is right. The machine compresses mana stones with a deformation rate of less than 0.01% per cycle. Repeating about 100,000 times, the mana stone can become as thin as paper. Based on your request, you wanted an artifact that does not hinder movement and is simple and easy to operate. Saying this, he smiled and opened a box. We researched many methods, but none were more effective than this. Inside was the world's first experimental product of a combined artifact of 4 attributes, activated by eye contact, the greatest masterpiece of the Blue Tower. The experiment was given a very fancy name. Kangin explained with a mysterious expression. This magic tool will, because of Shinhazu, open a new era. I am certain of it. A while later at the dining table, Kangin asked, is the food to your liking? Shinhazu looked at the plate of food he had barely touched once with his chopsticks and said, yes, it is very delicious. He wiped his mouth with a napkin, not forgetting to thank him. It has been many days since I have known of such a wonderful place. Hearing this, he laughed heartily. Hearing that makes me very happy. Then, his gaze suddenly turned sharp as if he had long awaited this moment. May I ask what you intend to say to me? He was flustered by the question and hesitated. Yes, it is actually about the security issue here. Seeing him hesitate, Kangin waved his hand to create a flow of air art and then reassured, there is no need to worry about security, but it is best to ensure everything is perfect. Having said that, he created a soundproof barrier from the outside world. Kangin gestured for Shinhazu to continue. Now then, go ahead and speak. Shinhazu did not beat around the bush anymore. He spoke seriously. I will get straight to the main issue. His gaze was firm, looking straight at Kangin. In the upcoming Olympiad, the Demon Tower might very well intervene. He was surprised to hear that and immediately asked back, what? Can you elaborate? Shinhazu explained seriously. During the interview after returning from White Spirit Island, you know I publicly revealed the demon eye, right? Calling that moment, he explained, that allowed the opponent and magic to grasp my weaknesses and ability flaws. He continued reflecting on the event, but that was a necessary choice to explain the incident on White Spirit Island. Shinhazu spoke with a determined and resolute gaze. At the same time, it was an opportunity for me to prove my abilities before the public. He thought of someone but said nothing. He silently thanked that person. Thanks to that, I received considerable support from within the demon god family. Kangin rested his hands on the table, looking intrigued. I watched that interview. Shinhazu, you chose a risky move to become a target at the Olympiad. He spread his arms in interest. This is a strategy requiring trust and exceptional ability. But isn't your demon eye just like my crimson eye? What does it have to do with the demon tower? Shinhazu quickly replied, yes, but my eye can identify demonic power through color. Kangin was surprised and confirmed, identify through color. So that is it, now I understand. He chuckled lightly, feeling smug as he looked at him. You mean this time you verified the characteristic demonic power of the demon tower? Shinhazu affirmed once more with certainty. Exactly. At the Lensmith event, I recognized their demonic power through color and confirmed it belongs to the demon tower. Further explained, on White Spirit Island, the same distinctive black demonic power of the demon tower was found on the director of the central laboratory. Kangin raised his hand to his chin, thinking, then the nuclear riot there was very likely instigated by the demon tower. He snapped his fingers as if understanding. Moreover, someone wants to eliminate you from within the demon god family. Thinking about the matter, he continued, the family is currently competing for the successor position, meaning whoever harmed you is connected to the demon tower. Having deduced that, Kangin asked for confirmation. That is what you mean, isn't it? Shinhazu nodded. Yes, exactly that. He continued his reasoning. Since they acted to that extent on White Spirit Island, they certainly will not miss the chance to attack when I go abroad during the Olympiad. Suddenly interrupted him. Tower Master. Shinhazu stated his position. I promise to bring victory in exchange for the Blue Tower's support, but when confronting the Demon Tower, which stops at nothing, my life is always at risk. He made a request to Kangin. Therefore, during the Olympiad, I want the Blue Tower's protection. And so the two of them talked together until evening. The next morning, Shinhazu was speeding along the road. He sat in the car, staring blankly out the window. Shinhazu recalled Kangin's words. I cannot make any promises yet for now. I will consider it positively and get back to you later, depending on the situation. Sounded like a refusal. He thought about the future. If it were the master of the Blue Tower, that would mean a 99% chance of approval. The remaining 1% is just for self-verification before accepting. After a while, the driver spoke. We have arrived, Shinhazu. He stepped out. Yes, thank you, sir. Shinhazu looked up at the house before him. I have backing for the Olympiad now, but I still feel uneasy. Standing before the demon god family mansion, he thought to himself, the demon god family here truly is the key to resolving everything. As Shinhazu stepped inside the house, someone suddenly called out from upstairs, Shinhazu. The person was Jihan. He greeted, long time no see. He looked up and saw him. You? Shinhazu thought, arriving here, and the first person I meet is him? Jihan put on a fake smile. I was very worried when I heard about the accident on White Spirit Island. Truly relieved to see you are fine. Shinhazu felt all his luck had run out. Damn it, what bad luck. But outwardly, he still wore a friendly smile. I am truly touched that you were so worried about me. Shinhazu laughed out loud. I was only slightly injured, so now I am completely recovered and feel very well. Jihan smiled in reply. That is right, hearing that puts my mind at ease. You handled that crisis admirably. He walked down step by step toward him, his face somewhat sinister. That is my brother. Jihan looked at him with a contemptuous gaze. If anything happens next time, just come to me. That is what brothers should do for each other. Shinhazu still replied with a forced smile. Of course I will definitely remember that, but you are always busy with work. He knew full well that he was just being insincere, so he politely declined. Anyway, you don't need to worry about me. You are the one who should not be overly anxious. Jihan still wore that contemptuous face and gaze. Hey, don't say that. I have to care. I feel very proud to have a reliable brother like you. Two servants from afar saw them chatting happily and gossip. It is wonderful to see the brothers so close. With young Master Jihan at the helm, the demon god family will surely be strong. He came down the stairs, wore another smile, and placed both hands on his shoulders. Jihan looked at him with a sly gaze. I heard you are aiming for the gold medal at the upcoming Olympiad? Shinhazu, as if expecting it, replied without hesitation, yes, since I am participating, winning the gold medal will bring great benefits to the demon god family. He burst out laughing in praise, but it carried mockery, a commendable intention. I believe you will succeed. I am counting on you. I am truly proud to have such a reliable brother. He replied cheerfully, yes. With your encouragement, I am confident I can win. I need to mature faster to support you steadily. Jihan heard this and smiled brightly, utterly delighted. He released his shoulders and bid farewell. Checking the time, it's about time, I have to go now. Jihan glanced at Shinhazu, his gaze still sinister. Let's meet at a nicer place next time, Shinhazu. He reached up and touched his shoulder, thinking that Jihan was surely plotting something for the upcoming Olympiad. At the main mansion of the Matic faction, in Sayuk's research room, Shinhazu walked in and quietly greeted him, saying it had been a while. He looked at the man before him and hesitantly called him father. Sayuk glanced at Shinhazu with an annoyed expression and said, sit down. The two of them walked over to the nearby chairs and sat down to talk. Time passed quickly, and before they knew it, it was dark. At this moment at the Obelix Academy dormitory, Shinhazu had just finished showering and sat on the bed looking at the pile of books in front of him. He fell silent, sinking into his own memories. Shinhazu recalled the conversation with his father at the main mansion, and that he had said a lot. He thought about the past stories he had told his father, from Len Smith to Sayuk. Then Shinhazu remembered finally the incident related to the dark magic tower on Baekryong Island. Shinhazu rested his chin on his hand, thinking that Uncle Seo Hyun must have reported the island incident to him already. He remembered that when he sat talking with his father, the final result was Shinhazu thought that after the Olympiad, he would be protected by the elite members of the Shadow. And of course one of them included Uncle Seo Hyun. Shinhazu, tired, lay back on the bed, thinking that he had done everything he could. He pondered, recalling what he had hidden from his father. Jihan was colluding with the dark magic tower. He had also hidden the fact that the magic he used was the Jebel Baitinio style, and that there were only 9 days left until the Olympiad. Sometime later at the training center, Shinhazu told everyone that today's training session ended here. He reminded everyone that since there were only 5 days left until the exam, they should manage their physical condition seriously from today. As Yeon stretched to warm up, he felt a strange mix of relief and sweetness. Shin Seok laughed out loud with pride, wondering if he could win a gold medal with this pace. The other two comforted him, saying you can trust us. Afterwards, everyone dove into non-stop training. Adela, who was drinking milk, walked over and asked, you want a box too, right? Shinhazu replied, maybe later. Shinhazu looked at Adela, thinking that after she drank the magic blessing, her magic circle had grown stronger. He looked at Jin Seok and Shin Woo, marveling that their circles had also increased but not as much as Adela's. Shinhazu smiled lightly, his face full of hope and determination, truly amazing. The person he truly admired the most was Sun Chan, remembering last time, because he risked his life to circulate his magic power. Sun Chan broke through the wall of enlightenment and reached the 4th circle. Shinhazu bent down to scroll on his laptop, marveling that crisis truly was opportunity, thanks to which our tactics had increased unbelievably. By then everyone had gathered in full, so Shinhazu spoke up. There was another announcement. He glanced at Sun Chan and then asked everyone if they remembered the matter of adjusting the flight to the Olympiad. The other replied, what's up, is something wrong? Shinhazu answered with a firm gaze, yes. There was a small incident. Suddenly he shouted, causing everyone to be bewildered. We have been provided with a better plane. Tomorrow we board the Blue Tower's private plane, departing for America at 10 o'clock in the morning. Everyone heard this and stood dumbfounded with their mouths hanging open. Sun Chan had to ask again, are we leaving tomorrow already? Doubts echoed outside a private plane of the blue magic tower. He did not answer, only telling everyone angrily to prepare well. In the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Jun looked at the object in front of him and praised it with delight. So beautiful. What Ada praised was the ring containing the magic tool. Shinhazu held up the ring, and someone asked if this was the magic tool to be used in the Olympiad. Shinhazu explained seriously, yes, the artisans of the Blue Tower personally upgraded them for us. According to regulations, the external appearance is the same as other countries, only the color is different. Sun-chan went over to Adela and said, let me see that. She was confused as to why. Adela saw him holding both rings and hesitated. That one is mine. Sun-chan quickly put both rings on his fingers and asked playfully with a grin, does wearing more increase the effect? Shinhazu looked at the ring and began to explain. These rings were customized to each person's magic frequency, so... Suddenly Sun-chan looked a bit uncomfortable, his face contorted in pain. He collapsed to the ground in agony. I feel like my stomach is being turned inside out. Shinhazu pointed at Sun-chan and gave a teasing example. This is what happens when you wear someone else's ring. Suddenly footsteps approached them. I forgot to tell you earlier. It was Kang In, he cheerfully announced. Because the magic tool needs time to adapt, it is best to wear it all day. Someone spoke up, the tower master of the Blue Tower. Kang In smiled apologetically at everyone and then spoke sorry for being late. Shinhazu approached to ask about his health. You look very tired. He waved his hand. No, I am fine. Nothing to worry about. He fell back into his thoughts. Actually, my elemental wave was too special, so I was the only one who kept failing at imprinting the magic tool. Shinhazu looked at the ring on his hand and gave a faint, smug smile, but hearing it finally succeeded thanks to the effort of the Blue Tower Master, he must have pulled an all-nighter. The assistant standing next to him reminded, it's time to depart. Kang In was startled. Oh dear, is it already that late? Let us go right now. At this moment in the yard, there were 2 planes, and everything was being prepared. One plane slowly opened its door, lowering its stairs. Inside were business-class seats. Sun-chan, upon stepping in, immediately sighed with heavenly delight. Hyun behind him also got excited. Kang In reminded everyone there were 40 minutes before the flight. Kang In turned to the assistant and asked her to guide the group on a tour. She replied politely. Shinhazu approached him to express gratitude for supporting both the magical tools and the private plane. He sat down comfortably, saying that he still owed him a debt that had not been fully repaid. He emphasized there was an important matter to discuss. Shinhazu looked at him in surprise, replying with a yes. Kang In snapped his fingers, and a letter immediately appeared. Picked it up to examine and found it was a secret document sealed with magic. His expression turned serious, warning that the movements of the dark magic tower were highly abnormal. Kang In crossed his legs and said sternly that he had personally investigated from many angles, and that was all there was. Shinhazu listened attentively, looking at the detailed document in his hand, finding it very thorough. Kang In continued, showing him that the number of incidents caused by the dark magic tower this year was 67. He presented a chart comparing the number of incidents from January to May over the past 10 years. Shinhazu questioned, the average was 131 incidents per year, so halving this year was extremely unusual. Kang In pointed to the data from 11 years ago, the time of the Atlantic catastrophe. Shinhazu thought of the gigantic ice crater, realizing it was one of the world's 10 great calamities. He was worried because no one had officially declared it a man-made disaster caused by the dark magic tower. Kang In looked at him seriously, saying that the number of incidents this year and 11 years ago were nearly identical. Shinhazu deduced resolutely, the high likelihood was that the dark magic tower was preparing a terrorist attack. Kang In pointed to the map. That was his assessment. He told him to look at the next data set regarding the locations of the incidents. Shinhazu remarked this year the incidents were strangely concentrated in America. Kang In added that was correct, and especially during this year's Olympiad. Shinhazu was startled, because the Olympic Games were about to be held in America. The scene cut to the mysterious black-clothed group warning of a planned terrorist attack being prepared. Kang In said pensively, we must prepare cautiously. Shinhazu's eyes were resolute, making a resolve amidst the approaching great storm. The scene switched to Los Angeles, an airport in America. Sun-chan exclaimed with curiosity, so this was America. Jin Seok excitedly said the air also smelled like America. Hyun immediately interrupted. That was the smell of air purifiers. Sua turned her head and told everyone to follow her. She would lead the way. Shinhazu asked why the Blue Tower Master was not there. Sua replied that the person had a meeting scheduled with the Red Tower Master. Adela and Shinhazu both expressed a desire to visit the Red Tower once. Sua asked if they wanted to schedule it, and both were surprised and asked back. Sua explained that the owner of the Red Tower also wanted to meet the two of them. Shinhazu excitedly agreed if it was not a bother, and Adela nodded in agreement. Night fell, the street was brightly lit with lamps, and a row of buses was parked along the road. Sua was exchanging something with a colleague beside him. Sun-chan praised Uncle Kang In for being clever, and Shinhazu cheerfully agreed. Suddenly, in the middle of the sky, a strange, blinding stream of light appeared. Everyone was astonished and immediately fell into a defensive stance. The light vanished, revealing sharp streaks of light. They shot straight down toward where everyone was standing. A large explosion occurred and smoke and dust engulfed Shinhazu's group. Ion screamed in shock. What was this? Everyone cried out the names of Adela, Sun-chan, and Shinhazu in dismay. From within the blast, a surge of spiritual power shot up high. The smoke and dust gradually cleared. Jin-seok was supporting a large shield while Shinhazu and Adela were in combat stances. A person approached, voicing praise for their impressive coordination. That person was Kaio Ventia, the representative of England. He politely greeted the representatives of Hanguk, wishing them a good evening. Adela said coldly in anger. This was the first time she saw someone greet others this way. Kaio Ventia. He laughed and replied that it was not, saying England was a country of gentlemen who would not do such rude things. Still with his sinister smile, Kaio Ventia said this was a provocation, not a greeting. Sun-chan was furious and cursed him for speaking rudely. Kaio Ventia calmly drew his sword, stating that honesty was a knight's quality, then proposed a duel right there. He pointed his sword at Shinhazu, catching him slightly off guard. Kaio Ventia provocatively and confidently declared he wanted to test Shinhazu's skill. Shinhazu asked coldly, "Why should I fight you?" Kaio Ventia was excited, because he wanted to fight, and was ready to have the arena prepared. Shinhazu pondered, having heard that man was a battle maniac who liked fighting the strong, but he did not expect him to be so unreasonable. Shinhazu made an X gesture with his hand, refusing. Kaio Ventia pressed, "Why?" Sun-chan could not say anything more. Adela sighed. He still had not changed since his first year. Shinhazu created energy around him, replying that fighting would be of no benefit. If he got injured, it would be troublesome. Kaio Ventia was unwilling. How dare he say I would get injured? The people around whispered, "Here it goes, that bad habit of his." Kaio Ventia put on a serious face, even though he knew I am a 5-circle mage. Shinhazu arrogantly lifted his chin. "I do not care." Kaio Ventia found it hard to believe, truly ridiculous. Maya landed beside Kaio from above, saying, "I told him not to. You disappoint me, Maya." She continued, "Do not be disappointed, Captain. We can still fight him next week." Maya looked towards Shinhazu, apologized on behalf of Kao. He did not mean to cause trouble, hoping he would understand. Shinhazu replied indifferently, "I really do not mind." He added, "Magic is full of sound and fury. It does not harm anyone." Shinhazu concluded, "It is just empty magic, correct?" Maya prepared to leave. She thanked him for his understanding. Kaio enthusiastically promised to go all out next time. Then, the two left. Sun-chan was confused. What was wrong with them? Shinhazu said, "He was right. From now on it will be a series of storms." The scene shifted. The streets were bustling with traffic. Everyone was already in the car. Hee-in was displeased. What the hell were those lunatics? They suddenly rushed out to attack, then gave a half-hearted apology and left. She growled in frustration, "Are they mentally ill? I cannot let this slide." Shinhazu turned back to ask, "What does she plan to do?" Hee-in angrily said, "Report them, at least make them get punished." Shinhazu mused, "There will be no punishment." Hee-in retorted, "Why not? They used magic in a crowd," making the two sitting in the car afraid to breathe. Shinhazu explained, Kaio's windcutter strike was just a harmless block of wind magic power. He continued, "Even if it hit directly, it would leave no mark." Sun-chan suddenly realized, no wonder the shield was fine. Shinhazu pointed out, "Moreover, we are in America. That level of magic is not considered a crime." Blue-haired boy said, "It was akin to magic testing and observation. They had recordings as evidence." Hee-in was still not appeased. So annoying, their scheming was too hateful. Dale mused, being this prepared, they must have challenged many other teams already. Shinhazu replied, "Very possible." He turned down. Their goal was to gather information. He answered, "Probably. The video helped them collect data." Sun-chan's magic was also exposed. Sun-chan was confused. Would many teams accept such a reckless duel? Haru answered, "It will be very difficult." Sun-chan jumped up in surprise. Shinhazu said, "Remember Kaio's words." Everyone recalled Kaio Ventia. Sun-chan was helpless. Correct, if they fought, they could collect data on Kaio. Shinhazu was perceptive. The reason he avoided battle was because his information was more valuable than that man's. Sun-chan seemed uninterested. "Just forget it." Jin-seok said, "It looked like they were almost at the hotel." Hee-yun was still furious, so mad, burning up inside. She definitely would not let them off. "Jin-seok, you come with me." He was helpless. "I will come too." Arriving at the hotel, Shinhazu rested his chin on his hand and thought, done, preparations complete. Holding 2 books, he said only Adris Tom and Mimia Tom remained. Where were they now? Suddenly he noticed a neat safe under the shelf. What is that? Looking more closely, there was also a whole magic library. Shinhazu closed the book that was emanating spiritual energy. He opened the safe, truly worthy of the Olympiad. The resources were completely different. This security was more than enough. Shinhazu was excited. Good, finally free. I will focus on my own work. The scene shifted. The next morning Shinhazu went to meet the girl at the fountain. "Mimia, I have arrived." The secretary Mimia looked over. Did he arrive safely? Shinhazu crossed his arms. "I returned to the resting place safely." Mimia worriedly asked, "Really? Did anything happen on the way?" Shinhazu cleared his throat. If one could call it a problem, then. Mimia continued his words, "The Black Magic Tower conspiracy and the British team." She sensed, "My secretary did not cause any trouble, did she?" Shinhazu replied, "Of course not. Why would I?" Mimia said sweetly, "I understand what he wants. Helping is also my role. Trust and leave it to me." Shinhazu was confused. "I always trust you. But what do you mean by understanding already?" Mimiya rose, the books floated and landed in front of him. Shinhazu was astonished. What is this? Mimiya replied, what else? Books on fourth circle mages. Shinhazu exclaimed in surprise. What? How did she know? Mimiya replied smugly. It was obvious at a glance. His team was smarter than she thought. She continued, encounters with the Black Magic Tower were increasing, and they needed to raise their strength even a little to prepare. She pretended to earnestly ask Mimiya how to reach the fourth ring, then immediately returned to normal and confirmed this was indeed the book. Shinhazu awkwardly told Mimiya not to laugh like that, but she was right, he admitted it. Hearing that, the girl could not hide the smug look on her face. Shinhazu said he needed to improve his strength for things to come, and Mimiya immediately added that was exactly what she meant. Shinhazu looked at the book in his hand and said it wrote about an important matter, the realm of a fourth ring mage, harmony with magic. He silently resolved to master it before the Olympiad began. The afternoon, Shinhazu spotted Adela sitting alone in the park. He ran over to greet her. Adela, hello. What is it that you are sitting here alone? Are you worried about something? Adela replied no, it was already late. She continued, saying she had nothing to worry about. She should get back to the hotel. Shinhazu thought there was something troubling her. Adela was the pillar. A bad mood would affect the whole team. He called her back. Wait, Adela, do you want to talk for a bit? The two walked, and Shinhazu asked if the visit to the Red Magic Tower tomorrow was bothering her. He remembered Sua's reminder about the meeting and thought Adela was worried about that. Adela replied it was not because of that. Shinhazu confusedly asked what it was then. Adela asked with a hint of sadness if he would not laugh, and Shinhazu quickly promised he would not. Adela asked seriously if he knew that in America they did not sell banana milk. Shinhazu was so surprised he was speechless. Adela said flatly what would she do without it, and Shinhazu cut her off calling her name. He said they did sell it in America. She could find it at a nearby supermarket, then helplessly pointed in that direction. Adela stammered shyly, no way, but Sister Hee-yun clearly said so. Adela ran off saying she had been pranked by Hee-yun. Thanks, she would go ahead. Shinhazu cheerfully said goodbye, see you tomorrow, and thought that finally tomorrow they would go to the Red Magic Tower. Before Sun-chan loomed a towering skyscraper. His spirit became noticeably more excited because of it. Sun-chan admired the scenery around him, his mind constantly thinking about the Red Tower. Jin Seok also could not stop marveling at the luxury. It was like a spaceship. Just then, Sua spoke up to guide them, saying she would go prepare the tour documents. Everyone please wait a moment. At the same time, Hee-yun kept begging Adela for forgiveness, and Sushan immediately asked what was going on with the two of them. Shinhazu explained that Sister Hee-yun joked that banana milk was not sold in America. Even he felt this matter was really bad for Adela. It was a very serious thing. Shin Woo noted that the facilities here are the most cutting edge, and Shinhazu said recently they had been focusing on mechanized magic research. Sun-chan felt something was off. He stepped closer and whispered into his ear that it was a bit funny, but was it okay to be here right now? Shinhazu did not understand at all and asked what he meant. Right after he received an explanation, this is the Red Tower. He said this was very unusual. This was Daria Sorrenta's base. What if information leaked? Shinhazu did not pay much attention and said, so what, we are just visiting. He also thought it made sense. At the same time, his voice also carried over. Anyway, about this Olympiad. Sun-chan thought for a moment and then felt strangely excited. This was indeed an anticipated confrontation. 3 towers jointly supporting the teams competing against each other. This had almost become a proxy war. He turned to look at Shinhazu. Do not tell me the Tower Masters are betting too. While talking animatedly, a voice came from somewhere. They were here. Slightly startled, he turned around to look reflexively. It turned out to be Daria with her sharp voice, having just lost terribly on the way back, saying if the Tower Master lost, then it was over. Jin-seok heard that and his eyes went wide with surprise. Daria did not care and kept grumbling. Was it too much to put that kind of pressure on a disciple? Were all Tower Masters like that? Shinhazu. He heard his name called but calmly replied he was not sure, because he was not a disciple of the Blue Tower. Daria regained her composure and landed. Really, if the Blue Tower Master valued his disciples, she would switch sides. Shinhazu kept an innocent, blameless expression and said, oh really, let me tell you. He did not hesitate and recounted that the Blue Tower Master loved his disciples very much. If she wanted to change masters, he would recommend one. Right then, Daria burst out laughing at his reaction, saying she was just joking, he was really funny. She raised her hand in front of her with goodwill, wanting to get acquainted. Nice to meet you. You know my name, right? Shinhazu also extended his hand in return. Nice to meet you. I do not need to introduce myself. I am famous, and besides we have met. Instead, she questioned him, saying, what, you are already acting like that right after arriving. So Shinhazu was telling the truth after all. This was not the first meeting since they were 10 years old. Seeing the clear timeline, Daria stopped asking, is that really so? You came with the master of the Red Tower to my birthday and were introduced as an elemental disciple. She sat thinking for a moment, then said, I do not remember well, but if you say so, I believe you. As she spoke, Daria ran over and hugged Shinhazu. It has been a long time since I last saw my friend. Then she gently kissed his cheek in front of everyone, causing them all to blush deeply. Suddenly, James approached from a distance with praise. Truly my disciple. He looked at her and casually broke into a teasing smile. Already starting to use charm tactics, are you? Daria was surprised to see James Tower Master, and even Shinhazu exclaimed, Master of the Red Tower. He did not stop but also teased Kangin, Master of the Blue Tower. It seems we have won this bet. But he was not one to back down. Charm tactics. I think it looks more like a handsome man tactic. He stood aside listening to the entire conversation, then was left speechless. Tower Master, and then James turned to him. That sounds reasonable. It really is Daria style. Pressured, she showed her attitude. Tower Master, that is enough. Saying more would be rude to the guest. Seeing that, he deliberately teased, you really like him, are you? Which made Daria furious. My god, really? With that, she shouted loudly, startling James. Tower Master, please. Being teased too much, she decided to leave, but still greeted Shinhazu. See you next time at the Olympiad. Thus, only the three of them were left looking at each other. Sensing something was wrong, Kang-in spoke up. James, lower your voice. She will get a brain freeze like that. He seemed not to realize his mistake. I know, but her reaction was too fun. I could not help it. Only then did James show fear. What, am I that bad? While Kang-in added fuel to the fire. Yet he remained stubborn. No way, never, anyway. Then James abruptly changed the subject. Shinhazu, this is our second meeting, is it not? Nice to meet you again. Now he finally had a chance to ask him politely, it is an honor to meet you again. Not stopping there, James also said, I originally wanted to personally guide you. But then he turned and walked away with a wave. My schedule is tight, feel free to look around. Hearing that, Shinhazu could only reply respectfully, yes. A moment later, they arrived at the Red Tower Magic Data Analysis Room. Shortly after, they were in the Red Tower Training Room. Adela pointed to a spot and introduced, you can see the analysis results immediately. Sun Chan stood to the side, extremely excited. If only our academy had this too. After a long period of exploration, they finally rested at the Red Tower cafeteria. He unfinished eating and stretched comfortably. Has it been 2 hours? I thought it was only 10 minutes because I was having so much fun. Suddenly, someone came from outside and called, Shinhazu, can you talk for a moment? He looked confused. Both Tower Masters want to see you. Afterwards, they still went together to another place. Soon, room number 75 appeared before them. The two of them strode proudly on the magnificent red carpet. Before them gradually appeared a small door leading deep inside. Shinhazu could not believe his eyes. The top floor of the red tower was made of firestone. Then a voice rang out, come in. When he looked inside the room, he could not help but exclaim, Father. Shinhazu entered and asked, when did Father arrive? Did Father not plan to come on the final day? Questioned, Sahyuk replied, I arrived 4 hours ago for an important matter. Those words startled him in panic. What is it? In reality, Shinhazu already understood the reason was about the Black Magic Tower, was it not? As soon as he said that, James chimed in, yes, sorry for dragging a student on a tour into this, please understand. Hearing that made him even more uneasy. At the same time, Kangin spoke up to announce, this morning we captured a black mage disguised as an Olympiad official. Outside the skyscraper, the sun shone solemnly. Inside, Kangin spoke up. The reason we called you here is because of the information revealed after the conversation on the plane. He sat there with the others and added, we want to hear your opinion, the informant. Shinhazu wondered how was he caught? He asked in surprise, where's the captured mage? Kangin waved his hand to calm him. Calm down, do not rush. Sahyuk furrowed his brows and looked towards Shinhazu. Recognizing that gaze, he spoke up, sorry, the news came so suddenly that James immediately covered for him. I reacted the same way when I first heard the news. Please have a seat. This spy was discovered at the stadium, where the battle is about to take place during the final inspection. Shinhazu wondered how he was discovered. Kangin waved his hand to take out something. He heard that staff had discovered that man trying to install this thing. Holding it in his hand, he exclaimed in surprise. This is... Shinhazu immediately closed eyes tightly. He used his mystical eye, opening his eyes wide to look at the thing before him. This made James and Kangin slightly surprised. Sahyuk still gazed intently towards him. Grasping the information, Shinhazu said that was an explosion magic with an engraved formula inside to increase destructive power through resonance. James clapped in admiration. Impressive indeed. He did not expect him to recognize the complex formula with just a glance. Shinhazu replied he also saw a small amount of dark magic power from the Dark Tower. That man was certainly one of them. He continued turning around under Sahyuk's gaze. Excellent. With such a mystical eye, the family head truly had a wonderful successor. He slowly reminded them, James, no need to say, but keep secret about what he just saw. James covered his mouth with a laugh. Of course, he would not breathe a word to Daria. Do not worry. Kangin coughed to interrupt. There was one more thing. This man had self-destructed the moment he was captured. Shinhazu was not very surprised, just as expected. Kangin added, a bit regrettable, but they should be satisfied to have clear evidence. He continued, the main issue was what those bastards from the Dark Tower were planning during the Olympiad exam. Sahyuk put on a serious face. There was only one reason for them to target this exam. He affirmed, they kidnapped young talents to use as materials for human experiments. Kangin, upon hearing that, shouted in shock, family head Sahyuk. James frowned, his eyes filled with concern as he listened to him speak. Kangin stood up in reaction. How dare you say that in front of Shinhazu? Sahyuk replied, Shinhazu already knew. He showed him the report 2 years ago. He asked in shock, 2 years ago, you mean a boy of 16? He stated frankly, was there a problem? He taught him what he needed to know as a member of the holy magician family. Shinhazu calmly glanced over at Kangin. He stood there adjusting his glasses and said, no sir. He did not have the right to interfere in other family matters. He apologized. Sahyuk waved it off. Good, as long as you know. Next time be careful. Their target was to collect experiment materials. He added, otherwise there was no reason to target the Olympiad. Kangin agreed. He wanted to deny it, but it was the most plausible theory. James clenched his fist, speaking uncomfortably. Using talented young mages as materials, they were truly despicable. Shinhazu mused. Indeed, the only place where young stars gathered was the Olympiad exam. Kangin asked about canceling the Olympiad. James so replied, impossible. All preparations were complete. He frowned and affirmed, the International Magic Organization, including the United States, would not allow it. Shinhazu interjected, the only practical measure was to strengthen the defense system. Sahyuk also began to think about this. Ahmed still sat in contemplation, looking for a solution. Kangin stood up, hesitating about the defense system. The 4 men in the room were extremely tense. Outside, the sky had gradually turned sunny. He stood up and said firmly they would negotiate with the US government and announce it in writing. James also agreed they would exchange with the Olympiad Organizing Committee. Sahyuk said they would contact the International Anti-Terrorism Center. Shinhazu witnessed that decisiveness, admiring how quickly and accurately they made decisions. From his position, he could only see the solid backs of the 3 men, truly the world's top mages. At the same time, a series of strange things poured out from the book. Mimia sat in a corner watching, perplexed. Human experiments. Had they still not given up that habit after all these years? She yelled at the hare to withdraw from the Olympiad, but only received a cold reply, impossible. As he said that, Shinhazu slammed the book shut. That was exactly why he would change his strategy. Mimia did not understand. Change how? He officially declared he would participate in the 4th trial. Mimia's face hardened as she questioned. You know well, the 4th trial can only be attempted once a month. Soon, the day of the Olympiad opening ceremony arrived. In the stands, 2 men were animatedly discussing what events there would be this year, and which country was worth anticipating. The battle quickly began. The representatives of each team performed magic in the form of a show. Fierce combat, a spectacular performance showcasing wonderful magical skills. The nation's honor rested on their shoulders. The audience could not resist the excitement. The notable countries were England, the United States, and Hanguk. Hanguk was a bit disappointing. Their representative was the world's youngest 5th circle mage, backed by the Blue Tower. In the hallway, a shout suddenly rang out. So awesome. Sun Chan, his hair disheveled from panic, cried out that he had disappeared. Shinhazu was nowhere to be found. Hee Yun, upon hearing that, lost her composure and asked if they checked his room. She only received the reply that on the bed, there was only a book and a robe. At the same time, the book on Shinhazu's bed suddenly flashed strangely, while outside everyone was in panicked chaos. As the performance time was approaching, Hee Yun heard this and blurted out in annoyance, he must be really crazy. Dela answered bluntly, the current master of the Blue Tower and the head of the Divine Mage family were arriving, so please wait a moment. But she thought a replacement performer should be prepared. Right then, the host's voice from the TV rang out, thanking everyone for waiting. As soon as she finished speaking, she smiled and continued, from this moment on. Amid the cheering of tens of thousands of spectators, the host announced excitedly, the opening ceremony of the Olympiad has officially begun. Hearing the opening announcement, Sun Chan asked himself in panic, it's over, what should I do? Adela heard this and fell into thought, not knowing what to say. The scene shifted to the night before the Olympiad opening ceremony. After a long journey, Shinhazu had finally arrived. Just as he placed the mysterious book down, he gathered his aura and spoke the 4th trial. Shinhazu sat down on the ground, taking off his cloak with one hand while gripping the book with the other. Let's begin. As soon as he finished speaking, the book seemed to be activated by a wave of magical power. Suddenly, a voice rang out, Hare, now that you have mastered the expansion circle, enter the page of the 4th trial. Shinhazu heard this and thought, but I can only enter this trial page once a month. The book calmly advised, think carefully before accepting the trial. A second later, he was was sucked into the book. As soon as he opened his eyes, Shinhazu saw a vast space with enormous pillars. He observed and said, "This is the fourth trial." Right then, an ethereal voice rang out, "Welcome here." A girl with blinding light suddenly appeared. "I am the guide of the fourth trial page." The girl introduced herself. "My name is Gamma. Pleased to meet you here." Shinhazu silently confirmed. Just as expected, after Alpha and Beta comes Gamma. He quickly regained his composure and replied to Gamma, "Pleased to meet you too." On the opposite side, Gamma did not waste words and went straight into the content of the fourth trial. Shinhazu listened seriously. "We will test your infinite circle." Gamma paused for a moment, then continued, "Has it achieved complete harmony or not?" She added a warning: "If you fail, you cannot try again for 30 days, so be careful." Shinhazu cautiously realized this was a high-risk gamble. If he failed, he knew he was not strong enough to defeat them in the Olympiad, so he had to pass this. Thinking that, Shinhazu quickly made up his mind. "Alright, let's begin the trial." Receiving the firm answer, Gamma acted immediately. "Understood. Then I will begin." A blinding flash of light struck, and Shinhazu could not adapt in time. When his eyes adjusted, he was surprised by the trial before him. It turned out Gamma had transformed herself into a piano, and that was the fourth trial. Shinhazu approached, asking in disbelief, "A piano?" At that moment, the voice of Master Jubal Baitinia rang out, "My disciple." Shinhazu was startled to hear this master's voice. A second later, he said Gamma had turned into an instrument you could use. He then walked over and tried pressing a few keys, but strangely no sound came out. Raben then explained, "If you have not completely harmonized the 4 circles, it will not make a sound." Hearing this, Shinhazu sat down fully, his attitude turning serious. "I see then." First, he channeled his energy down to his fingertips. Sure enough, the piano then produced a sound. But Shinhazu was not satisfied. Thinking to himself, a sound came out, but why does it sound so unpleasant? He explained, "Ordinary magical power is useless. The trial is simply to play a perfect piece of music." Raben continued, "If you create a result that satisfies yourself, then you will naturally pass the trial." Finally, he concluded, "The time limit is 12 hours. Right now, time was still slowly passing, moment by moment. Before leaving, Raben also advised, "I wish you success." Shinhazu tried playing each note. While evaluating, this trial is truly symbolic. He thought, but the master made it clear, ordinary magical power had no effect. Shinhazu recalled the words Gamma had instructed, and Gamma said the goal was to test the harmony level of the infinite circle. Thinking of this, he suddenly had an idea in that case. Shinhazu used magical power in a different way. The power began to surge. Following that flow of power, pleasant sounds finally rang out. This confirmed to him only magical power harmonized through the 4 circles can produce pure sound. Right after Shinhazu focused his mind, now that he understood how, let's begin seriously. He recalled happily it had been a long time since he last touched a piano, the last time probably being in etiquette class as a child. Next, Shinhazu's slender fingers moved nimbly in constant motion, turning to the massive plaza where thousands of people were cheering enthusiastically. Sunchan and Adela were bewildered, unsure of what to do next. Suddenly, Shinhazu appeared, and he apologized for being late. Seeing this, Sunchan shouted, "You bastard, where have you been?" Shinhazu tiredly replied that he would explain later. He added, "I already asked the Tower Master to prepare the costumes and stage." Sunchan stammered in understanding. At that moment, the TV host's voice rang out, talking about the Italian team's overwhelming performance. He was full of energy, thanking the Italian team for a wonderful part of the show. Less than a second later, the MC spoke again, thanking everyone for waiting. The next performance was, Daria stepped onto the stage amid cheers, introduced as the blazing fire flower of the nation, the captain of the US team. The crowd immediately erupted, thousands of people extremely thrilled by her appearance. One person happily exclaimed, "Finally the US team is debuting. I can't wait to see what the Red Tower has prepared." On the large screen, Daria's small yet strikingly beautiful face was clearly visible. Stepping out from the wings, she summoned her power, opening her performance with a truly dazzling display. The energy was released, and a blazing column of light immediately appeared on stage. The audience watched, everyone's eyes wide and mouths agape in admiration. Meanwhile, she was still completely focused on her own performance. Streams of powerful force were released by Daria under precise control. These currents of power grew, forming a massive vortex of microforce. Finally, under her magical touch, that vortex transformed into a huge blazing rose. The audience watching the scene was extremely excited. The pillar of fire was transforming into a giant flower, indescribably beautiful. Daria did not stop. She continued to morph the rose into a giant spring coil with herself at the center. The live audience was thoroughly enjoying it, watching so intently they dared not blink. Shortly after, the radiant rose appeared again, making the performance even more explosive. Only then did Daria show a satisfied smile, her eyes glittering with bright light. Next, she transformed the power into small fragments of light in her palm. The energy currents also enveloped her small frame. In less than a second, countless rays of light shot out from the giant rose. Then they shot straight into the sky, creating a spectacular fireworks display. The dazzling, brilliant flower bloomed from the pillar of fire. It was the beautiful and intense essence of Daria. With a calm gaze, she stood before the grand fireworks, truly Daria Sarentia, the globally renowned fifth-ring sorcerer. It was truly a wonderful and memorable performance. The audience in the stands happily commented after watching, "Is this the best performance ever? It is unbelievable." Everyone was cheerfully discussing it, creating an unprecedentedly lively atmosphere. Sun-chan was also amazed after watching. Ben continued, "That is right, she is on a completely different level." Outside, the MC's voice rang out again to introduce the English team's performance. Hearing this, the fans below became even more excited, shouting incessantly. And the person appearing on stage was none other than Kaio. Streams of blue light continuously spiraled on the central stage. Below, they formed rings encircling him. Right after gathering enough power, Kaio opened his eyes, revealing sharp emerald green eyes. Next, the energy currents scattered everywhere into highly captivating streaks of light. Their speed of movement grew faster and faster. On the stands, the audience, while enduring the wind from the power, exclaimed, "The wind is strong, but it only makes the performance better." On stage, Kaio was still dancing with highly skilled and precise sword strokes. On his handsome face was a confident smile. Kaio's mesmerizing sword performance continued on. Over time, those lights transformed into a green vortex, shooting straight into the sky. The viewers stared intently at the stage when suddenly someone exclaimed, "Kaio has vanished." Following that, others were also curious, where did the performing Kaio disappear to? He vanished, where did he go? Amidst everyone's curiosity, a youth suddenly spoke up and pointed upward there. They looked up, nodded in agreement, so that is where he is on stage. Less than a second later, Kaio plunged straight down at a dizzying speed. It created a shockwave, making the performance more spectacular than ever. Excited smiles appeared on the audience's faces, mixed with unprecedented surprise. They could not help but praise a gigantic vortex. He is like a real storm. Ending the performance, Kaio bowed with the standard demeanor of a refined gentleman. Amidst the cheers, the MC announced, "The Wind Sorcerer of England, Kaio Bentia, a performance on an entirely different level." In the end, she only said one sentence, "No wonder he has so many fans." In the waiting room, Jinsuk boredly called out the names, Daria then Kaio. He immediately understood and continued, "Everyone thought this year's representatives were truly legendary." Shingu then said, "Thanks to both of them, expectations for our team were getting higher and higher." It was then Yun asked, "Where is Shinhazu?" Sun-chan replied worriedly, "He is preparing and next is our turn." Adela, "Did you hear anything from him?" Adela, who was just called, immediately replied, "No, I haven't heard anything, but we can only trust him." At this point, he could only sigh, worrying too much about that fool. Returning to the stadium, where tens of thousands of eyes were fixed on the stage, waiting for the next performance. In the special VIP section of the Olympiad, a man and a woman were leisurely sitting, watching the scene below. Gajun happily commented generously, "This box is not bad." After speaking, he shifted his gaze to the woman beside him and called out. She replied bluntly, "What a pity. I thought I could finally shatter their pride." Hearing this, James showed regret. "I should have said that line. Even if I don't like it, I have to admit this match is a draw." Then Gajun nodded in agreement. "I have to acknowledge the kid's efforts too, but hey, why isn't Kang in here yet?" Next, she added, "He is the youngest fifth circle mage in history. Don't tell me he ran away because he was scared." Just as Gajun was teasing, a man walked over. That man was Kang In. As soon as he arrived, he calmly replied, "Too bad for you guys, he didn't run." She still didn't let go and pressed on. "Why are you only coming now?" Kang In explained calmly, "I had some business, but it's done now." Seeing this, James beside him said, "The performances of the USA and UK teams have ended, so what will you guys perform for us to see?" He sat down and replied, "Let's see." Seeing that expression, she understood. "Don't want to talk about it, huh? Just like Kaio indeed." In response to that scolding, Kang In remained unfazed and denied, "That's not it. I really can't say. To be honest, in this performance, Blue Tower only prepared the outfits." He also asserted, "Because Shinhazu is not the type to use magic based on artificial intelligence, we didn't interfere much." Not stopping there, Kang In spoke with excitement, "I am also very curious." He wondered, "I don't know what kind of performance Shinhazu will bring us." Along with the lively discussion of the audience, the host's voice rang out again, "We will move on to the next performance." As soon as he finished introducing, Shinhazu stepped out, the representative of the Hanguk team. The audience saw this and immediately cheered nonstop. Sun-chan and Adela held their breath as they watched the screen, not knowing what he would do. Not just those two, but Kang In's group in the VIP seats was no different. Standing before thousands of expectant eyes, Shinhazu finally began to activate his power. A full 3 seconds later, a beautiful piano appeared in the middle of the stage. Sun-chan's group saw this and wondered, "A piano, what is he going to do?" Meanwhile, outside, he had taken his position ready to play. Before starting, Shinhazu closed his eyes to compose himself. Out of curiosity, the audience also fell silent, waiting for him to act. When his inner energy was ready, Shinhazu opened his eyes, a surge of power spilling out from them. The first keys were struck by Shinhazu. He felt as if he had drifted into a different space, his surroundings transforming into lush green grass. The audience did not anticipate this performance and grew increasingly surprised. Music from the keys rang out under his hands. Hearing this, Kang In was surprised. "This sound is riding on magic power." "No, he is using magic power to create the sound." He then shifted his gaze to the beautiful butterfly that was approaching. Seeing the scene of peach blossoms blooming before his eyes, Kang blurted out in disbelief, "Spring." He thought the warmth, the birdsong, the breath of the grass, it all felt so real. Music and magic power were resonating. James on the other side heard this, and his face went blank. What the hell? How can he do that? Gajun also couldn't believe it, his eyes wide open, thinking he was truly hiding something. The two of them couldn't help but ask together, Kang, what is that? He had never seen nor heard of any magic like this. Down below, the graceful notes of the piano continued to ring out. Even the people at the broadcast station were stunned. The melody has changed. Look, he exclaimed in panic mixed with excitement. The ground is being raised. That scene made people think of a firebird, a lush green forest, glaring sunlight, the season of life. Not long after, the melody changed again. Now was summer. The firebirds that were flying in the air now swooped down to the stands to interact with the audience. Soon, the weather changed again. A cool breeze brushed against their cheeks. The leaves swayed like a dance, the season of vibrant life bearing flowers and fruit. Autumn. Deer also appeared as symbols of autumn. Seeing them running past, the audience couldn't help but marvel. A deer, is it real? Then everything changed again. The warmth vanished and winter arrived. Under Shinhazu's magic, dry leaves fell. A white silence covered everything. The world became cold. He understood this season better than anyone, because it was a time of solitude. Just on this day alone, he quietly told himself that 4 seasons deeply empathize with the heart and will of magic power. Shinhazu finally realized and comprehended it. He brought it to the entire world and united everything into one cohesive whole. That was when his fingers were still diligently gliding across the piano keys. But the force Shinhazu exerted on each key grew stronger by the moment. He created a beautiful aurora with magic, affirming his path of inheriting magic from the great mage Raben within an infinite circle. He believed being born with magical residue was already a great blessing. But he never grew arrogant with that power. There will be a world meant only for those who crave the summit. That was the lesson his master taught Shinhazu. And the core principle was to always move forward without stopping. The sound still rang out, but gradually became sparse. After affirming that was truly himself, Shinhazu put away the instrument. Right after, the audience's cheers erupted in excitement. James could not help but jump to his feet, his face full of astonishment. June exclaimed in surprise. He was not just channeling magic power into the sound, but going straight into human emotions. He continued, that level of control, is this truly magic without the support of artificial intelligence? She glanced at Kang with curiosity. Just what kind of person is he? He did not answer, only muttered that he knew his control and magic output were high, but never expected it to reach this level. Kang added, this is not something magic eyes or modifying incantations could achieve. As he looked down at the stage, he silently affirmed that he definitely had another type of magic hidden. Shinhazu finished his performance, happily offering a humble smile at his teammates' praise. In the waiting room, Hyun praised, truly our leader, Adela added, but remember to tell us about it later. Ben replied, yes of course. Zingu immediately chimed in. With this performance, tomorrow's strategy will be easier to implement. Hearing that, Shinhazu immediately said, regarding that, starting tomorrow I plan to make some adjustments to the competition strategy. The scene shifted to the next day. The announcer's enthusiastic voice rang out. The opening match is a 5 vs 5 elimination siege battle, and the final winning team will claim all the glory. Pausing for a beat, she announced the first 2 teams are Team Italy and Team Hanguk. The captain of Team Italy looked frustrated. Our first opponent is Hanguk. After that performance, I am a bit worried. He added, no need to worry, a siege battle only requires capturing points. We do not need to directly face Shinhazu. The captain of Team Italy declared, the match begins, full force deployment. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear, Captain, someone is approaching. He asked in panic, what, how many people? In response to his urgency, the other stammered, well, it turned out the person appearing was the very one he wanted to avoid the most. At the same time, the other reported, it is only Shinhazu alone. Shinhazu tilted his head slightly, smiled faintly, and called out, hey. In midair, the captain of Team Italy charged forward, thinking there was no way he dared to come alone relying only on magic power. The whole team gathered, wondering if the other 4 were surrounding them from the outside. They immediately glanced around, checking vigilantly. One person ordered caution, check the surrounding area, but he calmly shrugged, no need to look. Shinhazu said without hesitation, I came alone. The captain and everyone were surprised. What? He asked doubtfully, what do you mean? Shinhazu smiled confidently and calmly replied, I will defeat all 5 of you alone. They gritted their teeth, feeling insulted, and cursed at that bastard. The captain immediately leaped up to use a skill, do not think you can keep insulting us. The rest also assumed offensive stances upon hearing the order. Shinhazu opened his eyes wide, which shone brightly, and used a skill. The power immediately created a large explosion in the middle of the forest. A while later, at night in the residential complex. In that room, everyone raised their glasses to celebrate together. Cheers! Hyun, with a radiant face, spoke up. From the opening ceremony to the match, everything was perfect. Shin Woo said seriously, it seems you are too happy, Hyun, but today's victory is thanks to Shinhazu. He sighed, yes, we did not do much. Hyun did not think so. She kept a bright smile and said, what are you saying? We are Shinhazu, and he is us. This is a collective victory. Jin Seok looked at Shin Hazu worriedly asking, "Hey, are you okay?" He was surprised and let out a soft huh. He turned around and smiled politely. "Did you not say using full power would exhaust you for at least 12 hours afterward?" Remembering, Shin Hazu smiled and replied, "I am fine," but in his heart he thought, "Since resonance is a secret, I am just covering it up by claiming it was full power." On the other side, Adela politely raised her hand. "I have a question." Began to ask, "You already showed enough at the opening ceremony. Why did you use full power in the first match?" With a calculating look in his eyes, Shin Hazu replied, "Of course, there is a reason for everything." Everyone immediately fell silent, fixing their gazes on him to listen attentively. Shin Hazu pointed to his own eye and reminded them that during the performance he had worn the Four Seasons magic tool. The image of the Four Seasons magic tool appeared, looking like a multicolored contact lens. Sun Chan opened his eyes wide in surprise and asked if that was a contact lens. Shin Hazu explained that it was a magic tool to help him unleash his full power, then asked if the other teams knew about this. The scene shifted to the English team's hotel. In a meeting room, a meeting was underway with footage from magic power analysis cameras. Maya presented with a contemplative look, remarking that Shin Hazu did not use any magic tool during his performance. Kaio asked Maya why Shin Hazu's magic power was so concentrated around his pupils. Maya replied that it was magic power emitted from his magic eye. Kaio rubbed his chin in thought, and Maya continued with her analysis report. She presented the analysis from magic experts on Shin Hazu's performance. The attending delegates all widened their eyes and were surprised by the results. Even Kaio was no exception. The analysis assessed that the person in the video was very likely a Circle 6 magician, causing Kaio to think in shock. So that was the reason Shin Hazu did not fall for the provocation. Maya moved on to the analysis table for the match against Italy. A series of snapshots from the moment Shin Hazu faced the Italian team were presented. All spells exceeded Circle 5. Maya said with a darkened face that he used 6 spells simultaneously while remaining stable. Maya concluded that Shin Hazu was very likely a Circle 6 magician, meaning their plan was as good as ruined. A new strategy was needed to stop Shin Hazu. Kaio remained silent, thinking of a way. The next day, the MC announced that the round of 16 castle siege match was complete and revealed the winning team. Shin Hazu stood on the highest podium, and the MC declared the winning team was Team Hanguk. Sun Chan stood there proudly, his eyes sparkling in disbelief that the German team had been crushed so easily. Sun Chan said to Shin Hazu that they followed the plan today, but he said he didn't do anything. Sun Chan said energetically that it was true he didn't do anything thanks to the super bait strategy. He Yun disagreed, saying that name sounded terrible. Going back to the day before, Shin Hazu asked He Yun if the other teams knew about that matter. He Yun answered, "Wasn't that the case? After all, the Four Seasons was a magic tool they could analyze." Shin Hazu, on the contrary, believed the other teams did not know. He explained that a contact lens type magic tool attached to the eye did not exist, and the eye area emitted a special magic power reaction. Shin Hazu drew a circle of flames, saying the other teams would think he was a Circle 6 magician. Everyone heard the crazy plan and instinctively jumped back, asking what. Shin Hazu calmly answered exactly. He stood before them, clenching his fist with determination, saying they needed to fully exploit that point. In reality, according to Jabal Baitinio's classification, it was only Circle 4, but he publicly called it modified magic, so everyone thought he was a Circle 5 magician. Back to the present, Shin Hazu thought if Lan believed he was truly Circle 6. Ella said the opposing teams would have to change their strategies, making them a step slower. Shin Hazu boldly replied that was right, though he was not sure this trick would work on the next opponent. The English team's representative was a Circle 5 magician, Ko Vencha. The Castle Siege tournament, it was the third quarter-final match between Hanguk and England. People were discussing the match results. Some thought England was stronger, but some thought Hanguk would win because Shin Hazu had performed excellently in the match against Iso. The audience split in two factions, arguing fiercely. On the judges' side, Kang In pushed his glasses up. James started the discussion by asking the two whom they thought would win. Gajun answered confidently that of course Kaio would win. Kang In replied that of course Shin Hazu would win. James was extremely amused to watch this as an outsider. Kang In smiled and asked James what he thought. Gajun did not like Kang In's answer and was waiting for James. James seemed to have difficulty choosing, rubbing his chin, uncertain. A thought occurred to him. He snapped his fingers and said he would vote for that person. When the battle began, the MC quickly announced the match had started. Right from the start, both stood facing each other, ready for the confrontation. Kaio was already smiling meaningfully. Shin Hazu, on the other hand, was extremely serious. The MC called both their names. As soon as the match started, both clashed their skills against each other, creating a huge explosion on the field. Smoke cleared and Kaio stood there, smiling calmly, saying long time no see. Precisely 183 hours, 47 minutes, and 34 seconds. Shin Hazu stepped back, retorting that he wasn't sure about the exact time, but it had indeed been a long time. Kaio agreed, saying since the day they met, he had not been able to forget him. Not rushing into battle, he asked if I was sulking for refusing the duel. Kaio instead excitedly responded with his sword, saying me sulk, no way. I have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Shinhazu silently observed that he was aggressive but showed no openings. A few sentences later, Kaio entered a combat stance, and Shinhazu understood why people called him the Storm Knight. Wind gathered around Kaio, enveloping his body in a whirlwind. Wind coiled from his feet, up to his hands. Kaio still kept his smile, his body slowly began to glow. Shinhazu was surprised by this development. He summoned the wind god armor, his body encased in a sturdy layer of wind. With eyes full of anticipation, Kaio loudly said, "Show me what the 7 rings are like, Shinhazu." Meanwhile, before he could even prepare, Kaio had already arrived. Like the wind, he was right in front of Shinhazu, the carelessness forcing him to grit his teeth and praise the speed. By instinct, he managed to dodge Kaio's slash by falling down, but he could not completely avoid the damage. After the first blow, Kaio wiped his sword. Shinhazu raised his hand and began to chant a spell. A magic shield formed, blocking Kaio's next attack. Kaio was pleasantly surprised, saying he was the first to cleanly block a blow from the very first strike. Shinhazu calmly asked if this was the wind strike. Kaio replied yes, then with both swords shouted, "Wind God's sword, the 7th ring wind strike." The sword gathered wind energy, concentrating a powerful gale onto the blade to increase strength and speed. Shinhazu recalled Kaio's last slash. He hadn't even seen it clearly. That guy was much faster and sharper. While watching him prepare the next move, he thought the data from the previous match was no longer useful. After the cooldown, Kaio charged forward, pointing his sword and asking if he could block this attack too. Shinhazu's eyes widened, divine eye. He foresaw the attack, not just one but several times. This time, Kaio unleashed multiple consecutive strikes. Based on the prediction, he jumped up and leaned to dodge the sword's path. Shinhazu called a counterattack spell Fireball. This time, the spell hit Kaio right in the stomach. He could not dodge in time. The fireball sent Kaio flying backward. With a long slide, Kaio quickly regained his balance, steadying his sword again. Shinhazu thought as expected. He had anticipated this to some extent. Suddenly, he was charging a spell again, surprised that a level 3 circle spell had dealt no damage. Kaio looked over, grinning with amusement, and praised him for dodging them all. Then, both angry and curious, he said, "Using a fireball, you really underestimate me." He simply replied, "Not really, I have never underestimated you." Upon hearing that, Kaio's eyes sparkled with passion as he asked, "Is that so?" Then he charged again, saying, "Fight me with all your might." Shinhazu quickly called his spell. At this moment, the judges panel was observing. James clapped in satisfaction, praising Shinhazu for dodging all the attacks and counterattacking, truly fierce. He judged that Shinhazu's strength surpassed Kaio and Daria, not just in magic power, but his magical eye and intellect made him unbeatable. Hearing this, Gun felt his own choice was belittled, having hidden the secret of the 6 rings until now. It was truly unfair. James laughed loudly and joked, "That's right, too scheming, Kang-in." Kang-in sank into deep thought, realizing that from the first time he saw the 4 seasons, Shinhazu had been planning for this operation. He asked James, "Can you promise me something?" James was surprised by the puzzling request and asked back, "Promise so suddenly?" Kang-in seriously replied, "Promise not to tell anyone what I am about to say." Gajun did not hesitate and replied, "Agreed. I swear on my title as Tower Lord and my magic power." James said similarly, "I swear on my honor and the magic power of Sigfap." Kang-in's eyes lit up good. He revealed his prediction that Shinhazu's rank had not yet reached the 6 rings, and he might lose this match. Kang-in furrowed his brow with a dark expression, affirming that Shinhazu was not at the level of a 6-circle mage and could lose the match. On the other side, Shinhazu was struggling to reach out and use his power. The whirlwind still spun around Kaio, his voice suddenly shouting, "Go all out, Shinhazu." Shinhazu calmly asked back, "Is full force really necessary?" He charged straight into the whirlwind to attack without any hesitation. Kaio's eyes widened, losing patience as he shouted, "Do you think I am not worthy of your full strength?" Shinhazu still did not react, reaching his hand toward Kaio and saying, "You really do not understand. This match is not a one-on-one fight." A smile immediately appeared on his face, his voice carrying a hint of contempt, meaning I do not even need to defeat you. His eyes instantly glanced toward Shinhazu, when suddenly a shout rang out. Kaio quickly turned his head, placing his hand and exclaiming, "What? Everyone, what is going on?" A voice spoke up, "Kaio, this is an emergency situation." Upon hearing this, his face could not help but darken. "What?" He only smiled lightly, raised his hand high and muttered something. Suddenly, from above, multiple streams of power descended to attack, supporting long-range magic through fixed magic 4877. 33. Sun-chan panted wearily, frowning in astonishment. Continuously, many streams of power struck straight down. T-89 focused around that person. On the ground, everyone there was trying to dodge. Aya barely dodged those streams of power, urgently calling out Kaio's name. On the other side, he was extremely furious and did not answer. "Kaio, are you listening to me?" Kaio's face was filled with killing intent, his gaze fixed on Shinhazu, gritting his teeth. "What did you do?" In the forest, explosions occurred continuously. He stood there calmly and said, "Did I do something?" Shin Hazu's eyes lit up, his expression showing clear amusement. Just a few interesting things. Right after, a powerful surge of energy shot straight toward Kaio. A flash of light streaked in, everyone nimbly leaped up to evade. Right at the competition venue, the announcement sounded very loud. The match is over, the winner is Team Hanguk. Jun quickly turned his head back, asking seriously, Kang In, who is that kid? She approached and stood beside James, silent and full of curiosity. How can one person cast magic accurately from a distance of 2 kilometers? Kang In stood in place, calmly looking straight ahead. A good question. I will analyze the footage later to find out. Jun looked back at him and asked, Red Tower Lord, and what about you? James shrugged, replying indifferently, Of course I do not know. But he paused slightly, glancing into the distance, smiling enigmatically. I do not know about the magic, but I guess that kid certainly has many tricks. In James's mind, images of previous matches surfaced. During the performance in the match against Italy, he made everyone suspect he was a 6-ring mage. Then the image of the match just ended appeared. He silently marveled, luring the opponent far away to mark him. Shin Hazu's majestic figure surfaced in his thoughts. After pulling out the opponent's strongest warrior, he supported his teammates with extremely long-range magic. James found it hard to believe, quickly raising his hand to rub his head. That is absurd. Are you telling me this plan was from an 18-year-old kid? The great power shown when fighting Kaio also surprised James. That kid did not even fight for real, still pretending about his magic circle level. His voice deepened, becoming serious. This matter could be dangerous for Daria as well. An open book, strange things inside glowing. Elsewhere, the scene was quiet. Mimiya held a book with one hand, her other hand under her chin. I see, so according to the words of the successor, her words alluded to the Umbrella Man. That madman fights that strongly. Shin Hazu sat on the opposite chair. Our counter ability is very poor. Mimiya muttered blankly, counter. He hugged a book, raised his head, and seriously explained, that is right. Kaio's close combat, high speed, and maintains a godly barrier. Shin Hazu recalled the way he used his power. For a person like me who specializes in free combat magic, he is the worst counter. She stared wide-eyed at him, gently raising her hand. But if you use resonance, would you not win? Shin Hazu closed the book, his gaze solemn. Of course I would win if I used resonance. But the problem is that the opponent is not just Kaio. Mimiya was curious, rubbing her chin. The successor mentioned it. Do you mean that red-haired woman? An image of Daria appeared. Her name is Daria, right? He leaned forward, answering quickly, that is right. Using resonance puts heavy strain on me. If I face both consecutively, I have to fight one without using it. Mimiya sidled over, then sighed. Here we go again, that annoying perfect preparation syndrome. She sat up straight, using her power to levitate the book. It is fine. Being proactive and cautious is not a bad thing. Shin Hazu was pleased, gently smiling. Thank you, Mimiya. Determination for the match surfaced in his mind. The athletic tournament had only just begun. Kaio and Daria's appearance only strengthened Shin Hazu's will. I still need to go further, to the 5th circle, the circle of truth. Time passed. The competition arena once again roared to life the next day. Sun Chan stood with his teammates and spoke. Team USA won their semifinal match. Shin Woo was silent, bowing his head slightly and speaking slowly. They overwhelmed their opponent without using secret magic. Just you said, Hazua, it is reasonable to assume they have no data on Daria. On the other side, Jin Seok smiled excitedly. It feels like the finals will be emotional, right? Hee Yun also cheerfully replied. Last year against Team USA, it felt like a funeral. Sun Chan helplessly said, we are only in the semifinals, you know. Jin Seok looked at him, laughing confidently. Isn't it basically that we have already won the semifinals? From afar, Shin Hazu strode over, his expression serious. We have already defeated Team USA, so what other problems are there? He frowned, then smiled brightly with interest. The semifinals are not a problem with the current situation. Shin Hazu turned his head to look at his teammates. So let us go out and fight the semifinal match. Everyone looked at him with admiration. Boss is so cool. Why do you look so charming? Boss, shouldn't I be careful with this guy? Small specks of light floated up throughout the surrounding space. On the TV, today's match was broadcast. The second Final Four siege match ended. Team Hanguk, the Rising Storm, easily crushed the powerhouse USA. In the announcer's introduction, a clenched fist slammed down on the table. This year, Hanguk is on a different level. How will they target Team USA in the finals? Jihan's face showed clear ferocity as he suppressed his trembling and muttered, damn it. He frowned and held his head, thinking about Shin Hazu's calculations. He had once hoped they would perform well, but he never expected that brat to corner him. Jihan frowned in fear, hurriedly grabbing his phone and telling himself, if they actually brought back a silver medal, even if it was just silver, he wouldn't be able to control the situation. As soon as he saw Turkish answer phone, he snapped. Hey, what the hell is going on? Turkish calmly replied, you're really impatient. His voice carried a mix of favor and veiled threat. I told you to just leave everything to me. I already said so. Jihan still wasn't reassured, grimacing and shouting, you have to report to me. Tell me exactly how you'll handle it. Don't leave out a single word. Turkish tilted his head slightly, pulled down his hood and replied, I'm sorry, but regarding this plan, even to you, Client Jihan, I can't reveal it. A malicious gleam appeared in his eyes, his sinister smile full of arrogance. If I give you a hint. The high-level managers mobilized to handle this problem. Not just me, Shinhazu will definitely be eliminated. In the morning, blazing sunlight shone down on the noisy battleground, the final day of the siege battle. Kangin was silent, showing no reaction, only lowering his eyes. Just then, a figure stepped in behind him. Sahyuk walked into the room without saying a word. Lord Sahyuk. Kangin cheerfully extended his hand toward him, saying respectfully, did you come to watch the match in person? Shinhazu will be very surprised. He continued smiling as he spoke to Sahyuk, then asked, is everything going smoothly? Folded his arms and calmly replied, yes, the International Counter-Terrorism Bureau has accepted our proposal. Kangin's gaze turned distant. He chuckled and said, those stubborn ones, you must have gone through a lot of trouble. Sahyuk quickly sat down leisurely on a nearby chair and asked, what about your side? He also sat down in the chair beside him, chuckling softly as he replied, things here are going quite smoothly. James and Gajun also said there are no problems, saying that Kangin remembered the other two and announced they couldn't come today because they're busy. James said he wouldn't be able to watch Daria's match. He glanced at him, smiled slightly, and raised 2 fingers saying, so it's been a long time since we could quietly cheer for Shinhazu together. Sahyuk didn't pay attention, propping his chin and looking away, muttering, that choice of words sounds a bit strange. His face was serious, his voice sounding a bit hesitant. Down on the arena, the crowd was bustling, standing to watch the upcoming match. From the tunnel, Shinhazu and his teammates stepped out majestically. Sahyuk frowned, focusing his gaze on him and said, I don't think there's any need to cheer for the kid anymore. Kangin sat with his arms folded beside him, slightly nodding his head and replying, I understand. He looked at Shinhazu, who was smiling radiantly and silently praised, even Sahyuk, the specter of the demon god race, finds his own son adorable. The electronic scoreboard appeared, the announcer's voice booming. The first match of the Olympiad, the 5-on-5 siege, the final round will begin now. Right as the command ended, he shot forward swiftly. Shinhazu charged out first. Shinhazu kept thinking about Daria, silently assessing her strength. Daria's specialty is high-damage fire magic and large-scale destruction. Fighting her as a team is a disadvantage. He recalled the formation from the previous match, planning that like the fight against him, forcing a one-on-one duel was the best. Thinking of that, the image of Kaio appeared, making Shinhazu hesitate. But unlike Kaio, there's no guarantee Daria will obediently step out. He remembered the previous match, pondering and planning for a one-on-one confrontation with Daria. I can crush their main base using fixed coordinate magic, but if Daria chooses to go all out in attack. Shinhazu ran fast, pushing aside other thoughts. I'll have no choice but to charge into enemy territory. What concerns me is the American tactic. He just kept dashing into the forest, moving straight ahead. If Daria makes that decision, we will definitely lose. As he ran, Daria's figure appeared ahead, making Shinhazu stop in his tracks. She put her hands on her hips, looking at him arrogantly and spoke, you're here. Daria showed no caution, slightly shrugging her shoulders and starting a friendly conversation. The weather is nice today. We should be strolling in a park instead of fighting. Shinhazu remained silent, not answering, only letting his eyes glance around to observe. Then, he looked toward her and inquired, it seems the other 4 teammates of yours have already stayed at the base. Daria chuckled softly, pointing forward and honestly replied, yes, unnecessary movement that gets me caught in your trap would be troublesome. Shinhazu was silent, carefully observing her while thinking. She realized my fixed coordinate magic is the preset type. Suddenly, a massive flame erupted in the space. Daria began waving her hand, tapping on the electronic screen, using her power and smiling as she said, by the way, our team's tactic is a full 4-man defense, except for me. Even so, a threat appeared in her eyes, and unless your 4 teammates show signs of regrouping, our team won't step out of the base even one step. The massive flames surrounded Daria. She pointed her hand towards him and continued, as long as I, the expert in large-scale destruction, am here, your team won't try to regroup. And that means our team doesn't need to face me either. The firelight reflected in Shinhazu's eyes. He stared silently with a serious face. She took a stance, preparing to attack, and spoke. In other words, this match depends entirely on us. Without any further hesitation, Daria launched a scorching infernal flame toward him. Shinhazu reacted quickly, dodging by running elsewhere. Huge blue flames continuously burst forth. That was Daria's signature secret art, the pride of the Crimson Tower. The infernal flame burned at a completely different temperature than ordinary fire. He observed her actions and thought to himself, the master of that spell can freely use blue fire at 1500 degrees Celsius. Seeing Shinhazu not counterattacking, Daria sneered and taunted. How long are you going to keep probing like this, Shinhazu? So boring. The blue flames continuously rained down. He ran and dodged, glancing over and yelling, "I wish you would go easy on me a little." She playfully used her power, pointing her hand toward Shinhazu and exclaimed, "Don't you dare cry." He slightly pursed his lips, his gaze observing the area around Daria. "I can't observe Daria's magic circle." Shinhazu looked at her electronic control panels, calculating the minimum condition to observe the magic circle. He had to be within 4 meters and look directly at its core with his magical eye. The erupting wall of fire made Shinhazu hesitate, but the scorching hellfire covered too wide an area to approach. Daria widened her eyes in challenge, and he realized that even the small sphere incinerated everything within a 10-meter radius. Flames continuously rushed at him, and Shinhazu hurriedly raised his shield to block, thinking to himself that she was much tougher than Kaio. He tried to hold the shield steady, intending to use it to block spells and observe the magic circle through it. Daria's blue flame surged forward with force, the heat melting even the shield instantly. Her face darkened, her eyes blazing with an eerie light, and she asked with a laugh if he really intended to run away. Daria continuously launched sparks forward, shouting loudly that if he did that, she would be very disappointed. A barrage of blue flames raced forward to attack Shinhazu. He glanced slightly, lowered his hand, and silently began to gather his power. The moment the fire struck, Shinhazu nimbly leaped up to dodge. He extended his hand forward, slowly condensing his strength. Something shot like lightning from behind Daria. It was a wind blade. She turned around in time, blocking Shinhazu's attack path. He swung his hand, then jumped high, performing a somersault in the air. The blade flew according to his control, attacking continuously. Daria stared fixedly at him, her expression serious, tracking its trajectory. That thing quickly approached from behind, but Daria stood still without moving. The moment it descended, she leaped up to dodge, saying this level was not effective against her. After a period of flight, Shinhazu stopped and landed on the ground. A look of interest appeared on his face as he raised his hand forward to continue the technique, having calculated that this curvature and speed would be able to penetrate, leaving him no other choice. Multiple sources of power he created erupted around Shinhazu, resonating with each other. The water current under his control churned violently without cease. Seeing this, Daria was stunned for a moment, a water spell and a debris spell coexisting simultaneously. She launched an attack, the stream of power roaring forward, asserting that he could not stop her superheated hell. The energy just unleashed shot straight into the water current. Around the two, waves surged, and the battle between Adela and Shinhazu became enveloped in thick steam. In an instant, the water had covered the entire surrounding area. Unable to see the situation below, the two people above exclaimed that they could not see anything, wondering what the hell was going on. Daria's expression darkened, a feeling of unease rising within her. The scene in front of her completely disappeared behind a curtain of steam. Shinhazu calmly controlled the bone layer, his eyes still locked on the target. She let out a hearty laugh, her voice filled with emotion, saying he was the first person to block her attack so perfectly. On Shinhazu's side, the corner of his mouth curled up meaningfully. Daria immediately adjusted her posture, her eyes full of fighting spirit, asking him if he was still holding back. Her attacks rained down in succession. The steam billowed, forming a barrier in an instant, surprising even those far away that the steam had spread this far. Even Daria's vision was blocked by the watery bone screen, the scene becoming hazy. She looked forward thoughtfully, seemingly calculating something, wondering if this was her intention. But just then, a light flashed from beneath the water. Daria reached her hand forward, power converging, and exclaimed that she found him. A blinding light quickly filled the space, piercing through Blue Moon with overwhelming momentum. Watching the events unfold, she was immediately stunned, realizing it was not there. In the air, countless rays of light were tearing at each other. Just as she turned her head, Daria saw Shinhazu had appeared right behind her. Daria's pupils contracted and she gritted her teeth, not expecting this situation behind her. Having successfully closed in, he began to gather power for his next move, but she reacted quickly, energy flaring around her, saying it would not penetrate. Shinhazu only smiled slightly as if he had anticipated it, asking her back if that was all she had. Immediately after, he sprang forward, charging straight ahead. Shinhazu's brows furrowed, his gaze instantly sharpening. He took the momentum to swing his hand, throwing a punch straight at Daria's face. She let out a cry, inwardly cursing this crazy bastard. Daria decisively launched herself upward, escaping Shinhazu's attack. She gracefully twisted and landed neatly, sighing in relief that it only grazed her, not expecting him to charge in at that moment. Daria frowned, her face darkening with irritation, grumbling that punching a woman in the face was completely discourteous. She quickly began to control the power in her hand. Shinhazu immediately employed a water sphere to counter. The two energies clashed equally, and Daria thought to herself that this was fun. A smile of enjoyment appeared on her lips, savoring this tension. Daria did not know how long it had been since she last felt this way, suddenly realizing the abnormality that her earpiece had disappeared. The memory of the moment Shinhazu was about to unleash a sudden punch surfaced. Perhaps it had fallen off then. She cast aside all thoughts and continued the fight. No matter what, this match would be decided by the two of them. Daria kept telling herself that the important thing was to focus on this match. The energy light of the two continuously clashed and grappled. Arian tried to hold his ground, pouring all his strength into defending. Her gaze stopped on Shinhazu, wondering about this uneasy feeling. Could this guy be? Was it not 6 circles? She leaped up to dodge the opponent's attack. Daria's mind kept calculating. A series of doubts arose. If not, he would overwhelm her with pure firepower. Shinhazu gave an intrigued smile, asking Daria if she thought he was not a 6-circle mage. Daria froze for a moment at that development. Shinhazu gently stroked his blade, slowly explaining that he was not dodging, he simply did not need to use it. His eyes held a deep look, saying the goal was to gather information about her and the superthermal hell. Daria immediately refuted, saying that if he were a 6-circle mage, he would have crushed Nada with magic. Shinhazu calmly replied, that would be true if it were a duel, but this was a team match. He still wore a smile, adding that the tournament was still long. She placed her hands on her hips, asking with a suspicious look what he meant, as if his teammates could defeat them on their own. Shinhazu admitted without hesitation, of course it was the same this time. Hearing this, Daria reacted sharply, telling him to say that after taking this hit. At that moment, the announcer's voice rang out declaring the match over, and she immediately changed expression, exclaiming what? The announcer announced the result. The winning team was Hanguk. Watching through the TV, Black Bell judged that the first Olympiad winner was Hanguk, and Turkish agreed it was a real upset. Black Bell said in a deep, reproachful tone, and even excited about that showmanship, and asked puzzled if it was not good. Black Bell smiled sinisterly, telling them to enjoy it while they could. He stroked the animal in his hand, saying they would not be smiling anymore after the Olympiad. Turkish gave him a slight glance, his gaze contemplative at those words. He coldly uttered a sentence, telling him to stop talking nonsense. That man was almost here. Turkish had once mentioned him, the master of the Black Tower shadow. Right at that moment, suddenly a flash of light burst forth, drawing everyone's gaze. The crowd immediately knelt, their faces respectful. He had arrived. Under the dim light, a dark silhouette gradually emerged, stretching across the ground, the Dark Demon King. In the vast arena space, the host's voice echoed out, the siege match had ended. Immediately after that, the results were announced, and the winner was clear. Daria instantly shouted, Hanguk's Obelix Academy, we lost. Why? Faced with that reaction, Shinhazu grew irritated. Let me give you one piece of advice. After saying that, he raised his hand to the center seam, making her slightly surprised. What is that? He calmly analyzed, in a team match like this, treat that arm as your own life. A faint sneer touched Shinhazu's lips. You and I, once communication between forces is lost, defeat becomes hard to avoid. Hearing that, Daria recalled the match. Don't tell me, back then, she collapsed in despair when she realized the problem, while he turned and left without looking back. Time passed in silence, and night gradually settled over the space. At that moment, Shinhazu sat alone in a chair, staring intently at his phone screen. Unexpectedly, a carton of milk was placed in front of him. He slightly raised his head, his eyes sweeping around the surroundings. Adela looked at him and praised softly, well done. When Shinhazu saw her, he blurted out Adela. He smiled and praised her in return. You were the one who worked hard, weren't you? He asked about the battle moment. During the match against Daria, I heard you overwhelmed the American team. Thanks to that, we saved many of our trump cards. I heard you performed very well this afternoon in the battlefield reversal match. Adela sat down beside Shinhazu and listened. She looked over modestly. I was just lucky with the bracket. Starting from tomorrow's round of 16, it won't be easy. He did not forget to remind Adela, his voice full of concern. Don't push yourself too hard. If you get injured, it will be a huge loss for the team. She answered firmly, of course, definitely. Then she glanced at the clock. Look at the time, I'll go first. Shinhazu said softly, get some rest. After saying that, she turned and walked away, her figure gradually disappearing into space ahead. As he watched her leave, he opened the interface on his phone to look up data. Shinhazu checked the information while walking. The Olympics has 10 categories, and each person can join up to 6. He silently strengthened his resolve. Even if I don't compete, I have to become stronger and make use of every moment. Shinhazu stepped into the room and spoke, Mimiya, I'm here. Welcome. Mimiya answered softly, then asked with concern, Successor, how did it go? He broke into a bright smile. Of course we won, and we won perfectly. Hearing that, she exclaimed, that's wonderful. According to the schedule, you said you would spend the next 4 days here, right? Shinhazu answered calmly, the next match is in 4 days, so I plan to focus on training here the entire time. She kept asking, are you all right? But shouldn't you give tactical advice to the other members? Shinhazu hugged the newly researched stack of books and reassured her, it's fine, even if I don't go, they can still do well on their own. Mimiya muttered, you really trust them, don't you? He answered frankly, of course, my team is excellent, so I'll use this time to raise the 5th infinite circle. Shinhazu silently thought to himself, toward the circle of truth. He opened the book, his gaze stopping on each line of text. The circle of truth lies parallel. Shinhazu commented after she had fallen asleep. Beside the expansion circle is the super infinite circle, and its structure isn't much different. But the problem is, just like the expansion circle in order to envelop the circle of truth. Small infinite circles are needed. In other words, to weave the circle of truth, I have to weave a total of 4 circles. People call this 5 circles. He reached his final judgment. Shinhazu raised a hand to his chin and pondered. But in reality, isn't this basically forcing me to weave 8 circles? 4 days passed and the news was reported. This is breaking news about the Academy Olympics. On the screen, the news anchor slowly reported. With this result, Hanguk, Britain, and America have each claimed 1 victory. Shinhazu wiped his hair while looking at the screen. Hanguk was eliminated in the round of 16 in the Ryusai match, and in the semi-final of the Battlefield Reversal match. This is quite a major shock. The news anchor announced their ranking has somehow fallen from 1st place to 3rd. Then, footage of his battle appeared. As expected, Shinhazu's absence is a major loss for the Hank team, but it's fine, Shinhazu still has his matches, while America's Daria and Britain's Kaio have already played 2 matches. How will this affect things? Then a flash of light flickered on the screen before it shut off completely. Shinhazu's lips curved in satisfaction. 3rd place is fine too, after all. I only need to win tomorrow's match. The scene shifted to the next morning, in front of a building. Inside, Daria questioned with an irritated expression. Hey, what is this supposed to mean? Kaio sat in a chair and looked at her in puzzlement. What do you mean? She snapped. We're not close enough to sit together affectionately while watching a match. He calmly explained, I'm not sitting here because I want to watch it with you either. This place has the best view. Daria flared up and pointed to the opposite side. There are VIP seats over there too. Go over there. He still replied calmly. From the other side, I can only see that guy's back. If you don't like it, you go over there. Two turned their eyes toward the competition area as the host's voice rang out. The next match is the tiebreak, the Netherlands versus Hanguk. The match will begin in 30 seconds. Shinhazu stepped out, his demeanor cold and composed. Then they quickly exchanged words with their teammates. Kaio observed the situation and gave his assessment. He seemed perfectly relaxed. Daria added, that was understandable too. She looked toward him and thought to herself, victory in the tiebreak had practically already belonged to Hanguk. The host explained the rules of the tiebreak. This was a magical sport where offense and defense switched roles after each turn. The attacking side used special cannons and magic spheres to destroy the opponent's protective stones. The defending side used magic shields to block those spheres, repeating it 10 times, and whichever team destroyed more stones would win. After that, the host continued speaking. The first one was the celebratory court of the Netherlands team. Shinhazu at the same time. Raymond also looked that way with eyes full of worry. A sense of unease stirred in his heart. Perhaps winning would be difficult, but still, we are not just playing around either, Raymond thought as he launched an attack at the protective stone layer. That energy shattered the stone, sending small fragments flying everywhere. The host immediately shouted break. With that, Team Hanguk only had the main stone left. Darian watched the situation in surprise. What is this? Is he accepting the loss of 1 point? Doing that will end the game. The referee announced that next was Shinhazu's attack turn, and he told his teammates to deploy the magic shield at 10%. Kaio rested his chin on his hand with a thoughtful gaze. In a magical tiebreak, there are limits, so distributing durability is very important. The Netherlands team will fortify this match very solidly. Now what will you do, Shinhazu? At this moment, he held the cannon tightly in his hands and prepared to fire. A surge of extremely powerful energy shot straight out from the cannon. Everyone was stunned when they saw it pierce through and destroy all the stones. It slipped past the shield. The host immediately declared decisively, unbelievable, the match has ended with just 1 attack. If this follows the rules, the history of tiebreaks will change. Night had grown late at this moment inside the hotel of Team USA. The atmosphere in the meeting room was extremely tense. The first girl spoke up. To be honest, the situation is very bad. She was Sarah Silland of Team USA. The result of the tiebreak had yet to come out. If this match is officially recognized, we will not be able to defeat Team Hanguk. Sarah continued her assessment. Team England has a favorable schedule and will reach the finals if that situation occurs. The predicted rankings appeared. Team USA was in 3rd place. She said, we will receive a result like this. Daria was both worried and furious, shouting no. Sarah calmly laid out the strategy. Each team still has 4 chances to send out its strongest members and 6 more matches. The arrangement of people in the matches will decide victory or defeat. The best choice is still avoid Shinhazu. As she said this, her expression changed with caution. One member thought the plan was unworkable, but we do not know which event he will participate in, Sarah replied calmly. Fortunately, it can be predicted to some extent. Her voice was very convincing. Survival battle, mine raid, and single combat, these 3 events have the highest points. Therefore, every team will send out its strongest people. Then what remains are maze exploration, magical strategy, and regional conquest. After thinking for a moment, Sarah made a firm choice. Among these, Shinhazu is most likely to participate in magical strategy, because he is very smart. Daria was skeptical. Sarah, you mean even you cannot beat him? Unexpectedly, Sarah was frank. I hate to admit it, but I will lose, so Daria. She placed all her hopes on the other events, win 2 matches in Maze Exploration and Regional Conquest. The other side was shocked. What, are you telling us to give up the event with many points? Sarah frowned slightly in helplessness, though it is a pity for stability. This is the better choice. If Shinhazu does not participate in magical strategy, I only need to win. Remembering her opponent, she added, Maya of Team England has a thought process similar to mine. She probably reached the same conclusion. Kaio is very aggressive. He will not accept avoiding the decisive battle. Sarah affirmed again, if we take first place in Maze Exploration, we will at least have a silver medal. Time quickly passed to the next morning. Today seemed to be a beautiful day. Suddenly, there was the sound of something falling and breaking. It turned out that someone's phone had dropped to the floor. At this moment, Sarah was in the bathroom with a panicked expression, trembling as she said, impossible. Looking at the notification, she was stunned in disbelief. Shinhazu is actually participating in Regional Conquest. The stands were packed with people. The commentator's voice rang out. By now, the 107th Olympiad has entered its 9th day. The viewership rate has increased 1.4 times compared to last year. Thousands of fans were excited in the stands, constantly jeering to show their passion. The heat was truly terrifying. This match is Regional Conquest, right? Yes, within the time limit, whichever team occupies the most areas will win, but only 4 out of the 8 teams can advance. Its unpredictability is part of what makes it interesting. Images of the contestants appeared on the big screen, and the host stirred the atmosphere even more. The key point is this: the 3-way clash between Shinhazu, Daria, and Kaio. That's right, that will be the crucial point of this match. The clock began counting down. Now the first round begins. Shinhazu quietly said to the 2 teammates behind him, let's go. Jin-seok cheered excitedly. Yeah. Extremely calm, Shinhazu extended one arm forward, and magic was immediately activated. Very quickly, the place where the entire team stood was confirmed as their territory. He looked at Shinwoo and said they had taken the starting area. Now they could decide the next step. Before the words had faded, Shinhazu's gaze shook as if something incomprehensible had just happened. Jin-seok could not believe his eyes, unaware when the opponent had already closed in on their team's area. An opponent leading the formation frowned, trying to hide his tension as he stared fixedly at Shinhazu. Seeing the situation, he chuckled softly, already understanding their intent. An alliance of all 7 teams was a little excessive. Each team sent 2 members to keep close watch on our team. The rest would expand across 2 areas. That was the plan, right? Stung by the mockery, the other person shouted angrily that forming parties while hunting monsters was normal, and alliances were permitted by the rules. Jin-seok was unconvinced, thinking this was going too far. Shinwoo felt uneasy, sensing they wanted to eliminate them first. Shinhazu sighed that it made sense, but this was too much. Shinwoo agreed as well. The opponent kept his guard up while glaring, telling them to blame their own arrogance for not calling for an alliance earlier. Faced with the other side's agitation, Shinhazu looked bored and asked what they were talking about. As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous surge of magic erupted from his body, as if they had looked down on him and wounded his pride. Seeing Shinhazu's momentum, the opponent panicked and backed away, shouting what was happening. Before anyone could grasp the situation, that immense wave of magic had already crashed down over their heads. Dust and smoke billowed everywhere, and the area at the front of the school suddenly fell into an eerie silence. When the smoke cleared, the 7-team alliance from moments ago had been shattered by a single blow. Its members sprawled across the ground. Shinhazu smiled mockingly, saying that if they meant to attack, all 21 of them should have rushed in together. The commentator's voice rang out, announcing that the first match was over, and the winner was Team Hanguk. In the Olympiad VIP room, someone looked at the large screen and remarked that this was the final match of the first round. Kazu noticed the problem. The American team had hardly been pressured by the other teams, had Sarah recruited them in advance. James laughed cheerfully and boasted with excitement she was the brain of Team USA. Kang In calmly commented that with such a vast area, they would receive the strengthening effect, and the other teams would have no chance left. The area strengthening rules explained that each team could merge 10 areas. If another team captured them, they would lose all 10. When the owner fought within their own area, both the damage dealt and received would be affected, and the more areas merged, the stronger the effect became. A certain contestant suddenly came to his mind. This was like giving Daria wings to a tiger. For someone who specialized in wide area attacks, Shinhazu would have a hard time now. By the time the match ended, the entire city had also lit up. At this moment inside the hotel room, Team Hanguk had fully gathered. Looking at the newly updated schedule, Shinwoo grew somewhat thoughtful when he saw Team England. Phone screen showed Hanguk and England placed in the same next match. Della grimaced and complained seriously. Why did they have to run into them in the second round? Hee-eun immediately reminded him. Why was he saying things that lowered morale? Shinwoo looked at Shinhazu, who had his eyes closed in quiet rest, and asked what he planned to do. Shinhazu said softly, first. Just then, Kaio suddenly appeared and greeted his Hanguk brothers. The moment they saw him, everyone in the room widened their eyes in shock, wondering why he was here. Paid no attention to the crowd's gazes and still cheerfully showed his friendliness. Yin curiously asked what he was doing here, while someone reminded her that he might have come to spy on them. Hearing that, he seemed slightly displeased and said, "Spying, that hurts." Kaio smiled and introduced himself, saying he had come openly and honestly to propose an alliance with Shinhazu. As soon as the words left his mouth, Adela and Shin Woo were both inwardly startled at the same time. An alliance. Shinhazu stood up, slipped both hands into his pockets, and silently watched the other person. Then he suddenly shook hands with Kaio, agreed, and said they should form an alliance. Kaio Ventia. After the greeting, Kaio silently looked straight at Shinhazu, then gave a faint smile full of hidden meaning. He also looked back calmly. Neither of them spoke, but both understood the other's calculations. The next day, the match seemed less lively than the one the day before. Arya and Sarah chose seats in a row with few spectators, silently looking down at the competing teams. While drinking water, Daria remarked with emotion that it was truly lucky Hanguk and England were facing each other here. Agreeing with her teammate's opinion, Sarah said yes, if handled well they could gather plenty of quality information. Suddenly, she hesitated slightly, hoping one of the two teams would be eliminated, though probably not, since two teams could advance together in the second round. Looking at the formations below, Daria wondered whether there was still a chance if the remaining 6 teams cooperated. Sarah casually judged that there was not after all. She had already seen Shinhazu's first round match. Besides, it was not only the weak who knew how to join forces. She took a sip of water, then nodded and said that was true. Daria changed the subject, wondering why Shinhazu was so stubborn about participating in this territory battle. The question made Sarah ponder deeply. Then she guessed this must be a gamble involving information about magic possibly being exposed and points being stolen. Sarah recalled her childhood opponent. If it was him, he would absolutely never do anything disadvantageous to himself. She silently reached a conclusion. There was definitely some hidden intention. At this moment, the loudspeaker announcement rang out. The second round match in Area 1 was about to begin. Shinhazu carefully reminded his teammates that everything was up to the plan. Jin Seok replied enthusiastically that he understood. Shin Woo agreed, saying they should go. Suddenly, Jin Seok paused slightly and asked whether they could trust those people, whether they were planning to stab them in the back. He carefully observed the members of Team England standing not far away. Shinhazu firmly declared that such a thing would never happen, partly because Tao valued chivalry, but also to deal with allied teams other than us. Your team understands perfectly well that betrayal is the road to destruction. He stretched his limbs while thinking, and there was also the perspective from the American team. A large screen counted down second by second, the commentator's voice rang out, and the match began. Number 5, Jin Seok raised his brows slightly, his gaze shifting into a state of intense focus. The countdown reached the 3rd second. Shin Woo was also ready for battle. Daria and Sarah in the stands were so focused that they held their breath. Next, the second bell rang, and the sword in Kaio's hand silently slid from its sheath. Number 1, at the moment of the final bell, Shinhazu's expression turned terrifyingly dark. The commentator shouted that the match had begun, and the teams immediately charged to attack the English team. Caught off guard by this situation, Kaio panicked. What was going on? Facing the strange formation, the commentator exclaimed that this was an unpredictable development from the very start. Except for one person, everyone rushed at the English team, leaving Jin Seok utterly stunned. This was. Shin Woo realized the problem very quickly. It seemed the plan had fallen apart. What should they do now? Shinhazu calmly gave an order. Wait, while Adela, the Russian team representative, was approaching step by step. Before long, she had quietly approached the area guarded by Shinhazu's team. He recognized Adela and found it hard to understand what brought her all the way here. She stood there with a hand on her hip, the corner of her lips lifting slightly, her gaze filled with calculation. Without beating around the bush, Adela spoke directly. I have a proposal for you, Shinhazu. Let us form an alliance. While the English team fought fiercely, she said, we will guarantee victory for Team Hanguk and eliminate the English team. Faced with the tempting proposal, Shinhazu showed no reaction. What would your side receive? Adela showed her sincerity. To be honest, we are not confident in defeating the Korean and English alliance. So if the English team is eliminated then, leaving the sentence unfinished, she changed direction. At least we will have hope. Besides, the alliance still has room for one more team. In the end, Adela concluded, the proposal is simple. Do not interfere in our alliance's battle. Shinhazu replied calmly, you mean we should focus on occupying and connecting territory? She admitted frankly, yes, that is not a bad idea. He raised a hand to rub his chin in calculation. When we receive the home territory buff, we are nearly invincible. Adela smiled cheerfully in approval. Exactly, with your personality, you certainly will not refuse, right? Shinhazu did not answer, only lifting the corner of his mouth, his eyes carrying the look of one who had seen through the mortal world. With the encirclement, Kaio gradually ran out of strength and his attacks were no longer agile. He secretly felt frustrated. This tactic gave him no chance to recover. Fortunately, he could barely hold on because their forces were scattered. Suddenly, Kaio's mind panicked as he mistakenly called out a name, Shinhazu. Voice rang beside his ear, "Could you be waiting for Shinhazu?" followed by a powerful blow. He struggled to block the attack and realized that the one who had spoken was the Canadian representative. The opponent sneered, "Waiting for Team Hanguk to save you. Give up on that idea." That man shouted loudly. The Alliance representative just went to Team Hanguk with an excellent proposal. "You have been betrayed." Hearing that, Kaio could not help being shaken, his pupils widening. A proposal. The opponent was satisfied with his reaction. "It is almost over. Why not ask to withdraw?" The Canadian representative calculated that if he withdrew, Hanguk's time to expand their territory would be greatly shortened. The more he thought about it, the more excited his eyes became. Success is close. Just stir him a little more. Why are you still thinking Team Hanguk is? Before the words finished, Shinhazu suddenly appeared in the middle of the encirclement, magic aimed at the opponent. What about Team Hanguk? Recognizing the rescuer, Kaio opened his mouth wide in shock, unable to say a word. The Canadian representative, who had been certain of victory a second earlier, now stammered in terror, "Shinhazu, why?" Shinhazu stated frankly, "What do you mean why? I refused your proposal. Because we are not the kind of people who easily throw away trust and loyalty." Realizing the situation was bad, that man shouted angrily, "Damn it, change the plan now." Kaio hugged him tightly, his eyes shining. Shinhazu looked more and more alluring the longer he looked, and he froze. "Sorry, I do not have a hump." He smiled brightly. "That is not what I meant. I want to fight you immediately." He replied gently, "Then that is a relief, but restrain yourself a little for now." Kaio cast his signature magic. "Even though this is only a brief alliance, thank you for your help." Shinhazu laughed heartily and agreed likewise. The two joined forces, spectacularly overturning the deadlocked battle, and the alliance group was beaten into chaos. The commentator's voice announced that round 2 had ended. The winners were Team Hanguk and the English team. A water bottle clattered down into the pickup compartment of the vending machine. A faint call came from Doria's mouth. Shinhazu. Holding the water bottle, Shinhazu turned and asked calmly, "What is it, American team?" While drinking, he pretended to ask with concern, "Was the second match fun?" Hearing the question, she felt too dejected to explain, "You know, I have no interest in answering." Then Sarah's voice suddenly turned serious, "I have a few things I want to ask." Seeing that, Shinhazu also grew serious and went straight to the point, the matter of yesterday's regional contest. The old footage of the match appeared, covered in crimson flames. That was right, he had used fire to envelop Kaio's wind god technique. Daria spoke in confusion. That was clearly 6th tier magic. Had he really reached 6 circles already? A teasing smile flickered on his lips. "Who knows, maybe I have not." Sarah sighed helplessly. That hateful personality of his still had not changed. She pressed him, asking why he had deliberately used 6-circle magic to provide information to them. There was no proper answer, only Shinhazu's evasion. "You think I will answer that?" Sarah had already mentally prepared herself. Him, no, absolutely not. Daria asked again in puzzlement. When attacking the alliance, why did he not seize the stronghold and instead go support Kaio Ventia? Still wearing that carefree expression, he smiled. "You think I will answer that?" Seeing no benefit from Shinhazu, she immediately told Sarah to leave. "Let's go, this really is a waste of time." Only when they no longer wanted to listen did he finally open his mouth. "Since you came all the way here, I will tell you one thing before the finals." Night fell over a luxurious, dazzling villa. Kangin laughed loudly in excitement and praised him. Today's match was extremely impressive. Shinhazu sat solemnly and merely returned the courtesy in a faint voice. "Even if it is only polite talk, thank you." Hearing that, Kangin blurted out, "What do you mean clearly?" His admiration for him remained unchanged, seeing through the alliance's scheme, joining hands with the British team, and crushing that alliance were the impressive points. His hand lightly pushed up his glasses. 6th tier magic was unleashed at the final moment. Kangin glanced over with satisfaction. "Do you know how astonished I and the other tower masters were?" "I will ask directly." Shinhazu's red eyes were sharp, without the slightest ripple. Not letting the doubt drag on, he immediately asked, "What was that final magic?" Receiving the question, his heart was in turmoil, but he still swallowed the bitterness and answered, "Actually, it was..." Raising his eyes to look at the person beside him, Shinhazu explained seriously, "I recently achieved a small breakthrough." His words made Kangin freeze. "A breakthrough? Did you truly master 6 circles at the tender age of 18? Knowing how difficult this achievement was, he grew bewildered. 6 circles was called the Wall of Genius Mages before one broke the record. The youngest to reach 5 circles was 19, and the youngest to reach 6 circles was 25. Kangin was shocked to his ears, as if he were dreaming. "But you reached 6 circles at only 18, contrary to his emotions," he answered calmly. "To be precise, I played as a 6-circle mage." His eyes twitched again. because of the news that was about to be spoken. What do you mean? Shin Hazu raised a hand and coughed lightly before explaining seriously. It is difficult to explain with modified magic. The reason the American team and all of you saw me use six-circle magic was during the process of connecting with the circle of truth. I wove in an additional small infinity circle of another form, similar to intent and resonance. Though he said that his heart was in turmoil, it was merely strengthening the output power of Vitener-type magic, not truly being able to use six-circle magic. After thinking that, Shin Hazu continued the story. At a glance, my magic may look like 6th tier, like power at around 5.5 circles. Kangin suddenly staggered to his feet, sweating as he took off his glasses. Unbelievable, excuse me for a moment. He stood there, his gaze fixed straight on him. Then he quickly gave a solemn confirmation. It is indeed not true 6 circles. Seeing that expression, Shin Hazu asked anxiously, what did you see? Kangin began to explain, when one connects to more than 6 mana circles. His finger pointed at his own face. One can observe a phenomenon of mana discontinuity near the mage's heart. Receiving the explanation, he breathed a sigh of relief. So that is it. There is even an appraisal method like that. Before he could even relax, Shin Hazu flinched as Kangin's face pressed right in front of him. He said gently, but this has not been made public to the other tower masters, so I hope you will keep it secret. Kangin's eyes shone brightly as he shouted with enthusiasm. Now back to the main issue. What was the 6th tier magic you showed us during the match? Without letting him speak, he turned away and began deducing on his own, unless it did not break the first law of magic, which states that magic beyond one's circle realm cannot be used. After rambling for a while, Kangin was startled until his pupils dilated. Could it be that you can bypass the first law and use magic one level higher? Shin Hazu tiredly squeezed his eyes shut and swallowed to catch his breath. Then he raised his head and confirmed, yes, that is exactly it. I have reached my limit. All the troubles temporarily came to a close, giving way to the blue sky. He had just finished bathing and was drying his hair when his worried thoughts slipped out aloud. No matter how I try to cover it up, the lies are gradually reaching their limit. Knowing this was not good, Shin Hazu exhaled sharply. I need to prepare countermeasures. The city streets were still packed with passing vehicles. Kangin sat in the car, arms crossed as he sank into thought. Just what is it, this so-called magic of Shin Hazu's? He laughed with intrigued curiosity. Truly interesting. Once this Olympiad ends, I must investigate it thoroughly. The vast arena was filled with countless spectators. 10 minutes had passed since the regional contest began. The teams were fiercely competing for rank, and the announcer's voice rang out. Currently, the British team is overwhelming the Swiss, Thai, and Italian teams. The elegant man exclaimed excitedly, just as we mentioned them. The large screen showed each team's progress along with a declaration of war. Team Hanguk and Team America have defeated Team Spain and Team Egypt. He attentively updated the situation, yet still asked curiously, if so, could Team Hanguk and Team America join hands to defeat Team Britain? What do you think? Theo answered coldly, I doubt that will happen. The man asked back blankly why. He answered firmly, because Shin Hazu is the strongest one. Shin Hazu stood at the center of the arena, his entire body surrounded by green light. Perhaps Team America would join hands with Team Britain to face Team Hanguk. Daria charged down fiercely from above, and the commentator kept updating the situation. At this moment, the two aces are rushing toward each other. She suddenly shot away so fast her figure vanished. The one overwhelming the field is Daria of the American team. Daria's green light flooded beneath her feet. She thrust her hand forward and declared with confidence that his chance was over. Shin Hazu. Floating in midair, Daria opened a series of information gates. Shin Hazu only looked up and gave a faint smile. Blue rays of light from him spread over the entire arena. Sitting in the stands, James froze at the sight. Gajun was so shocked that his brows drew together as he stammered. That was impossible. Wind god Shin Hazu created a floating vortex with a sword at its center. He grasped it, his gaze slowly turning terrifying. First wind god sword. Shin Hazu gracefully displayed his sword strikes, the original wind strike. She wondered in fear how that boy could use Wind God. His voice answered softly, I already told you. Recalling his conversation with Sarah and Daria, he had once said he would reveal why he saved Kaio. Final secret was finally revealed. It was to gather information on Kaio Ventia. That had once made her doubtful, thinking it absurd and wondering whether Kaio information was really worth that much. Back in the present, Daria panicked when she saw he could use Kaio's Wind God after only 1 day, and cried out in horror, Monster. Shin Hazu leaned aside, a blue sphere hovering over his hand, and said confidently, watch carefully, this is my magic. It was Moonlight Bullet, leaving everyone who witnessed it stunned. Daria trembled as she faced the secret magic of the Simbri family. Shin Hazu's whole body was wrapped in a spinning storm of light. His eyes were filled with unmistakable confidence. In an instant, sturdy armor had covered his body and protected even his head. Sword already in hand, he was ready to declare war. Come at me. As fast as lightning, Shin Hazu rushed toward Apsiko. He remained intensely focused on his battle target. Daria was suppressed. The heavy force drove her backward, too fast. She landed on the ground and tried to create a barrier to protect herself. But all her power was useless, and she was knocked down onto the floor. His strength remained intact, and the light bullets moved freely. Looking at Shin Hazu, the fear in Daria's heart reached its peak. Too strong. Crawling across the floor, she realized the terrifying extent of his power even before he used sixth circle magic. Drenched in sweat, Daria calculated that defending like this would not work. Forcing herself to stand, she unleashed third spell of infernal superheat, Phoenix Flowing Song. Magnificent giant phoenix was summoned. Shinhazu spread his hands and cast another magic, Enhancement Circle Resonance. Glowing rings floated above his head. They were Raven-style light halos. His fingers moved swiftly, pointing straight at them as he prepared to order an attack. He lowered his hand and pointed toward her, concentrating the sweep of light energy forward. They formed a massive vortex and pierced straight through the phoenix. Daria froze. Halo was not meant to be used like that. The phoenix had been pierced through. The storm still charged forward ferociously, and Daria jolted. The next attack was coming. Crushing force made her suffer as she raised her hands to shield herself, unable to withstand it. She never expected Shinhazu to go this far, so he really was using Wind God. Suddenly, Kaio leaped down from nowhere. He excitedly thrust his sword forward. Very interesting, let us fight, Shinhazu. He still looked at them calmly, not shaken in the slightest. Jun angrily shouted at Kangen, just who is that boy? How can he use both Wind God and Sinboy magic? Kangen replied in shock. It seems Shinhazu's magic eye can read 100% of a magic structure. She paused, her anger fading, and asked whether that meant he had eyes like Sophia. Sophia Aniclimax was the only 9-circle archmage, the pinnacle of wizards who ruled the magic towers. Her eyes shone like precious crystal, and before the jewel eyes, no magic remained a secret. He muttered thoughtfully, probably not the same eyes, because magic eyes cannot be inherited. On the arena floor, Kaio took Daria's place in fighting Shinhazu and Kang and said it was a similar kind of magic eye. James crossed his arms and said seriously, if so, Shinhazu's actions made sense. Remembering the magic detonation device of the Black Magic Tower spy, he had seen through it. His eyes closed. Softly spoke the result body eye. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Just what kind of being was that boy beyond ordinary levels? On the arena floor, Shinhazu's eyes glowed crimson as he gripped his sword tightly, while James screamed inwardly that now infernal superheat had also been copied. She gritted her teeth and judged in frustration. This was truly cheating. Kaio's smile slowly faded with each bead of sweat, and he murmured, Wind God and infernal superheat. The light of celestial lightning spread across the entire arena. Then they converged into the sword in his hand, and he realized in panic that they had fused together. The true battle began, and both of them charged at each other as dazzling rays of light erupted violently. Sensing that extraordinary power, Kaio did not hold back his praise for Shinhazu. You really are very strong. He was still utterly absorbed in the battle with all his strength. He swung his sword again and again, yet still had to marvel before that master. Even using all his strength, he could not leave a single scratch. His sword hand stiffened as he stared fixedly at Shinhazu. Suddenly, he threw the sword into sky. Daria stammered in fear. That stance was the very move the sixth tower master had once used. Kaio gently lowered one knee to the ground. The armor on his body gradually vanished, and a magnificent attack was unleashed. Hearing that, he only gave a faint smile, his voice sounding as if it carried mockery. Then Kaio collapsed after perfectly blocking that blow. As a result, Kaio Ventia was overloaded with damage and eliminated first. White smoke rose all around, and she raised a hand to cover half her face. Shinhazu stepped forward and spread his hand. His mocking voice rang out, saying she looked worn out, so why not give up? Daria confidently pointed at him and challenged him, saying he was the one who should give up, since he could not even use magic now. It could not be denied that Shinhazu was drenched in sweat. His breathing had grown labored. Indeed, he was running out of mental power. Seeing him completely different from his usual self, she asked in a daze why he admitted it so easily. Was he planning to give up? Shinhazu was not someone who gave up easily. Sparks appeared in both his hands as he spoke. No, there is no way that will happen. Daria quickly asked in surprise. That stance belongs to the Sinmugang clan. So you said you even learned the secret Simu magic of the Sinmusa family. He smiled foolishly and admitted it was an ancient martial art based on Taekwondo. Because his mental power was almost gone, he could only use it for 3 minutes at most. Shinhazu's leg swung forward in a kick using the ancient martial art of the Sinmugang family, Infinite Step. She quickly counterattacked with a breath of blue fire. The heat made him grimace, sweat pouring down in streams. It was too hot but still within control. From that stance, Shinhazu poured all his combat power into Infinite Kick. Daria was exhausted, and when he saw her blue flames weakening, he seized the chance and made up his mind. The scene was no different from a raging storm, as she was blasted away by the penetrating force strike of the Sinmugang family's ancient martial art. Daria fell painfully in freefall toward the ground. She lay collapsed there, and the result announcement rang out. Daria Sarentia was overloaded with damage. The winner was Shinhazu from the Hanguk team. A moment later, the sliding space suddenly fell silent. The footage shifted to a news report on a phone. Hanguk defeats Kaio and Daria in a miraculous victory. It did not stop there. Comments were posted one after another. They grew more and more numerous, showing no sign of stopping. Praise for Shinhazu's talent filled the area around him. Black Bell read those lines of news and showed open disdain. Oh, is that all? Words on the screen made that man's eyes sting a little. It really is hot, and the post is far too fresh. After saying that, Black Bell turned to Turkish. Your phone is burning too. That man merely remained silent without saying a word. Seeing that, he immediately pressed him, asking why Turkish did not answer, since that call was from a VIP client. Only then did he answer, "Stop meddling in other people's business." But Black Bell still tried to push him to the end. "Answer it. That old man must be boiling inside by now. That old man really is persistent. He wants to kill his own younger brother badly enough to go this far." Those words irritated Turkish. "I already told you to wait, so wouldn't it be better to wait quietly?" Even so, he still calmly told him, "Send the old man a message." Right at that moment, Turkish's phone received a message. "Shinhazu will die in 5 days as well. Stop calling and bothering me. If you call again, I will cancel the mission." In the space, the ringing grew quieter and quieter. A moment later, it stopped completely. Surprising Black Bell, it stopped. In another corner, Shinhazu was continuously casting magic. While he was fully absorbed, the sliding streams of light separated from one another. Seeing that, he cried out in frustration, failed again. Mimia, sitting beside him, immediately said, "What a pity. I thought you were almost there this time." Shinhazu lay flat on the floor and lamented, "That's right. I thought I had finished it too." And she asked if he was all right. Mimia stepped forward and questioned him, saying he was not concentrating like usual, while he merely mumbled past it. Probably because too much happened today and he was tired. A moment later, Shinhazu had sunk into a long night's dream. In his mind, he vaguely recalled the scene when Kang called his name. He looked straight at Shinhazu and declared clearly, "I have long known that the story about magic transformation was a lie. Through this match, I have already guessed part of your magic." Those words made Shinhazu suddenly realize something was wrong. It seemed the Blue Tower Master had also discovered something. After saying that, he sprang up and turned to tell Mimir, "I will go ahead." Mimir immediately asked, "You are going back earlier than usual today?" Shinhazu smiled, turned back to look at her, and replied, "There is somewhere I need to stop by." At the same time, beneath a small tree canopy at midday in summer, the high sky was deep blue with white clouds drifting by. Sahyuk saw him and calmly said, "Sit." Hearing that, Shinhazu immediately replied, "Yes." He sat down across from him and said, "In 30 minutes. Just hearing that much made sweat stream down his face. Right after that, Hyuk spoke, "The official notice appointing you a successor to the family head will be sent out all at once." Shinhazu sat opposite him, and upon hearing that, he stiffened like a statue. It seemed he did not understand anything, only letting out a sound, "Yes." His whole body broke out in cold sweat from disbelief. "About that, I am sorry, but could father say that again?" He calmly repeated, "I said I will send the official notice appointing you as successor to the family head." Too surprised, he immediately asked, "What is the reason?" Sahyuk stood up, answering the question instead, "The reason." He listed one by one what he had accomplished, such as possessing demon eyes comparable to the jewel eyes of a top S-rank. That was why Sahyuk appointed Shinhazu, a 6th circle mage at only 18 years old. That was enough. What other reason was needed? Instead of rejoicing, he lowered his head toward the ground. After a moment, Shinhazu answered firmly, "No. If that is the case, you should have waited until after the Olympiad, after returning to Hanguk, before issuing the notice." He added, "Moreover, father is not someone who decides a successor just by looking at short-term achievements." Hearing that, Sahyuk finally spoke, "You are calmer than I expected. I thought you would be more excited." Then he continued, "Yes, this notice is bait." Shinhazu did not understand bait. He had to explain clearly. It was bait to lure out the black magic towers insider hidden within the family. Only then did he finally receive the answer, "That is right." In Sahyuk's mind, this matter was rather troublesome. Based on his testimony and the events that had happened, the insider's goal was to prevent him from becoming the successor to the family head. That much was already very clear. He gazed into the distance, his voice full of thought. In a situation where the entire world is watching, if he sees the appointment notice, he will definitely act. Sahyuk did not stop there and continued, "At that moment." As he said that, he turned to look at him with a razor-sharp gaze. "We will catch him in one sweep." Meanwhile, the scenery outside still had not changed at all. At this moment, the scene shifted to the company building belonging to the Rod Magic Group. Inside the small room, a woman screamed and threw her phone away. The more Sia thought about it, the more she could not believe it, making Shinhazu the successor to the family head. "No, that cannot happen." She clutched her head and screamed in despair, "If this continues, it will be just like back then. No." Sia seemed about to go mad because of this. "I will kill him." "Sia." Only then did Jihan slowly speak to soothe her, "Sia." But she still screamed in fury, "You saw it too, did you not? Shinhazu is about to become the family head. I will kill him, all right. Killing him will be enough." Seeing that, he stepped forward and stroked Sia's head. "First, calm down, you do not need to worry so much." That reaction drove her nearly mad with worry. "Why are you? How can you be so calm?" He was still very calm. "Why?" Suddenly, a notification appeared on Jihan's phone. Before her eyes was his vile face, because he knew Shinhazu would die before he could become the family head. In the sky, the treetops still swayed in the wind. In the large hall of the campus, lights flickered and shone. 2 security guards were silently patrolling. Suddenly, they saw a strange figure and immediately shouted, "Who is there?" Even after After being threatened, those people did not panic at all. This area is off limits. This was a warehouse, and there were currently 10 suspicious people wearing fully covering robes. One of them suddenly moved close to where the two were standing. Seeing that he had been exposed, that man cried out angrily, "Damn it, I should have used suggestion. They really are the weakest bunch." Well then, there is still the other side. Finish it quickly. Time slowly passed until morning came. Right in front of the company entrance, a man stepped out of a luxurious car. Inside the meeting room were countless shareholders and security guards. The security captain spoke, breaking the silent atmosphere. 1 hour ago, the Olympiad security team was attacked by black mages. Hearing that, everyone's faces twisted. The security personnel had been attacked. Even Sahyuk fell silent, entering a state of being under magical suggestion. Because of those words, everyone could not help feeling worried. John pondered for a while before understanding. They planned to use magical suggestion to make mutant sabotage things from the inside. Is that it? John Stezart of the Stezart family, Adela's uncle. Seeing that John's analysis was correct, the security captain spoke. Yes, that is right. Sahyuk finally spoke about the incident, and now Ka Lin has only just detected the suggestion. So they have already made their move. Deep down he had realized, even among the Black Magic Tower's elite dedicated handling team that operated in absolute secrecy, there were many mages dissatisfied with their extreme actions. He confirmed it once again. She had discovered the magic cast on the guards. Kang looked interested. I smiled and said her skill was impressive, and I replied that this was their specialty. He felt helpless, but still handed the matter to the revenge demons. Just then, he spoke up and said he had been about to say the same thing. The security captain stood up and brought them back to the main matter. It had been confirmed that they were targeting the Olympiad, but their purpose remained unclear. Sahyuk immediately understood. They wanted to kidnap promising seedlings for human experimentation. Hearing that, they cried out in surprise. What? The young people seated opposite remained very calm. James only swept his gaze lightly toward him. Suddenly, a clear voice asked, "They really dared to do it, but why choose the Olympiad?" He still did not believe it, saying that such a hasty conclusion lacked evidence. Sahyuk gently said that if they wanted evidence, it was right here. The tablet immediately displayed a report with an explanation. This was a compiled file on the recent kidnapping cases by the Black Magic Tower. Sahyuk calmly listed every flaw over the past 3 years. The numbers had doubled, and this file showed that mediocre mages needed higher quality materials. This was a journal from a human body experimentation site. Seeing the situation turn, the security captain cried out that they even had this information, and he explained that they had been operating secretly for some time. Sahyuk questioned him, was there anything else to say? Refuted by the evidence, John could only fall silent. No. Captain declared clearly that if their goal was to kidnap promising seedlings, this was an immoral act and had to be dealt with immediately. Ju was still calmly reading his book, while Uncle Kim Seokayo said security at the venue and hotel had already been reinforced. Mimiya wondered, with something this serious, why not postpone it? He thought for a moment, then said probably not. Business was booming, and there were no victims aside from the security team. Hearing that, she felt uneasy, but fortunately Shinhazu was sitting beside her. He reassured her in time. What is this? There is no need to worry too much. He kept rambling, those people are dangerous, but to get through such strict security and do something to me. Mimiya said that was not it. She noticed something unusual. This time, was worrying. Was it really necessary to desperately break through the barrier and kidnap someone right now? She added that, considering the timing, after the tournament, when they returned to their countries, would be far more convenient. Shinhazu had not thought of this. That a moment later, Shinhazu calmed down. I feel something is off too, but aside from people, what else could they be targeting? Just then she cried out, there is something. He immediately asked what it was, and Mimiya did not hide the fact that she had happened to read about it in documents left by the hearer. She pointed at the gemstone on the paper. The Olympiad MVP reward was the Apex Radiant Stone. Shinhazu did not quite believe it, saying it was just a rare natural stone used as decoration. Mimiya said it would be wonderful if that were truly the case. She pointed at his face and snapped, wake up, if this is the kind of magic stone I know, then it absolutely cannot fall into anyone's hands. Time slipped by, and the next day soon arrived. Shinhazu could not erase the image of the Olympiad building from his mind. Adela walked in from outside and greeted him, and he immediately turned to confirm. Adela. Seeing that his expression looked wrong, she grew worried. The magic knowledge battle final was almost here. Could he be nervous? He said that was not it. This match had Maya from Team England and Sarah from Team USA participating. Even so, Shinhazu remained very calm, but I will definitely become champion. Adela finally felt more at ease, of course. She was still puzzled and asked what he was worried about. Shinhazu thought for a long time, then slowly opened up. The thing is, just as he realized a new truth, his eyes lit up brightly. Countless gemstones appeared in his mind. Now that he thought about it, Adela came from a mysterious family and was an expert on magic stones. As he spoke, he showed her the image of the stone and asked whether she knew anything about the Apex Radiant Stone. The moment she saw it, she blurted out, "The Apex Radiant Stone? You mean the natural stone serving as the Olympiad MVP reward?" reward. Mimia's image surfaced along with the words that she needed information about the Apex Radiant Stone, and Shinhazu said he needed details on its history or composition. Della sank into thought. My family's database should have information. Special magic stones are often stored under different names, so searching will take time. He reassured her that it was fine just as the announcement for the final match rang out. Hearing the announcement, he immediately left. Contestants, please enter the stage. I am going now. If you find anything about the Apex Radiant Stone, let me know. Hearing that, Adela replied softly, showing that she agreed. In the blink of an eye, everyone had arrived at the Olympiad arena. In the stands, Boris was leisurely drinking water. He pressed the phone to his ear and spoke to the person on the other end. This match is worth watching after all. Perez's voice rang out amid the stands. The festival atmosphere is truly wonderful. But the person on the other end warned Perez in advance in case anything went wrong. Turkish stood at a distance and said, absolutely do not act on your own. He roared through the phone, or I will dispel the illusion currently cast on you. He only replied that he would not. Porridge grew serious. Ganta is not bold enough to defy your orders. Do not worry. Just then, Turkish began asking about the situation. He looked down at the arena and reported the situation. What else could it be? Guards are packed in like ants, and there are about 5-7 circle mages. The security force would have to double before we could operate. After saying that, Paris asked how things were and received the reply that Magic Stone Warehouse number 3 was still the same. He reported from the other side that if the security forces were not drawn there in greater numbers, they could not operate. He came up with an idea. How about releasing all the monsters? Turkish stopped him. Forget it. If you do that, the Olympiad will be suspended, and the Apex Radiant Stone currently being gathered in warehouse number 3 will be moved to the deepest warehouse. Perez imagined the stone and lost interest. Then how about killing a few guards or operations staff to relieve the boredom? Turkish's face grew more and more twisted because of Boris's smile and words. According to him, tonight's target was not them, but a figure of great importance. Greg Bell was standing opposite Kang In. He recognized Black Bell Wyvern and his face immediately tightened. That man stood beneath the moonlight and greeted him politely, an honor to meet you, Tower Master. But Black Bell's next words startled Kang In. I have come to take someone's life. The scene shifted back to that evening, several hours earlier. Kang In held the steering wheel and said excitedly to Shinhazu, you won the magic competition already, congratulations. Shinhazu bowed politely in response. I glanced at Shinhazu with a sinister smile, saying that as long as they won one of the remaining 4 matches, the championship would be guaranteed. Kang In laughed happily. If I had not invested in this year's Olympiad, I would surely have regretted it terribly. While the atmosphere was cheerful, Adela suddenly cried out in shock, found it. She held up her phone, showing an image of a stone, and said this was the black obsidian steel body. Shinhazu stopped and stared at the stone, the black obsidian steel body. Adela grew excited and confirmed that the characteristics matched completely. Hearing that, Kang In spoke up, you must be receiving MVP, so you have already investigated the Supreme Radiant Stone. Shinhazu shook his head in panic and denied it. No, I did not investigate it for that reason. He looked out the window and reassured Shinhazu with relief. It is fine, this year's MVP is you, no one can deny that. Kang In muttered doubtfully, the Supreme Radiant Stone is the black obsidian steel body. Seeing his interest, he asked whether he knew anything about it. Kang In frowned tensely, his voice sinking low. I do not know the name Supreme Radiant Stone, but if it is the black obsidian steel body, I do know a little. He recalled his memories of the mysterious stone, and explained, the black obsidian steel body is a magic stone first discovered in the 1300s. Its characteristic is that it can draw out an infinite amount of high-density mana. Shinhazu was shocked. Why did people change its name to the Supreme Radiant Stone? Kang In looked thoughtfully out the car window. Perhaps because it was extremely rare, so they thought it was a new magic stone and gave it a new name. His voice suddenly turned serious. Moreover, it has never been found again since the 1300s. But do you know this? With a cold expression, Kang In spoke meaningfully. In truth, the name ATP was also newly given at that time. Shinhazu widened his eyes in shock. So the black obsidian steel body had already been discovered even before the 1300s. Adela stared at her phone. Yes, I saw it in my family's database. She recounted in a stunned voice, the oldest name of this magic stone is Divine Grace. Scene shifted back to the present at Kang In's residence. The silhouette of a stranger was charging toward him. Black Bell spoke in a low voice with sinister excitement. Our first meeting, truly an honor, Tower Master. The man curled his lips, furrowed his brow, then growled, I have come to kill you. Immediately, an enormous force shot out from the magic beast Black Bell was riding. That beam of light aimed precisely at Kang In. He created a protective barrier around himself, thinking that if he dodged this attack, the hotel would collapse, water flow. Kang In's sharp eyes searched for a chance to counterattack. He quickly counterattacked toward that surge of power. Clear mirror, still water. Black Bell laughed loudly in delight. Wonderful Tower Master. I might just become infatuated with you. That man raised his hand and cast another spell, then said contemptuously, can you block this? Tens of thousands of magic beasts appeared densely packed, staring straight at Kang In as they prepared to charge. He stared intently at them, thinking warily, a magic beast master, and in this number too. His gaze grew even more serious. This situation was truly not easy. The scene shifted to a room full of books, where two people were silently gazing somewhere. Mimia muttered in a low voice as expected. She folded her arms before her chest, her purple eyes gleaming coldly. The supreme radiant stone is divine grace. Mimia raised a hand and controlled a book on the shelf to fly toward her. She read the contents of the book. Divine grace is a precious crystallization of mana that forms only once every 1,000 years. 1,000 years, yes. Mimia continued reading. This supreme magic stone is born by absorbing mana through long ages at the center of the world, and if a mage consumes it, it will become the strongest divine elixir. Shinhazu whispered in thoughtful shock. Eat a stone, Mimia loudly explained. Once it is placed in the mouth, it is absorbed automatically, so do not worry. Shinhazu asked seriously. Then what is the effect of that divine elixir? She suddenly lowered her head as though worried, sweat falling all over her face. Mimia frowned, preparing to reveal earth-shaking information. She hesitated as though afraid. The one who absorbs divine grace will become the strongest mage of the era. Shinhazu was stunned. What? Mimia explained warily. To be precise, the body's structure will transform to become the strongest mage. He spoke in an even voice, each word freezing the air. From the body's structure, mana circles and blood vessels, everything transforms into a form absolutely compatible with mana, like an awakening of talent. Shinhazu realized in a daze that it was a once-in-1,000 years awakening of talent, and if so, it was truly worth the black magic tower targeting. Mimia parted her lips and calmly added, what I just said is only a side effect. I have not yet mentioned its main effect. She paused for a beat, then continued, the one who absorbs divine grace can break through a mage's limit. Shock was clear in his eyes, but behind it was an unease he could hardly hide. A mage's limit, could it be? Mimia raised both hands to stop Hazuki from reacting, then continued, the 10th circle, the one who absorbs divine grace will surpass the 9th circle, and reach the realm of the 10th circle. Shinhazu's pupils instantly shrank as unease surged within him. He thought in fear, if the black magic tower sees that divine grace. Mimir closed her eyes and considered the possibility. Its master was the black magic king, and he would reach the 10th circle. Shinhazu hurriedly turned and ran, with no more time to hesitate. She suddenly grabbed the hem of his shirt and stopped him. You cannot. Mimia loudly reminded Shinhazu that he must never reveal information about the divine grace to anyone. Her voice grew stronger. Why do you think it is called the Black Radiant Stone Monument Body? Shinhazu murmured with a pale face. In the year 1300. His throat went dry as he remembered the Great Magic War. Shinhazu's face turned deathly pale. That war had already broken out. Seeing him stunned, Mimia's voice softened. The world could be overturned by a single magic stone. She closed the book and sat down warily. Rare divine medicine carried unprecedented talent, and anyone would lose their reason over it. Shinhazu calmed down. What about divine grace? Mimia looked straight at him. Not even Kim Kang-in or your father can be told. Her voice dropped lower. Only tell them that the Black Magic Tower's target is the Peak Radiant Stone. They will analyze the magic stone and know what divine grace. Shinhazu lowered his head in confusion. I have to report it while hiding the truth about the Peak Radiant Stone. He closed his eyes and exhaled, then said cautiously that he would only report to the Blue Tower Master that the target was Magic Stone Storage Number 3. Mimia nodded, and the scene shifted to Kang-in and Breakbell's battle beneath the pouring rain. Kang-in's body was covered in dark red liquid as he lay exhausted on the ground. He whispered in pain, this be better. The scene shifted to a news bulletin about the battle. At around 12:34 in the morning, Park Inverendi Hotel was attacked by monsters, including Breakbell Wyvern and more than 50 wyverns. The footage showed the building being burned. The scale of the attack was enough to destroy a small nation, but had been stopped. Kim Kang-in appeared on screen, and the anchor confirmed that the Blue Tower Master had been staying there. The sound of the television echoed through the quiet hospital, with no casualties reported yet. Shinhazu stared blankly at the news bulletin. A horrifying tragedy had been prevented thanks to the Blue Tower Master. He gripped his phone tightly. The battle lasted until support arrived from Red Tower Master James Filler, and the investigation was now urgent. Amid the anchor's voice, the door opened and two people stepped out. Gratitude was sent to the two Tower Masters for preventing a great disaster. Shinhazu stood up in agitation. What is the Tower Master's condition? Sua hesitated. He has temporarily passed the critical stage. Inside, Kang-in was wrapped in bandages, his eyes closed as he lay unconscious. James grumbled irritably, risking his life for a country that is not even his own. What an idiot. She bowed her head timidly and thanked him once again. Thank you, sir. Sua lowered her head in fear and said softly, if the Red Tower Master had not arrived in time, then... James clutched his head and frowned in irritation. What are you thanking me for? Am I even qualified? No, I should be the one thanking you. He strode quickly to the door, then turned back and instructed, I am going out. Please take care of Kang-in. She quickly steadied herself. Yes. James turned his face away, his expression furious, and said irritably that he had to teach those lunatics who dared challenge the 12 magic towers a lesson. Shinhazu stood and called out, "Red Tower Master, I have something to say." He answered impatiently, "I have no time." He cut in seriously, "It is very important." He glanced over and frowned when he heard him say, "I have discovered the Black Magic Tower's true objective." The scene shifted to a hidden corner of the noisy city. Turkish looked at Breakbell with contempt. Luckily, the Blue Tower Master stopped it. He roared angrily, "Hey!" Hanlik looked at Brecht Bell and gritted his teeth in frustration. If there had been casualties, the Olympiad would have been suspended. Irritated at being corrected, he shouted, nagging again, "It is fine as long as everything was resolved smoothly." Turkish warned impatiently, "How many times have I said this? That is only the final result." Person beside them spoke to media, "Stop taking jabs, Paris must have had a plan." Shadow secretly guessed the plan. He intended to use the Blue Tower Master to take hostages. Turkish curled his lips in contempt. Perez does not have that kind of intelligence. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You bastard." Shadow echoed, "Perhaps we overestimated him." Blackbell's face darkened. "Shadow, even you." Turkish gritted his teeth and sneered, "With that shallow thinking of yours, did you not consider that the Olympiad could be cancelled?" He puffed out his chest and bragged, "You bastards, do you think I am gentle? If I had brought Fenrir or Gidentos, I would have killed both Tower Masters long ago." Shadow sneered, "Your magic beasts also suffered heavy losses." His arrogance faded, and his embarrassment was obvious. If the Blue Tower Master had not been burdened by the hostages, you would have had trouble securing victory. Shadow looked at the city with ease. "Anyway, the result is not bad. I have confirmed that half the guards from storage number 3 have been sent to the Olympiad." The guards gathered at the Olympiad stood with solemn expressions. Turkish laughed with sinister delight. Hanlik clenched his fist in satisfaction. "No need to wait anymore. Tomorrow night, I will steal the Peak Radiant Stone." The scene shifted to the crowded arena. Shinhazu and Adela sat in the waiting room as the loudspeaker boomed about the Butterkissler survival finals between America and England. Hanguk team, waiting room. His eyes narrowed, his face stiff, a thin layer of sweat covering his forehead. Adela noticed the tension and asked whether it was because of what happened to the Blue Tower Master last night. He rubbed his neck, his expression softening. "No, sorry, everyone is competing." She turned her head to look at him, because something like that happened yesterday. He could not focus on her words, uneasily recalling the warning in his mind. Those from the Black Magic Tower would definitely make their move tonight. Seeing Shinhazu distracted, Adela wondered why he was even more tense than the person competing. He pressed his lips together and asked quietly, "Am I that obvious?" She immediately described his expression. "This is the first time I have seen you this worried. Your brows are tightly furrowed, your lips are dry, and there are already creases under your eyes." Shinhazu burst into laughter, the tension finally fading away. "You truly are an excellent analyst." He sincerely thanked Adela. Thanks to her, he felt more at ease. Adela nodded gently. Shinhazu's phone suddenly rang. He froze and thought to himself, "Master of the Red Tower, bingo." The scene shifted to the residential district in the gloom. Magic Stone Warehouse number 3, Area D. A disaster beyond Fenrir level was detected. A monster walked through a row of buildings. A disaster beyond Jurentos level was detected. Guards surrounded by monsters shouted through the screen, "Two S-ranks, Ren Giant Worm has appeared, requesting immediate support." Black Bell exclaimed with interest, "Look at the way those things are struggling." The guard's weak voice rang out before being swallowed by a massive explosion, requesting urgent reinforcements. From within the sea of flames, a cold voice rang out, "There is no need for reinforcements anymore." James stepped forward and questioned that man in fury. "It was you, was it not, the one who harmed Kang into this state?" The scene shifted to another place. Turkish gritted his teeth in frustration. "I do not understand how you knew in advance and prepared defenses. How troublesome." Gajun raised her hand and created a powerful stream of magic, her cold eyes staring straight at him. In another place, the center of Magic Stone Warehouse number 3, the Black Shadow seemed to be panicking, looking around everywhere. Shadow thought blankly to himself, "I have lost contact with Turkish and Perez. What is going on?" He dragged his steps forward anxiously. Charlie spoke smugly from behind Shadow, "I doubt you can contact them." She pointed at him with interest and asked, "A new face, are you a rookie?" Sally curled her lips, revealing clear disdain. Shadow suddenly lost his composure and charged forward, roaring, "Hound Captain, Charlie." Hearing her name, she burst into loud laughter. "You know me, it seems we have met before." Shadow spoke with eyes blazing red like fire. "I only know you through the data. This is our first meeting." Adela's deep eyes gleamed with interest. "So that is how it is. By the way, your face is not in the data. Are you a new executive?" He spoke in a low voice. "If you call me new, then I suppose that is true." Adela's expression gradually darkened as she stared at him. "Becoming an executive after 2 years? Not bad. Or is it because you lack talent?" He remained calm, but he had clearly begun probing. "You have guessed our objective, have you not?" She curled her lips smugly. "Because I guessed it, I am here." A series of thoughts rose in Adela's mind. She had not expected the Black Magic Tower to target Magic Stone Warehouse number 3. No one could have predicted this. She warily observed him with suspicion. Had the master of the Red Tower really planted an insider in the Black Magic Tower? Adela thought with interest. If that was true, then that person was truly a necessary factor for the hounds. He suddenly interrupted her train of thought. The operation has failed. Allow me to withdraw here. A surge of purple power enveloped him. Personally, I dislike meaningless battles. Adela immediately cast her magic and spoke loudly toward him. Do you think I will let you leave? Shadow's body was immediately wrapped by that power, unable to move. Telekinesis made him unable to move. He looked at the invisible restraints, silently evaluating them. It is hard to believe this is basic magic. Adela was proud of her own power and asked smugly, how is it? You will not be able to take even half a step out of here. He spoke calmly. That truly is formidable telekinesis. However, basic magic is still only basic magic. Adela stared in shock as the film restraining Shadow gradually shattered. She stood looking at the remnants he had left behind and muttered unwillingly, did I let him slip away? The scene shifted to another place. Turkish and Garzun were still locked in a fierce battle with powerful seals. She raised her sword high, her expression showing not the slightest emotion. Swordlight in Gajun's hand flowed downward with terrifying force. She swung her hand and called out the name, unawakened with one decisive slash. Wind God sword form, 4th style. Turkish's eyes widened and he quickly retreated backward to dodge. After that, his figure rode the wind and flew away. Gajun frowned with displeasure in her eyes. How ridiculous. Do you have an immortal body? From nowhere, as the smoke began to gather, Turkish also appeared. I am not immortal, but it is close enough. Irritation was clear on her face. Whether she beheaded him or split him in two, he still turned into mist and recovered. This was already the 5th time. Shadow seemed to guess what Gajun was thinking and spoke smugly. If you want to give up, then get out of my way. Her gaze immediately turned icy, her voice lowering. That will absolutely not happen. Turkish lowered his head in anger. You have already lost 5 lives, and if I could, I would not want to keep fighting either. Suddenly stopped, putting on a calm air with a haughty expression. Turkish suggested in a low, broad voice, fine then, let us make a deal. Her hand gripping the sword suddenly loosened. A deal. That man snapped his fingers sinisterly, saying he would reveal an extremely special and valuable piece of information. Though slightly shaken, Gajun still warned coldly, if you plan to spout nonsense and stall for time, then... That man cut her off, talking about abducting potential seeds of life and how he had to send assassins to the team's residences. At the same time, another battle was taking place somewhere else. Black Bell stood on the back of the gigantic beast, looking full of valor. That man threw back his head and laughed loudly in triumph, asking why they'd wanted to kill him before, yet were now this weak. Below, James clenched his fists in his battered snakescale suit. He muttered irritably, damn it, how can there be such a monstrous bastard? James looked around warily, thinking that every monster was an unranked disaster species, and there were 100 of them. He stood motionless beneath the shadows, the massive beasts. James seemed to understand how Kangen had fought until he was covered in wounds and fell unconscious. Myriad elemental manifestation, a tremendous explosion suddenly rang out. Greg Bell was blasted far away, shouting loudly, what the hell is this? Jane stared blankly toward the power that had just erupted. That guy stood firmly on the ground, looking at the vanishing demon beasts as he shouted, my monsters. Black Bell finally lost his composure and roared, asking what this bastard had done. James was no less astonished and asked softly, who are you? In his heart, he already had the answer, the head of the Sahyuk divine magic family. With a benevolent bearing, Sahyuk stood at the place where that immense power had erupted. The scene shifted inside the city. Seo Hyon turned his back to Shin Hazu and asked, being eliminated from the survival match must be very regrettable. He answered calmly, it's fine, the seniors and Sunchan all did their best. Shin Hazu anxiously asked about the situation at Mana Stone Warehouse number 3, then picked up his phone to check the logs from the scene. Seo Hyon handed him the phone and continued, was unfavorable at first, but the situation has become more stable. After Shin Hazu finished reading, he immediately grasped the situation. Shadow and Charlie had clashed. Perret was fighting the Red Tower Master, and Tarkus was fighting the 6th Tower Master, using resurrection magic. He frowned and murmured, as expected, the Saik family head has joined the battle, destroying 57 monsters controlled by Perret. Seo Hyon nodded and explained, thanks to the family head the situation looks promising, but Shadow has joined forces with Turkish and Perret, strengthening the monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, he added that reinforcements from elsewhere were on the way, hoping he would not worry. Just as he finished speaking, a powerful earthquake shook the entire room. So that's how it is. Shin Hazu froze, his face darkening in panic. Seo Hyon ran over and reached out to support him, calling out anxiously, young master. An explosion blew the room apart, leaving only dust and sand behind. The city, once peaceful, was now in ruins and filled with smoke and dust. Returning to the battle between James and Black Bell, that man lowered his head and sneered, Sahyuk, is it? He turned his head in amusement and shouted, when you mention Sahyuk, you mean the head of the divine magic family. Black Bell grew more and more excited. This is getting more interesting. The scene returned to the explosion at Shinhazu's residence. Flames erupted amid thick smoke and fire, then quickly dispersed. Seo Hyon anxiously supported him and asked, young master, are you all right? Shinhazu gasped, I'm fine. Spoke softly as if afraid of something, young master. This is indeed... Shin Hazu understood the implication and answered, yes, it is definitely the Black Magic Tower. He turned to look at the chaotic scene of heavy damage, and said they needed to request aid urgently. Seo Hyun lowered his voice and reported that someone was moving in the shadows. He looked around warily, warning him not to leave his side, because they did not know where they were hiding. Shin Hazu's face was pale as he said tensely, "If there is a mana reaction, we can locate them," but he covered his face, sweat beading on his forehead, thinking that the shock from the explosion had made the mana unstable, so he could not sense it. The dangerous situation made him even more cautious, and Seo Hyun opened the opponent analysis information, saying that the enemy was 7th circle level and that he would deploy defenses. A protective circle was quickly established by him, surrounding the two of them. Shin Hazu glanced at the sturdy barrier and secretly admired Uncle Seo Hyun. Its solidity and thick layers astonished him. In an instant, 10 layers of defense had been created. An eerie laugh rang out from the ashes in the dark corner. Seo Hyun clenched his jaw, his facial muscles standing out as he shouted a warning, "Someone is here." A man in a black robe appeared within the black smoke. The moment he heard the strange sound, he turned his head and called out loudly, "Young master." But behind him only a cold empty space remained, without a single person in sight. "Young master." At that moment, Shin Hazu had already been moved to a strange place in the pitch-black night. He looked around blankly, wondering where this place was. As the fog gradually cleared, Shin Hazu realized it was the Colosseum Arena. He realized tensely that after he heard laughter in the dust, black mana had swallowed him whole. He stared at the scene before him, breathing hard, never expecting that someone had broken through Uncle Seo Hyun's barrier, and he used his mystic eye to examine this space. Shin Hazu was stunned to realize that it was a barrier. From within the darkness, a cold voice rang out, praising his instincts as rather sharp. Shin Hazu's eyes were cold and filled with vigilance. Jayan laughed coldly in satisfaction. "Do not underestimate me. The final battle of life and death is about to begin, so we should ask each other first." That man raised his head and laughed loudly, the corner of his lips confident. "I am Jian, Blue Gall Iron Hand, and this place is." Jayan spread his arms and introduced the Colosseum Arena, a place only I and the Chosen One may enter, both a sacred battlefield. That man lowered his voice, each word clear and heavy, and the execution ground for the 171st death sentence. Scene shifted to the battle between Black Bell and Sahyuk. Black Bell shouted excitedly, "Good, this is what a festival should be." Right, head of the Divine Magic clan. He merely looked at that man's arrogance in cold silence. Seeing this, Black Bell grew furious and shouted, "Why are you not answering? Am I the only one enjoying this?" That man waved his hand and created a great surge of power. "It will not do for me to enjoy this alone. A party should be enjoyed together." A series of monsters heard the call and surged up like mad, charging forward. Undead rise. James muttered in shock, "Damn it, he can even resurrect them." Black Bell proudly stood on the monster's back, becoming even more excited. "What do you think, my undead monsters? Destroy everything." Monsters charged at Sahyuk from every direction, but he did not panic at all, maintaining a calm attitude. Sahyuk raised his hand, immediately releasing an enormous source of power. James gritted his teeth and watched the situation in confusion. Black Bell lowered his head and sneered, "What, that was not your full power just now? Interesting." Sahyuk looked down at the opponent with an indifferent gaze, as if looking at someone far beneath his level. "What nonsense are you saying, idiot?" He immediately unleashed his decisive technique, 8th Circle 4-element composite magic, creative heavenly lightning. The monster struck by this technique immediately fell. An entire army was destroyed just like that in a single technique. Black Bell created a protective barrier around himself and looked at the monsters gradually vanishing. "My monsters have all turned to dust." In the depths of Sahyuk's eyes, pity mixed with contempt flickered faintly. "If you can resurrect them, then I will erase them again, even down to the smallest piece of flesh." That man gradually calmed down, impressive, so the rumors were not just empty boasting. Faced with blatant provocation, Sahyuk did not get angry at all, still raising his hand to launch another powerful strike toward Black Bell. A powerful ray of magic blazed down. 8th Circle 2-element composite magic fire wind. In the explosion, another black shadow lightly swept across. Something lifted Black Bell and dodged to the side, and that man praised it. "Nice support." Black Bell seemed to become another person, asking with a smiling face, "Thanks, Shadow, where is Turkish?" But he merely glanced over indifferently and replied, "How would I know, idiot? You almost died." Shadow quietly provided information to Black Bell. "The Dark Trial will activate in 3 minutes." That man's eyes were smug, as if everything was in his palm. "Is that so? Then I need to end this quickly." Sahyuk watched their dialogue and was secretly shocked. What is that dark magic? He was shocked by Shadow's power, devouring magic, erasing mana, and even strengthening monsters. While Black Bell charged forward excitedly again. "Let us keep fighting, Henguk's strongest archmage." That man waved his hand and opened a barrier, summoning another horde of monsters. Monster Gate. Black Bell raised his head, his voice confident with a hint of arrogance. arrogance. Will your mental strength run out first, or will my monsters be destroyed first? Sahik slightly lifted his eyes and looked at that man with an indifferent, emotionless expression. The corner of Black Ball's lips curved along with his provocation. Let us see, test your strength. The scene shifted back to the place where Shinhazu was trapped. That man slowly raised his hand, the corner of his lips curving with interest. Now that the questions are over, shall we begin? He frowned, shock clear on his face. What slower than expected is a trap. Either way, I have to focus my strength to block first. Shinhazu poured power into his arm and unleashed a powerful storm-like strike. Jan's fist tore through the wind as it rushed toward him. Shinhazu was stunned as he felt a power beyond expectation and was struck. Wait, this is... He widened his eyes in shock as he realized magic has no effect. Jan lifted his chin, triumph clear on his face, too pathetic. That man's arm tore through the wind as it swung out, carrying a powerful momentum. The heavy punch slammed straight into Shinhazu's stomach. I told you, you are pathetic. He staggered back several steps, one hand clutching his face, each breath heavy. Jian drew back his fist, the corner of his lips rising in contempt. You can withstand even this. Now that is satisfying to hit. Sweat began to fall from Shinhazu as he felt his power being sealed. It is a magic sealing barrier. That man let out a soft laugh, very gentle. A loud laugh full of delight rang out. That is right. In this space, you cannot use mana. That man's voice gradually sank. You probably think this is cheating magic, but I cannot use mana either, only pure physical strength in battle. His voice carried a pride that was hard to hide. How is it? It suits the Colosseum arena effect very well. Does it not? I have dealt with 170 mages in this barrier. Jan stomped hard, his body shooting toward Shinhazu. And you will be the 171st victim of this arena. Powerful attacks came crashing in one after another like great waves striking the shore. The final blow slammed down powerfully, sending him flying backward. The moment he hit the ground, a mouthful of blood surged out. Intense pain struck, causing Shinhazu to lose control and scream miserably. Jan stepped forward, roughly grabbed his collar and yanked him up. What, do you hate me that much? Do you resent this situation that much? For a pampered child, this must be terribly miserable. That man smugly pressed his face close to Shinhazu, his voice low and heavy. I come from a completely different background than you, though there is nothing worth being proud of. His body turned slightly, and his leg swept in at astonishing speed. But whenever I see those mage family bastards, I want to crush them all. He snorted coldly and let go of Shinhazu's collar. Be grateful for this barrier. I am a 7th circle mage. Giant stood upright, his voice arrogant. Without the barrier, you would have died far more miserably. He struggled to stand, his voice hoarse with pain. Why are you targeting me? Giant answered calmly. The reason? It is just a commissioned mission. A Vivip client paid an astronomical price to kill someone unfit for magic like you. Haru's strength finally ran out and he collapsed. He slowly walked over as he lay there barely breathing. Giant gritted his teeth, gathered strength in his leg, and stomped down hard. The screams and despair of mages who have lost their mana are always so sweet. Shinhazu clenched his hand and raised his head to look straight at him. Who is that VIP client? Jian sneered, his eyes full of ridicule. You are about to die, so why ask? Are you planning to curse me? Jian continued triumphantly. You are going to die anyway, so it does not matter if I tell you. Unfortunately, I do not know exactly who it is either. Shinhazu laughed provocatively. A mission from your superiors, yet you do not know the client behind an assassination. Though his voice was already hoarse, he still forced out a sneer. In the end, you are just a dog. Danger flashed in Jian's eyes. Still running your mouth when you are about to die. But you misunderstand, I do know who the client is. He tilted his head, his voice filled with pity. The VIP client is definitely your brother or sister. His face darkened, every line of it tense. I heard they made contact 4 years ago. He crossed his arms provocatively. Family members tearing at each other. Mage families truly are filthy, are they not? Shinhazu lowered his head and covered his face, muttering wearily. So that is how it is. He slowly lowered his hand, and his trembling eyes gradually turned cold. Thank you for that testimony. I can definitely pressure that person now. Jan froze, failing to notice the fist flying toward him. What? In a single breath, he had already counterattacked. He fell, terror flashing through him as he realized the situation had reversed too quickly. He adjusted his body and cursed inwardly. What is this? Jan trembled as he tried to stay standing, still cursing. You brat. The phone in Shinhazu's hand was raised. I recorded everything. Tilted his head, looking relaxed as if victory was already certain. Thanks to you jumping around nonstop, I did not have to put in much effort. Shinhazu did not hesitate and immediately launched a swift, clean strike. Jan was shocked, too fast. He tried to reach out with his leg, intending to resist. He was still kicked away by Shinhazu's speed. Jan spat out a mouthful of water, his voice faint. You bastard. Jan collapsed, and thousands of questions surged in his heart. Could it have all been an act from the very beginning? His gaze was calm as he wiped his face and said, because I truly needed information about the client, villains, when they think they have the upper hand. Shinhazu spoke amid his terror. Usually love to boast and exaggerate everything, do they not? He laughed brightly and said in a friendly tone, I truly thank you for perfectly showing the nature of a third-rate villain. Stung by the mockery, Giant angrily gritted his teeth and swung his fist. You damn bastard. But he caught it lightly, a mocking smile on his face. This punch has no strength at all. Contempt was clear on Shin Hazu's face. You should have trained more diligently, should you not? He raised his head high and said cheerfully, right, I almost forgot one more thank you. Shin Hazu looked around and judged happily. The fact that you deliberately used this colossal, arena-style magic. Satisfaction was clear in his voice. If I faced 7th Circle magic head-on, I definitely would not be able to win. His eyes narrowed slightly as he lowered his voice smugly. You could not defeat Seo Hyon anyway, so from the start, you were never able to kill me. Hyon gritted his teeth, his eyes mixed with anger and fear. Do not go too far, bastard. Shin Hazu pressed his lips tightly together without saying a word, his gaze turning cold as if waiting something. He quickly turned his back and drove hard toward him. Jian was sent flying into the glass window, shattering it completely. His face turned serious. You currently have only 2 choices. Shin Hazu raised his hand, looking triumphant. 1. Be beaten to death by me and have the barrier broken. 2. Dispel the barrier and let my guard kill you. Jian struggled to hold his bloodied face as he heard the warning. Freely choose the way you want to die. Shin Hazu slowly raised both hands and gave a self-satisfied smile. Victim number 171. A member of the Dark Elite team reported in panic. Seo Hyon stared thoughtfully at the energy barrier, and he confirmed that it was a special barrier. The other member asked anxiously, the young master is inside, should we break it? Seo Hyon's face hardened and he said firmly, we must break it no matter the cost. I will make my mana erupt. He focused his power and explained the mechanism. A special system barrier is sensitive to mana. If a circle eruption crushes the surrounding mana, it will collapse. The other member panicked and stepped forward to stop him. If you do that, the captain's life will... He trailed off. Seo Hyon's gaze was full of resolve and he instructed decisively. Once the barrier is dispelled, please take care of the young master. The team member clenched his fists and accepted the order solemnly. Even if I must sacrifice this life, I will protect the young master. Immediately after, Seo Hyon stood straight, raised his head high, and spoke to himself like a final farewell. Family head, I am sorry, please allow me to go ahead. But just as the man around him was about to erupt, a deep watery streak of light appeared, shining as it created a violent explosion. The explosion made a member of the elite shadow team cry out in shock. Captain, the barrier is being undone. It is too late. The erupting mana threw the surrounding space into violent chaos. Thick dust and smoke forced Seo Hyon to cover his face and cough violently. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the figure walking out from the heart of the battlefield. It was Seo Hyon and he narrowed his eyes, trying to see more clearly. When the smoke cleared, the figure revealed was young master Shin Hazu. Seo Hyon cried out joyfully when he saw him walk safely out of the barrier. Both relieved and astonished, Seo Hyon rushed over and asked anxiously. Shin Hazu calmly dusted off his hands and said he would explain later. He coldly pointed at the mage being dragged across the ground and said he was the Black Magic Tower culprit behind the tragedy, then ordered them to tie him up. Shin Hazu dusted off his hands and calmly asked Seo Hyon to give him first aid so he would not die. Seo Hyon was shocked by the enemy's wretched state. A 7th Circle mage had been defeated by him alone. Night fell and the city sank into a biting cold carried by icy winds. From a gloomy building, 3 black-robed figures silently watched the battle. Black Bell seemed to have just gone through a disastrous battle. That man sat on the floor and coughed once, secretly thinking he had nearly died. But it was interesting. Turkish watched the situation through his phone, clicked his tongue, and admitted that the damage this time was quite severe. Greg Bell clenched his hand, regretful for Fenrir and Garantos, the ones that man had once doted on. Man showed clear indifference and sprang to his feet when he thought of a new method, saying excitedly that they only needed to capture other monsters as replacements. Someone in the shadows asked whether Brecht Bell was going to Africa this time. Black Bell shook his head and said they would go to Greenland this time. That man was tired of African monsters and wanted to tame a new beast. A cruel gleam flashed in his eyes, confident that once he captured it, he would take revenge. That man gritted his teeth as he thought of Kang In James and the head of the magic god Ra family, swearing that next time he would take their lives. Another person stepped out from the shadows, and after hearing Black Bell's calculations, Turkish told him to wait. He reminded them in a low voice that there had not yet been any further orders. Greg Bell snapped, impatiently asking what orders were still needed. The mission had failed, so of course they should retreat. Turkish calmly pushed up his glasses and analyzed that this mission was important, with 3 executives mobilized. With such a large scale, Turkish believed the plan might be restarted, so they should simply wait. Black Bell sighed, finding Turkish's words reasonable, and echoed that even if there was another operation, that man no longer had any monsters to use. Black Bell glanced resentfully at his accomplice, wondering why he was so tense. The other man was flustered by the sudden question, then explained that he was anxious because the side mission had also failed. Black Bell flew into a rage and shouted, asking whether they had truly failed to kill Shin Hazu. That man cursed them all, saying it was the first time he had heard of executives failing 3 times. The attacker had already been furious after his failure, and hearing the yelling made his face flush with anger as he shouted for him to shut up. Black Bell was not afraid, stepping forward to pressure him, coldly saying perhaps he should leave his executive seat. Just as the internal tension reached its peak, a purple halo appeared. Kiss, the member and Black Bell were forced into silence. Shadow appeared in a black cloak, surrounded by a bewitching purple light that suppressed those before him. That authority made the subordinates under him extremely terrified, and he lowered his voice, ordering them to raise their heads. Shadow radiated absolute pressure and ordered them to erase every trace and retreat, and so the battle over the magic stone with the black magic tower came to an end. Elsewhere, a gleaming high-rise building stood in luxury, displaying the status of its owner. Downstairs, a luxurious black limousine slowly stopped in front of the mansion gate. The driver stopped the car, turned his face slightly, and announced that they had arrived. Shin Hazu politely thanked him. Stepping out of the car, Shin Hazu summarized the situation. The ancient books from the collapsed hotel, such as the books of Mimir and Idris, had all been recovered. He breathed a sigh of relief after learning that 4 seasons had stored in a magic safe, so it was unharmed. The battle at Magic Stone Warehouse number 3 had also ended, but hearing that there were as many as 1,300 monster corpses on the battlefield made him feel the gravity of the situation. He walked thoughtfully into the high-rise building, acknowledging that their side's casualties in this battle were far from small. Ahead, a guide was waiting for him. Shin Hazu thought anxiously. Even a beast mage controlling monsters beyond classification had appeared, so the chaos from now on would only grow greater. His gaze sharpened, and he realized that this was only the beginning. He walked up to the large wooden door of the family office. Taking a deep breath, he asked permission to enter. He gently pushed the door open and saw a middle-aged man standing silently before the large window. Shin Hazu lowered his head and called him father. Sahyuk did not speak in haste. Slowly, but without the slightest detour, he went straight to the main point. His cold, sharp gaze looked straight at him as he posed an interrogating question. Jihan and Shin Minji. The room seemed to freeze as his heavy voice rang out. Between those two, which one is the traitor? Shin Hazu was completely stunned by the suffocating pressure. He inwardly told himself this was the first time he had ever seen his father like this. Rage reached its peak amid the crowded streets, the sound of traffic ringing out without end. On the road, a luxurious car sped swiftly ahead. The air inside the car was suffocatingly heavy after the tense conversation from before. Sahyuk sat in the car, turning his face to look out the window. The loyal driver looked through the mirror and asked worriedly if he was all right. Sahyuk was pulled from his thoughts and replied that he was only a little bothered. The driver immediately suggested calling a doctor. Sahyuk leaned back against the seat, closed his eyes and answered in a hoarse voice, "There is no need." The driver understood and gently suggested whether he wanted to rest his eyes for a bit, receiving a weary nod from the family head. Sahyuk tiredly took out his phone. He opened the recording and listened to every word within it. The monotonous recording exposed a shocking truth. The client Vivip was his older brother or sister. The recording also showed that they had formed ties 4 years ago. Though he had already sensed it, when the truth was laid bare, Sahyuk still could not suppress his anger and bitterly spat. Foolish. Questions full of suspicion and prejudice kept repeating in his mind. Which one of the two is it? Or is it both? Unable to sit still, he picked up his phone and called Shin Hazu, telling him to come to the hotel immediately to hear this matter. Back in the present, Shin Hazu stood in the office and told his father everything, ending with the words, "That is everything." Silence settled after the story. Sahyuk thought for a moment, then asked in a scrutinizing voice, "You mean from the Lensmith incident?" Shin Hazu kept calm, stepped forward, and nodded in confirmation. "Yes, the day I gathered my siblings together." Remembering his older brother's strange expression at the time, Shin Hazu emphasized that only Jihan reacted differently. The atmosphere in the room instantly froze, and Sahyuk exuded a dignified pressure. "Why are you only telling me now?" His voice showed no emotion, but it was enough to know he was angry. Shin Hazu lowered his eyes slightly and revealed the core reason. "Because I thought father would not believe me. With only suspicion, it would be hard to convince father." He understood that without solid evidence, every word was groundless. He added helplessly, "The Baekryong Island incident has even less evidence." During the thorough explanation, Sahyuk's face remained dark, the pressure did not ease, and he only replied, "I understand the situation." He turned his back toward the window and ordered coldly, "Go outside, I will handle what comes next myself." Shin Hazu did not dare argue and quietly stepped back toward the door. Awaiting his father's order, he respectfully bowed his head, then turned and went out, gently closing the door. Only when he stood alone in the empty hallway did he realize his back was drenched in cold sweat. He trembled, he thought, "This is the first time I have seen father this frightening." Time passed, and Sun-chan pondered inside the house. 3 days had passed since the battle with the Black Magic Tower. To ensure safety, his team had moved from the collapsed hotel to another, sturdier hotel. Sun Chan crossed his arms, his face full of thought. A localized mana disaster, huh? He shook his head sarcastically at this absurd coincidence. Although the raid on the Magic Stone warehouse had been handled smoothly, the destruction of Team Hanguk's hotel could not be hidden forever. He decided to disguise it as a mana disaster to deceive the public and the media. Both Sun Chan and Haju shared the same thought. Shin Hazu was standing in the office when the door swung open, and Sun Chan rushed in cheerfully with a surprised face. He raised his phone and told Shin Hazu to look at this. On the screen were bold headlines full of praise. Hanguk is writing new history at the Olympiad, and Hanguk's adversity, powerful and unyielding. In particular, the line that Shin Hazu was expected to continue competing despite being injured. Countless newspapers splashed headlines, "Fighting spirit despite injuries, the concern of the entire nation." He cried out helplessly, "This is truly super exaggerated." Optimism spread rapidly. Sua said sarcastically, "If we win, there will be an article about the nation that defeated a natural disaster." Sui Zhan nodded repeatedly and happily agreed. However, looking at the article written about herself, Sua asked Shin Hazu in confusion, "What does fighting spirit despite injury mean? Did you not say you were not injured?" Shin Hazu did not know whether to laugh or cry, and he explained that he was injured, though it was only a small bruise that had completely healed. Raymond still had not stopped reading the news, continuing to search as he told everyone to look at this article over here. He excitedly read the predicted figures aloud. "If we win all 3 remaining matches, it will be the best result in Olympiad history." The entire room erupted in excited cheers, their belief in victory soaring to its peak. They looked at one another with confidence. Su asked excitedly if that was true. "In that case, we really can do it, right?" Jin Seok added, "We have clearly already seen the possibility." All the expectant gazes turned toward the ace girl. Shin Hazu encouraged her, of course, as long as Adela defeats Kaio and Daria. Adela did not say much, she only replied briefly, "I will do my best." Shin Hazu stood beside them, seeing the flames of battle blazing in everyone's eyes, and felt quietly relieved. "Thank goodness, I was worried the mood would sink." The next day, the Black Magic Tower mage named Jian Makeli, the one defeated by Shin Hazu, requested to meet in person for a deal. Meeting location was a special prison owned by the Red Tower. It was located deep within a heavily fortified forbidden zone. Passing through the magical boundary, Shin Hazu arrived at the appointed place. He looked at the massive fortress, sweeping his eyes over the iron fortress structure, unable to help marveling at its sturdiness. This place truly lived up to its nickname as the Iron Fortress, specializing in imprisoning exceptionally dangerous criminals from around the world. Caution was pushed to the utmost, and just on the way here, he had already gone through 6 security checks. A guard in iron armor solemnly led the way through the long, deep corridor. He stopped before a thick steel door and gestured this way. After opening the door, he greeted him and instructed according to procedure, "When you come out, we will guide you." Shin Hazu nodded in thanks. Stepping into the dim surveillance room, Seo Hyun was already waiting beside the control console. As soon as he saw him, he greeted him. He pointed at the specially made glass wall in the center and explained that this glass prevented the other side from seeing this side. Shin Hazu stepped closer, looked through the one-way glass, and asked curiously what that guy would propose. Seo Hyun shook his head and said he only kept repeating that he would talk once the young master came personally. Shin Hazu was curious, "Is that so? For now, can you remove the tools binding his eyes and mouth so I can talk to him?" Seo Hyun nodded in agreement. "I understand." He operated the device, causing the blindfold to fall to the ground. Shin Hazu looked through the glass, every movement of that man entering his and Seo Hyun's sight. As soon as the gag and blindfold were removed, Jan Markley raised his head. He laughed with an eerie sneer, his voice hoarse and thick. "You came." He laughed aloud, the sound echoing throughout the cold prison cell. "I know you are there, brat." Then he made his final arrogant proposal, "Make a deal with me." Jian suddenly gave a sinister smile, saying that his throat hurt too much, so he wanted to ask for a glass of water. Shin Hazu and Seo Hyun simply watched him in silence, not saying a word. Jian was still hopping around without stopping, but he reminded, "Hey brat, the condition is you have to bring the water here yourself. The deal has already started." Seo Hyun snapped angrily, "Stop the nonsense. Don't listen to him anymore. Just electrocute him and be done with it." Contrary to Seo Hyun's anger, Shin Hazu remained very calm. He said, "It's fine, it's just a glass of water." He was reluctant and wanted to stop him, but Shin Hazu cut him off. "It's okay. Besides, if he dares to pull any tricks..." He turned to Seo Hyun, speaking softly, "Then you'll protect me, right?" Shin Hazu asked with a smile, "Right?" Hearing that, he was still full of hesitation. "Yes." Seo Hyun was helpless but still agreed, even though he knew it meant letting him walk into danger. Shin Hazu smiled confidently, "Sir, you know how I am." The man sighed softly, yielding to his determination. "Have you made up your mind?" "I understand," Seo Hyun said seriously, warning him. "But if there's any sign of suspicion, I will act immediately." calmly. I ask for your understanding. A moment later, Shinhazu returned, holding a glass of water exactly as the man had demanded. He held the glass, his sharp gaze fixed on Jayan. He raised an eyebrow and looked. Here already? Just leave the water there. I have no interest in being fed by a boy. Shinhazu bent down and placed the glass on the floor. Jayan continued, if you just wanted revenge, you would have splashed the water or drugged it before I drank. He stood up, glaring at him. What is your goal? Shinhazu thought to himself, this guy has been constantly paying attention to the surveillance cameras. The camera mounted on the ceiling was moving, observing the entire room. Seeing his suspicious gaze, Jayan was delighted. Good, very perceptive. Do you know, brat? He explained, when the protective barrier between the visitation room and the cell is disabled, the feed to the control room will be cut. Seo Hyon, standing in the monitoring room, was startled to hear this. Anne glanced at the camera and smirked. Sounds strange, right? Because they set it up so you wouldn't be able to detect it. He frowned, confused. Set up so it can't be detected. What do you mean? Jian said bluntly, anyway, it can't fool you. With that smart head, you've probably figured it out. That is, as he was speaking, suddenly a bolt of lightning struck down. Jian remained calm. Among the wardens in this special prison, there are agents of the Black Magic Tower embedded. Hearing that, his eyes widened in surprise. He didn't care and kept rambling. Not just here, but other prisons too. They hide everywhere. He asked in confusion, are they doing that to help prisoners escape? Jian shook his head in denial. Escape? No way. The Black Magic Tower doesn't rescue mages who have been caught. Jian's eyes were now full of hatred. They will kill them quietly to silence them and destroy the evidence. Shinhazu understood, surprised in his heart. Was this man really that afraid? He spoke up to ask further. What do you mean? Tell me in detail. Jian refused flatly. No, I know you have many questions, but time is up. The feed is only cut for 3 minutes. He raised an eyebrow at him with a mysterious look, then changed the subject, back to the earlier deal. He remained silent, staring coldly at him. Jian continued, the condition I offered is all the information about the Black Magic Tower that I possess. In return, what I ask for is, he looked up, his expression clearly revealing worry. My life. Protect me from the Black Magic Tower. The scene shifted to outside the arena. The referee announced the 8th Olympiad match, one-on-one combat, has begun. Hanguk sat in the stands, beaming brightly. A top-tier match right from the first round. The referee introduced, the first to enter the field is Adela from Team Hanguk. The second to enter the arena is Rossi Batten from the German team. They both stepped onto the platform and stood facing each other. Shinhazu sat in the coach's seat watching. The referee said the prisoner's side of the deal was very reasonable, but he paid no attention, only remembering Jian's words that he would be killed during the prison transfer. His expression and eyes at the time were full of fear. He urged Shinhazu to postpone the schedule and send at least 3 level 8 guards to protect him. He just stood still, not answering yet. He even promised, when I reach a safe place, I will hand over the information on the Black Magic Tower. Snapping out of the memory, Shinhazu clenched his fist, deep in thought. It was so hard to get a lead. I can't let him die. I accepted the deal, but he could only pray in his heart that everything would go smoothly. The schedule had been pushed back 10 days. If only the Olympiad could end without any incidents. Shinhazu glanced around, thinking to himself, the artifact stone at the top is still there. If I were them. Suddenly shouts rang out. He jolted and looked up to see what was happening. Hanguk announced loudly, today we have a distinguished guest attending, the greatest mage in the world, a living legend. A woman with long platinum hair stepped out. The excited audience applauded enthusiastically to welcome her. Seeing everyone's warmth, she happily responded. Hanguk introduced excitedly, the very Sophia Anicabri is here today. Shinhazu shot up from his seat when he heard her name. Sophia. Sophia stood at a high vantage point, graciously looking down at the stands below. Seeing that, he stood frozen, speechless. Shinhazu looked toward Sophia, feeling as though she was looking at him. The scene shifted to a building in the city center. Seo Hyon was operating a tablet. It contained the entire content of the conversation between the prisoner and the young master yesterday, so he showed Sahyuk the surveillance footage. The old man praised his hard work, then asked if the camera blind spots in the prison really existed. Seo Hyon quickly answered yes. As the minister had said, there was a complete lack of a 3-minute video segment when the barrier between the visiting room and the cell was deactivated. He lowered his head and asked to be excused to go back to his duties, but Sahyuk stopped him, saying there was no need to rush. Going outside, he secretly rejoiced that His Excellency had personally come to the stadium today, when suddenly Seo Hyon's phone rang. He took it out to check. Duties were duties after all. Upon opening it, he looked at it and was shocked, speechless. Seo Hyon hesitantly said to Sahyuk, it should be fine if I'm a little late, right? Sahyuk, seeing this, asked with confusion if something had happened. He explained that currently Lady Sophia and the Grand Duke were having a private conversation. Hearing this, the old man also paused in surprise. Over at Shinhazu's side, he was sitting on a chair with Sophia in front of him. Shinhazu was extremely tense at that moment, sweat pouring out continuously. Sophia spoke up to calm him down, telling him not to be so nervous, just treat her like an old neighbor lady and act naturally. She used magic to bring over a cup of tea, saying a little tea would help him relax. As the teacup arrived, Shinhazu already sensed a familiar scent. He was extremely surprised, opening his eyes wide to look at the teacup. Shinhazu remembered this scent. That girl had once given him the herbal tea of Lady Elena. She extended her hand, inviting him to drink, and explained this was mana-nurtured herbal tea from the forest. Not knowing if it suited his taste, Shinhazu hesitantly replied yes, thank you. He slowly picked up the teacup. The cup was still quite hot. Shinhazu looked at Sophia, who was radiant before him, thinking that the mana around her was very similar to the gentle mana color of Lady Elena. She closed her eyes, looking very gentle, then softly asked him if he was curious why she called him out for a private talk. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised, asking back, is it because of my eyes, right? Sophia reached up to brush her hair and replied, that's right, I wanted to talk to a junior who has eyes like my gemstones. She slowly opened her eyes to look at him and added, let me correct myself, calling them the same eyes isn't quite accurate. Shinhazu grew more shocked as he listened. She said those eyes were the origin and root of all demon eyes, the primordial demon eye of the first great mage, Raben Veitner. She still looked at him gently. I very much want to know the person who possesses those eyes. Her gaze fixed on him intently. What kind of person are they ultimately? Shinhazu hesitated for a long time without saying a word. How could... She closed her eyes and sighed softly, because it wasn't just the divine eye. Sophia still maintained a gentle demeanor, confidently telling him that she knew he was the very successor of the mythical great mage, Raben. Hearing this, he was so startled he fell backward. Seeing his reaction, she smiled softly. No need to be that surprised. After being a mage for about 130 years, you'll roughly come to know everything. Sophia began to talk about the past. She had learned of the divine eye 52 years ago. She had unexpectedly found a book when she discovered a drawing of a gemstone eye in some ruins. Sophia had continuously stayed in the study searching for information about that eye. After much effort, it seems she had found the answer, spending 2 whole years researching only the gemstone eye and the book. On the last page of the book it was written that this gemstone eye belonged to the first emperor, the first great mage, but it was only a flawed copy created when observing his divine eye. Shinhazu was stunned hearing this, standing frozen, unable to speak. She picked up the teacup to savor it and said, at that time I was truly astonished. Sophia looked at her own reflection in the water of the cup. Such a magnificent eye being called a flawed copy. Just how terrifying must the divine eye be? She put the teacup down, walked closer to the window, and continued, at that time I was like a madman. Recalling those days of wanting to find a satisfactory answer, she threw herself into investigating the first great mage, Raben. And then in some historical document she found the origin of old-era magic, something completely different from modern magic. After much effort she finally learned of Raben-style magic. She was still reminiscing about that time. Then a fairly long period passed, until one day on the TV, the announcer spoke. Next is a news report from Baekryong Island. Hearing this, Sophia turned in shock to look, someone incompatible with magic yet using a demon eye bearing the name Divine Eye. The person mentioned was a young mage, capable of seeing mana and transforming magic arrays. She reached out her hand towards him. I intuitively knew right away that this person was using Raben-style magic. Sophia leisurely sat down on the chair and gently asked him, so is my guess correct? Shinhazu, hearing what she said, couldn't believe it, opening his mouth then closing it again, finding it difficult to speak. After that, he had to admit, yes, I am the successor of Raben. Hearing his answer, Sophia smiled happily and gently. So it is indeed so. I am extremely delighted that someone like you has appeared at this time. Shinhazu, hearing this, found it quite puzzling, asking her back, what does that mean? She didn't answer his question but changed the subject. Wait, perhaps I have to show you this unsightly thing. Sophia slowly pulled up her sleeve. Beneath the cloth was an arm with a very large black birthmark. She explained while reminiscing, this is an injury from the Atlantic wormhole incident 11 years ago, a curse received when fighting the Black Archmage. Sophia's eyes held a hint of sadness when talking about this matter. Within 3 years or at the latest 5 years. She let out a sigh and said, I will slowly waste away and die from this curse. Shinhazu froze upon hearing this. Sophia continued, but the great mage's successor has appeared to fight the Black Archmage in my place. How could I not be overjoyed? A while later, Shinhazu returned home. Mimiya eagerly came out to ask about what happened. She was elated after hearing his story. So that kind of thing happened. Well, anyway, it's really fortunate to have received help from the strongest person of this era. Shinhazu sat opposite, crossing his arms to reply. It's just that if we act rashly, it will be easy for the Black Archmage to discover us, so she said she can't openly help much. Mimiya put on a dejected expression looking at him. Then isn't it just successor's information that got exposed? He quickly denied it, saying that was not the case. The peak badge. No, she said she would give us the divine grace first. She was startled and looked up, asking if she was going to give it out first. Wasn't that the reward for the best player? Shinhazu confidently told Mimiya, anyway, the MVP will be mine, so she will secretly take it out first, and replace it with a fake at the awards ceremony. She was quite surprised, asking if she would go that far just to give the divine grace to him. Mimiya added curiously, this says here, you have told her about the divine grace, right? She stared at him, asking if he planned to give her the divine grace to drink. When talking privately with Sophia, Shinhazu said he once had that intention, but she said even if she could break through the wall of round 10, it would take another 3 to 5 years of training. Continued, because of the curse she could not train, so giving it would be meaningless. She refused. Mimiya propped her chin on her hand, asking indifferently, so the hare will drink it himself, right? He leaned back in his chair, thought for a moment, then replied, no about that. Suddenly a sound arose, startling both of them. Mimiya looked up towards the sound, said someone was coming from outside. Go check it out. Shinhazu stood up, said he would go take a look and be right back. He thought about the ancient book. He had set it so that whenever someone approached the room, Mimiya's book would automatically zoom to notify. Shinhazu walked near the door and heard the continuous sound, getting faster and faster. It seemed to be working very stably. He opened the door and asked, yes, who is it? Before him was a quite stylish girl. She spoke, hello? Shinhazu searched his memory. He had seen this person in profile photos. She was the team leader of the Black Demon Tower's professional handling team, also known as the Hound. He looked at her, then asked for verification, team leader Charlie. She was very excited upon hearing this. You already know who I am, then I look forward to your cooperation from now on. Charlie took out a small box and handed it to Shinhazu. This is an item Lady Sophia sent for you, take it. He was surprised and received it with both hands. If it was an item from Lady Sophia, it could only be the celestial divine stone. He walked into the living room and sat down, said the delivery is definitely done now. Shinhazu looked at the box in his hand, hesitated and said yes, thank you. He asked, but why did team leader Charlie personally deliver this item here? Charlie was a bit surprised, asked if he hadn't heard about that, said that day she requested me to hand it directly to you. She stood up, said I thought you already knew about my relationship with Lady Sophia. He said this is the first time I have heard of this. Charlie explained with a mysterious face, she wanted me to tell you myself. It is fine to say it. Actually, the Black Demon Tower's professional handling team is an army directly under Lady Sophia. She raised an eyebrow and glanced at him, then continued, the name of our army is Longinus. She revealed and instructed, this is not a big secret, but you only know the name, do not leak it outside. She pointed at herself and added, the relationship between me and Lady Sophia is top secret. You are forbidden to tell anyone. Charlie turned around, waved goodbye, said I have to go now, bye-bye. Shinhazu stood still watching her walk away, hesitated and said whatever, she really is exactly like a passing storm. Evening quickly arrived at a tower. Hao Dao Wang sat on his chair. A subordinate entered and reported that the god had failed a very important mission. Hao Dao Wang was extremely angry upon hearing this, struck him repeatedly. He pointed at the subordinate, you are too arrogant, O fourth child of darkness, I have not yet granted you death. Hao Dao Wang's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the one lying on the ground. No one in the world can stop my steps, you do not need to torment yourself. The one just beaten black and blue on the ground was Turkish. Geta continued to question, is that so, O great Shadow King? It is the god who was too arrogant. Turkish struggled to get up, raised his head and begged for his life, Your Majesty the Black Demon King. Despite the pain, he slowly sat up, asked if he had already reached the realm of round 10. Hao Dao Wang laughed triumphantly. Turkish hurriedly asked if he had already reached the realm of round 10. God's Grace was an extremely rare magic stone, created once every 1,000 years. Any mage who absorbed it would become the strongest of the era. Initially, Shinhazu had proposed that Lady Sophia use it, but she refused, saying her body was cursed by the Dark Demon King, so she could not. Recalling that time, Mimiya asked if the hare would use it then. At that moment, Shinhazu held the box in his hand, pondering whether he should really absorb this magic stone. He could not defeat the Dark Demon King alone. He needed a trustworthy mage with a common goal. Indeed, this is the person. After a while, Adela appeared at the door. I'm here. What are you going to give me? As she entered, Shinhazu greeted her. Oh, Adela, have a seat. Seeing him being hospitable, Adela was suspicious, but agreed, all right. She slowly sat down on the mat. Shinhazu instructed her to close her eyes. Adela complied, asked like this, are we practicing meditation? He slowly opened the box, smiling and said it was a bit different. Can you open your mouth slightly? Adela broke out in a sweat, asked are you going to feed me something? He took out the magic stone, reassuring her just trust me once, you will not regret it. Shinhazu slowly brought it to her mouth. Adela worriedly asked what is this? It is not worth it. But after putting it in her mouth, her eyes widened in surprise. Something cold was dissolving in her mouth. He smiled and said prepare yourself. She became even more confused, asking what do you mean by that? Suddenly, the magic stone made Adela hold her chest in astonishment. Shinhazu revealed that what she just swallowed was a spiritual medicine. Her body was filled with energy. He continued, the greatest spiritual medicine to elevate your abilities to a new level. Shinhazu's eyes widened with expectation. He raised his hand and said, now begin to control your magic power according to my guidance. Instantly, Adela's entire body flew into the air, her hair full of vitality, the aura around her extremely powerful. Seeing that miraculous change, he could not help but be astonished by the terrifying magical power. So this was the reason it was called a blessing of of the gods. Shinhazu put on his robe and told himself I should prepare as well. Meanwhile, he calculated that Adela had entered the adaptation state, and she would have to channel her mana for 8 to 12 hours to fully absorb the blessing. There were 3 reasons for Adela to absorb the celestial crystal. First, the pinnacle bloodstone was a spiritual medicine that could alter the structure of the human body. The younger a person was, the greater the effect. Second, the higher one's talent, the better the result. Finally, the celestial crystal was a spiritual medicine condensed from 1,000 years of essence, and I will absorb the remaining mana that Adela cannot, to form the truth circle and reach the 5th crown. The next morning, when the sun had risen high, Adela slowly opened her eyes after a long sleep and exclaimed, "What the hell happened?" She was startled, regained her composure, and wondered, "Clearly I drank the spiritual medicine." Adela sat up abruptly, calling out his name, Shinhazu. But standing there were Shinhazu and Seo Hyon, and he raised his hand in greeting. "So you are awake? Luckily you still made it in time for the qualifying match." Meanwhile, he smiled brightly in a casual manner. "Good morning, Adela. From today things will be different." Seo Hyon added, "When you are ready, we will escort you to the arena." Adela was still disoriented and softly hummed an acknowledgement before replying yes. A moment later at Mimia's place now, Shinhazu stood there, his hands still casting magic, and the truth circle was now complete. Mimia clasped her hands joyfully to congratulate him. "Congratulations, you have reached the 5th crown." Shinhazu looked at her with a serious expression. "Thank you, Mimia, but I have a question," she asked in surprise. "What is it?" He began to speak. "It is about the Book of Idris." Hearing that, Mimia understood Shinhazu's intent. "The Book of Idris, you want to ask about its updates, correct?" She recalled and detailed. "Initially it updated whenever we reached a new level, but after the 5th crown, there were no more pages." Mimia pointed and continued, "In other words, it does not store data beyond the 6th ring due to capacity limits." After hearing this, Shinhazu asked again, "Then where do we get information from the 6th ring onward?" She emphasized, "From where?" Mimia puffed out her cheeks in displeasure. "Hey, successor, you haven't checked all the pages yet, have you?" Knowing she had spotted his mistake, he only replied softly, "Not yet." Turning to his place, Shinhazu flipped open a book to check. "If you look from the last page, you will see." In the book was a line written, "This book has provided all information up to the present. If you wish to know more about the 6th ring, find the other book I have left behind, the Book of Mimia." After reading, Shinhazu closed the book and pondered that Mimia's book could only be read after passing the 5th crown. "When I first met Mimia, I said I was truly lucky." He walked over and sat on the sofa, beginning to flip through the book. "If so, I should read the new pages then." Shinhazu turned the pages until his hand stopped one page. His eyes widened in surprise. Shinhazu could not help but ask loudly, "What is this?" The high-rise building where Sahyuk worked. He looked at the tablet, resting his chin and thought. In the family, many believed Shinhazu would be the next successor. Sahyuk put the tablet down. Even the neutral faction had sided with Shinhazu. He looked up at Seo Hyon, who stood with arms crossed before the desk, and asked, "What about Jihan and Minji's side?" He reported, "Not good. Some people have left Jihan's faction to join Shinhazu's faction." Seo Hyon continued, "Also, because Minji conspired beyond the limits, we stopped her and ordered her to self-reflect." Finally, he closed his eyes and answered, "The punishment will be decided later." But Sahyuk interrupted, "No need." He stood up. "According to the report, she probably did not intend to harm Shinhazu, and I provoked her with a false order, so self-reflection is enough." With calculating eyes, Sahyuk said, "More importantly, Jihan's side is the problem. He is being extremely cautious. Keep a closer watch," thinking to himself, "I never expected him to join hands with the Black Magic Tower." He turned his back, looking at the cityscape outside the window. Truly pathetic. This time at the arena, the lights were lit. The MC's voice rang out. The final match, Adela from Team Hanguk. Naturally, Kaio on the other side kept his sinister smile. The opponent is Team England's Kaio. Sun Chan was worried sick, muttering to himself, "Why him? Not Daria but Kaio of all people." He looked like he was about to cry, turning to say to Shinhazu, "He is the worst counterpick for Adela." But contrary to Sun Chan's expression, he remained calm. "No matter what, she will still win." Shinhazu looked down at the arena floor, wearing a confident smile. "Trust Adela." Watching Adela's back, he recalled the words he said earlier. "Mimia, I have one more question." Mimia asked, "What?" So he posed the question. "You said the adaptation time for the Blessing of the Gods is a maximum of 12 hours, correct?" Shinhazu stated his own condition, but Adela took a full 15.5 hours to complete the mana circulation. Hearing this, her mouth dropped open. Over 15 hours. Mimia assessed with a remark, "Truly a genius." He still did not understand ere hearing that, what she meant. Still astonished, she explained, "Even in my era, there was only one mage with such talent. That person was Elena Greenwood." Mimia congratulated him again while Shinhazu was still frozen. He was truly lucky to have such an incredible ally. The verbal exchange ended as the MC announced the result. The winner was Adela Stisa. Kaio grit his teeth, his miserable appearance enraging him. Damn it, why? At that moment, the entire Hanguk team erupted in joy. Adela could not believe it. She said her body felt incredibly light, completely different from before. The entire audience in the stands cheered and clapped. The US team was especially bitter about the unjust loss. It was impossible. Sarah covered her face and analyzed. The probability of a 4-ring defeating a 5-ring in history was only 7.374%, and Kaio countered the moon element. Arya was also astonished. Kaio should have won in an instant. Why? Rewinding to 10 minutes earlier. Kaio was very confident entering the match. Sorry, Miss Adela, I will win. Adela did not argue, silently closing her eyes to await the signal. MC signaled the start, and she immediately activated her skill, opening her eyes wide. Kaio calmly gathered wind energy, observing the blue mana enveloping her body. Kaio immediately charged forward to attack as fast as the wind. He unleashed a thrust attack, but Adela was faster, leaping upwards. Seeing Adela dodge so easily, he grit his teeth in confusion, dodged it. But then, Kaio was surprised by what was before his eyes. 9 magic circles appeared above his head. He panicked. Since when? Adela immediately gave a hand signal to command, while he stammered. The circles projected energy. Kaio calculated. The moon magic was strong but not fast. With that thought in mind, he was confident he would dodge them all. Adela pointed her finger at the target, activating the skill. Energy bolts rained down. Kaio dodged and waited for a chance to counterattack. Unexpectedly, one bolt struck the exact spot he planned to step, forcing Kaio to jump. The speed of the moon element made it harder for him to calculate than expected. He landed and retreated backward. Kaio looked at Adela, asking if she had improved her magic. Adela replied that the magic had not changed. It used the repulsive and attractive forces of light and darkness. She explained light and darkness have fixed distributions. I adjust the mana to make them move infinitely. Kaio dismissed it. Easier said than done. That requires micro-level mana control. Adela calmly answered, correct, I used to think the same. Her eyes were cold as ice with Shinhazu, the one who created this magic. I even feel afraid. She visualized Shinhazu's image in her mind. Kaio grew annoyed. Shinhazu, that guy. Precisely refined magic, adjusting the mana to 0.1%. Adela gave her final answer, I am merely the one who executes the magic he designed. Having said that, she raised her hand, and the circles slowly appeared. Kaio could not believe it. She executed it perfectly and called it nothing. Adela said, that is why I also feel apologetic. She revealed, originally I could not win, but now by borrowing his power. Kaio still spoke boldly but was shaken. You are sure you have won? Adela answered without hesitation. Correct. The result was predetermined. She pointed her hand at him. The circles multiplied and became denser. Kaio broke into a sweat. The trajectories tightened, leaving no escape. Very interesting. Looking at Adela's expression, Kaio remarked, frightening yet beautiful, a monster. He formed a sword, gathering his skill. Then I will trade flesh for bone. Kaio became serious. I offer my bones and organs to take your life. He called upon the wind god sword. With confidence, Kaio lunged to attack. I've won. Contrary to his calculation, Adela's form slowly faded behind the layer of bone. When the sword struck, she was no longer there. Kaio quickly noticed the sphere beneath his feet, the gravitational pull of darkness. He looked down and grit his teeth. Damn it. Adela announced loudly, I told you the result was decided. She immediately activated the sphere, causing a massive explosion. After the shockwave, Kaio lay sprawled on the floor. Adela stood firm, and the MC declared her the winner. Kaio warily lifted his face, muttering, damn it. Finally, the Hanguk team gathered joyfully. Han and Hee-Yun hugged Adela. Let sister give you a kiss. Shinhazu slowly walked over to praise her. Good job, Adela. Adela looked at him and said a word of thanks. Shinhazu asked worriedly if he was injured, because at the end he seemed a bit hesitant. Finally, Adela replied, it was just a small matter, but she clutched her chest with a hesitant look. My chest feels a bit strange. The magic circle has something wrong with it. After hearing that, he became even more worried. Shinhazu immediately turned Adela around to place his hand on her for a moment. Placing his hand on her back, he pondered and then said, it is exactly as I thought. Shinhazu looked at her and said that simply, her body was ready to form the 5th circle. Hearing that, the whole team froze and exclaimed, what? She stammered, but Adela wondered it had only been 2 months since she reached the 4th circle. He smiled lightly and said that was the truth. Shinhazu explained that the empty feeling was because the circle had not yet been formed. He began to ponder again about the god's blessing. As expected, this was the ultimate spiritual medicine for the greatest mage talent. In the living room, Sahyuk and Shinhazu sat talking. Adela had defeated Kao and advanced to the semifinals. She also reached the 5th circle. He smiled and replied, that is right. She formed the 5th circle right when she returned to the hotel. He predicted that if Adela reached the 5th circle, there was a high chance she would win tomorrow. Shinhazu smiled confidently, correct, she will definitely win. Sahyuk took a sip, said the gold was almost in hand and a record was about to be set, but Jihan would not stand idly by. He looked at him and suggested he should show something even more outstanding. Shinhazu immediately agreed, yes, I will try. He stood up to leave. Sahyuk said half-hearted efforts would not do. He had to be different. Shinhazu replied, yes, I understand. His face was full of confidence, vowing to show everyone a magic that would astonish them. Scene shift to the city hospital. Shinhazu stood there, astonished, calling the person before him the Magic Tower Master. Kang In, sitting on the hospital bed, spoke up. I suppose the right phrase is long time no see. The two of them locked eyes. He was stunned and repeated, that is right, long time no see. Kang In said it felt strange, not feeling the passage of time. Shinhazu asked how his body was doing. He smiled brightly and answered, fine, I am healthy enough to be discharged right now. He asked Sua doubtfully if that was correct. She shook her head. No, they said it would take half a month to recover. Kang In coughed to cut him off. By the way, is it okay for you to visit me at this hour? He remembered and asked, isn't Adela match against the American team about to start? Shinhazu sat down and replied, it is fine, we can watch the finals together from here. He exclaimed in admiration, just think, I have dragged the team leader away right before the most important match. He smiled and answered, it is fine, because all preparations are already complete. Kang In rubbed his chin in relief. Well, the important thing is you would be on the verge of breaking the record if I had rejected your offer 2 months ago. He burst out laughing. I would be beating my chest in regret right now. Shinhazu turned to Sua, who was turning on the TV, interrupting. There are many things to say, but Adela final match is about to start. On the screen, the contestant image appeared with a look of intense focus. Kang In asked softly, it has begun. What do you estimate Adela winning percentage to be? He answered with a question, how much do you think it is? Kang In sighed, including strategy, perhaps about 30%, because the gap between the 4th and 5th circle is too great. He turned and smiled, asking, is that the final answer? Shinhazu replied, no, you are wrong. He affirmed that Adela winning percentage was 100%. On the TV screen, Daria Kinhai exclaimed, this is... Adela was executing a complex technique named Mulai. Kang In exclaimed in shock, how is that possible? Miss Adela is using moonlight. No way. He looked at Adela's status and then asked Shinhazu, has she also reached the 5th circle? He did not hesitate to admit, that is right, yesterday Adela broke through the wall of enlightenment. Now she has reached the 5th circle. Meanwhile, Daria struggled to defend. The commentator sounded, Adela Starrett is completely dominating. After the match against the United Kingdom, the situation completely reversed all expectations, an absolute explosion. Kang In watched the match going from one surprise to another in awe. This is not right. On TV, the commentator announced the winner of the individual match was Adela Starrett of the Hanguk team. The impossible truly happened, and in another place someone was watching via television. Jihan, his face contorted, listened to every word. The Hanguk team was right on the verge of breaking a new record. He crushed the wine glass in his hand. Jihan cursed angrily, damn it, what the hell is going on? He thought to himself, if Shinhazu became champion at this speed, his father and the families of his supporters were watching. At that moment, someone called on the communication device. A flood of messages came in. Zin Xia warned that Dung Dung's faction had sided with He Yun. Director Kim also reported that the elders all supported Shinhazu, and manager Kim worried about the number of Jihan's supporters at the Ba Ma Fat Bar. All of that made Jihan's face darken, completely devastated. He gritted his teeth in anger, his mind crazily screaming the name Shinhazu. Jihan walked to the door, thinking to himself that he hated him from start to finish. Everything had gone wrong at some point. He was only blocked by the rebellion of his crazy younger brother. He picked up his phone and told himself he was just getting rid of a nuisance. He did nothing wrong. Jihan stood there cursing, that's right, damn black magic group. Do you know how much money I poured into you? Told me to wait because you were busy right now. Jihan was furious. Trusting those incompetent fools was his biggest mistake. He grimaced and told himself he should handle things like this himself. Looking at the screen on the other end, Xia asked where he was right now. His voice lowered, calling Xia's name. Jihan asked, the things I asked you to do. You finished them all, right? Scene shift to Shinhazu. He asked about the current condition of that fist mushroom. Xiao Haiyan replied, it's still the same as always, just complaining that it's bored. He asked further if any supplementary information had been leaked. The man immediately said no. He didn't reveal a word about information related to the Black Magic Tower. Shinhazu asked about the attackers. Xiao Haiyan said there had been none so far, which surprised him a bit. He agreed, I also thought they would act because the transition period is being delayed. But, just as someone was approaching, Xiao Haiyan stopped. He immediately cut the communication. Someone is coming, we'll talk later. The person who came was Daria. She directly called out Shinhazu's name. She tossed her hair and asked, since you've been playing with us, you must be very happy, right? He frankly replied that he didn't know what she was talking about. Daria responded not to play dumb anymore. She lowered her head, her voice full of reproach towards Adela. You said she was a 4th circle, so how much of this was part of your plan? Daria looked up, glaring and calling him a liar. Shinhazu calmly said it was a misunderstanding. He never intended to play with her. Of course, it was natural for her to misunderstand from her own perspective. He explained that Adela had awakened in the battle with Kaio and reached the 5th circle. Daria's eyes were astonished, calling it nonsense. She suspiciously asked how she could awaken at that exact moment. Shinhazu firmly stated she would see if she verified it herself. Tears fell on her cheeks. Daria resentfully complained this wasn't fair. Shinhazu stood there, momentarily not knowing what else to say. Next day, the blue sky shone down on the green forest. The highlight of the Olympiad had arrived. The 9th dungeon excavation began, each team of 3 earning points on the vast battlefield. Sun-chan stood by, watching without any emotion. Beside him was also Adela. Shinhazu was excited, full of confidence. He signaled to everyone, "Let's go." 3 hours later, Shinhazu's group had moved to another mountain peak. He turned his head to ask the group, "That mirror flower is safe, right?" Sun-chan laughed it off, asserting, "Of course." He took that thing out, still confused about what to do. More importantly, are we still in the first area? I feel like we're wasting time. The surrounding cliffs were full of sparkling crystal flowers. No, the mirror flower is a high point item only found in this area. We are picking them to accumulate points, Shinhazu added, and also to counter the alliance teams trying to steal items. Adela suspiciously raised her hand to hold a flower, saying, "But these kinds of fights usually happen at the end, not the beginning." He pointed his finger at her, emphasizing this was just a guess. The alliance's goal was probably to cause obstruction. Sun-chan was startled. "Obstruction? You saw it earlier too, right?" Shinhazu walked and explained, "Their magic synchronization is very high." Della nodded in agreement. "That's right, combined magic synchronization is extremely difficult, roughly estimating they have prepared for at least 3 days. Sun-chan was agitated. That means someone stepped up to lead the alliance. He was right, that's the American team. Saying that, Shinhazu turned a bit serious. This expedition probably has everyone allied together except us. Sun-chan was hesitant and wary, nearly 30 teams joining hands at the same time. What should we do? He smirked. "Not worth worrying about. Don't worry, I have a plan. That's why I formed the team." Sun-chan crossed his arms, scared by that confident look. Asking why me instead of Jin, Adela muttered that defensive magic seemed useless here. Shinhazu updated, "No, will be needed. We are advancing into Area 3. That statement struck Sun-chan like a thunderbolt. He shouted, "Area 3, are you crazy? There's an invincible monster there." Completely opposite, Adela was excited and thrilled. "Sounds interesting." He heard that, felt nauseous, and told Adela, "You're crazy too." Turned to mock Shinhazu, "You're crazy." He put his hands on his hips, arguing back and forth. "We're not the type to settle, right?" But he was still stubborn, pale with fear. He frantically calculated to calm himself down. "Fine. Record or first kill, we won't die. Right? Damn it, let's just do it." The group slowly advanced deeper into the Gajun Forest. Area 3. Korean team had passed Area 2 and entered Area 3. The two hosts followed their journey, not understanding their intention. What are they thinking? Area 3 is very dangerous. Not just the boss, but the entire dungeon has mana barriers. At this moment, in some room, Sahyuk watched with a serious expression, not understanding what he planned to do. "What are you going to do, Shinhazu?" The mana barrier was a weakening barrier, putting pressure on mana and eroding both spirit and physical strength. All 3 of them had to struggle to get inside. It was very strong and frightening, but only affected the person in front. The 2 MCs tried to narrate every small action, so they just needed to take turns leading. But after running for a while, Sun-chan got tired, gasping for breath. "I'm dried up. Switch shifts." Seeing that, the 3 decided to stop. Adela rested, while the other 2 panted, unable to catch their breath. "Okay, Shinhazu, do you need to continue?" He quickly shook his head in refusal. "No need." The more he spoke, the more his confidence grew, burning with momentum. "Getting here is enough." Suddenly, a giant monster like a mad grasshopper approached. Sun-chan opened his mouth in fear, already sweating at the sight. "Demon King Apep." Shinhazu startled and commanded, "Sun-chan, Adela, fall back." The monster immediately charged into attack, shattering the earth and rocks. Adela saw its power was no joke, truly insane strength. Sun-chan shot out a barrier shield, wanting to lend him a hand. Shinhazu swung his arm out forcefully, power releasing instantly. 40 seconds. He looked at the monster, full of confidence. "Give me 40 seconds, that's enough." At the same time, he commanded his 2 teammates, "Adela, hold it off. Sun-chan, protect me." All 3 got to their respective tasks, charging into attack. The monster seemed to go berserk, punching fiercely towards Adela. Sun-chan panicked. "Adela," she tried to reassure everyone, "I'm fine, focus on protecting Shinhazu." Shinhazu spun his hands, closed his eyes, and muttered as if chanting a spell. The Ring of Truth followed a completely different path compared to the magic of the Vaitner system. The book he once read stated the symbol of Vaitner magic was freedom, but the Ring of Truth denied that. The Ring of Truth was time and patience. That was the true essence of magic. He slowly shut his eyes tightly, feeling the power radiating from the book, and chanted a spell. Shinhazu tried to sense the opponent before him. Chanting was a magic technique requiring time and patience. Roared loudly, baring its sharp fangs as it charged at him. Instantly, magic circles appeared in the sky, and at the same time, ice crystal formations shot straight down. Shinhazu's eyes gleamed brightly, burning with momentum. In modern society, where magic was dominant, he dropped to one knee, a glowing magic circle appearing beneath his feet. It had been buried as an outdated technique. However, within the Raben magic system, chanting could unleash power beyond imagination. This ice would freeze the ground and envelop everything. Even Shinhazu's two teammates were stunned by his power. What is that? Shinhazu's eyes bulged, burning red like blood. He growled and shouted loudly, "Activate the seal." As he raised his hand straight to the sky, a giant ice statue immediately appeared. The entire room seemed submerged in a thick layer of frost. The beast seemed provoked, growling and going mad. The statue shot forward when he reinforced it, softly blowing a gust of wind, yet had already frozen the beast. Shinhazu remained calm, standing still without moving a muscle. He opened his hand, slightly raising his eyes to sense. Everything quickly ended. The sky seemed to brighten again. Sun-chan and Adela rushed over, shouting as if they couldn't believe what had just happened. Incredible! The life signs of Demon King Apep have disappeared. Dahyuk witnessed every moment on the screen, unable to sit still. He laughed scornfully, finding it very interesting. Shinhazu, what was that? As expected, you will stand at the pinnacle of magic. The entire three-person team excitedly talked and laughed. No doubt about it, the dungeon conquest competition ends with victory for Team Hanguk. Suddenly, a roaring sound came from afar. It played brighter and more brilliant with each moment. Mimiya jumped out from the beginning, cheering, "Congratulations, successor! You even kept the promise to your father perfectly." Shinhazu was out of breath, struggling to stand but had some issue that made her curious. Sahyuk approached, hands still in his pockets, looking cool. "After the incident involving the Bick family, as compensation you asked me for the raven robe, right?" He looked straight into his eyes and continued, "At that time I said the ancient artifacts were just fiction and the Vitener cord was just a legend. Do you remember?" Hearing those words, Shinhazu pressed his lips tightly, full of caution. "I said all legends are real and the ancient artifact was also real." Sahyuk shared honestly. "At that time I thought you were so childish and foolish, but the fool was actually me." The more he heard, the more tense he became, sweat pouring out endlessly, and he even punched his own face. He still continued, attacking relentlessly. "Answer me, your ancient magic, your system. Did they come from the Raven Cord?" Shinhazu's face darkened. He kept his lips tightly sealed, not daring to utter a single word. Mimiya listened to his account, then furrowed her brows and sighed in frustration. After showing off like that, getting discovered was just inevitable. He was stunned, asking if she was okay, thinking he would be scolded more. She wore a confused expression as she glared at him angrily, saying she only wanted him to have more allies, because things were more dangerous than he thought. Shinhazu laughed, raising an eyebrow with a meaningful look. He would continue moving forward because that was the path meant for him. He swayed Mimiya to his side, telling her to keep watching him. Mimiya jumped up excitedly and agreed to be his plan tester. That moment, inside a warm singing booth, a man in a cloak covering his entire body seemed to sense the time was right. His eyes widened, pitch black with resentment as the stars of the Lord and the demon merged. He said that one would be reborn. Back in the high-rise office, Jihan held his head in pain, pacing and cursing, vowing to tear Shinhazu apart and kill him. Suddenly, a masked subordinate rushed in to report to young Master Jihan. He changed expression upon hearing the subordinate continue, saying his father had summoned him and told him to follow. The next day came quickly, the sky bright and clear. Kangin smiled warmly, congratulating Shinhazu. He smiled as if it was no big deal, thanked him, and said he would not have gotten far without his help. He emphasized that he was glad he had trusted him, and asked if he could count on the next goal. Shinhazu confidently thumped his chest, promising to continue exploring magic in his own way, grateful for his support. He vowed to always look forward to that, recounting that he was born into a divine magic family in Hanguk with a body unsuited for magic. The world was cold to him, and when he lost everything, he stumbled upon a book. After a few hours, Shinhazu sat down at his desk. He flipped through the mysterious book, puzzled as to why Adris's book had come into his hands. Each page emitted a blinding light. Shinhazu sneered, calling it the page of destiny. Then he decided, turning to the next page.